Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter played dumb to bring down a dark empire? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Everyone thought Harry was just a powerless squib, but behind the scenes, he was planning the downfall of Voldemort's regime, one quiet move at a time. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Distantly Harry was aware that someone was trying to catch his attention, but his eyes and mind wouldn't stray from what he was seeing. The Dementors were the only things keeping Black on his feet as he stumbling was led like the lamb to the altar. But if they had not been there, he wouldn't have needed the support in the first place. As Black was led towards the veil, Harry wondered if the wizard was able to hear the voices. With the distance there was between Harry and the artifact, any sounds coming from it were lost. The fabric formerly covering the veil was gone and Harry leaned forward on his toes. He wanted to know if this truly was the archway he had seen in his vision. He could almost feel the thing calling for him, as if there was something waiting for him inside the thing, but at the same time his feet seemed to be rooted to the floor, leaving him unable to move. The opening was filled with a thick mist-like substance. It was constantly moving, making Harry wonder whether there really was something on the other side. A cold shiver ran down his spine as Harry remembered the sensation of baby-sized hands grabbing wherever they could, pulling him into the veil. Black took the last step on his own, slipping out of the Dementor's hands without a single protest. As the mist closed around him, dragging him in, the wizard turned around so he was facing his small audience. All too easy Black's eyes found Harry, as if he had known that the miner had been there all the time. The seer found himself unable to let go of Black's gaze. To his surprise, Black cracked a smile and saluted to him. And then he was gone, swallowed by the mist and leaving no trace of his existence behind. It was so anticlimactic. Where were the explosions? While it had been clear that Dumbledore had given up on Black, the Metamorph Magus hadn't looked like someone who would willingly abandon someone she cared about like that. But as people moved, stood from their seats and walked out to meet the reporters on the other side of the door, Harry realized that nothing else was going to happen. His eyes darted around, trying to pick up something that would alert him that something should happen. He definitely was in the correct room and the veil was there. Then why wasn't the rest of his vision happening? There would be no last-minute rescue, since Black had disappeared into the mist and the archway's opening had once again been covered by the light fabric, helping Harry to break free of the trance-like fascination he had felt as soon as he had laid his eyes on that thing. Snapping into attention, Harry took a step backwards when he saw someone approach him and had already gotten rather close. His retreat was stopped when Harry's back bumped into someone. In a move that left him slightly dizzy, Harry had turned around so he was facing both males, one arm half raised to protect himself from any incoming attacks. Mentally Harry swore for getting distracted like that. Especially when he knew what kind of danger the archway presented. At the current moment Harry was split between fight or flight. Both the two wizards standing close to him didn't leave him enough space to do either. It was almost as if they knew what was going on in his mind. Lowering his arm, Harry looked over to the one he knew would be able to get his wish fulfilled the fastest. "Get me out of here." Normally Harry would have scolded himself for showing such a sign of weakness, especially around so many people he neither knew nor trusted. Instead Harry looked into Red Eyes, hoping that the man would understand the need he felt to get away from this place. He couldn't lower his occlumency shields since they were not something Harry had put up on his own. Harry was aware that they were starting to draw attention as they stood there in the middle of the room, none of them moving. Luckily the reporters were too far away to hear anything of what was being said, not that they would be able to understand Parseltongue anyway. But they were probably being watched like hawks now where the doors to the outside had been opened. Voldemort glanced over Harry's shoulder, but whatever communication that went on between the two older males, it was non-verbal. "You will stay with Nagini until I return." After receiving a nod, Voldemort tapped his wand against Harry's bracelet and the seer got the feeling that his atoms were being picked apart. He landed hard on his bum and cursed as he swept to his feet. His eyes darted around in a moment of wildness before Harry relaxed, recognizing the room he had been sent to. Little seer, you're back. Scowling at the nickname, Harry did nothing to prevent Nagini from circling around him, nearly making his knee buckle when she dumped her head on his shoulder without warning. Would you stop calling me that? All he got for his outburst was a hissing which Harry assumed counted as snickering and a tongue flickering over his ear shell that made him shudder. You are fun. I see why Voldemort wants to keep you. Harry glanced down at the snake, not bothering with arguing with her. Somehow he had a feeling that it wasn't the deal he had stuck with Voldemort she was speaking about. But then again, who was he to attempt to understand the mind of a snake? Any attempt would only worsen his lingering headache, something which Harry held no wish for to happen. It wasn't like Voldemort could keep him over the time they had agreed on. Shaking his head to get rid of the confusion, Harry pushed the snake's head away from his shoulder, being much gentler than he felt like. So, Nagini, what do you say about coming with me? He kept his eyes on Nagini as he spoke, feeling like he was about to explode if he stayed inside those four walls. After all, it wasn't like he had been forbidding from walking around Hogwarts, it was his home after all. And as long as he did not leave the wards, he would not need the guards which Voldemort had mentioned a few times already. And he doubted very much that anyone would dare to do him anything as long as he had Nagini with him. The Dark Lord's familiar was feared, which was not surprising since she was known for her deathly poison and liking for human flesh. Why was it that Voldemort had thought it was smart to order Harry to stay with the snake? If Nagini should decide to attack him for some reason or another, it was not like Harry had any means to defend himself against the big snake. If he wasn't a Parselmouth, Harry would have been a lot more wary around the big snake. As it was, he knew that there were certain spots he could scratch and she would be like melted butter between his hands. What are you waiting for? Nagini asked, already at the door which had opened when she had neared it. Smiling, Harry followed her, letting out a breath of relief when the door didn't close right in his face when he attempted to leave. It seemed like whatever spell Voldemort had used to ensure that the room was locked had stopped working. Or perhaps it was because he was accompanying Nagini. The doors were probably charmed to open for the snake whenever she wanted to come or leave. Harry wondered if it included all the doors in the castle. He supposed that there was only one way to find out. Leaving Voldemort's quarters, Harry wandered without a particular destination in mind. He knew that he was supposed to be resting, but there were too many thoughts running through his mind for him to find any rest. With his hands burrowed deep in his robe's pockets, Harry thought back to what had happened. It had been a while since he had last seen that vision. And to think that he had seen that part the same day as he finally found the veil. After first realizing what the archway meant, Harry had been looking forward to the day where he would find it. It had helped keeping him sane while the Order's members dosed him with potion after potion to force forth more visions. It had been his candle light in the dark night. The knowledge that at some point all the suffering he went through would reach an end someday. All he had to do was to wait for the right time to come. Leaving Voldemort's quarters accompanied by Nagini proved to be a far better idea than Harry had originally believed. Several times he had seen Severus stalk through the corridors, making the students jump out of the way in fear of being the victim of the man's wrath. Seeing as the same happened now where he had Nagini with him, he somewhat understood why Severus felt the need to stalk through the castle whenever his mood turned sour. Shaking his head, Harry banished thoughts of Severus from his mind. His guardian was due to come back at any time. If not because the giants lived in a remote territory where no form of magical travel worked, Severus would probably have returned already. It was not like Severus hadn't been gone for longer periods of time before, and Harry would have heard it if something had happened to the man. But as always, when Severus was absent and Harry had nothing to distract himself with, he could not help but feel worried for the man. Since they were close to lunch, Harry found that an annoying high number of students were out on the corridors, leaving him unable to find the piece he needed. Automatically, Harry's feet led him towards the dungeons where he knew that he would get what he carved. The lower levels of Hogwarts belonged to the Slytherins and were commonly known as Severus hunting grounds. Occasionally an idiotic Gryffindor would venture into the snake's den to prove their bravery. Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs generally kept their distance to the darker corridors unless it was for the lessons or because they had friends or family members in the House of the Snakes. Unlike Harry, Nagini actually seemed to enjoy the attention they both received. The snake made a big show out of lashing out after someone, only to let her mouth close with a snap a mere inch from someone's leg. It was amusing and somewhat disturbing to see her play like that, but Harry trusted Nagini to not go too far in her game. And since it kept others at a distance, he saw no reason to stop her fun. It was when he reached the dungeon that Harry was faced with a hindrance. A group of students, a mix of Ravenclaws and Slytherins if the colors on their robes were anything to go by, were blocking the corridor. Since they were standing with their backs to him, none of them had noticed the pair's arrival. Whatever they were doing, they were far enough from the Great Hall that no one would notice them. And a spell had been cast to ensure that no sounds traveled to Harry, leaving him unable to guess what was going on. Already resigned to have to take another route since he didn't want to take part in whatever was going on, Harry started turning around. While he had thought that his presence went unnoticed, Harry caught sight of slightly wet brown eyes over one of the wizard's shoulders. There was a fire in those eyes, and as he took a step towards the group, Harry cursed himself for not being able to simply walk away from the scene. 5 strides brought Harry closer to the group, and through whatever magic that had been used to keep any sound from alerting bypassers of what was going on. "Not so high and mighty are you now, mudblood." The insult was spit out as if Zacharias Smith, the seemingly only Hufflepuff in the group, had something rotten in his mouth. Tarantella. The witch drove to the side and bumped against the wall, leaving her unable to move further unless she wanted to bring herself closer to her attackers. "It is against the rules for students to use magic out of the classroom," the witch said, sounding like she was citing something from a book. "Shut it, mudblood. If you go to the professors, who do you think that they will believe? Us, or someone who thinks she is something because she happens to be able to read a book?" Someone spoke. No, but they might believe him. Harry felt like a deer caught in the headlight. While the wand stayed trailed on the witch in case that she was trying to trick them, Harry found most of them looking at him, probably wondering where he had popped up from. Though he was uncomfortable with the hostile attention, Harry decided that there was no retreat. Not after he had been outed like that. But it helped shrinking his want to help the witch considerably. "You are blocking the hallway," he said, hoping that it would be a good enough explanation to what he was doing there. Recognition lit in the Slytherins' eyes, and they had lowered their wands seeing him. Seeing how many times Harry had already been in their common room with Draco, it was no surprise that they would be able to remember him upon sight. Hopefully it meant that he wouldn't have to deal with troubles from that part of the group. As Smith broke off from the group with a step in his direction, Harry knew that luck was not on his side today. "Don't tell that you are a mudblood lover." The question made Harry's eyes flicker over to the witch. He wanted to get back on her for dragging him into this mess, even though he had planned on helping her. But that would have to wait until he was done here. With a signal with his hand, Harry hoped that Nagini understood that she was to stay in the background as Smith stepped up in front of him. They were of similar height, so Harry didn't have to crane his neck back to look at the Hufflepuff. But Smith was broader than him, though it seemed to be more fat rather than muscles. Not wanting to give him a reason to attack, Harry kept his hands open by his sides, his palms facing the others so they could see that he was empty-handed. "Honestly, no, but I care even less about bullies, and to me it seems like that is all you are," Harry drawled in his best initiation of Draco. Though he hadn't been looking for troubles, it didn't mean that he wanted to appear like an easy prey to those people. Harry stood unmoving as Smith's gaze wandered over him, giving the other time to make a judgment of him. "You are not a student." Raising an eyebrow, Harry wondered how he was meant to react to that statement. Brilliant deduction, Sherlock. Other than the slight widening of eyes of the witch who was the reason to why he was in this mess the first time, no one seemed to get the reference. "The name is Harry Potter." Out of the corner of his eye, Harry caught sight of some with green ties slowly sneaking off. He paid them no more attention, as what he had decided was currently the biggest threat was right in front of him.
The squib. He scowled at Smith's tone. With just 2 words, Smith had made it clear what he thought of Harry. "Actually, it's Lord Potter to you, but I understand if it's too complicated for you. After all, Smith is not exactly a pureblood name, At least not an old one. While speaking, Harry wondered what was wrong with him. While he had planned to intervene, he hadn't meant to direct the bully's anger towards him. When the attack came, Harry was not prepared. He had known that this one wouldn't need much of a push to react. But when Smith attacked him physically instead of using his wand, Harry guessed that his remark about not being a pureblood had hit closer home than he had thought that it would. The right hook hit him straight in the jaw, forcing Harry's head to the side and sent him stumbling a few steps backwards. Quickly Harry straightened and glared at Smith. "Is that really all you can do? I guess that all that wand waving must have made you lax." There was no pain, not yet. But Harry knew that it would come once his adrenaline level had gotten down to a more normal level. When Smith went for him again, Harry leaned backwards, enough so the fist hit empty air instead of him. Before the appendage could retreat, Harry grabbed him around the wrist and pulled him downwards, managing to yank him out of balance. With his weight and with the help of surprise, Harry sent the both of them to the floor with a thud. They rolled around on the ground, wrestling while trying to gain the upper hand. One of Smith's wild swings hit Harry nearly at the same spot the wizard had previously hurt. With that move, Harry managed to free his left arm and hit him in the middle of the face, breaking Smith's nose if the sound was anything to go by. The air was knocked out of Harry's lungs when he ended under Smith, a knee digging into his chest and stopping him from getting his breath back. "You are pathetic. Honestly, why people believe any shit from you, I don't know. Or perhaps it is just an excuse that is used to keep you around. My uncle told me that there is only one use for squibs. Is that how you got Snape to keep you for so long? And now where he has grown tired of you, you have decided to find a new bed to warm?" Cold fury filled Harry at Smith's words. Bucking up, Harry didn't manage to dislodge Smith from his body. Lifting his legs and wrapping them around Smith, Harry would have laughed if not because his thigh had started to protest. Instead, he forced his legs back in a horizontal position, throwing Smith off of him. Quickly Harry following, landing on top of Smith in a crouched position. His hands hit wherever they could reach, doing their best to do as much damage to Smith as possible. Smith had gotten a rather dazed look in his eyes by the time Harry was pulled away from him. Trashing in the hold Nagini had him in, Harry scowled at Smith, who was being helped back on his feet by two of his peers. The rest had shambled away, probably scared off by Nagini, which explained why no one had intervened with the fight. "Get back here and let me finish you. You'll regret what you said. By the time I'm done you'll have a face that not even your own mother can love," he yelled. Try as he might, Harry could not get free and he had to watch as they hurried off, encouraged by Nagini's hissed threats which mixed with Harry's own. As they turned around a corner and went out of view, Harry slumped together in Nagini's hold, feeling his anger slowly seep out of him. Being a Parseltongue is a Slytherin family trait. The books about how purebloods are related to each other never showed any marriage between a descendant of Slytherin and someone from the Potter family. And since your mother was a Muggleborn, it cannot possibly have come from her. Snapping back to attention at the comment, Harry realized that they were not as alone as he first had thought. "What are you doing here?" Harry snapped, not really interested in what she might answer but simply wanting to be alone so he would be able to think. Harry got on his feet with Nagini still wrapped around him, though a great part of the snake was still on the floor. He had seen Voldemort carry Nagini around like this, so it should be possible for him to have her draped over him. The first few steps were more of a stumble than an actually walk. But after rearranging the way Nagini hung over him, Harry found it much easier to move around without risking falling. Seeing that there was nothing more for him to do, Harry continued in his originally intended direction. But it seemed like the witch was having other plans. She had reached out for him, probably to stop him from walking around her, when Nagini's mouth closed so close to her hand that Harry actually thought that she had been bitten. Seeing the wand having appeared in her hand, Harry glowered at the girl. "You're really stupid if you do anything to her. Nagini is Voldemort's familiar, and if anything is done to her, he'll want retribution." The impact of his words made her pale as she moved her hand out of reach, but a determined fire had entered her brown eyes. It is proper protocol to label people by their title when speaking about them, especially when they are above one's own standing. "And you have to let me escort you to the hospital wing so someone can look at you. You broke several rules by fighting with a student, even if it was without a wand." Harry, who had started walking away in the middle of her rant, didn't bother to hide his annoyance as she followed after him. You risk losing house points, getting detentions, and if you keep getting into fights you will end getting expelled from Hogwarts. The vision he'd had, seeing the Veil in real life, getting in a fight he hadn't wanted to, and the throbbing of his leg made Harry turn around to meet her with a glare. Would you bloody hell just shut up for one moment? When she opened her mouth Harry hissed at her, before carrying on, knowing if he let her get started again, he wouldn't be able to stop her. It was you and your big mouth that got me into that mess in the first place. They wouldn't have noticed me if you hadn't ratted me out like that. It is no wonder that people pick on you when you act like a bloody know-it-all. I'm not a student, so they can't give me detention, take points or expel me. I saved your hide, but do I get as much as a thank you, or a are you okay? No, so better not count on my help the next time you are in trouble. Now, stop following, as, unlike someone else, I actually have better things to do than waste my time on you. Should I bite her, little seer? Nagini's question broke Harry off much sooner than he had wanted to. The witch had tears in her eyes, but Harry opted for focusing on Nagini. Not this time, besides I doubt that she would taste any good. But I'll take you somewhere I know it will be peaceful. To the witch he said. If you follow, I might just let Nagini have a bite. She is complaining about feeling hungry. Not bothering to wait for a reaction, Harry stalked his way down the corridor, not wanting to do or say something which could have consequences for him later on. If the witch knew what was best for her, she would take his advice and leave them alone. By the time Harry reached the laboratory, both his thigh and jaw were throbbing with pain. He didn't need to look in a mirror to know that he was a mess, as Nagini had already been so kind to inform him of this. His braid was messed up, and Harry was still honestly surprised that Smith hadn't attempted to use the long hair to his advantage during the fight. His mood was worsened by the fact that the witch hadn't left him. Instead, she had moved on to other subjects she apparently believed that he needed to be lectured about. If you think I'm rude, then what about yourself? You haven't thanked us, though if it wasn't for me and Nagini you would probably be in the hospital wing right now. And I still don't know your name. Not that he cared about it, but perhaps it would help to shut her up and get a hint. I am Hermione Granger, 7th year Gryffindor, and it is proper grammar to say Nagini and I. If more was said, Harry heard nothing of it as he slammed the door close, after ensuring that Nagini wouldn't be caught in it. Thanks to the charms on the door, Harry was engulfed in a blessed silence. At least until Nagini decided to break it. What a rude hatchling. I should bite her just to teach her a lesson. Then she wouldn't think about bothering me again. But she wouldn't taste good, too much hair. The last part was added after a short hesitation, almost like an afterthought. Scratching Nagini on top of the head, Harry didn't bother to comment. In his opinion it tasted disgustingly whenever he had bit someone, but then again, Nagini was used to eat raw meat. Instead he went for a cabinet in the corner of the room. It sprang open on its own when he neared it, revealing different kind of potions stocked up inside it. Finding a pain reliever, Harry uncorked it and drowned it in one go. Gagging at the aftertaste in his mouth, he placed the empty vial aside, scowling when his eyes landed on an empty part of the cabin's shelves. Figure that we would be out of bruise salve when I need it, he mumbled while absently rubbing his jaw. Though the potion had already started helping with the pain, Harry wanted the physical evidences gone. He already knew that none of the purebloods would breathe a word about what happened. Smith would be too ashamed of having been beaten by a squib and make sure that the others kept quiet. Nagini could probably be silenced with the promise of fresh rabbits. Harry would deal with the problem of getting those on a later time. It was the Muggleborn, Granger, who could prove to be a problem. After all, she had every reason to go rattle to a prefect or a professor about what had happened. But whether she would do so or not was the real question. If she did, Harry was not sure what would happen, but he knew that one version or another of what had happened would reach Voldemort's ears. But all that would matter nothing if he could not find something to do about the bruise he knew was already there. Nagini had already unwrapped herself from Harry to explore the room. Harry let her, knowing that this gave him peace to work. If you want to sleep, there is a warm spot between the two closets over there. After that none of them spoke for a long while, keeping themselves occupied with their own thing. Tilting the cauldron, Harry watched as the mixture slowly dripped down in its container. This work had to be done while the potion was still smoking hot. Once it started to cool down it would stiffen and could be applied as a cream. By then it would be impossible to transfer it from one container to another without wasting a big deal of it. Once the last drop was in its container, Harry lifted the heavy cauldron back to its place and placed the container on line with the 4 others he had already filled. None of them were closed since air was needed for them to harden correctly. Harry eyed the already half-stiff cream. He was well aware of the fact that he was in a hurry. But applying the cream before it was ready to be used would only give him half the result he wished for.
Glancing at Nagini, Harry was satisfied to see that she was sleeping instead of getting into troubles. Other than a few comments from her, Harry had hardly noticed her presence. But he frowned when he realized that she was not lying at one of the few warm spots Harry had pointed out to her. Severus had made sure that some spots in the laboratory were warmer than the rest of the room, as long as the warmth didn't intervene with anything they were brewing.
Since snakes were cold-blooded, she needed other sources to get warmth from, and yet Nagini looked like she couldn't get more comfortable than she currently was. Almost as if someone had read his thoughts, a wand dug into the joint point between his shoulder and neck, warning him against moving. "Are you completely incapable of following any orders given to you?" Harry tilted his head slightly in submission, knowing that now was not the best time for him to act cocky. "Actually, you said that I should stay with Nagini, which I did." A hand seized his arm and Harry found himself turned around so he was facing Voldemort. At the same time he tilted his head in another winkle, hoping that the shadows would be able to hide the bruises. He hadn't bothered to light the room more than necessary, knowing that something like this could happen. Hopefully Voldemort would see the move as shame. Harry winced when fingers closed around his chin, almost as if Voldemort had known that the bruise was there and was letting Harry know that he knew. The pain reliever must have worn off while he had been brewing. Harry hadn't dared to take a stronger one, knowing that it would affect his work. Severus would have a fit if he had known that Harry had brewed while being under the influence of a pain reliever, no matter how weak that one had been. His head was guided into a winkle where Harry knew that no shadows would be able to hide the result of the fight from Voldemort. Harry watched how Voldemort's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, the only sign of the anger the man seemed to feel. What happened? Harry, who had to stand on the tip of his toes because of the way his head was being held, returned Voldemort's glare with one of his own. "He looked worse than me once we were done." No matter how angry and disgusted Harry might be with Smith, he wasn't about to hand him over to Voldemort. Or perhaps he would, but at the moment Harry didn't feel like finding a silver plate to serve the head on. He struggled to contain a flinch when Voldemort ran a finger around what Harry figured was the bruise's shape. The touch was gentle and leaked no hint of what was going on inside Voldemort's head. "Sit down." Harry found himself pushed down on one of the few chairs which were in the laboratory. Without further words Voldemort went to the working desk, looking the salves over.
It didn't take a genius to figure out how Voldemort had tracked him down. After all, he was still wearing the bracelet around his wrist. But since Voldemort had not shown up in the middle of the fight, Harry hoped that he had not known about it. But chances were bigger that Voldemort had merely been in the middle of something which he had been unable to leave at that time. Harry felt strangely warm when Voldemort returned with the container Harry had finished filling first. Scoping up a generous amount, Voldemort spread the cream over the bruise. Harry grimaced at the sour odor. Unless there was a specific reason to it, Severus refused to attempt changing either the smell or the taste of his work, which meant that neither did Harry. Too often it had a negative effect on the finished product, or it was just plain impossible. As his whole chin started to feel pleasantly numb, Harry found that he really couldn't care less. Half of the contents was used before Voldemort placed the container back with the others. During the whole process there hadn't been an exchange of words, but Harry knew that it would not last. "What was your vision about?" Voldemort asked, surprising Harry when the seer knew that he was not supposed to. Calmly he gave the same version that he had given to Lucius, not wanting to reveal more than absolutely necessary to Voldemort, but it should be enough to satisfy the man. "I just had to get out of there. I couldn't be close to that thing after seeing how it feels to be pulled through it," Harry said, hoping that Voldemort would simply accept the answer. "How much did you see after he passed through, missed, and then the vision ended?" Technically he hadn't lied. After all, it wasn't his fault that Voldemort decided that it was from Sirius' point of view that he had seen the vision. He saw no reason to correct the man. It wasn't a lie, but neither was it the whole truth. Harry waited with bated breath until Voldemort seemed to accept his words with a small nod.
But Harry did not get to celebrate his small victory for long as Voldemort carried on to the next subject. And what caused this damage? I don't see how it is important. Harry hissed softly as something cold wrapped around his person and tightened in warning. It took him a few seconds to realize that what he felt was Voldemort's magic. All the while Voldemort kept his face free of any emotions. Do not mistake, little seer. Until January the 16th, you are in my service, which means that you belong to me. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on you is indirectly doing it to me as well. So spare me from your Gryffindorness and tell me who is responsible for this. Harry attempted to get up from the chair, only to be pushed straight back into it. The hand stayed sprawled out on his chest, stopping him from doing any further attempts. No one owns me, Voldemort. And if you think you do, then you are just as bad as Dumbledore. When dark clouds assembled in Voldemort's eyes, Harry knew that he had gone too far. Awaiting a response from Voldemort, it being physical or with a curse, Harry sat tense, barely daring to breathe. Key. And make up. I want to sleep, and as long as you two are yelling like this, I can't, hissed Nagini, looking pointedly at the duo before she laid her head back on the floor and closed her eyes. Harry stared at Nagini in small wonder, seeing that the snake had already gone back to sleep. She had said her piece, and apparently she expected that it would settle it. When Harry turned back to argue further with Voldemort, Harry found the other's face unnaturally close to his own. What are you doing? Harry refused to call it a squeak. His voice just hadn't finished going in transition. That was all there was to it. He leaned back in the chair, but Voldemort followed, and Harry found himself being more trapped than he had been before. Stop it, haven't you ever heard of personal space? He finally snapped, deciding to push Voldemort away by placing a hand on Voldemort's shoulder. Suddenly Harry found both hands pinned in his lap by the one that was not on his chest. When he attempted to tug them free, they didn't budge. The other hand had reached up and was cupping Harry's face, almost lovingly. Without words, Harry jerked his face free, and leaned fully back against the chair's back. Then Voldemort's hand gripped Harry's jaw, holding it in place. Don't be so difficult, you have already proved that you enjoy this. A finger brushed over Harry's bottom lip, making the boy shiver and whine in the back of his throat. Voldemort was leaning down over him, filling out Harry's view. Then suddenly Harry found a hand in his braid, holding him in place as a warm mouth descended, ing and teasing Harry tightly clamped lips, trying to make him relax. Harry managed to shake his head, feeling a few strands loose, but it was not enough to dislocate Voldemort from him. Voldemort's mouth moved down his neck, finding a sensitive spot, and Harry was unable to suppress a shiver. When Voldemort's tongue flickered over the spot in the same manner a cat would lick milk, Harry had to admit that it felt amazing. His breath started to speed, and on his body's own accord Harry found himself arching his neck to the mouth, attacking it. When Voldemort bit down on the same spot he had left a mark last time, Harry's eyes closed and he bit back a mo. And as he felt himself hardening slightly in his pants. Distantly Harry was aware that his hands were no longer pinned down, and yet he didn't seem to be able to move them, or perhaps it was simply because he lacked the desire. Something pressed against his cock, and the pleasure made it unable for him to not respond to the lips on his ing the older male back. Voldemort hummed pleased against his mouth, and a tongue darted out, trying to gain entrance. Harry clamped his lips together, refusing it. Feeling a hand run over his cock, though through his pants, Harry gasped, unwilling giving Voldemort's tongue permission to penetrate his mouth. Clenching his eyes closed, Harry whimpered into the key, trying to squirm away. Voldemort was having none of that, placing one hand in Harry's hair while the other continued rubbing over his cock. Harry found himself moving against the hand on his groin, feeling like his nerves were on fire. He gave into the key, stopping fighting against the tongue still inside his mouth. When Voldemort broke off the key and drew back, he paused to admire the result of his work. Harry's lips were swollen and bloodied after the key. The braid was mostly undone, and the slightly dazed look in the half-lit eyes left Voldemort with no doubt what level of a key he was. The mark he had left only yesterday was still visible above the collar of Harry's robe. It stood out against Harry's pale skin, leaving no doubt with anyone who saw this that he had been claimed. The seer whimpered slightly, as a shudder ran through his body. A damp mark had formed on the front of his robes when Harry became undone. Now he sat slumped in the chair, no longer attempting to get out of it, and almost looked like he was about to fall asleep where he was. When the red eyes focused on the bruise, still visible under the thick layer of cream he'd smeared out on the check, they darkened. "Bottle up your work, unless you want them to get spoiled. Then follow Nagini back to my quarters." The seer nodded, though Voldemort was not certain if his words had been registered or if Harry was simply reacting at the sound of his voice. No matter what, Voldemort knew that Nagini would not mess up this job. Afterwards he would have a talk with his snake about why one was not supposed to take seers out for a walk. "You don't have to tell me who did this to you. There are plenty of other methods for me to use, and don't worry, no matter what, I will find the one responsible for this." With that, Voldemort turned and left, intending to locate the nearest portrait and then work his way from there until he had the answer he wanted. It seemed like people did not understand that they would not touch what was his. That was fine. Voldemort intended to remind them until the message was forever imprinted on the backside of their eyeballs. After Voldemort had left, Harry went on with his task. The seer grimaced at the sticky feeling in his trousers, wishing that Voldemort had used magic to at least vanish the proof of what had happened before the man had simply left. The containers were closed and put on the correct shelf, ready for the next time that someone would need them. Leaving the laboratory and closing the door behind him, Harry walked the way back to Voldemort's quarters. Every move he made was automatic, and Harry was only dimly aware that Nagini was following him, probably concerned about his sudden silence. Still, Harry had had sense enough to wrap the invisibility cloak around him before he had departed from the laboratory. He didn't want to think about what kind of rumors it would have started if someone noticed the splotch on the front of his pants. Smith's accusations rung in his ears, like a broken record that could only play the same few sentences and again. He knew that the accusations, or at least part of them, were false. Severus had never used him in the way Smith had more than hinted at. Harry was pretty sure that Severus still viewed him as the kid the potion's master had stumbled over that night so many years ago. Harry could not even start imagining his caretaker in another way than he already did. Severus was the closest thing to a father he had, and Harry had no plans to change that. While he and Severus had a parental relationship, the same couldn't be said about whatever was going on between him and Voldemort. Harry wasn't sure what was going on between them, if there was anything at all. After all, Voldemort was a confusing person. For the man, this could just be a game, and Harry wasn't willing to let himself getting burnt because he allowed himself to believe something else. When he'd first made the deal with Voldemort, Harry had thought that his life would carry on like normal, only with a few more people knowing about his strange ability. He'd certainly not expected Voldemort to take such an interest in him and to start ing him out of the blue. Harry's fingers brushed over his lips and a blush colored his face, thankfully unseen by the few students he passed on their way. Those few times Harry had entertained the thought of ing someone, he'd always conjured the image of him ing some faceless girl. It had always felt so awkward that Harry had ended with writing himself off as Ace.Ul. But evidences now proved that he might have been focusing on the wrong gender. Mulling over this, Harry felt split about what he was supposed to feel about this whole thing. Since his feelings were such a mess, Harry decided to try and look at things from a more logical side, something that Severus had often urged him to do. He needed to know why Voldemort had ed him. Had it been something akin to a fluke, or had there been a reason behind it? From the Daily Prophet and general gossip he had happened to stumble upon, Harry knew that Voldemort had had his fair share of lovers, though they didn't seem to become more than that. In a society where most purebloods were betrothed from birth, it said a lot about the man that he'd not yet entered a marriage contract despite his numerous affairs. So either Voldemort bribed those he allowed to share his bed with, or no one had anything to complain about, and those numerous rumors circulating were simply started by people who had nothing better to do with their lives. A feeling told Harry that it was a combination of those two. So it wasn't like Voldemort lacked of people who were willing to let him shag them. Most would probably feel honored to have the Dark Lord to take an interest in them. Either that or they would be scared to death. Harry was neither. Other than when Draco had been harmed, Harry had not felt fear, and at that time it had been for his friend and had mostly been outweighed by anger, so Harry supposed that it didn't really count. And his life had been much simpler before Voldemort became aware of his existence, so Harry didn't feel gratitude. Realizing that this was doing nothing to help him, Harry groaned, making a nearby portrait jump in surprise, and yell at whoever was there to reveal themselves. Harry didn't pay the old wizard any attention. All he seemed to get out of all this thinking was a headache and the urge to bang his head into a wall until he could somehow convince himself that this was all just a dream. He needed to know about Voldemort. It was just like when Severus decided to let him work on a new potion. There was research that needed to be done before he could start on the actual work. Unfortunately, Harry doubted that the library would have a book with the information that he needed. So he would do this the old way. Watch Voldemort until he had what he wanted. Considering that the man seemed to want to keep him close anyway, Harry guessed that his mission would be easier than he could have feared. In time, Harry was sure that his questions would be answered. But first, he needed a bath and a change of clothes. His brain still refused to cooperate with the fact that Voldemort had managed to get him off while they had key. Ed. Someone was already there when Harry and Nagini arrived. The seer wanted to stop and back out, but Nagini used her tail to force him forward, making him stumble and then stop to make sure that the cloak was still covering him perfectly. He stared at the person sitting on a small sofa near the window that gave a good view over the Forbidden Forest. Narcissa Malfoy was paying the view no attention. The moment the door opened, she had looked at them, though Harry was sure that he was not visible, thanks to the cloak he was currently wearing. To his surprise, the witch actually bowed her head to Nagini, showing respect to the Dark Lord's familiar. The snake flickered her tongue in the direction of the witch but otherwise ignored her as she slithered to the door Harry knew led to Voldemort's room. Since the door had already closed behind him and Harry had no wish about letting Draco's mother see him in his current state, Harry obediently followed Nagini into the bedroom. Once out of view from Lady Malfoy, Harry let his cloak drop. Folding it, he took it under his arm, looking around the room. The clothes he was currently wearing had been provided by house elves. At least that was what Harry assumed. It had been there this morning when he awoke, needing to be dressed. But all his other clothes were still back in his room. This way, little seer. Harry saw Nagini disappear through a door by the side of the big bed, which he was sure had not been there this morning. Seeing as he would need Nagini's help if he should sneak out of here without the witch outside noticing it, Harry followed after the snake, wondering where he was being led to. Just inside the room, Harry stopped, his green eyes widening slightly. The room was done in cream colors with dark wood panels and floor. It wasn't a too big room. At the end was a large window that was framed by dark and heavy curtains that reached the floor. A wooden desk was placed in front of the window, letting the chair's back face the rest of the room. On the top of the desk were parchment and quills, ready for use in case one would want to do so. Books of different kinds, mostly potions, and luckily none of those schoolbooks he had seen the students here browse through. In the far corner of the room the bed stood. It was a comfortable double bed. Harry knew that if he laid there he wouldn't feel like there was too much space around him, such as it had felt the few moments he had lain in Voldemort's bed alone. In the opposite corner to the bed, a worn armchair stood. It was big enough to curl up in and with a quilt thrown over its back. Otherwise the room was quite bare, missing any proofs that someone was living in there. Besides, who would Voldemort possibly allow to share his living space with? Other than him, Harry realized. But he pushed the thought aside as soon as it had appeared. He would return to his own room as soon as Severus was back, if not sooner. There was no reason to look into this. It was probably only because Voldemort wanted to have his bed back again. Despite how comfortable the couch had looked, Harry doubted that anyone would want to sleep there for long amounts of time. Harry wandered over to a cabinet, opening it. His head tilted slightly to the side as he saw every piece of clothes he which knew were his own being in there, ready to be taken out and used. The thought of someone having been in his room and rummaging through his belongings made the seer's temper rise, but he quickly stomped it down for now. At least it meant that he wouldn't have to wear the soiled clothes any longer. After making sure that Nagini was not peeking, though the snake didn't saw the sense in it, Harry changed into new clothes, dropping the used robes and trousers in a laundry basket from where it disappeared right away. Sometimes he simply loved magic. Returning to the sitting room, with his invisible cloak pocketed in case he would need it, Harry found that the witch had not moved from the couch. She looked up when the door to Voldemort's room opened, and Harry was sure that he saw surprise on her face before the emotion was gone, too fast for him to actually be sure about what he had seen. Swiftly Harry bowed to the woman, silently wondering what she was doing here. After what had happened to Draco, she wasn't exactly a person he had expected to see anytime soon. Lady Malfoy, to what do I owe the honor? Lord Potter, please call me Narcissa. After all, you are a friend of my son. The smile directed at him surprised Harry. After yesterday's happenings, he hadn't expected the woman to treat him with any warmth. Warily Harry nodded before sitting down in a love chair, not taking his eyes off the witch the whole time. Harry then. Is Draco okay? Perhaps it hadn't been the best idea to ask Draco's mother such a question when Harry knew that it had been his fault that the blonde had been hurt in the first place. At the same time, he knew that because of her medical knowledge she would be one of the best to tell him how Draco was doing. After all, Voldemort had showed no sign of allowing Harry to get close to Draco again, and he wanted to know how bad his friend was off. But her smile stayed in place despite his rather blunt question. Draco is already back in his classes, though I would have liked him to stay in bed for a few more days. Wincing Harry shifted uncomfortably. The cruciatus was painful no matter what. But he imagined that one from Voldemort must have been especially bad. Of course, that is the mother in me. Professionally speaking, I know that my son is fine, thanks to a good night's rest and potions from Severus' personal supply, she said, lifting a teacup to her lips and taking a sip. Again Harry merely nodded. He knew that Severus' potions were infallible. Having brewed for the man for years, he knew that Severus accepted nothing but the best to be used by other people. To know that Draco was physically unaffected of what had happened yesterday was a relief to hear. It felt like a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. But the next time he saw Draco, Harry would make sure to apologize for what had happened. When Narcissa Malfoy's eyes looked directly at him, Harry felt like a deer caught in the headlight. Now, young man, I do believe that you were ordered bed rest. When the Dark Lord said that you would be accompanying him today, I believed that he would know better than to let you run around without a thought of that it might undo the work I did. Through the witch's berating, Harry was thankful that she knew nothing about the fight he had been involved in. He liked living, thank you very much. Now, take your clothes off and lay down. Blinking, Harry realized that he should have paid more attention to what was going on. Already Narcissa had stood, her wand in hand and looking at him. Harry fought down the urge to blush. He knew she was speaking to him as a Medawitch, but he would have preferred it if she had said it in another way. Do I have to? The witch raised her eyebrow together with her wand. Before Harry could even think of reacting, he found himself dressed in only his briefs. His face red of embarrassment, Harry's hands covered his front while he glared at the woman whom seemed completely unfazed by his sudden state of undress. Considering that she had already treated him once, it was understandable. His glare changed to a more uncomfortable look when he noticed the way she was eyeing the scars decorating his body. She was doing it discreetly, but Harry just knew that she was wondering what kind of story was behind them. But no matter how much he looked, there was no pity to spot in her eyes, much to Harry's own relief. Many of the scars had faded a great deal over the years, but he guessed that they were still visible to the trained eye or those who knew that the scars were there. Wanting to get over with this so he would be able to get his clothes back on, Harry laid down on the sofa Narcissa had abandoned. It was long enough for him to lay outstretched without brushing against the armrests. Turning his head slightly, Harry looked at Narcissa, waiting for her to get started on her work. The witch's face was bared of emotions as her wand traveled over his leg, vanishing the bandage around his thigh. Harry kept still when she leaned close, inspecting the already healed wound closely. It seems to have healed nicely, she admitted after long minutes of silence, almost unwilling. But you need to be more careful. Despite being healed, the tissue is still new and too much running around can put you back. Harry nodded, happy when the woman stepped away from him and giving him a little breathing space. Now tell me why you have gotten bruise balsam on your cheek and why there is blood on your knuckles. Harry's eyes darted to the roof, asking the gods to give him luck. Not long after his departure, Voldemort found himself standing in front of the closed door leading to the hospital wing. By now he had his anger under tight reins. It was waiting to be unlashed once he found the one who had dared to lay a hand on what was his. The portraits had been of great help to get him this far. Perhaps they had sensed that their continual existence depended on how much of his time he'd have to waste on them. Thus the whole process had run a lot smoother than Voldemort first had appreciated, and he now had a list of people who had most likely been involved in the whole ordeal. Without further delay, Voldemort made the door open with a swipe with his hand. It was done far gentler than he had originally intended. But if someone was being treated in there, it could have grave consequences if he startled anyone. The hospital wing was rather crowded, though only one bed was occupied. The rest of the students seemed to be crowding around one bed where a male Hufflepuff student lay, propped up against a few white pillows. Whatever he had been suffering from had already been taken care of, seeing as the healer was no longer in the room. Voldemort remained near the door, simply looking at the young people. They were discussing among themselves, apparently disagreeing about something by the looks of it. Someone must have had sense enough to cast a silencing charm, since not a single word of their conversation carried over to him. It only helped to convince Voldemort that he had located the correct people. Long moments passed before Voldemort's presence was noticed. The silencing charm was taken down immediately, and a hush fell over the group as they all stared at him. These children had grown up in the wizarding world and had gotten stories about him in from their infancies. Ever so slowly Voldemort let his gaze wander over them, staring them into silent submission, though it wasn't necessary. Not one of them dared to meet his gaze for more than a few seconds. "You lot are students of Hogwarts, the future of our world," he spoke slowly, adding a slight hiss to his words for effect. It helped, making sure that he had their full attention. "And yet, looking at you, I cannot help but feel disappointed in what years of grooming and careful education has to offer the world we live in." Satisfied, he waited as they tensed, one after one, realizing that it was not by chance that he was there. Maybe they feared what he would do if one of them dared to speak up, since none of them had attempted to interrupt him. He stepped forward until he was in the middle of the room, staring down at them along his nose. They were like rabbits facing a predator. None of them dared to breathe too loud in case that it would bring his attention to them. "I am sure," he started, as if not affected by the heavy silence in the room, "that you have all heard by now that a seer has been discovered. That person is under my protection, and anything that happens to him is seen as an offense against my person." How he enjoyed to watch them squirm under his gaze. The last time he'd allowed himself to have a little fun, it had ended in the Dursley couple's death, which reminded him that there were still two from that line he needed to take care of in the near future. Imagine my surprise when I saw him not even 15 minutes ago, bruised and with blood that was not his own on his hands. Understanding seemed to draw for his listeners. Hogwarts housed over hundreds of students, and yet physical fighting was something that rarely happened. People favored their wands instead of jumping each other like barbarians. With Harry being who he was, Voldemort found it easy to excuse the teen for his actions. It would have done more harm than good for Harry to attempt to use a wand to defend himself. 200 points from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff for not stopping the fight, and detention to you with Potions Master Snape when he returns. After all, it was his assistant you let get attacked. When unhappy grumbling sounded, Voldemort merely raised a dark eyebrow, effectively cutting them off. "Now, which one of you dared to attack Lord Potter?" Since only one of those in the hospital wing bore signs of having been hurt, he already had his answer. But Voldemort wanted to see if anyone else was to take a share of the blame. "It was Smith, sir. He attacked the SQU your seer." A small Ravenclaw piped up from the safety in the back of the group. He would probably have said more, but his sideman elbowed him in the gut, effectively silencing the telltale. Apparently loyalty between friends didn't mean everything to all. Or perhaps the boy had enough sense to try and save his own skin. "Smith will stay. The rest of you will leave right now." The order was followed immediately, and Voldemort waited until the last brat had left before the door closed and locked with a foreboding click. Smith, the boy who still lay in the bed, was left behind, looking disturbingly close to be sick, and Voldemort knew that it had nothing to do with the blood the boy had lost. "Get up!" Voldemort ordered coldly, knowing that the healer would not be alerted thanks to the wards he had already snapped in place to ensure that no one would be able to interrupt. Shakily Smith did as told. The student crawled out of the bed and stood in front of him, looking about ready to urinate himself. His gaze was directed at the floor, and Smith was breathing so fast that he was on the border to hyperventilate. He was still dressed in his Hogwarts uniform, and there were small cakes of blood on his otherwise white shirt. "Zacharias Smith, 6th-year Hufflepuff and a half-blood with a Muggle father. You are a mediocre student, but congratulations, despite all the facts speaking against you, you have managed to catch my interest," he said with a shark-like smirk. "Now I have to decide what to do with you since your latest actions means that your existence can no longer be ignored." Startled, the boy looked up, and as soon as eye contact was established, Voldemort dove into the boy's mind to find the memory of the recent events. After viewing the fight and what had led up to it, Voldemort pulled out of the other's mind. Mentally he subtracted 200 points from the House of Snakes, and they would also serve detention once Severus had returned. While they had not stayed or harmed Harry, like the Ravenclaws, they had done nothing to aid the seer. Smith sunk down on his knees and was clutching his head with both of his hands. No doubt that the boy was having a killer headache, but Voldemort could not find it in himself to feel for Smith. "Not only have you attacked my seer, but you also insulted my potions master and me. Tell me, Mr. Smith, do I look like someone who will accept others' used things?" Seeing the memory had filled him with mixed emotions. The way Harry had acted pleased him. It proved that the seer was able to defend himself when it was necessary, something he had been rather worried about after the Pettigrew incident. But the fact that Harry had become engaged because of a mudblood was something he could have done without. Narrowing his eyes, Voldemort glanced down at the wizard at his feet. "There is a wide breadth of things I could do to you, Mr. Smith, and no one would protest once they learned my reasons." He did intend for the information to spread once he was done with Smith. It would serve to remind people that Harry was his and therefore was not to be touched by others. "But I believe that this time I will do nothing to you." At his words, Smith's shoulders sagged in clear relief. "Thank you, my lord. I will make sure not to disappoint you in the future," the boy whispered, relief evident in his voice as he spoke. Not listening to his babblings, Voldemort cut Smith off before more could be said. "What do you know about werewolves?" he asked instead, knowing that the students went over that subject in their 3rd year. The paleness had returned to Smith's face, together with a rather green tinge around his mouth's corners. They're classified as dark creatures, though according to the Ministry rules they're to be viewed as humans unless it's the time of the full moon. They are allergic to silver. "How you did not end up in Ravenclaw one can only wonder," came the sarcastic response. "You barely managed to sum up the basic knowledge there is about werewolves. Any child who has grown up in our world knows more than that before they even enter Hogwarts. It is hardly a wonder that you only received mediocre grades when you refused to do a better job with your studies." When Smith attempted to shift away, Voldemort sent him crashing to the ground with a Cruciatus. Lifting the curse, he stared unimpressed down at the boy, snarling when the smell of urine hit him and a yellow pool was growing under Smith. At least the Malfoy heir had handled his punishment better, and he had been held under the curse longer than Smith had. Yet this one had already broken. The screams had turned into whimpers and tears were running. "You see," he said as he crouched down in front of Smith, his hand closing around the tie and tugging at it until he had Smith's attention. "Despite werewolves being a part of our society, most of them follow traditions. Some of them go all the way back before our ministry was even a thought. One of those is a celebration of the moon, which is held once every half year. Back in time, the Muggles supplied the werewolves with the required sacrifice for such a night. The Muggles believed that by sacrificing a young man from the village, the rest of the people would be safe from the monsters of the moon, as the werewolves were called back then." When Smith attempted to speak, Voldemort pulled at the tie, tightening it until Smith was choking on his breath. "Now of course the Muggles don't believe that we exist outside of the bedtime stories they feed their children with, so they no longer supply the werewolves with the necessary sacrifices to do those rituals with, so when the time is nearing, they usually send a prisoner who has received a death sentence." Crimson eyes gained a gruesome tint. The ritual is a sight to behold. They started with a fest. That's a time where they allow themselves to be gluttony with both food and alcohol. It is always held in a clearing where they will be able to praise the moon in all its beauty. They will wear the skins of the animals they have each hunted, to show what kind of hunters they are. In the middle of the clearing a ring of fire will be lit. In that ring the ritual's sacrifice will be bound to a pole and beeped. Once the food is gone, the ritual will start. By that time the fire will be nothing more than embers. Smith was listening with wide eyes, and it surprised Voldemort that the boy had yet to interrupt him. Perhaps he had yet to catch up on what was going to happen, or maybe he was too terrified to form any actual words. Since the moon is viewed as a female, the sacrifice will always be a male. But according to the werewolves, the moon is a hard mistress and will only be pleased by seeing others' blood. That does not stop them from attempting to gain her goodwill by offering her what is considered the definition of the male specimen. Smith's eyes widened in sudden understanding, and Voldemort chuckled when the Hufflepuff's hands went to cover his private parts with a whimper. The sacrifice will be conscious through the whole process thanks to a brew it was given before the rituals start. When the beep is removed and thrown into the embers, the Alpha will use the same knife to cut the moon's markings into the sacrifice's skin. By that time the sacrifice will mostly have grown silent, since they will have screamed their voice cord raw. When the moon reaches its highest point, the final cut will be placed. It will run from one ear, under your chin, and to the other ear. The cut will be shallow enough so that the sacrifice does not die right away, but will suffocate on their own blood. Voldemort rose, still holding the tie and forcing Smith on his feet to stand on his toes if he wanted to breathe. Now, the new moon is only a few days away, which is the time for the ritual to be held. Originally I had planned on sending the usual prisoner to them, but I believe that Fenrir will appreciate the change. Before Smith had a chance to react, Voldemort had tapped his wand against the black and yellow tie. "Portus," he said, and suddenly let go of the tie, making it so Smith stumbled and landed on his rear. "You should be grateful, Mr. Smith. It is highly unlikely that you will see me again. And give Fenrir Greyback my greetings." Saying the Alpha's name, Voldemort activated the portkey he had made out of Smith's tie, and the wizard disappeared from Hogwarts ground. Though not having gotten rid of his bloodlust, Voldemort was rather satisfied with this decision. Now he only needed to deal with the Gryffindor who was the reason that Harry had been involved in the first place. "Hand me the boomslang skin, will you?" Low crackling followed his whispered request as his somewhat friend dumped the ingredient into his hand. None of them dared to be too loud. The knowledge of who was right on the other side of the closed door helped them to keep the tone lower than it normally would have been when the two of them were together like now. Used to the other's antics, Harry merely nodded his thanks as he proceeded to dump the ingredient into the nearly done potion. "Little Potty is being naughty," came the sing-song voice from Peeves, who was floating around in the room Harry had been given while he apparently was staying with Voldemort. Rolling his eyes, Harry stirred the potion 7 times counterclockwise before he placed the ladle aside. It had taken them hours to get all the needed instruments smuggled into the room. Considering that the two of them had had to do it right under Voldemort's nose, Harry would say that it was a job well done. "So which one taught the other baby talk, you or Bellatrix?" he asked in honest curiosity, as there was nothing for him to do until the potion had started to boil. Peeves floated down so he was on eye level with Harry. "Itchy bitchy Bella wasn't a glint in her father's eyes when I started." The poltergeist started crackling loudly, but remembering where they were and how close they were to the one who could actually exorcise him from Hogwarts, the poltergeist placed his hands over his mouth, though it didn't help much on the sound. As soon as the potion started to boil, Harry was forced to turn his full attention back to it. Luckily Peeves knew well enough to not do anything to disturb him. It wasn't like they were friends, more like allies who used each other to their own advantage. Harry had sought Peeves out after seeing the poltergeist bombarded a group of first years with water balloons and had offered him a deal. As long as Harry supplied Peeves with different supplies, the poltergeist would not pull any pranks on Harry on purpose and would also assist when Harry needed help to take some pretty revenge on someone. All in all, it was a good deal, and until now Harry would say that it had worked rather well for the both of them. "Do you remember what you were supposed to do?" he asked when the potion reached a point where it didn't demand his whole attention. "Yes, little Pottykins, Peeves does remember. When the house elves are preparing breakfast, I'll sneak in and dump this in the drink. Then hurry out before anyone sees me. Easy peachy," the poltergeist said in a tone that told him that it would be just like that. Harry was already looking forward to see the changes in the morning. Harry got to enjoy the result of his and Peeves' work when he left the rooms with Voldemort early next morning. They were already several levels down when they met the first students who had been in the Great Hall. As when they stopped to look at what was in front of them, though only one of them knew who was behind this. It was the ties that told Harry that it was a group of Gryffindors they had run into. Otherwise Harry wouldn't have been able to tell that they were humans. Each person was covered by a thick fur that varied from lime green to bright pink, and their feet had grown several swellings, forcing them to waddle rather than walking. Harry knew that he couldn't have asked Peeves to target only those who had been involved in the attack yesterday. Then he might as well have stood up in front of the whole school and told them who was behind this. And since others were involved in this prank, he couldn't have chosen something really harmful. But a little humiliation would never hurt anyone, and the itching that would follow once the fur started to fall off might help them to learn a lesson. When the Gryffindors had rounded a corner as fast as they could in their currently state, Harry became aware that Voldemort was staring at him. "I swear that I have been nowhere near food or drinks. But my guess is that it is nothing harmful and it should go away in a day or two." Of course, he looked forward to when the first ones tried to shave of the fur. After each attempt the fur would reappear, but an inch longer than it had been before. He wondered how long it would take before people caught up on that. "Tell your little poltergeist friend that when he tries to smuggle things into your room, he shouldn't crackle," was all Voldemort said, before he continued walking, leaving a gaping Harry behind him, before the seer shook himself and had to run to catch up with him. 4 days had passed since Harry's run-in with Smith's fists, and all marks from the fight were long gone. But Voldemort had proved that the saying, "out of eye, out of mind," didn't apply to him. Whatever had happened to Smith, Harry had yet to figure out. Not that he was particularly interested in knowing, but he had seen neither hide nor hair of the Hufflepuff since their encounter. The sudden loss of house points for all 4 houses, or the fact that a great deal of Slytherins and younger Ravenclaws found themselves in detention, didn't escape anyone's attention and quickly become the new main source to rumors, though most seemed unsure of what had caused this to happen. And those who had been involved in the incident seemed less inclined to explain it to anyone. The worst part of it was that Voldemort had decided that Nagini was no longer enough to keep Harry out of troubles. Therefore he found himself in human company at every waking moment. Even now, where he was in the library, Harry could feel the weight of his watcher's gaze resting on him. Added to that was the everlasting noise around him, since people seemed to ignore the fact that this was a library, and Harry found it hard to concentrate on the text he was supposed to read. It didn't help that the text was written in Old English, and with so small script that he had to see what letter was what. The only reason to why he was not with Voldemort was because the man was currently at the Ministry. Now, where Harry knew that the veil was there, he had absolutely no wish about going anywhere near that place. To his surprise, Voldemort had not argued against that, but simply told him to stay with whoever had been chosen as his guard for the day. The seer didn't react when someone sat down across from him. It was hardly that strange, since the tables were already filled. Harry guessed that the unnatural high amount of people who were not Ravenclaws had something to do with the massive loss of points the houses had suffered from. When the person across the table cleared their throat, Harry ignored them as his quill continued moving over the parchment. It was one of the chores Severus had left for him in the man's absence. Apparently Severus wasn't satisfied with the instructions to a potion in the book he had, and thus he had set Harry to translate a recipe from an older version. The person cleared their throat again, this time much louder than the first time around. Feeling that they would not leave him alone until he at least acknowledged their existing, Harry looked up from the old and well-worn page he had been trying to read the last few minutes. The red and golden tie and the brown bushy hair made Harry return his attention to the book in front of him immediately. He had no intention to talk with her, but his lips quirked a little when he remembered the sparkling yellow fur that had covered her had been. However, it seemed like the witch had gotten no better to get a hint since the last time Harry had been so unfortunate to meet her. "I wanted to thank you." Surprised by her words, Harry's head snapped back up with such a speed that he was sure that something would snap. Wide green eyes stared at Granger for a moment before they returned to normal size. He was surprised to see how pale she looked. While she hadn't had a healthy tan the last time he had seen her, she almost looked sick right now. Harry almost hoped for that to happen, since it would mean that she would be thrown out of the library faster than one could say Lumos. Saying nothing, Harry simply accepted her words with a nod. Perhaps that would be all, and he would be allowed to go back to his work. He remembered having seen Granger here before, always by herself and with her nose buried in a book. Maybe she would just sit quietly and work on whatever she had come here for now, where she had been allowed to say her piece. "I have read several books about your kind. Most need crystal balls or euphonize mixtures to get into the spiritual plane, where they claim to be able to gain knowledge about the future. But according to what I have been able to find, you do neither. 90% of those few who have been proved to be seers usually speak prophecies. Do you believe that there is a reason to why you get visions instead? I have looked up these cases that were documented, and my theory is that it might be your mother's blood that unlocked that ability. Imagine how it would change this world if we were able to prove the good effect of mixing new blood into the old pureblood families. Placing the quill aside, Harry was fairly sure that he wouldn't get more work offhand as long as she kept rambling like that. Her speech had already started to draw attention from the tables nearby. Even if that was true, then I doubt that there would come any good reactions out of that theory. I doubt that any sane pureblood would risk their children's magic, even if it meant that something unusual result might come out of it. It would simply not be worth the risk, he said coldly, hoping to deter her from the idea straight away. Even Harry knew that such ideas could bring no good. Purebloods were set in their ways. A bloody miracle would have to happen to make them change their opinions. However, Granger seemed no less enthusiastic as she threw herself into the next subject, as if she had only said it to ensure that she had Harry's attention. Last year we were assigned an assignment about the accident Greece in history of magic. I went over it just to make sure that I still remembered it all. Were you aware that back then all the oracles were pures until they died? The Greeks firmly believed that any say.ul interaction meant that the oracles would lose their ability to be able to see into the future. According to my sources, they believed that the gods sent visions to the oracles, but only those with a pure body and soul would be able to receive the message. I know, and they're wrong. Harry stated, having read those books Granger was referring to. He had wanted as much knowledge about his abilities when he had arrived at Hogwarts, but those books had only helped making him more confused than he had already been. How do you know? Are you a pure, or have you already? I believe that you have overstayed your welcome here, Mudblood, drawled Draco, dragging the pair's attention to him and Theodore, who for once was not hidden behind a book. At Draco's insult, Granger's earlier enthusiasm disappeared and her face closed off. What are you doing here, Malfoy? I thought you were allergic to books, perhaps an ill effect to all the inbreeding your ancestors took part in? Harry kept his mouth closed, despite wanting to jump into his friend's defense. As the heir to the Malfoy family, Draco was expected to be able to defend his family honor without outside help. Harry would only do more harm than good if he attempted to intervene. Besides, the look on Draco's face told Harry that Granger wouldn't like his reaction to her little comment. Do you know who my father is, Mudblood? Harry rolled his eyes, having heard the start of Draco's sentence so many times that he had lost count. But he refrained from commenting, interesting in seeing where Draco would go with this. He is a school governor and he gets to decide which of your kind is lucky enough to be here instead of whatever place your kind calls a school. One word from me and you'll be back there without having a chance of getting anywhere in life. So be a good little Mudblood and hurry off so we don't have to suffer your stink any longer. To Harry's surprise, she actually stood and scooped her books back in her backpack without showing much care for the items. Sending them all a glare, Granger's eyes came to rest on Malfoy. At least I have proved that I am here because I am good enough and not simply because Daddy Dearest has a seat in the government. With that she stalked away, leaving the library with her head held high. Scourgify. After using the cleaning charm, Draco took the seat Granger had vacated. At Harry's raised eyebrow, Draco merely tilted his head to the side, allowing Theodore to sit down on the remaining free seat. What? She was annoying, but was it really necessary to threat her? There was no doubt in his mind that Draco could and would go through with the threat if he found a reason to do so. As you pointed out, she was annoying. For some reason she is one of those who believes that it has to be true if it is written in a book. She's a downright pain to have classes with, always trying to correct the professors. Just because she scored a high enough average, she believes that she can act all high and mighty and get her muggle ways to look far better than the way we have been living for centuries. Nodding in understanding, Harry returned to his work, though his thoughts lingered at what Draco had said. Muggleborns were schooled at another place. When he took over, Voldemort had originally planned on removing children from their Muggle families at the first sign of magic. It could be adopted by a magical family, and by the time the child was ready for Hogwarts, they would be fully instigated in their society. But too many people had protested, claiming that it would be inhuman to remove a child from their families and then obliterate the Muggles. Instead, a school had been created where the Muggleborns would be enrolled as soon as their first accidental magic was registered. At 11, those who showed a great promise were allowed to become students at Hogwarts. How Granger had made it into that group when she apparently saw the Muggle world as something better one could only wonder about. "So Harry," Draco said, drawing Harry from his work, however reluctant it might be. "Was the bookworm correct? Does a seer lose their visions when they have say?" Harry let his head hit the table with a dull thud, uncaring that he was smearing ink over the parchment and thus destroying his carefully done work. Harry Potter, A Seer or Mentally Disturbed, by Rita Skeeter. My dear readers, as I am sure that you are all aware of, there have been plenty speculations about a male whom has been spotted on different occasions with the Dark Lord. The first time they were seen together was at the steps to Gringotts, where they apparated in together. Before they went into the back, this reporter had a first-seat view of the Dark Lord feeding this mystical male chocolate with a care I do not believe that anyone else has been receiving before. For a long time we have all been wondering about the identity of the Dark Lord's companion. I finally am able to give you answers to this question. Unlike what we previously assumed, the Dark Lord's companion is not a wizard, but a squib named Harry Potter, the assistant of Potions Master Severus Snape. This is rather a shock, but Mr. Potter is also a rather unusual person. Mr. Potter's life is rather a mystery. There are records of his birth, but after that he disappears until the age of 11. There he showed up at the Ministry, accompanied by Potions Master Severus Snape, where he took the Ministry test, which proved him to be a squib. At the same time Potions Master Snape signed the Guardian Papers for his new assistant. Once again Mr. Potter disappears from public until a few months ago. Now Mr. Potter has been spotted several times with either the Dark Lord or prominent Death Eaters such as the Lestranges. Why should those important people show an interest in the known son of two rebels? The answer is simple, my dear readers. Harry Potter is a seer. The 3 days old article continued like that, summing up the little that was known about his life. What greatly disturbed Harry was the fact that Skeeter had somehow gotten hold of what had happened in the Ministry. Both the vision and later his reaction to the veil, which in turn made her question his sanity and whether or not it would be best to keep him locked up so he wouldn't be able to harm anyone if he someday should lose it. Of course Skeeter hadn't formulated it like that, but Harry caught the gist of what she meant. Stupid article, stupid newspaper, and stupid Skeeter. Disgusted, Harry threw the Daily Prophet away, watching as the papers spread over the tiles. The seer didn't as much as flinch when Myrtle floated through one of the closed stall doors. "What has gotten you worked up, Harry?" the ghost asked as she settled down next to Harry, with her back against the wall. "It's been so long since you visited me. I thought you had died and proceeded on without telling me," the ghost complained. Her words pulled a slight smile to his lips. "Don't worry, Myrtle. Should I die, I'll make sure that you know about it," he promised. One thing he had learned from his many talks with the ghost was not to take deaths, at least not his own, so heavy. "Things have just been rather busy lately, otherwise I would have made sure to look by sooner." It had taken him quite a few tours through hidden passages after he had left Draco and Theodore in the library, to shake his escort off. But with the portraits being loyal to Voldemort, it probably wouldn't take long before he managed to track him down. A shiver ran through his body when Myrtle moved closer, her ghostly body nearly touching his living one. "How did you die?" He had already heard the story plenty of times but knew that it would distract her from touching him. Unlike other ghosts, Myrtle lit up in delight at the prospect of retelling the tale of her death. "I remember it as if it was yesterday. Olive Hornby had made fun of my glasses, so I was hiding in the stall, crying." As she spoke, Myrtle floated over to the stall she was speaking about. "Suddenly I heard a voice. I couldn't understand what was said. I could hear that it was a boy. I opened the door to tell him that he wasn't allowed to be here, and then I died. The last thing I saw were yellow eyes." "What do you mean? You never mentioned anything about any eyes before." Racking his brain, Harry realized that it was true. Myrtle had always ended the short story with her death, and it had always been a mystery to him how she had died. "Yes, there were eyes. They were big and yellow. I think that they were over by the sinks. But I never saw the boy. When I opened my eyes I was a ghost and he was already gone." Funny, one would think that we would notice it if someone had eyes like that. They were quite noticeable. Harry was only listening with half an ear as he inspected the sinks. Crouching down, Harry paused when he spotted the figure of a snake having been engraved on a sink tap. It looked very real, but also rather old, making him wonder who had made it, and also why it was here. Some Gryffindor might have thought of it as a clever way to insult the Slytherins. But why hide it like this, where no one would be able to find it unless they were looking for it? As a child, Harry had often wandered around Hogwarts corridors on his own, uncovering passages and hidden rooms which he doubted that many knew about. Most of it had been by luck, but sometimes a feeling had urged him on, leading him to a new discovery. It was the same feeling that was urging Harry on now, making him move his lips and speak Parseltongue as he stared directly at the snake engraving. Open. Harry had to jump back as the sinks started to move. When everything stopped moving, Harry stepped forward, looking down into a deep hole which seemed to be bottomless. "Hey Myrtle, where do you think this leads to?" Receiving no answer, Harry took a few steps forward, until he was standing at the hole's edge and staring into the darkness. "If you fall down and die, you are welcome to share a stall with me." Not having expected Myrtle to get this close, Harry instinctively took a step forward. But there was nothing to step on when he placed his foot down, and before Harry even could grab for something, he found himself falling. It seemed like the fall lasted an eternity. The hole twisted so Harry was no longer falling, but rather sliding down the slimy surface. His hands were panicked, attempting to grab for something that could possibly stop his fall. But everything he got hold on broke off, sending him on his way down without even slowing him down. The tour ended much sooner than Harry had expected it to. Suddenly there was no more tunnel and Harry landed hard on his ass, hearing something break under him. Already something wet was seeping through his trousers, damping the fabric. Pushing himself to his feet, Harry staggered a little before he regained his balance. Turning around, Harry looked the way he had come from. Harry was able to see the opening far above him. "There is no way that I can come back that way," he mumbled, absent-minded, rubbing his sore hands. He didn't fancy another tour like the one he had gotten if he attempted to climb that thing. Even Hogwarts' outside wall had more holding spots than the tube. And the blood running from the cuts on his hands would make it hard to keep a proper hold on anything. Either he should stay here and wait for help to come, or he should start searching for another way out of here. Taking a step away from the opening, Harry had reached a decision. It could take hours before someone came looking for him. Probably less once Voldemort was notified that he had gone missing. But maybe he could find a way out of here on his own. At the very best, he could use the waiting time for rescue to explore this place. Moving around proved to be a lot harder than Harry had expected. The walls produced enough light for him to see where to walk. But rubbles, smaller stones and a wide variety of other objects spread over the floor made it hard to find spots where he could place his feet without falling. It was by no means warm down here, and he had already started to shiver, wishing that he had put on warmer robes this morning. There were several smaller tunnels, but Harry stuck to the one he had been following all the time, and which seemed slightly bigger than the rest of them. That way he would at least be able to find back to his starting point should he reach a blind end. Merlin's pants. Harry froze, staring wide-eyed at the sight before him. It was a part of the snake's life to shred its skin when it grew. Harry knew this. Even if Severus hadn't explained it when they had received Nagini's shred skins to use for potions, he had seen enough snakes to be aware of this. But what kind of snake grew so big that it left behind skin roughly 30 feet long? Curious, he eyed the poison green-colored skin, debating with himself. He had no idea if the snake was still around, or if it was still alive. There was no guarantee that if he turned back now that he would not run into it, and staying where he was would probably not be much better. He might be a Parselmouth, but for a few snakes that meant nothing, as experience had already taught him. He could only hope that this snake didn't belong in that category. As he moved forward, Harry mentally ran over the list of snakes he knew it could be. It helped a great deal that no non-magical snake would ever be able to reach such a size. The conclusion Harry reached left him with a tightened throat. As far as he knew, there was only one kind of snake whose skin it could be, a basilisk. And what little he knew about this one didn't make him feel at ease. Hopefully he wouldn't actually get to meet the basilisk while he was down here, though he was curious to what it was doing under a magical school. Biting down on his lower lip, Harry edged around the skin. No matter what he did, he could end getting badly screwed. Harry stopped again when he came to a wall with two intertwined snakes carved into the stones. He stared at the snake's eyes, which seemed to be made out of emeralds. For a long while Harry simply stared at the wall with his head tilted to the side. He knew that it was not a normal death end. After all, none of the other walls were decorated like this. Open. Parseltongue slipped over his lips as easy as nothing, and Harry watched as the snakes parted and the wall opened like a sliding door, allowing him entrance. Harry found himself standing in the end of a long chamber. Snake engravings decorated high stone columns, but no matter how hard he looked up, Harry was unable to see any ceiling, hidden in the darkness as it was. As it had been in the corridor, the chamber was bathed in a strange green light which seemed to come from no source. As he moved forward, Harry became aware of a statue at the other end of the chamber. The top of the statue disappeared into the darkness, making Harry wonder how high it was. Harry had to tilt his head back to look at the stone face. It was the face of an old man, with a long, thin beard that nearly reached the edge of the robe, where a pair of enormous feet was solid planted on the floor. After all the snake decorations, it was rather strange to see something so human-like. Harry walked closer until he was right in front of where the feet had to be. Leaning forward, he realized that something was written at the hem of the robes. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." Harry jumped and quickly backtracked until his back hit a wall, his eyes resting steady at the statue's mouth. It opened until it looked like a black hole. Instinctively, he threw himself to the side when something big emerged from the open mouth with great speed. Harry was back on his feet and facing whatever had come out of the statue before his mind had even caught up with what happened. What kind of person made a statue that vomited when someone spoke to it and then proceeded to hide it away down here? Seeing the thing that had come out of the mouth move, Harry realized that his first assumption was wrong. Averting his eyes at the first glimpse of green scales, Harry stared at the floor, realizing just what kind of situation he had managed to get himself into. If not for the wall behind him, Harry would have retreated further as the being started to move and uncoil. So hungry. The loud hissing sent an unpleasant shiver down Harry's spine, as he pressed himself closer to the wall, well aware that he was fully visible to the snake taking up a great deal of the floor space. "I don't think I would make a good meal. There is too little meat on me to satisfy the hunger of such a magnificent snake such as you," Harry hissed while keeping his eyes at a spot right in front of his feet. He wasn't able to see the snake itself, but hopefully the shadows would be able to warn him when the snake decided to move. "A speaker, it is so long since I've last seen one. Marvolo has been too busy to visit lately, saying that he has found a mate." At the basilisk's words, Harry's breath hitched. So Voldemort was together with someone, or at least someone had caught the man's interest. Then why the bloody hell had Voldemort keyed him? "I see," was all he said, trying to figure out what the strange pang in his chest meant. Was he getting sick? It would be no wonder with how cold it was down here, but usually sickness didn't show up this fast. In anger, Harry nearly raised his gaze, until he remembered just who else was in the cold chamber with him. "Who are you, little speaker? Are you Marvolo's hatchling?" At the question, Harry shook his head. He couldn't even start to imagine how it would be to be related to the man. How different would his life have been if he had grown up in the wizarding world? Perhaps the thoughts were better left for another day where he was not facing a basilisk which had just declared that it was hungry. "No, we're related, but it is distant." A huff of air against his face told Harry that the snake was much closer than he preferred it to be, but he didn't dare to move, not just yet. One wrong move and he might be its lunch. "Are you the mate he has been speaking of?" The question caught Harry off guard. "No. Then I will satisfy my hunger with you." Hearing the snake move, Harry decided that it was a brilliant idea to follow its example, and he started fast walking along the wall, keeping one hand in front of him to make sure that he didn't run head first into something. A thumb near where he had been standing seconds ago made Harry wonder if the snake had banged head first into the wall. But he did look not back to see whether that was the case or not. Instead, he dared to open his eyes so he would be able to see where he was going. He figured it didn't really matter. If he kept his eyes closed, it was just a question of time before he fell over something, and then the snake would catch him anyway. This way he would at least get a quick death if he managed to look into its eyes. The snake's tail stuck over his head, making a dent in the wall and sending small pieces of debris flying through the air. "You miss." No more was being said as the tail abruptly changed course, slamming into him with the same force as it had previously hit the wall with, sending him flying through the chamber. Harry landed hard enough to get the air knocked out of his lungs and something under him broke. Wheezing for air, Harry rolled away, begging that the something didn't belong to him. Looking at where he'd landed, Harry felt a strange mixture of relief and disgust seeing the small pile of white bones he had landed in. From the looks of those that were not damaged beyond recognition, Harry knew that they had once belonged to a human. A quick sweep of his eyes told Harry that the basilisk was still at the other side of the room. By the way its body was twisted, Harry guessed that it was watching him, waiting for him to get back on his feet so that the game could continue. For that was all this was to the snake. A game that would ultimately lead to him getting eaten by the basilisk. So instead Harry decided to drag the time out for as long as possible, trying to catch his breath. His eyes wandered, carefully avoiding where he knew that the basilisk was, while he planned his next move. The door he'd arrived through was not an option. The basilisk was between him and the door. A miracle would have to happen if Harry should have any hope of getting past the beast. In the opposite direction there was the statue, but Harry was hesitant to get near it. What was to ensure that it would not vomit more snakes? One basilisk was bad enough. Harry had no idea how he should deal with it if more were to come. An idea came to him when Harry shifted again and his eyes wandered along the wall he was near. Halfway between the basilisk and him there was a small opening in the wall. It wasn't that big, but Harry knew that it would have to make do. If he accomplished that, he would figure out what his next move should be afterwards. Slowly Harry got on his hands and feet, keeping an eye at the basilisk. Whether or not he would end his food depended on the basilisk and its desire to keep playing with him. Moving, Harry threw himself forward, scrambling to his feet and starting to run. As he had hoped, the snake matched his movement, speeding forward and past him to ensure that he wouldn't get to the statue. As soon as that happened, Harry changed course, so he instead sprinted back the way he'd come from and slightly towards where the door was. Somewhere behind him he heard hissing curses, storing the most colorful ones away for later use, and otherwise he ignored what was being said. The basilisk wasn't late to catch up with him, but this time Harry managed to duck under the tail that nearly smashed his head to the ground. While the basilisk had positioned itself so it was barricading the door out, Harry wasn't deterred. He relished the fact that it hadn't figured out what he was doing. He was 2 steps from the hole when the basilisk apparently grew tired of its game and lunged for him. Harry let out a fearful squeak as he jumped, knowing that he only had this one chance unless he wanted to end up being the reptile's next meal. The hole was much smaller than Harry first had thought it would be. Turning sideways, he pulled in his stomach and started forcing himself through the narrow opening, uncaring about the hard stones that tore his clothes and dug into his skin. The basilisk's jaws closed around empty air as Harry disappeared into the safety of the hole. "That is cheating. Get out here, I'm hungry." The loud voice made his ears ring. When there was sudden darkness, Harry closed his eyes. He had gotten as far in as he could at the current moment, and because of the way the hole was formed he was unable to look away should the snake decide to look inside. Something warm flickered against his left arm, startling Harry, so he banged the back of his head into hard stones when he tried to move away from what he realized was the basilisk's tongue. "Get out here, little speaker." When Harry refused to show any kind of reaction to the words, the snake threw itself against the wall. Harry flinched when dust and stone fell down on him, making him cough. "You can't stay in there forever. Sooner or later you'll be thirsty and hungry, and when you come out again, I'll be here, waiting for you." From behind his closed eyelids, Harry noticed that it got lighter, hinting that the basilisk had moved away from the hole. Still he kept his eyes closed, not trusting himself to be fast enough should the basilisk decide to reappear. Loath as he was to admit it, Harry knew that the basilisk had been right. Unless he wanted to die from starvation or thirst, he would have to leave at some point. And since he doubted that the basilisk had anywhere else to be, it would most likely be there, waiting for him to show up. No matter what he chose, it seemed like he was doomed. Shifting in hope of getting into a more comfortable position, though he couldn't move much, Harry's attention was pulled downward at the sound of metal hitting against stone. He managed to tilt his head enough to see what it was. The bracelet sat innocently around his wrist, gleaming slightly in the chamber's light, and a grin spread on Harry's lips. Voldemort would probably soon be informed about his disappearance, but Harry might as well speed up the process a little. Wriggling around, Harry managed to get his arm into a position where he could better move the appendage. After his stay in the dungeon, Voldemort had explained how the charms on the bracelet had been adjusted. There had been a lot of long words in that explanation, but Harry believed that he'd gotten the gist of what Voldemort had meant. He had listened enough to know that Voldemort would be informed when he was hurt. The bracelet would not warn Voldemort whenever Harry got a small cut, as he was due to when preparing ingredients, but something bigger should be able to set of whatever charm Voldemort had adjusted. Determined to see whether or not this would work, Harry brought his hand down hard at the wall in front of him. He winced at the pain that sprung from his already wounded hand but carried on. Having worked with potions for years, Harry had learned the importance of taking good care of his hands, so that their state would not affect his work in a negative way. But as he couldn't move much else than his head, Harry guessed that this was the preferred thing to do, though Severus might disagree if he happened to learn of what had happened. At the sixth hit, Harry felt something wet run down his hand. At the same time, he was unable to contain the tears that had been building up. Vaguely he was aware of the basilisk. It was aware of what he was doing and thought it was unfair that it couldn't just have a small taste. Harry smiled in half amusement. The basilisk would probably consider eating his arm as having a small taste. He continued his work even as the basilisk drove into the wall, determined to force him out by making stones fall down on him. Luckily, none of them were big enough to do any real damage. While it might help to bring Voldemort down here faster, Harry preferred to be conscious when that happened. He was bringing his hand down for the 11th time when something seized him around the wrist, stopping him before his hand could make contact with the surface in front of him. Shocked, Harry opened his eyes and found himself staring into dark red eyes which seemed anything but amused. "Nice that you would come. Can you let go of my hand?" Harry chipped, his cheeks burning because of the knowledge that Voldemort could see the tracks of the tears he'd shed. But the embarrassment was nothing compared to the relief Harry felt at Voldemort's appearance. He had been fearing that the jewelry wouldn't be working and thus he would be stuck down here until he was nothing more than a rotten corpse. To his relief, Voldemort let go of his hand, which felt sore but also rather numb at this point, strange considering the amount of damage Harry knew that he'd probably done to it. After all, there had been no reason to be gentle, quite the opposite in fact. "Get out. She is gone and will not disturb us," was the only thing said, as Voldemort withdrew so he no longer was blocking the exit. But as Harry attempted to leave, he found that his body didn't move an inch. Cursing under his breath, Harry tried again, only to find that the stones seemed to dig further into his chest and back, making him wince in discomfort. The spare light dimmed when Voldemort reappeared. The man said nothing, seemingly having realized Harry's problem in one glance. Voldemort's arm reached inside the passage, the message clear to Harry. He placed his damaged hand, as the other was about as stuck as the rest of him, in it and was surprised when Voldemort changed his grip so he was holding around the wrist instead of the hand. "When I start pulling, you'll follow my lead." Harry was given no time to answer as Voldemort started to pull and Harry tried to follow him. The stones scraped against his skin in the places where his robes had already been torn. But Harry didn't move enough to make himself believe that he would come unstuck anytime soon. "Wait a moment." Voldemort let go of his wrist and instead let his hand wander over the walls, mumbling words too fast and too soft for Harry to catch them. But he didn't need to hear them to feel the effect of whatever Voldemort was doing almost immediately. The stones which had previously been pressing against his ribs seemed to move away, making Harry take a deep breath, feeling relief as air rushed into his lung. With a stubborn look in his eyes, Voldemort started leaning back, using his full weight to pull Harry out. As Voldemort leaned further back, Harry finally felt himself start to move. Delighted, he opened his mouth to inform Voldemort about the progress, only to find that things suddenly happened too fast. Suddenly stones were no longer pressing against his ribs and therefore no longer holding him in place. Harry came to realize that this had not been the best thing to happen, seeing as Voldemort was still pulling. Harry was pulled out of the narrow passage much faster than he had thought he could be, and it sent him stumbling into Voldemort. Apparently neither had the Dark Lord been prepared for his sudden release, so when Harry slammed into him, Voldemort lost his footing and they were both falling. This time Harry landed somewhat soft, as he had Voldemort underneath him. The same could not be said about Voldemort, who hit the ground with full force. For a while they laid like that, nothing but their chests moving as they breathed. In the end Harry had to move first as his left hand had been caught between them, and no matter how strangely numb it had been before, he was certainly starting to regret what he had done. Sitting up, Harry looked around, but was unable to spot the basilisk anywhere, just like Voldemort had promised him. It was a relief to know that he wouldn't have to start running for his life because of a giant reptile. Fingers closed around his jaw and Harry's head was jerked around so he was looking down at Voldemort. There were patterns of gray dust on the wizard's robe from where Harry had landed, but otherwise Voldemort looked his usual perfect self, if only a tad annoyed. "What exactly are you doing down here, and how did you find this place?" Sensing the danger in Voldemort's voice, Harry refrained from shrugging, which would have been his first response. And since he didn't really have an answer to the first part of Voldemort's question, he might as well tell what had led to this situation. "Apparently some things in this castle open when you speak Parseltongue to them," he said, trying to be nonchalant about the whole thing. If Voldemort believed that Harry had stumbled into this by accident, which was kind of what had happened, he might act less hard. "This is not a place that one finds without searching for it. Now tell me the truth." The harsh demand had Harry gritting his teeth, but as he didn't want to anger Voldemort more than the man already appeared to have been, Harry complied.
While he told his tale, Voldemort said nothing, but Harry found himself unable to break away from the man's eyes, though it didn't worry him. There was only one person that could see through his shields, and Severus had repeatedly proved that he respected Harry's privacy. How come that Severus could do what so many Order members had failed, one could only guess.
Harry's favorite theory was that he trusted the man. After all, Severus had never bothered lying to him or let him down. "And that is when I decided to see if I could help speeding things up a little." He finished his tale, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Now, where he was looking back, Harry was able to see how stupid he'd been. Severus would have his head if the man ever learned of how careless Harry had acted. But right now Harry had to worry about a whole other wizard who seemed none too happy with him. "Are you aware of how close to dying you came today?" Surprised at the question, Harry could only blink. It almost sounded like Voldemort was concerned about him. "First of all, you don't jump into holes you do not know where they will lead you." At this Harry scowled. It wasn't like he'd asked Myrtle to spook him. But maybe, if he hadn't been standing so close to the edge, he might not have fallen. "And I know that even if you lack common sense, Severus would have taught you not to read something aloud when you do not know for sure if it is harmful." Again Harry shifted uncomfortably. Yes, that was indeed one of the first things he remembered that Severus had taught him. That had become a rule after Harry had accidentally gotten his hands on a book which wasn't meant to be read aloud and as a result had attempted to eat his face. It had taken days before Harry had gotten rid of the horns, and that was only because Severus had refused to magic them away, claiming that it would serve as a well-learned experience for Harry. "But I suppose that you did well in the way you handled the basilisk, and though I would have preferred that you had waited, your tactic was indeed effective." Voldemort finished, leaving Harry confused whether he should be embarrassed over being berated or proud of Voldemort's grudgingly given praise. That was until his brain remembered something that had been nagging him. What's a basilisk doing here in the first place? In his opinion, such a thing shouldn't be allowed anywhere near children. "Get up first. You might not be aware of it, but this floor is cold and uncomfortable, and stop wiggling around like a flobberworm." For a moment Harry paused before sliding off Voldemort and onto the floor. Voldemort's right, the floor was rather hard to sit on. As soon as he was standing, Voldemort helped Harry to his feet, keeping the seer close, as if he thought that Harry wouldn't be able to stand on his own. But Harry didn't protest. In fact, he rather enjoyed feeling the warmth from Voldemort's body, and he couldn't help but lean a little closer to him. If Voldemort noticed this, he thankfully didn't comment on it. Salazar Slytherin placed the basilisk down here before he was banished by the other founders. It is meant to be a part of the school's defenses should Hogwarts ever be attacked. Voldemort said as they left the chamber and started walking back the way Harry had come from. The wizard cast a lumos so they could better see where they were going as he spoke.
"I found the entrance back in my 5th year. It was then I realized how dangerous the basilisk was." Thinking about Myrtle, Harry had a nagging feeling about what Voldemort was talking about. "Since Slytherin left, no one entered the chamber before I, and the centuries of solitude haven't been kind to it. It refuses to let me relocate it, since it is following the last orders its master gave it. And you don't find a basilisk this old, so I refuse to put it down."
What Voldemort said made sense, but it didn't stop Harry from thinking of all the uses the basilisk parts could have when used in a potion. Severus would be delirious when Harry told him what was right under their feet. The potion's master would undoubtedly want to meet the snake personally and see if there was not a way for him to persuade it to give up a few parts for him to experiment with. On second thought, Harry decided to keep the knowledge to himself. A Parselmouth was needed to gain access to the chamber, and since there were only 2 known users, there was no doubt about who Severus would be dragging with him. And if Harry had any say in it, he would happily avoid seeing the basilisk for the rest of his life. They reached the tunnel Harry had slid down in much less time than Harry remembered it had taken him. Once there, Harry glanced up. What are we going to do now? Somehow Harry doubted that Voldemort had been sliding down. Perhaps the man was hiding a broom somewhere on his body? Watch, my little seer. A blush colored his face at the endearment. Thankfully Voldemort had his back turned to him, and it wasn't like there was anyone else there to see his reaction.
Harry berated himself for the reaction. There were so many things wrong with it that he didn't even know where to begin. But most fresh in his mind was what the basilisk had told him about how Voldemort had chosen someone for his mate.
Stairs. Harry could only gape when the steps started to appear right in front of his eyes. You need to keep your hand in this bowl for an hour, and then the potion should have done its work. Harry accepted the bowl from Narcissa, but didn't make a move to put his wounded hand into the purple-colored potion. Instead, he looked around the woman, where Voldemort stood hovering over them, making sure that Narcissa was doing a proper work, and raised an eyebrow at the man. After all, Harry had insisted that it had been unnecessary to summon the woman, seeing that nothing was done to his hand that a simple potion would not be able to fix, and yet Voldemort had refused to listen to reason.
Voldemort seemed to understand the unsaid message just fine.
You might have some understanding about potions, but Narcissa is as good as a fully trained Medowitch and would have been able to spot it, if anything had been out of order. In a few strides he was next to the chair Harry was seated in, Narcissa stepping aside so he had clear way. To Narcissa he said, changing to English instead of Parseltongue. Wait outside. The woman nodded, gathering the things she had taken with her, and left the room, not saying a word to either male. Without warning, Voldemort leaned forward, picked up Harry's wrist and guided the wounded appendage into the bowl's contents. A hiss passed over his lips as Harry instantly felt when the potion started to work on his hand. Despite knowing that it was supposed to sting like hell, Harry still tried to yank his hand out of the substance. Voldemort countered the move by tightening his grip around the wrist until Harry was sure he felt the bones grind against each other and he stopped squirming. It was either that or continue and find out if Voldemort was willing to break his wrist. If you continue like this, I will deem it necessary to tie you up in the bed so you will not be able to leave it, to keep you safe. The moment the man said it, Harry knew he was serious. After all, the deal between them still left a great space for both of them to move around on, and Voldemort would undoubtedly carry out the threat if he viewed it as necessary. I'm quite fine on my own. Harry argued back, trying to fight back the blush that had bloomed at Voldemort's words. He tugged lightly at his hand, seeing as Voldemort had yet to let go. When his hand was released, Harry brought his hand in the bowl to his other side, where Voldemort would not be able to reach it just as easily. Of course, if Voldemort was determined on something, Harry guessed that such a small distance would hardly matter. Thanks for saving me from the basilisk, Harry said when he felt like the silence had become too strained. It wasn't that he doubted that Voldemort would come for him. If nothing else, then because the man wouldn't risk losing his ticket to knowledge about the future. Voldemort swept down so their noses were nearly touching. Suddenly nervous Harry went nearly cross-eyed as he stared back. The man was close, and Harry half feared, half hoped for another of Voldemort's keys. All that was required was that one of them close the small distance between them and their lips would be touching. How did you find the entrance to the chamber? Voldemort's breath washed over Harry, wrapping him in the smell of coffee, and it took a moment before his mind registered the question he'd been asked. Now where he thought about it, he was rather surprised that the topic had not been brought up before now. It was an accident. Somehow he managed to form what should have been a statement into a question. The look on Voldemort's face told Harry that the man too had noticed his uncertainty and he wouldn't be late to use it. One does not stumble on the Chamber of Secrets by calamity. You would have had to be deliberately searching to be able to locate it. Now, answer my question or you will have to face the consequences. At Voldemort's words, Harry closed his eyes, swallowing. He didn't want to rat out Myrtle, as her involvement would be hard to hide. On the other hand, she was already dead, so exactly what would Voldemort be able to do to the ghost? And whatever Voldemort had in mind, couldn't possibly be worth it. Harry let his tongue wander over his lips, noticing the way Voldemort's eyes seemed to follow the move. I wanted to have some alone time, so I went to the haunted bathroom on the second floor. No one uses it anyway because Myrtle is there. As he spoke, Harry's words started rushing as he wanted to get over with this as fast as possible. I asked her about how she died. She told me, telling about how she had seen some yellow eyes nearby the sinks right before she died. When I found the snake engraving, I spoke to it and the entrance appeared. Soon I found myself sliding down the slide that had appeared. Why didn't you wait for help once you reached the bottom? If you had the patience to wait, perhaps I would come to that. Harry snapped back at the man, wondering what it would sound like if anyone had been listening in on their conversation. After all, he and Voldemort were the only living people who were supposed to understand and speak Parseltongue, so to anyone else it probably sounded like a bunch of weird hissing noises. I figured that whatever the heck had killed Myrtle might be there, and since I couldn't climb up the way I'd come from, I decided to search for another exit or somewhere to hide. And when he had learned of the basilisk being down there, Harry had only felt more eager to leave. But as his luck had wanted it, he had met the basilisk despite his wish. It wasn't like it was his fault that someone had charmed the statue to vomit whenever someone read the written sentence aloud. Normally he would say that it was Gryffindor humor, but considering what had come out of the statue's mouth, Harry was easily convinced that he had been in the Chamber of Secrets. It was something he could imagine Slytherin having done. Do not curse, it is uncouth. Harry opened his mouth to make a retort, only to close it again, not really believing his own ears. Of all the things Voldemort could focus on, he decided on something that held absolutely no importance whatsoever. While he had finally gotten to know what had caused Myrtle's death, so many other questions seemed to be on his mind. He wanted to see the so-called mate the basilisk claimed Voldemort had chosen, and he would figure out why his stomach made painful flops when he thought of the mate. Seeing that Harry wasn't about to say anything, Voldemort drew back, much to Harry's relief as he found it easier to breathe without the other so close to his person. When your hand is healed and you have cleaned up, you may search me out. Nagini will be able to guide you, seeing as you cannot be left to your own device without getting into troubles. Harry was about to protest that troubles seemed to find him, and not the other way, but Voldemort had already left. Silence filled the room now where Voldemort was gone, leaving Harry free to think. Voldemort had basically saved him by commanding the basilisk away, or whatever he had done. Yet, Harry did not feel a life debt. He had of course read up on the subject after realizing that Draco and the rest of the Malfoys owed him one, wanting to know exactly what it would mean. One thing he had learned was that the one doing the rescue had to do it without any expectations of receiving a reward of any kind for a life debt to form. So, since it appeared not to have happened, it meant that Voldemort had wanted something by rescuing him. Harry leaned back in the chair with a frown on his face. This was something he needed to think about. So you decided to grace us with your presence? Voldemort greeted the moment Harry stepped inside the room, following close behind Nagini. Green eyes flickered to Voldemort, nodding to him before Harry turned his attention to the man sitting in a chair across from Voldemort. The man was short and plump, with a pointed black beard, and, when he turned to face Harry, the seer saw that he'd laughter wrinkles around the corner of his eyes. There were silver streaks in his dark hair, and though the man seemed to have been fit in his youth, he was starting to develop a stomach. The potion took longer than expected. Harry merely said, leaving it to the listeners to draw their own conclusions about what he meant. Harry didn't recognize the visitor, meaning that he either was not British or just not important enough for him to know about him. Seeing that the man was in here with Voldemort, the former seemed more likely to him. Harry, this is Sebastian Delacour, the newly appointed French ambassador, and his daughter, Fleur Delacour. Monsieur Delacour, this is my seer, Lord Harry Potter. Voldemort leaned back in his chair after finishing his presentation, watching when Harry finally took notice of the only female for the first time since he'd entered the room. Seated in a comfortable-looking chair a little away from the duo was Fleur Delacour. Harry supposed that she could be called a beautiful, perhaps even breathtaking person to look at with her long, silvery bee-owned hair, and large deep blue eyes. Even as she was sitting she was tall and willowy, with an air of grace that probably matched that of a Malfoy. Large, deep blue eyes were looking at him through long eyelashes. Harry crooked his head slightly to the side, not taking his eyes off the woman. There was something about her that told him that she might not be entirely human. It was not unusual for pureblood families to marry their children to those classified as creatures, but that still looked human-like enough so it didn't affect future children's looks. It was a way to give future generations a power boost and avoid inbreeding without having to turn to the Muggles and, though in a lesser degree, the Muggleborns. Realizing that he'd been staring while being in deep thoughts, Harry withdrew his gaze. "It's an honor to meet both of you," he said, finally remembering some of those manners Severus had attempted to drill into his head. "The same can be said, Lord Potter. I must say that I have heard rather much about you, at least when one takes into consideration how little public knowledge there is to find about you." The ambassador's forwardness threw Harry off the loop, making him wonder what the man knew. Despite the digging she'd probably been doing, Skeeter had not been able to find out more about his life. At least that was what Harry hoped. It could also be that she would be saving it for something big, though he preferred not to think about it. But Mr. Delacour was a politician and a pretty high one to be chosen for this position, or perhaps there was someone higher up in the food chain who wanted to get rid of the man, considering that his predecessor had yet to be located. "It must have been rather dull, Ambassador. I'm afraid that I haven't led the most exciting life," Harry said, forcing a polite smile onto his face. From the look he got in return, Harry knew that the other didn't believe him, and it made him wonder what the man had been able to find out about him. Before he had a chance to dwell further on that subject, Voldemort apparently decided that it was time for him to cut in. "Perhaps, Harry, you will show Miss Fleur around, seeing as this is the first time she is here and she has already expressed an interest in following her father's footsteps and work on bettering the connection between Britain and France." Knowing that Voldemort was trying to get him out of the room, Harry shot Voldemort a look, the only sign of his displeasure. He disliked being manipulated, and a gut feeling told him that it was exactly what Voldemort was doing right now. But he couldn't do anything, at least not in front of the French. If nothing else, Harry was well aware of how unstable the alliance between the two countries was. He didn't want to be the one who made it even worse. In his eyes it was bad enough that Voldemort apparently had decided to show him off like some kind of pet the man could boast about, like some small child trying to compete with the others in the schoolyard. With a last brief glare at Voldemort, Harry turned to Fleur, his face clear of any of his thoughts. "Since it is soon dinner, perhaps you will allow me to escort you to the Great Hall? On the way, I will be able to show you some of the more noteworthy things about Hogwarts." He offered with what he hoped could be taken as a charming smile. Her eyes stayed at his face, giving Harry the feeling that she was looking for something. What it exactly was, Harry had no idea about, but whether she found it or not, the French witch accepted his outstretched hand and let him help her up. "I will see you later, Papa. And thank you for your hospitableness, Lord Voldemort." Her accent was thicker than her father's, but the words were still recognizable. Harry let go of her hand, and with a nod to both males whom had remained seated, he led her out of the room. The door closed gently behind them, cutting off the sounds of the two men who had started conversing silently in a mix of English and French. True to his words, Harry led them to the Great Hall, taking his time to point out things that might be interesting for her. He didn't use the shortcuts, though they saw several others come and disappear through some of the more well-known ones. When Fleur had asked about those, Harry felt his lips twist into a smirk. Now, that would be telling, wouldn't it? "I think that it's a tradition to let the students discover the secrets of Hogwarts on their own, or with a minimal amount of help from others. But none of us are students, Lord Potter." She purred, placing her hand lightly on his arm and blinked rapidly while tilting her head slightly to look at him. Staring at her, Harry started to get a little worried. He wasn't used to deal with French people, but he was pretty sure that it wasn't normal behavior, no matter where one was from. "Have you gotten something in your eyes?" he finally asked. Abruptly the blinking stopped, but now Fleur was staring at him intensely, making Harry wonder if he'd done something to offend her. He didn't suppose that he had, but who knew? Already Fleur had acted rather disturbing by brushing against him, far more times than could have been accidental, and she had asked questions about him, which Harry thought that he had avoided answering rather well. After all, he was supposed to show her around, not give her his life story. To his surprise, the woman broke out in giggles, quickly covering her mouth with a pale and slender hand. Harry stared at her before taking a small step away from her. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed a shadow in one of the portraits he knew had been following since they'd left the third floor. However, before he could figure out who they were being followed by and why they were being spied on, Fleur demanded his attention back. "You are an amusing little boy, Harry Potter." Harry's head snapped towards her, bristling at her words. "I'll let you know that I will turn 17 in a few months, so I'm no one's little boy." Harry bared his teeth at her, though it didn't seem to have much of an effect on the witch. "My apologies, Lord Potter. Didn't intend to insult you, please call me Fleur." Harry firmly stamped down any rude comments before they could leave his mouth. Her many mood changes were unnerving. Perhaps it was that time of the month. "Then call me Harry," he requested. When he glanced around, their follower was gone. Harry decided to not think more about it. Perhaps he was just being a tad paranoid. Who could blame him after what had happened today? The amount of people around them grew as they came closer to the Great Hall. Harry was aware that they were gaining attention from the people they passed, male and female alike. He pushed the discomfort aside, instead focusing on their conversation. After her strange blinking and giggling fit, Fleur seemed to have loosened up, or perhaps turned into a more normal person. Now they were arguing about which of the schools was the best. Beauxbatons or Hogwarts. Since Harry was not a student and thus had no idea how the lessons were, other than when his friends or Severus spoke about them, he was at a disadvantage at the academic angle. But there was more to Hogwarts than just the schooling, which he made an effort of pointing out. "British food is so heavy and greasy, nothing compared to what we enjoy in France. You will have to visit someday and try a few courses. Like you have shown me this school, I will show you the wonders of my country," Fleur said as they entered the Great Hall together. Almost unconsciously Harry's feet led them to the table where he knew most familiar faces would be found. "I think you are confusing us with the Americans. British food is just fine, no frog legs. But I hardly think that it's fair to compare a school to a country. Then again, France wouldn't stand a chance to living here at Hogwarts," Harry bantered, sitting down at the first free seat he found with Fleur sitting down next to him. Scooping food onto his plate since dinner had started a little while ago, Harry concluded that he would have to go to the library soon. A hush had fallen over the entire Great Hall upon the arrival, and Harry had a feeling that it had something to do with the woman he'd been appointed to be guide for. It was different, and while he didn't know the reason for the sudden silence, Harry figured that he might as well enjoy the peace for as long as it lasted. But, alas, it didn't stay this way for as long as Harry had originally hoped for. "My father is our Lord's right-hand man." The outburst came from Draco, seated on the opposite side of the table. The words were accompanied by a wide arm swipe that knocked over a few goblets with pumpkin juice in them, though the mess it created seemed to be ignored by the males nearest to them. Harry looked over at Draco, a frown on his face. The blonde was ignoring his attention, only seeing Fleur, though the woman continued eating as if what was going on held no importance for her. There was a strange gleam in the gray eyes, and when Harry leaned over and waved his hand in front of Draco's face, the blonde didn't as much as blink. With a huff of astonishment, Harry dumped back on his seat, wondering what had caused this change. "I am the heir to several powerful, Italian pureblood families." The exclaiming came from Blaise, who was looking around his fiancée to stare at Fleur, spotting the same dreamy expression as Draco. Looking around from where he was sitting, Harry saw several people with the same look on their faces, mostly males, but a few females seemed to be influenced by what was going on too. And the closer they were, the stronger it seemed to be. "So, Ari, why don't you tell me what people usually do when they are not studying?" Fleur's voice dragged Harry's attention back to her. "There is a small magical town with a few shops not far from here, which the students are allowed to visit on certain days. You can see it from one of the taller towers. Sometimes there are tournaments in exploding snap among the houses. And then there are the Quidditch teams," he explained, taking a bite of the food and only now realizing how hungry he actually was. It seemed like running from a mad basilisk was a good way to work off some energy. "I am the captain and keeper for the Slytherin team, and we have won the Quidditch Cup the last 16 years. Blaise cut in, sending Draco a smug look before looking back at Fleur, pushing forth his chest as he spoke. However, his moment of greatness was interrupted by a snort from Draco. "That is hardly something to brag about. I hold the seeker position and have done so since my second year. And, as we all know, The Seeker is the most important player on the team. The two friends were attempting to glare holes into each other's skull, skillfully ignoring Pansy, who was being squeezed between their bodies. She looked about ready to curse something, or rather someone. Harry moved closer to Vincent, who was on his left. Hopefully the bigger boy wouldn't mind being used as a shield in case that things took a turn for the worse. Blaise seemed to be under the influence of whatever was affecting Draco. Seeing Pansy make small, jerking movements, Harry leaned slightly more to the side to be able to discreetly glance under the table. He winced when he saw her heel connect with Blaise's shin, and yet the Italian didn't as much as blink. All you need to be a Seeker is a somewhat good sight. It is the captain, who keeps the team together, plans the training sessions, and who leads his team to victory with the strategies he comes up with. By now they were leaned so far towards each other that their noses were nearly touching, unaffected by the elbows Pansy was rudely showing into their midsections. Care to prove it, Zabini? Let us find out which one of us is the best on a broom. The two wizards looked about ready to jump the other one, uncaring about the tension in the Great Hall, or whatever punishment that would lead to if they actually attempted to do something. His brain was working overtime, trying to figure out what was the cause to this change. As the heirs to prominent pureblood families, both knew better than to create scenes in such public places. Harry had seen the playful banter the two sometimes had in the privacy of the Slytherin common room, and this wasn't anything like that. He hadn't seen a spell been cast, and since it wasn't a subject he was strong in, Harry was unable to think of what could be behind this. But potions was a whole other thing. He could list several that would stimulate people's behavior into a certain direction. Suspicious, he glanced at Fleur, only to avert his gaze back to his plate when he found her looking at him like a hawk. If he hadn't known better, he would have thought that he could see something like feathers under her skin. But that was ridiculous. When had she had time to sneak into the kitchen and order the house elves to dose the food with a potion? And how had she even managed to find the kitchen in the first place when Harry knew that she hadn't been to Hogwarts before? Let us find out right now, Malfoy. We'll have a race around the lake, and the one who first completes a whole round will be declared the winner. With that, both Draco and Blaise left the table, undoubtedly to fetch their brooms and then head to the Black Lake. Shall I assume that you would like to know the result of the experiment? Salazar's voice reached the two wizards easily when he entered his frame in the room. The founder of Hogwarts waited a while after having announced his presence, not saying anything else. While he did encourage his kin to ensure that his goals were reached, it didn't mean that he appreciated being sent off to spy on adolescences. Especially when he had had to hide in a portrait of an annoying knight, because the little seer had somehow become suspicious to his presence. What was the result? Lord Slytherin, the French ambassador, was the first one to lose his patience. Perhaps his kin had become a little too used to the small games he liked to play to relieve himself of boredom. But as a portrait, one had to take the amusement they were offered. Aware that he was being watched, Salazar settled down on the chair which was placed in the side of the portrait. Near his hand a purple potion was simmering almost lazily. Your family's magic must be quite strong for so many Vila traits to be manifested in your daughter, Ambassador. He complimented, meeting his descendant's gaze while speaking and holding it. The Gryffindor-colored eyes were watching him, and though it could not be seen, Salazar knew that the man was impatient to hear what he had to say. He had trained his heir well. Most would not notice the small, nearly non-existing signs of the man's annoyance over the avoidance of the subject. As expected, Mrs. Fleur managed to capture the interest of a vast amount of people, students and portraits alike. The portrait of the Mad Knight had been mumbling something about slaying a dragon on the 5th floor to prove his worth to the fair lady who was wandering the halls of this school. But despite being capable to turn the heads of several adolescences, the lady was unable to affect the seer, even when she turned her Vila Allure fully on in the Great Hall. Few people could claim to be unaffected of Vila Allure, those who had yet to reach their maturity, or those who were simply not interested in the fair gender. Seeing that the seer would be considered an adult in a few months, it was quite easily to say which category the little one belonged to. Still, it had been a dangerous game his heir had played. Even though he was a portrait, Salazar kept up with politics, and he was well aware of the tender peace there was between Britain and France. And had the Quarter Vila been able to, she would have used her charms to get the boy to follow her back to her country. Someone like him would be a big access to whoever was able to control him. And right now, His heir was the only one who held a claim over the youth. It might be because he was in deep thoughts, or because the years as a portrait had affected him more than Salazar had previously thought, but when he finally became aware that something was going on, both wizards were already at the door, wands in their hands. Seeing spells fly over the Black Lake, Salazar hated the fact that he was bound to move only within portraits. It certainly left him at a disadvantage whenever something was going on outside. By the time they reached the Black Lake, a rather large crowd had been assembled. Harry wasn't surprised to see that most of the males were flocking around Fleur, while the girls stood in another group, looking rather sourly at the Frenchwoman. Harry had joined neither group, not wanting to get into whatever was going on. Thus he had settled down on the ground, next to Theo, who had yet to look up from the thick tome he had brought with him from the Great Hall. His eyes slid over to Draco and Blaise, who were making a rather big show of arguing with each other. Often their gazes would flick over to Fleur as if to gauge her reaction, but she mostly looked rather annoyed with the whole thing. You know, they can't be blamed for it. Theo's voice startled Harry out of his surveillance, not having expected the bookish Slytherin to speak. What do you mean? He asked, not taking his eyes off the two wizards who had mouthed their brooms and had already set off. Despite their different positions on the teams, Blaise and Draco used the same kind of broom, a firebolt, meaning that it would be on skills alone that they would have to win on. Fleur Delacour is the daughter of Sebastian Delacour, the newly promoted French ambassador, and Apolline Delacour, the minister of France, who is a half Vila. Rumor has it that she inherited a great amount of Vila genes, even more than her mother. Of course she would use it to see whether she would be able to gain your attention. Of course Harry had heard of Vila. They were supposed to be the subject of every teenage boy's dream. At least until they turned into their bird-like forms and threw fireballs when angered. It certainly explained why people around him acted so strangely upon being near Fleur. But shouldn't I be affected too? I mean, I'm a boy and she is a Vila. Harry trailed off when Theodore looked up from the book for the first time, amusement twinkling in his eyes. Actually, there are a few the Vila are not able to affect. Like children, or those who don't find delight in their flesh. My guess is that you belong to the later group. Harry fell silent upon Theo's answer. It certainly wasn't what he had expected to hear. Of course he wasn't a child. Sometimes Harry wondered if there had ever been a time where he had been allowed to be one. He'd had a feeling that he wasn't straight, mostly because he found girls uninteresting. They were simply wrongly formed, and the one time he had seen a girl cry, he had fled in the opposite direction, not looking back once. How about you? You don't seem to be affected, he finally asked, his gaze back at the pair who had only half the length of the lake left and was still side by side. According to what I have been able to find out from the books I have consulted, I am ace. Ul. People simply do not interest me in that kind of way. Books, on the other hand, are much more interesting. Before any wrong thoughts could form in his head, Harry pushed them aside, focusing back on the race. It was nice to know that he wasn't the only one who was unaffected by Vila. Draco and Blaise were now 50 feet away from them, racing forward without showing any sign of one of them being able to take the lead. Since their brooms and skills seemed evenly matched, the duo had to use tricks in hope of getting in front of the other. Harry watched as they pushed each other, trying to off-balance them, or even knock them off the broom. He hoped it wouldn't come that far. Unless they landed in the water, a fall with the speed they had could do some serious damage. Several tentacles broke through the water's surface, heading straight for the two flyers. Draco, despite being the farthest away from the lake, was the first one who noticed the danger heading straight towards them. The blonde gave Blaise a light shove, thankfully not hard enough to send him closer to the squid, before abruptly pulling upwards and brining himself out of reach. But Blaise seemed to think that the push was one of Draco's attempts to gain the upper hand in the race and was thus unprepared when he was stuck by one of the fang arms, which quickly closed around him to prevent him from escaping. A snap sounded and the broom Blaise had been riding fell to the ground in two pieces. Seeing the tentacles starting to retreat towards the middle of the lake, Harry spun into action. His feet were moving even before his brain had started trying to come up with a possible plan. Feeling water soak through his trousers, Harry came to an abrupt halt, realizing where he was heading. He didn't have a wand and the tentacles were already out of his reach. Instead he bent down, gathering several small stones that littered the bottom of this part of the lake. Without wasting time to think, Harry threw the first handful of stones at the creature, not sure about how much use it would be, but it was the only thing he could do unless he attempted to swim after it. He was already gathering more before the first stones had even hit their target. As he continued throwing stones, fireballs and different spells followed behind him. Harry didn't bother to look back to know where the fireballs came from. The Veela's defenses were well known, though most people preferred to remember them for their beauty rather than the feathered creatures they turned into when angered. None of the spell casters dared to do anything too harming in fear of accidentally hitting Blaze, who was still dangling from one of the tentacles. Their attacks didn't seem to have any effect other than helping to anger the squid even more than it already was. And as Harry was the closest, the squid decided to take its frustrations out on him. One of the tentacles came sweeping down on him, and while Harry was able to move away from it despite the water at waist level, he never saw the arm that came from under the water. He was knocked off of his feet before he had much of a chance to figure out what was going on. The dark water closed abruptly around Harry. Despite having been standing in the water for some minutes by now, it was still a shock when he found it wrapped around him. There was a roar around him, caused by the giant squid's movements, the only thing he was able to hear. He was jerked around in the water. He lost any sense of how deep down he might be or where the surface was. The cold water felt like burning needles against his skin. Despite the weather having taken a turn for the warmer, the water was still freezing to be in. His lungs were screaming for air, and through the water was murky. He attempted to watch the bubbles to find out what was up and down, but it was impossible to see in the swirling the many tentacles movements were creating. Harry attempted to move into the one direction he hoped would be upwards, but one of the tentacles hit him, knocking him out of course and making Harry feel that he was out in deeper water than he had been before. Panic grabbed Harry as the urge to breathe grew with every second. He attempted to move his limbs, but even if they hadn't been cold, his movements were clumsy and unsure. It wasn't like anyone had bothered to teach him how to swim in the first place. His feet connected with something hard and Harry used it to kick off, hoping that this would take him in the right direction. But for a third time one of the tentacles hit him, this time right in the chest, and Harry was sent propelling through the water, the remaining air forced out of his lungs at the collision. Harry opened his mouth, needing to breathe, but his mouth was filled with water, not the air he longed for. His eyes stung as his throat constricted, trying to expel the water he had already swallowed. Suddenly his whole body was yanked in the opposite direction of where Harry had been floating. Wildly Harry attempted to grab for something that would stop whatever force that was moving him around like a rag doll. He didn't want to drown, but neither could he simply let himself be dragged off to wherever he was heading to, but there was nothing he could do to stop or at least slow it down a little. He broke through the water's surface abruptly and flew through the air until he collided with something solid that didn't move at the impact. Before he could fall, arms closed around him, keeping him standing. Only aware that he was no longer in the lake, Harry coughed, trying to get air into his lungs while expelling the water he had swallowed. As if understanding what he wanted, the one holding him, definitely a male judging from the lack of beasts, loosened their hold enough to allow him to lean forward. A hand landed on his back, hard. And while Harry winced at the pain it brought, the effect was immediate. His lungs contracted, forcing the water out of them and down on the ground in front of his feet. Harry closed his eyes, not wanting to see the mixture of water and food which was there. He hung limp, his whole weight resting against the arm around his midsection while he simply concentrated on the feeling of being able to breathe unhindered. Slowly he became aware that the hand which had hit him was now rubbing soothing circles on his back. Whipping water from his face, Harry turned his head, wanting to know who was holding him up. Red eyes met with his green before they looked away, and Harry found himself following their movements. He easily found Blaze, who was being supported by Draco and Gregory. As if sensing that he was being watched, Blaze looked in his direction, his face splitting into a grin which Harry found himself returning. Though the Italian looked rather winded from his dance with the giant squid, he didn't seem to have suffered. Being held close, Harry followed when Voldemort turned, now facing Fleur and her father. Harry did a double take when he noticed the small soft-looking feathers that created a circle around the witch's neck. Mr. Delacour was standing in a respectful distance to his daughter. Perhaps he feared her doing something when she had already started on the transformation to the Veela's bird-like stadia. Still, the man kept close enough to intervene should it prove to be necessary. "Ambassador," Calm your daughter before she causes more havoc than she has already managed to. Voldemort snapped, for once not bothering to keep his tone polite, but rather sharp and cold that sent shivers down Harry's spine. With a grim expression, Mr. Delacour stepped over to Fleur and carefully placed a hand on her arm. Her head snapped up to look at him, breaking her staring contest with the lake, though she still looked attentive, as if she expected a new attack to come at any moment. Mr. Delacour spoke to his daughter in French with a soft voice. At first she answered him back with high-pitched croons. Harry wondered if people found this just as weird as when he and Voldemort conversed in Parseltongue. But she seemed to visibly calm, and the feathers retreated back under her skin as Fleur started speaking in French. Finally all signs of feathers were gone, and Fleur used her wand to straighten her hair and clothes, looking every bit like a human as she had done before. When she looked at them, Voldemort's hand at his chest pressed Harry closer to Voldemort's body, keeping Harry in place. Not that Harry had any plans about moving anywhere. He was cold, and Voldemort's body provided a source of warmth that Harry wasn't willing to part with. Lord Voldemort, I sincerely apologize for what my daughter's actions caused. I assure you that she didn't intend for anyone to be harmed. Of course the French ministry will be prepared to pay for any damage there might have been caused. Harry didn't need to look behind him to know that Voldemort was pleased with this outcome. The man's mind was probably working on all the possibilities the ambassador's words gave him. He almost felt sorry for the Frenchman. Voldemort was too much of a Slytherin to let an opportunity like this pass him. Perhaps the French minister will be interested in hearing what happened here today. Voldemort intrigued softly, making Harry frown. Sure, he understood that Voldemort would attempt and take the best advantage of this, but he felt that this might be pushing it. While the Minster was responsible for their workers, to a certain degree, Fleur was only connected to them through her father. Mr. Delacour nodded. I will make sure that my wife is correctly informed about this, Lord Voldemort. You can be assured about this. Now, if you will excuse us, I believe that it is time for us to leave. As you will. Voldemort accepted, waving forth Theo. Mr. Knott, be so kind to lead them to the gate where they will be able to use their portkey. Theo bowed, his book somehow gone, though Harry was sure that it would be back the moment he had finished his task. It would be an honor if you would allow me to escort you out of this premise, Theo said, though something in the bookish Slytherin's voice told Harry that the words were not meant. Harry didn't have a chance to say his goodbyes to Fleur. A thug in his body was the only warning he got before he instinctively closed his eyes and was whisked away by Voldemort. He didn't need to open his eyes to know that he was indoors. The sudden warmth that engulfed his body was more than hint enough for him. After his cold bath in the Black Lake, the change in temperature was a true relief, though it didn't help much with the shivers that were running through his body, and they had absolutely nothing to do with how close Voldemort was pressed against his back. He was pleased to find that one of Voldemort's hands was still sprawled out across his chest, not having moved since Harry had found himself in the man's hold. You look like a drowned kitten, hatchling, were Nagini's words as she came sliding forward to greet them while Harry opened his eyes, staring at her in annoyance. The snake stopped a little distance from them, careful not to get anywhere near the puddle of water that had created beneath Harry's feet. Let us chuck you in the lake and then we will see how you look when you emerge again, Harry retorted as Nagini leveled herself so they were face to face. They were in Voldemort's room, much to Harry's relief. Right now he didn't want to be around more people than necessary. He was unsettled enough as it was, and just wanted to be left alone. As if reading his thoughts, Voldemort let go of him and stepped away. A small sigh escaped Harry when the fire in the fireplace sprung to life, though it only helped him to realize how cold and wet he was. I need a bath, he mumbled, loud enough for Voldemort to hear. However, instead of answering, Voldemort let his magic wash over him. Harry stood completely still, waiting for it to be over. It wasn't uncomfortable, far from it actually. Harry had to gather himself before his legs gave out under him. He'd embarrassed himself more than enough today. His only consolation was that he hadn't been affected by Fleur's allure. It would seem that you have been lucky. Other than some bruises on your chest area, you have managed to get out of the ordeal unharmed. There was a cold tone to Voldemort's voice, making Harry believe that the man had more to say, but refrained from doing so. Personally, Harry disagreed. It was his so-called luck that got him into this kind of situations in the first place. I thought that you didn't know healing spells, he finally stated, rubbing his freezing hands against his robe. Not that it helped much to drive the coldness away, seeing as his clothes were just as wet as the rest of him. Voldemort's hands were back on his body, running up and down Harry's sides until he accidentally pressed against one of the bruises on his ribs he had acquired. It was a diagnostic spell. And while I am adept in the arts of healing, I prefer to leave it to those who have dedicated their lives to it. Right, you just don't want to admit that there is something you might not be good at. He was broken off by a wince when Voldemort pressed down on the same spot as before. Would you stop that? He slapped the hands away and stepped away from Voldemort, who looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Since you apparently are lacking in your belief in my abilities in magical healing, I checked whether or not you have a broken rib the Muggle way. It wouldn't do for you to puncture a lung and drown in your own blood when you have just avoided a similar fate, just with water. Somehow Harry simply found it hard to believe the innocence Voldemort was picturing, though he supposed that it was touching that the man was caring about him. Since I am fine, I think I'll just take that bath now, he said with a nod to himself before stepping around Voldemort. Tell me, what is your opinion of Ms. Delacour? Sounded Voldemort's voice from behind, making Harry stop as he reached the door leading to his own room. She was weird, he said with a small grimace, still facing the door as he felt Voldemort step up behind him. And without doubt dangerous with the things she could make people say or do in hope that they would win her affection. But I don't think that Pansy liked her. Or any of the other witches, with the way Fleur had stolen most males' attentions with hardly any effort. But Harry looked forward to see what Blaise would do to get back in her good grace. The witch could hold a grudge like no one else. Thanks for getting me out of the lake, and for saving me from the basilisk. Before more could be said, Harry had already slipped through the open door and closed it behind him. Voldemort could easily follow if that was what he wanted, but Harry hoped that the man would respect his desire for privacy.
With long strides, Harry crossed the room and entered the bathroom that was connected to his room.
Once in there, Harry closed and locked the door before stripping himself of his clothes. It took longer than it normally would as the wet fabric clung to him like a second skin. But after a few minutes' fight, he stood beeped as the day he'd been born, the shred clothes leaving a trail after him on the floor. Harry went for the shower, completely bypassing the bathtub. He didn't think that he would be able to use it in the nearest future. Not without feeling the water fill his lungs once again. Shuddering at the thought, Harry turned on the water and stepped in under the beam without bothering to wait for it to reach a comfortable temperature. As a consequence, a hiss was forced from him when hot droplets came in contact with his cooled-down skin. Ever so slowly he became used to the temperature, and finally his muscles started to relax. Slumping against the glass wall, Harry stared at the brown water as it disappeared down the drain. Shivers ran through his body and Harry's teeth clamped down on his lower lip, forcing the tears that threatened to spill back. 2 times today he'd come dangerously close to dying, and both times Voldemort had come to his rescue. The feelings this knowledge left him with confused Harry. He knew that Voldemort only did it for himself, but it didn't stop the warm feeling in his chest to spread when he thought of it. Frowning, Harry placed a hand over his heart, right where Voldemort's had been. Why did it flutter when he thought of Voldemort? Was he getting down with something after his tour in the lake? Harry was sure that no natural sickness could come this fast. Mentally, Harry started a list of symptoms. Strangely enough, he found that they were connected with Voldemort, and had been going on for quite a while now where he took the time to think about it. 1. He felt warm and comfortable around Voldemort, or by simply thinking about the man, though he still managed to put him on the edge with how unpredictable he sometimes seemed to be. He had also had a few dreams where Voldemort featured, which had left him in a quite awkward position in the mornings. They weren't of the kind one would usually have about a Dark Lord. Granted, Harry didn't know what those kinds of dreams should be about, but they sure as hell weren't supposed to involve an underclad man. Green eyes widened with realization as he thought more about what those dreams had been about, mentally cursing himself for not seeing it sooner. He had a crush on Voldemort. Groaning, Harry let his head hit the glass wall. Perhaps if he repeated this enough times he would be able to gain a memory loss of the last few minutes. Either that or he would gain an enormous headache. No matter how he looked at it, Harry knew that this was doomed from the beginning. It would be better if he found a way to end it before it was allowed to grow. There was the age difference. Voldemort was well into his 70s, though he definitely didn't look that part. If one only thought about the age Voldemort looked, it couldn't be considered so improper after all. But otherwise the gap between them was simply too big. Voldemort was the Dark Lord, ruler of the wizarding world and one of those who had bothered to treat him like a human being. It seemed that this method was absolutely not working to convince him as well as he had hoped to. But at least he knew that he wasn't the only one who had a hopeless crush. The giant Spewed had after all attacked Blaise and Draco for a reason. Laughter mixed with the sound of falling water when Harry tried to imagine what kind of children that might come out of a pairing between the squid and a quarter vila. Wrapped up in a blanket, Harry stared blankly at the book he was balancing on his bent knees. He'd read the same few phrases a dozen of times and yet his brain seemingly refused to let anything he'd read be registered. It was annoying since the book was from a part of Voldemort's private library and Harry had gotten his hands on it more by chance than anything else. But at the current time, Harry's thoughts were too scattered for him to focus on the text. For all Harry cared, Apocalypse could come, and he probably wouldn't even notice it. Ever since his run-in with the Basilisk, Harry had found it hard to concentrate on pretty much anything. He seemed to stumble over thin air and run into more things than what could possibly be healthy for him or anyone near him. He's absent-minded, and if Severus saw him now, the man would refuse to let him near any of the man's precious potions, fearing what Harry's lack of concentration might end with. Since he had been turned into a somewhat walking catastrophe, Harry decided to do what he knew even he wouldn't be able to screw up. He observed. The Basilisk had said that Voldemort had found a mate. Even though Voldemort was good at pulling the emotionless trump, Harry would have liked to think that he at least had some skills when it came to reading the man. It seemed like he would have to rethink that statement. Until now, Voldemort had shown no obvious interest in the people around them. Even those whom he'd to deal with due to his role as the leader of the British wizarding world only received the necessary attention from the man, and nothing more. Seeing that Voldemort had no current dealings at the Ministry itself, Harry had taken to following Voldemort closely. It wasn't because he found the man fascinating, but Harry couldn't help but notice several small things about the man. Like how Voldemort's lips quirked ever so slightly when he found something funny. It wasn't very noticeable, and one had to know what to look for to spot it. How he, like Severus, shared the trait of sniffing his drink before actually tasting it, done so discreet that most wouldn't notice it and therefore no one would be offended. And when Voldemort was doing paperwork, he had the habit of swirling the quill around in the ink while he thought. All those small things made Voldemort seem more human, but it definitely didn't help Harry to get the answers that he was looking for. One would think that if Voldemort had his eyes on someone, he would do something else than work and spend his time with Harry. An almost absurd idea hit Harry. There was one reason he could think of that might explain why Voldemort wasn't spending any time with the one the man had his eyes on. With the policy Voldemort used, he would probably lose a great deal of his support if someone found out that the man had fallen for a Muggleborn. So, instead of following his heart, in case that Voldemort actually had one, the man observed from afar, watching as his love went on with life, unaware of what feelings they might be stirring inside the man. He really needed to stop remembering those paperbacks Aunt Petunia had read. It only made him feel more frustrated than he already was. Pushing the thoughts aside, Harry attempted to focus on the book instead. It was rather interesting, or it would be once he got further into it. A few times the author had mentioned something called a Horcrux, and while it was a strange word, Harry was sure that he had heard it once before. But at the moment he could not say in what connection, and it didn't seem like the author intended to go further into the subject. But considering that the book was one of Voldemort's, it wouldn't surprise Harry if this was a dark subject.
Not that the man didn't have books that didn't belong to the light and gray category, but they were by far outweighed by the darker themed ones.
It would be easier to think if he wasn't plagued by the thrice-damned headache which became more intense with each passing moment, making it hard for him to concentrate on pretty much anything. As another wave of pain hit him, realization dawned for Harry. He hadn't had a vision for quite a while, and somehow he had been so focused on his thoughts that he'd completely ignored the warning signs of a vision's being on its way. Wanting to know what there was to see, Harry forced himself into a more relaxed position. He kept his gaze at Voldemort, who seemed completely engulfed by whatever he was reading in a chair opposite the couch Harry was sitting on, until his eyes closed and Harry felt himself slip into the vision. Opening his eyes, Harry found himself standing inside what looked like a big tent instead of sitting on the couch in Voldemort's office. The seer blinked owlish at his surroundings, taking in the many different objects that took up a great deal of the space in the room. They were made of glass, or some material that looked eerily close to it. There was no doubt in his mind that this was a magical place. The things on the shelves and table had swirling colors in their midst and were producing puffs of rainbow-colored smoke. The phoenix perched near the desk was also a great hint at where he was, or at least about who resided in this tent. As far as Harry knew, phoenixes didn't stay near muggles for long. For birds they were rather intelligent, and while there was no known way to kill a phoenix, it wouldn't surprise him if the muggles actually managed that feat. But this one wasn't looking too well. If Harry had to say it, he would guess that it was close to the bird's burning day. His attention was drawn from the phoenix when someone entered the tent. The way they went through the tent flap indicated that this was their place, or they at least had come there often enough to view it as theirs. Quickly Harry moved out of the way. While he didn't affect or was affected by what happened in a vision, when one didn't count the times he had gotten sick from some of the things he'd witnessed, he didn't like it when someone passed through him. He wondered if it was the same feeling ghosts had, or if it was just him. Myrtle and Peeves had been rather unhelpful to clear that. And considering the way Harry knew he would probably die, he doubted very much that he would be able to find out on his own. Another pair of feet followed the first set and Harry forced his attention back to the current scene. He knew that he couldn't afford missing details if he wanted to figure out why he was seeing this.
A scowl marred his face when Harry caught sight of the lime green robes with shooting stars on them. While the phoenix had been quite the hint about whose place this was, Harry had sincerely hoped that he might be mistaken.
The man wearing those robes had grown a great deal older since Harry had last seen him. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to resist doing something stupid if he continued staring at Dumbledore, Harry turned his attention to the one who had accompanied the old wizard. Harry recognized the somewhat chubby-built boy, though the young man had lost some stones since Harry had last seen him. Though he was still rather round and looked to have kept his boyish charm. The blonde hair had been kept short and he seemed to have missed the growing spurt. "Neville, my boy, have a seat." The leader of the Order of the Phoenix had already sat down as he spoke, behind the desk, and gestured for the other wizard to take one of the chairs in front of the desk. "A lemo. Drop?" When Longbottom mutely shook his head, Dumbledore seemed somewhat disappointed. It is a shame that so few people seem to realize what kind of delicatessen lemo drops are. Well, I guess that it means that there are more for me. With that he popped one of the lemo drops into his mouth, and a blessed expression spread on his face. "Sir, not to be rude, but why am I here?" Neville broke the silence, looking rather uncomfortable as he sat there in front of the former headmaster, but while the voice was low, it was enough to make Harry take a second look at the boy. Neville didn't look much different from those memories Harry had of the time he had spent with the Order. There were smudges of dirt on the boy's hands and some right in front of his left ear.
Before he could dwell in those memories, Dumbledore sighed, pulling Harry's attention back to the duo. It could just be his imagination, but it seemed like the twinkle that was usually in the old man's eyes had dimmed, if only a little. "I probably should have told you this before. But Neville, my boy, you must understand that I wanted you to enjoy your childhood for as long as possible." Harry didn't bother to hold back a snort at the old man's words. It was just like Dumbledore to make excuses like that when he was about to say something that would change people's lives, and mostly for the worse. What disturbed him was that the phoenix's eyes flickered over to where he was at the sound, giving Harry the feeling that the bird was aware that his was there, even if Harry knew that it was not possible. After all, this had not happened yet, so why should the bird react like that? It had probably just reacted to some sound that it had heard from outside the tent. Nonetheless, he would try and refrain from making that kind of outburst in the future. "A prophecy, my boy." At those words, Harry snapped back to attention. Apparently he had missed a part of the conversation during his small round of panic. "What prophecy, Professor Dumbledore?" Harry scowled openly at the title. It wasn't wrong to call Dumbledore a professor, though the man was no longer teaching. At least he wasn't being called headmaster. But Neville had asked the question that Harry too wanted answers to, so he withheld rude comments, instead opting to listen on what was being said. Besides, it helped distracting him from the phoenix, which was still staring at the spot he stood, as if it knew that he was there. "Before you were born, and Hogwarts was still viewed as the safest place to be next to Gringotts, I met with a woman interested in becoming our new divination professor. She was rather promising, being a descendant of the late Sir C. Trelawney. And during that interview I had the honor of experiencing that she indeed shared her grandmother's gift. By now Harry had moved, so he was standing next to Neville, staring intently at the headmaster, waiting to hear more. But Dumbledore took his time, eating more of his lemo drops. When Harry felt like he was about to snap, Dumbledore finally spoke, as if he'd been waiting for this moment. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. Dumbledore let the words sink in with Neville, and, unknowingly, Harry too, before he spoke again. Unfortunately, one of Voldemort's spies overheard the prophecy and was able to bring it to his master. While he didn't hear the whole prophecy, it was enough to get Voldemort's attention when he heard it. The way Neville flinched each time Voldemort's name was said didn't escape Harry's attention. If this was heading the way that Harry thought, Dumbledore had become barmier than the last time Harry had had the displeasure of seeing the man, no matter how much he believed that should not be possible. Professor, why are you telling me this? Who is the one the prophecy is about? The fragile hope in Neville was visibly destroyed when Dumbledore spoke again. There were originally two children, who fit into the prophecy. You and Harry Potter. And only Voldemort would have been able to decide whom it should be, by marking his slayer. But on Halloween, when you both were little over a year old, James did an old pureblood ritual, concerned by his son's lack of accidental magic. Same day, young Harry was left with his mother's relatives, and both James and Lily grieved over the fact that their firstborn was a squib and the knowledge that it wouldn't be safe for him to grow up in our world. Harry scowled at the way Dumbledore sugar-coated the story. He almost made it sound like Harry's parents had cared for him. If that had been the case, they wouldn't have abandoned him in the first, or they would at least have bothered to check up on him, to see that he was safe and well. But Professor, I'm nothing special. What if the prophecy is about Harry and you know who? I was never marked, but maybe Harry was. The newspapers said that he's living at Hogwarts, and has been seen with he who must not be named. Harry could only stare at Neville, not sure if he should laugh or just shake his head. Even if the prophecy was about him, Harry would refuse to participate. Why should he help the Order when it was the so-called dark side that had treated him like a human being instead of some tool that happened to be useful to them? He would be willing to go against Voldemort the day that he decided to return to the Dursleys. At the same time, Harry could see what Neville was trying to do. After all, the thought of going against the Dark Lord, when knowing that others had tried and failed, would be frightening for anyone. While Harry's visions are indeed useful in this war, I am sorry to say that it is clear to me which one of you the prophecy is speaking about. Knowledge about the future will not lead to the defeat of the Darkest Lord since Grindelwald. But Voldemort grew up in the Muggle world, and despite the dislike he holds for them, it's likely that he has kept track on their development. Therefore Harry would have no advantage against Voldemort, whereas you on the other hand have something that will lead to his defeat. At that Harry froze, staring wide-eyed at Dumbledore, not wanting to believe what he was hearing, but the leader of the Order of the Phoenix seemed rather serious. Letting his gaze turn to Neville, Harry frowned. What exactly did Neville have that could possibly lead to Voldemort's defeat? Apparently Harry wasn't the only one thinking so. But sir, I can't defeat you know who. I'm not even old enough to use my wand without the Ministry being alerted, and yet you expect me to beat someone who is a master in magic. And I have no mark. Neville said. Panic seeped into his every word as he started hyperventilating. Harry felt a pang of sympathy for Neville, seeing as the other was most likely right. Even with a prophecy claiming that he might be the one able to defeat Voldemort, though it could go the other way just as easily, it was unlikely that a clash between them would turn out in Neville's favor. Voldemort was ruthless, decades older, though not looking that part, and had spent those years wisely. After all, most didn't seize control over a country by pure luck. He didn't give you a visible mark, but by sending his Death Eaters after your parents and torturing them, Voldemort made it clear that he viewed you as a threat. And while Voldemort may have the advantage in magical knowledge and power, you have something, my boy, that can ensure the victory in this war, as I previously mentioned. Before Dumbledore could say more, the Phoenix began making high-pitched tones that seemed to stab his eardrums with sharp needles. He sank down on one knee with his ears covered by his hands, glaring at the bird who, to his surprise, returned the look and started on the tones again, this time louder than the last time, drowning out any other sound that had been in the tent. With ringing ears, Harry blinked and found himself in the room, staring up in Voldemort's face. Yelping in surprise, Harry attempted to scramble away only to find himself pinned down with a hand sprawled out on his chest. As the ringing slowly dimmed to finally disappear and Harry calmed his hectic breath, he took in the situation. He was still on the couch he'd been reading on, but the book was nowhere in sight. Harry guessed that he had dropped it during the vision. He assumed that it was around the same time that he had somehow ended with his head in Voldemort's lap. And the hand placed in the middle of his chest was a clear hint that Harry wouldn't be moving anytime soon. Not that he really minded. Right now he wasn't sure that the ringing wouldn't return the moment he attempted to move. You were unrestful during your vision. Blinking seemed to be the only action Harry was able to produce while his brain tried to figure out what the man meant. His confusion must have been mirrored on his face since Voldemort deemed it necessary to elaborate. You screamed. It does not seem like something that would usually happen, and it hints that something went against the norm in your vision. It at least explained why his throat felt so strange. Though compared to the ringing that had been in his ears, Harry found it hard to feel concerned, but maybe the two had been connected. For some moments, Harry simply laid where he was, looking past Voldemort as he tried to make sense of what he had seen. It wasn't that confusing, but all the information that had been given to him seemed to take a while for his brain to sort through, and he didn't want to risk forgetting something when he decided to report what he had seen to Voldemort, as the man was clearly expecting him to. Besides, Harry could freely admit to himself that he rather enjoyed the position he was in. Normally when he had a vision, he was left alone or moved into a more comfortable position. It was rarely that people continued touching him even after he'd had the vision. But had he only been screaming, or had there been more done during his vision? And was it somehow connected to the noises the Phoenix had been making? Since he needed a repeat of the actions to gain the knowledge, if those things were tied together somehow, Harry decided that he could live without knowing if it meant that he wouldn't have to go through it again. Fingers started running through his hair, and Harry wondered when his braid had been undone. Did you know that there is a prophecy about you? He finally asked. When the fingers stopped their movements, Harry cracked an eye open with a not so subtle glare at Voldemort. The look he got in return was enough to convince Harry that it would be in his best interest to continue talking. It's an old one, made before I was born, so you should already know it. After all, Voldemort had access to the Ministry of Magic, and Harry knew that they had a tendency to store away all prophecies that had been overheard, even after they had been fulfilled. It made Harry wonder if the kind of visions he got also showed up in the halls, or if it was only the spoken prophecies that popped up there. The fingers returned to their previous task and Harry bit back a low moan. His nail dug into his skin. Getting the message, Harry carried on, feeling relaxed as he lay like that. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. A really annoying prophecy, but the best part is that Dumbledore seems to believe that Neville is the one the prophecy is speaking about. Harry really didn't want to get Neville involved further into this mess than what Dumbledore already had attempted to. From what he'd seen, Neville hadn't outgrown his gentle persona. But he was bound to tell about his visions unless he wanted the magic from when he'd made the deal with Voldemort to turn against him. Again the fingers stopped their massage and Harry opened his eyes, figuring that he might as well report the whole thing, hoping that it would make Voldemort resume his work. It was almost like reporting to Severus, only his guardian didn't have magical fingers that seemed capable to turn him into mush. Seeing the dark expression that had appeared on Voldemort's face at his words, Harry felt the need to calm down the man, if nothing else then to stop the man from running out and take Neville's life right away. I think it's best if I start with the beginning. With those words, Harry threw himself into a detailed resume of what he had encountered in his vision, even the strange thing that the Phoenix seemed to know that he had been there, though it technically shouldn't have been possible, seeing as it had yet not happened, and had somehow managed to force Harry out of the vision before Harry had been able to hear what Dumbledore believed should be able to help Neville to fulfill the prophecy. For a long time after that, Voldemort was silent, his eyes fixed on a spot on the other side of the room. Harry's wasn't quite sure about what was running through the man's head at the current moment, but he doubted very much that it was something pleasant, such as rainbows and unicorns. Phoenixes are the single creatures that are not controlled by time. They die and are reborn in an endless circle. It would certainly not surprise me if they, of all beings, would be able to interference with time, since they are not working under the same laws as the rest of us. Voldemort sounded like he was speaking mostly to himself, but Harry listened eagerly to each words that passed over the man's lips. Hopefully he would avoid further visions where a phoenix was involved. He would prefer not to have a repeat of what had happened this time. For what it's worth, I think that the so-called prophecy is balls. I mean, look at me, I am a walking proof that the future is not set in stones, it is our own and other people's actions that determine whether or not something will happen. And since that is the case with my visions, I'll make a shoot and say that it probably also means that a prophecy doesn't necessarily means that something is bound to happen. It all comes up to the people that are involved in it, whether or not they believe in some words that can have multiple meanings. Harry said with a determined nod. At least he hoped that it was the case. Harry had seen plenty of times where his actions could either lead to what he had seen in his visions or avoid the result entirely. It really was 50-50, so he wasn't quite sure about what was best. But he hoped that not the whole future and just parts of it was set in stones. If that was the case, what he had seen might not be fulfilled and he would be able to live until he was 150, if he managed to stay alive for so long. Deep down Harry had a feeling that his visions about the veil were one of those that were unchangeable, but that might just be him being morbid. Feeling like he owed it to Neville to try and make sure that Voldemort didn't go out of his way to kill the other teen, Harry decided to attempt again. And Dumbledore's arguments were rather weak. After all, how many times had Voldemort not sent his Death Eaters out to take care of some rebels or another where the child or some other relative had survived? You sound rather adamant in protecting Longbottom. Is there a reason for this? Harry paused, gnawing at his lower lips while he contemplated on how to continue. Yeah, he admitted, clearing his throat. I knew Neville from my time with the rebels. He's the kind of guy who would rather play with his plants than roughhousing with the other kids. I got to know him while I was still allowed to be with the other children. They were rather wild and liked to fight, so I couldn't be convinced to get within reach of them. Instead, I sought out the only other quiet kid I could find, since I was forced to interact, and that happened to be Neville. Harry smiled at the memory. He still remembered the chubby-billed child with dirt under his nails that could talk about different plants for hours. Because of Harry's experience with his aunt's Muggle garden, they had been able to talk for quite a few hours when they were allowed to. It was strange to think about Neville after so many years. After leaving the Order, Harry had done his best to banish the memories from his mind, both the bad and the good ones. Realizing what position he was in, and just how close he was to a certain part of Voldemort's anatomy, Harry sat up, his back to Voldemort, and his blush shielded from view. He winced as the fingers in his hair didn't follow the move, almost as a thoughtless attempt to keep him where he was, and a few strands of hairs were loosened. What will you do now? He found himself asking. Until now, Voldemort had acted swiftly upon the visions Harry had had. It felt unreal to know that the man was just sitting behind him, doing nothing at all. Lucius will entertain you until you decide to retire for the evening, and Nagini will be here too. There are certain things at the Ministry I have to check upon. Hearing where Voldemort would head, Harry closed his mouth. Suddenly it didn't seem so bad to be left behind now where he knew what the alternative was. I don't need a minder. He protested, shifting to look at Voldemort, who rose. Magic straightened his robes so it didn't look like he'd been wearing them the whole day. You have managed to stay out of troubles for the last few days, mainly because you have not left my side for other than bathroom visits and sleep. So be good and I might consider you to go without supervision the next time this happens. The man said, petting him on top of his head, like he was a mindless pet, or a stubborn child, and then he was gone. Sighing, Harry leaned forward. What ails you, hatchling? Nagini hissed, wrapping herself around his body, leaving him with little space to move. Shifting slightly as he leaned back so he wasn't squeezing the big reptile, Harry enjoyed the comfort the strange hug gave him. It is not important, he mumbled, trying to get some order in his muddled thoughts. It seemed like Voldemort had known of the prophecy before Harry told him. The lack of surprise or any other reaction had been rather telling. After all, it wasn't every day that you got to know that someone held the power to defeat you. Did Voldemort know before now that Neville and him apparently had been the candidates to the prophecy? If so, Harry didn't understand why he was still alive. If he had been in Voldemort's shoes, he would have eliminated any threats already. Could it be that Voldemort simply wrote him off because of his lack of magic? Somehow Harry doubted that he could side with Voldemort and Dumbledore in this. As the rebel had pointed out, Voldemort had a vast knowledge about magic, so it wouldn't be that that could possibly end his regime. It didn't matter. The prophecy wasn't about him, and therefore he wouldn't act on it. But why did Harry had a feeling that no one would listen to him when he suggested that the future was not set in stones, despite how many times he had already proved this? Perhaps he would have to see what exactly he could do to avoid the fate that the so-called prophecy had set. My lord. The dark-clad potions master dipped his head in respect as he stepped inside the room. In all the time he had known Severus, he had rarely seen the other bow to anyone, and it was just as well. Because instead of making it an act of respect, Severus made it seem like he was merely humoring an annoying child. Placing the quill aside, Voldemort decided to acknowledge the other's presence, seeing as he currently found it rather troublesome to get something off hand. I trust that your mission was a success. He asked, though already knowing the answer to the question. But if he immediately jumped to the subject on his mind, Severus would clamp up, being more uncooperative than he was ought to be. Of course, my lord. As the missives I sent you told, the Giants have been reminded who they swore loyalty to, and they will not be interested in the offers that Dumbledore makes his followers approach them with, so it can be considered a success. As well as the other mission I suddenly found myself with when I had accomplished the first one. Severus was fishing for answers, being subtle but still clear about what he wanted. Voldemort knew that his potions master had to be confused. After all, he had long since risen over the ranks of those followers Voldemort sent off on a task for little other reason than to his own amusement. The last task had been too obvious. He had no use of the leaves of a blue fire lily. But it grew in a magic-resistant area much like that of the Giants, meaning that Severus had had to use time on traveling and locating the flower. Time he had used to bind Harry to him. Only those ties were far from as strong as he had hoped that they would be at this point. In fact, after the whole incident with the quarter villa and the near-drowning experience, Harry seemed to have withdrawn. The seer had still stayed by his side, spending the time he insisted with him, but he was tense, as if he expected to be hit or something unpleasant to happen. But Voldemort had seen him watching him, though he had refrained from calling Harry out on it. The deal between them forced Harry to tell about any visions he had, so whatever was bothering his seer, it couldn't be a vision or he would already know about it. My lord, has Harry behaved while he was with you? The concern for his charge was clear in Severus' voice. Normally the potions master was hard to read. The only time he could recall seeing any real concern was after Harry and the Malfoy heir had been rescued from the rebels. Severus was a man who could not stand doing nothing. Being unable to help while Harry had been unconscious in the hospital wing had driven Severus up the walls in a way Voldemort had not had the joy of observing before. How loyal would you say that Harry is? He instead asked, ignoring the question. Severus would get to see Harry soon enough. He would leave it to the seer to explain to Severus what had happened in his absence. Severus' face was impassively as he thought over the question. While I am unaware of most of the details of his stay with the Order, I can say that Harry will never willingly return to Dumbledore's side. But I believe that while he has no warm feelings towards the rebels, he will not pick a side in something he believes has nothing to do with him. But he will continue to do his best to ensure that those he cares about are not harmed. Severus felt silent after that, as if waiting for a response from him. At first Voldemort did not bother to speak, resting his chin on his folded fingers. He was well aware that he needed something to make sure that Harry would stay when the deal ended. Not only for the sake of continual knowledge about the future, but he had found that he had grown to desire the youth despite his tendencies to get himself into trouble. Severus, I have one last task for you to perform before you are allowed to rest. The slight stiffening in his shoulders were the only sign of weariness that Severus allowed to slip out. Undoubtedly he was already imagining whatever else meaningless mission he could possibly be sent on. When you see Harry afterwards, I do not care what method you chose to use, but you will find a way to persuade him to stay in the room I have selected for him. Confusion briefly dashed over Severus' face before it was gone again. May I ask what your intentions for my charge is, my lord? Clearly Severus did not like being out of the loop about things. Carefully Severus, you are overstepping your boundaries. But Harry will still be able to perform his duties as your assistant and I will not harm him, unless that is what he wishes for. Normally he would not allow people to question him unless they had a reason for it. But it was such a bother to find a new potions master with Severus' level of skills, and as had been pointed out, he was Harry's guardian and his little seer seemed to be rather happy with the man. So he allowed Severus more than he perhaps usually would have been lenient to do. Black eyes were glancing intently at him, but Severus knew better than to try and use legilimency on him. Anyone stupid enough to attempt using the mind arts against him would learn that he was a master in it. Those few who had dared in the past and had not been lucky to be killed were forever prisoners in their own minds. You are dismissed, Severus, but I expect Harry to be in his room by nightfall. He did not bother to say what would happen if that was not the case. Severus knew better than to disappoint him. Severus dipped his head. Of course, my lord, was all he said before leaving with a swirl of dark robes. Voldemort almost pitied the students Severus would meet on his way. The potions master was in a foul mood and the first one he ran into would suffer the brunt of it. His thoughts wandered away from an annoyed potions master and back to more pressing matters. He had known of the prophecy since it was first registered in the Hall of Prophecies. Back then there had only been his name, seeing as the other person the prophecy had been unknown. But when he had gone to the ministry to check up on the prophecy, and to punish whatever immiscible responsible for not reporting to him in case that something happened, he found that everything was exactly like the last time he had bothered to check up on the prophecy. Right down to the question mark next to his name on the plate under the small glass globe. Was Dumbledore really so desperate that he was willing to appoint a random boy to keep up the hope among his troops? But perhaps the choice had not been so random as he first had been inclined to believe. The candidates had been limited from the very beginning, and it had quickly dwindled down to only two possibilities. Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. Like Dumbledore, loath as he was to admit it, Voldemort found himself believing more that the latter of the two was the one the prophecy spoke of, but for whole other reasons than Dumbledore. He had survived the Second World War in his childhood and knew firsthand how dangerous people without magic could be. No, Harry might not be loyal to him, but several of those his seer cared about were. And as long as those were treated as they deserved, Harry would have little reason to act on the prophecy the youth already seemed inclined in not believing in. However, that still left him with the problem with the Longbottom boy. Now, where his mind was set, Dumbledore would train the boy for the task before him. Though he knew next to nothing about Harry's stay with the rebels, despite his own attempts for it to be otherwise, last evening had been revealing. While Harry clearly loathed the Order and what they had put him through, he still seemed to have some warm feeling for a few individuals, the Longbottom heir included. For now Voldemort supposed that he would simply watch how things unfolded and then make his decision from there. He would not act like a Gryffindor and rush head first into trouble. That would only create more trouble than good. For all he knew, such actions would lead to him living the next decade as a mere spirit, possessing animals and weak wizards to survive. Instead he would focus his attention on more current problems. Such as how he would ensure that Harry stayed with him in case that Severus' plan would not work. You need to keep a tighter grip, Harry. It is not like it will hurt you to do so. Draco instructed, helping Harry's finger into a position where he felt like he was attempting to strangle the hard staff. Trust me on this. I've been doing this for ages, and if anyone can teach you how it's done, it's me. If Draco wasn't careful, his ego might be too big to fit through the door when they had to go inside again. The last time you said so, we ended scraping yellow goo off the walls for hours. Harry said, wrinkling his nose in remembrance of the smell. Harry would have said more, but he was currently too focused to keep his hands in position as Draco let go of him. It was rather uncomfortable, and he wondered how anyone could do it like this. And now you kick off. Gently. Okay. It would be a pity if you managed to break your neck in your first attempt. Just so you know it, if you are trying to calm me, it's not working. Despite his words, Harry kicked off so he was a few feet above the ground. For a few moments Harry barely dared to breathe, mostly focusing on the sensation of being on a broom and not having anyone on it with him. Seeing that he wasn't about to fall off the broom right away, Draco ascended his firebolt and let himself hover on the same level as Harry. Okay. Let us take a round around the pitch. We'll take it nice and slow, so you can get used to this. Draco said, gesturing for Harry to turn the broom so they could begin. They hadn't flown for long before Harry began to feel that he had gotten the hang of this. Glancing back at Draco, he noticed that his friend was watching him like a hawk. Probably worried about what would happen if Harry fell off the broom. A grin was the only warning Harry bothered to give Draco before he set off. The Nimbus 2000 might not be much compared to the one Draco rode, but he wanted to see what the broom was made of. Behind him Harry could hear swear words before Draco followed him. Scarhead, get back here. Draco's voice gained a rather shrill tone when Harry pulled his broom upwards, intending to see how far up he could get on this broom. A green and blonde blur passed him, and Harry had to jerk the borrowed broom to the side to avoid a collision with Draco, who was now in front of him, looking angry. Instead of letting it stop him, Harry made the broom roll sideways, ignoring the panicked expression on Draco's face. Instead he gave into the thrill flying gave him. The one tour he'd had with Draco so long ago was nothing compared to this. Laughter bubbled in his chest as Harry led Draco on a merry chase around the pitch. While Draco had the better broom, thus more speed, and was more experienced, Harry found it fun to evade being caught by using some of the tricks that Draco had so often told him about. Looking behind him, Harry saw Draco much closer than he'd originally thought. Not much closer, and Draco would be able to grab the end of the broom. When their eyes met, Harry's face nearly split into a grin that Draco by now should have learned meant nothing good. Just as Draco reached out to grab the broom, and undoubtedly force him to halt, Harry pulled into a dive. His heart was up in his throat as the ground neared. Harry wasn't even sure if he was laughing anymore, as the only thing he could hear was the howling wind that consumed all other sounds he knew were supposed to be there, and the colors were a blur, bleeding together until he was no longer sure what was what. Seeing the ground come dangerously close, Harry changed his grip from what Draco had shown him to what he felt more comfortable with before using his weight to pull up. The broom reacted without a moment of hesitation. Instead of a crash and a horrible pain as he had expected for a short moment, only the tip of his shoes brushed against the green grass, and Harry allowed himself to let out a breath he did not even know he had been holding. It had been a little too close, but rather existing. His heart was beating hard against his ribs while Harry wondered if he would be just as successful if he attempted it again. The best part was that he wouldn't get in trouble for this. Draco was a big Quidditch fanatic, and would understand that he had felt the need to test the broom's limit. Get down. The words were followed without a second thought. Harry was used to obey it when it shot out warning in the potions laboratory, and now it was an instinctive thing for him to do. As soon as his feet were solid planted on the ground, a hand closed around his arm and yanked him off the broom, and he was brought face to face with someone who looked about ready to skin him alive. Of all the fool-headed things I have ever watched you do, this has to be in the top. Explain to me what exactly you thought when you decided to pull a stunt that could very well have ended with a broken neck. Do you live to give me gray hairs? Standing shell-shocked, Harry let the angry words wash over him. Severus hadn't changed much since Harry had last seen the man at the Ministry Ball. He had gained a slight tan, something Harry hadn't expected seeing that the giants didn't live in a sunny place. Where had Severus been? Severus had fallen silent, clearly waiting for some kind of explanation from Harry. He looked ready to rip out someone's spine and use it as a potion's ingredient if something wasn't done. Harry brought them closer with a step and wrapped his arms around the livid Severus. "It's good to have you back," he mumbled, burying his face in Severus' chest. There was no doubt in his mind that Severus had heard him when Harry felt a pair of arms close around him, returning the hug. All too soon in Harry's opinion, Severus broke off the hug. The man was holding him a little away from him, so he could give him a one-over before looking him in the eyes, probably ready to scold his charge. But before Severus could open his mouth, he was interrupted by his godson. "Uncle Sev, you are back." Severus let go of him at the greeting. Draco was back on the ground, holding both broom and looked a little winded after the chase. The blonde sent a brief glare in Harry's direction, before turning his attention back to Severus. "How many times have I told you to use my proper name, Dragon?" Now it was Draco's turn to look flushed, hearing a name from his childhood he had hoped that would have been forgotten. "If you insist on acting like a child, then you will be treated as such. Now explain what you were thinking when you planned this event. Your magic had a high chance of intervening if something put you at a risk, Dragon." But Harry would not have been so lucky if he had fallen from the broom during those stunts. By now Harry was thankful that there was no one but the three of them on the pitch. Both for his own, but definitely also for Draco's own sake. Straightening his back, Harry caught Severus' gaze and held it. "Draco just wanted to teach me the first steps in how to fly on a broom. It's actually the only form of magically travel that doesn't make me feel sick to the bone. It was my own idea to do those things I might not have been ready for. Draco tried to stop me. It might be a Gryffindor thing to do, but Harry wasn't about to let Draco take the blame. And this way, he might be allowed to fly again another time." Severus pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a huff of air. When he looked at the two boys again, he seemed visibly calmer, much to Harry's relief. "The next time you decided to do something like this, have someone else with you who will be able to intervene if something happens." Careful not to show it, Harry was mentally doing a victory dance inside his head. In his own roundabout way, Severus had just given permission that Harry could go flying again at another time. Coal-colored eyes landed on Draco. "Curfew is in 15 minutes. Get moving or I will be forced to take points." The man barked at his godson. Draco's eyes widened, knowing that Severus wasn't kidding, and hurried past them. Harry watched as Draco disappeared inside through the double door. "So, how did your trip go?" Harry asked, not sure how much of an answer he would be able to gather. After all, Severus was rarely able to share many details about his travels. It was blessed peacefully, so he hadn't run into any Order members, much to Harry's relief. There was a great variety in the weather, meaning that he hadn't only been among the giants, which made Harry ponder on what other mission Severus could possibly have been sent onto. And no one was hurt. Apparently this was one of the few times that Severus was able to tell him absolutely nothing. One thing was clear, whatever had happened while Severus was gone, it had certainly left the man in a bad mood as he started stomping back towards Hogwarts, forcing Harry to run after him so he wasn't left behind. "I dare to say that it will be a while before I am sent off again." At the last part Harry lit up in a bright smile. "Good, then I will move back tonight." Was it just his imagination, or did Severus stiffen when he said that? Harry decided to write it off as nothing. Severus was probably just tired after having traveled for so long. "Did you enjoy your stay with the Dark Lord?" Harry tilted his head forward to let his hair hide the blush that decorated his face. They went inside through the same doors Draco had used. Because of how close it was to curfew, there was probably not a living soul out on the corridors. It was different. That was the best way he could describe how his stay with Voldemort had went. Harry knew that he wouldn't be able to hide from Severus exactly what had happened, but if he dragged it out long enough, he might not have to deal with the consequences he knew would follow. He preferred not even to think about the feelings he had for Voldemort. Perhaps some distance would help to cool them down. "Would you like to stay with him in the future?" The almost quiet question made Harry freeze mid-step, staring at Severus, who was standing with his back turned towards him. Why would I want that? Harry asked, staring intently at the back of Severus' head. It would do you good with a change. In a few months you will be of age. You cannot honestly expect that you will stay with me for the rest of your life. One day or another you will have to find a place of your own. I suggest that you start sooner. Harry felt like he had been punched in the gut as Severus spoke. To make it even worse, Severus was still refusing to look at him. Harry knew very well that he couldn't stay with Severus for the rest of his life. But this wasn't something they had discussed before, and Harry hadn't been prepared to have it bombed on him like this. Something had to have happened to trigger such a reaction from Severus. If this is about me flying, then I'm sorry, okay. I promise that I won't touch a broom again, please. Panic tinged his voice as Severus didn't move. The man stood stiff and was looking straight forward, effectively ignoring Harry's every word, as if they meant nothing. Severus. Harry stopped himself from saying more, realizing that he was begging. Forcing himself to take a deep breath, Harry stared at Severus, who stood half hidden in the shadows. Severus hadn't even moved since they came to stop here. If not because he was standing in the middle of a hallway, the man could easily be mistaken for one of the gargoyles that decorated the school. Possibilities of what might have caused this were running through his mind. Severus was too cautious to be under the influence of a potion or a hex. And Fleur wasn't around. Not that Harry could see how throwing him out would help Severus to win the quarter villa over. His shoulders hunched as Harry took a step away from Severus. As you want. He didn't bother to hear what else Severus had to say to him. Luckily they were close to the dungeon and Harry knew these parts like his own pocket. He slipped through the entrance to one of the hidden corridors, quickly disappearing from view. But he didn't head for the sanctuary of Severus Quarterser, the room Voldemort had provided him with. And he couldn't go to Myrtle as Voldemort now knew about the place. And though it might be a tad paranoid, he feared that he might somehow find himself in for a second trip to the Chamber of Secrets. Knowing his luck, it would happen. So he headed for a place where he knew he would be welcomed and where people wouldn't think of looking for him right away. Hearing the hurried footsteps carrying the feat's owner away, Severus kept his back stiff. He couldn't allow Harry to see how jarred he felt in case that his charge looked back. He knew that he probably shouldn't have snapped at Harry, and neither should he have been so blunt about the whole thing. Though his brat had changed a great deal since the night where he had nearly stumbled over the boy, Harry was still an insecure brat. It wouldn't surprise Severus if his brat really believed that he had been thrown out because of some silly little mistake he believed he had made. But after traveling for so long and the orders from his lord, Severus just could not find the energy to go looking for his brat. And if Harry wanted to hide, he would make it so that no one would be able to track him down. Unless the Lord was involved, which Severus preferred to postpone for as long as possible, Harry would be more reasonable once he had time to cool down, and perhaps he needed to do so as well. The corners of Severus' lips twisted at the sight he had walked upon when he had been searching for his brat. He had not announced his presence upon his arrival on the Quidditch pitch, opting to watch from his hiding place for a little while. It had to be the first time his charge had ever been on a broom. Previously the brat had shown zero interest in any kind of magical form of traveling. Considering how big a Quidditch talent the late James Potter had been, it had been to Severus big relief that his son showed the same talent. But Harry had made it look like he was riding on air instead of using a broom. It was a talent that could not be taught, but one had to be born with it. But that was not why he had decided to ignore all logic when he had decided to allow Harry to fly on a broom on a later date. Harry's laughter and the way his eyes shone when he landed the broom had nearly stolen his breath. It was the same light Harry had in his eyes when he completed a new potion. So, despite the resemblance of his childhood, Severus had allowed Harry to fly again, to see him happy, and also because he had hoped that his brat would not react like this when he told him about having to stay with Voldemort. He needed a strong drink, and tomorrow, after a hangover potion, he would attempt to mend what damage that had been done. Morning came much too soon for Harry's liking. Logically he knew that the sun could have moved underground, and yet, he could still feel its hot rays on his face, forcing him out of his state of sleep, and Harry wanted to curse magic's existence. Someone was in the bed with him. Someone who had draped an arm and a leg over him, and this time Harry was sure that it was not Nagini's big body, hugging him firmly against the body behind him. Despite the oddities, Harry had no intention of getting out of bed just yet. Whatever had caused this strangeness could wait for a few more hours before he felt like getting up and investigating. Right now he was content to go back to sleep. Something flashed on the other side of his closed eyelids. Harry went from comfortably half asleep to prepared for an incoming attack. He gripped the arm that had previously been resting peacefully on his hip and rolled around, bringing the body in front of himself to shield him from an attack. But the bed he was on was not as wide as Harry first had thought, and instead of now having the body before him, he felt it starting to fall. But the body's owner had a mind of their own, and a hand closed around his wrist, pulling him along in the fall. Having been tangled up in the cover, Harry took it down with him. He landed in a tangle of limbs and covers on the floor, Harry somehow ending under the other person, though he was by no way sure how it had happened. Far from awake, Harry cracked an eye open. It took him a moment to realize that he wasn't in his room in Severus' quarters, which certainly explained the shifting he had registered while not being fully awake. And he remembered the reason to why he was in neither of his rooms. Draco got extra limbs in the night. Is that what my mother meant when she said that I had to eat my vegetables if I wanted to grow? That was definitely Vincent's voice, meaning that he wasn't in any danger as he first had believed. Harry let the back of his head meet the carpet-covered floor, ignoring the elbows and knees that connected with various parts of his body as Draco fought to free himself from their fabric-made prison. Too tired to come up with an explanation to his presence, Harry pulled the cover up over his head. It wasn't the most comfortable place to sleep, but as he was too tired to move, it would have to make do. Harry's plans about getting back to sleep were ended when someone yanked the cover off him, leaving him squinting in the sudden light. Seriously, Scarhead, when did you come and why were you in my bed? Harry blinked a few times, staring at Draco, who was standing at his feet, with the cover in his hands. He tried to calculate the chance of success if he attempted to reclaim the cover. As if sensing where his thoughts were heading, Draco threw the cover at Blaze, who grabbed it without looking up, holding a camera in his other hand. That explained where the flashes had come from, though the knowledge didn't offer him much comfort. He intended to snatch the camera at the first given chance. Theo was sitting cross-legged on his bed, a book balancing on his knees. Gregory and Vincent were watching him with curious eyes as if he was a problem they had to solve, or a new cake they wanted to taste. I needed somewhere to sleep, he said with a shrug before allowing a small grin to slip onto his face. But if I had known that you kicked in your sleep, I would have found somewhere else to sleep. Draco looked gross. I will let you know that Malfoys are perfect in anything we do. I do not kick in my sleep. Harry was not the only one who found it hard not to laugh when Draco followed his statement with stamping his foot on the floor. Harry nodded, not even trying to look convinced. Sure. Good luck with explaining to Astoria why she wakes up black and blue after sharing a bed with you. The way Draco spluttered, not able to form a proper retort, was enough to make Harry feel in a good mood. But, you still haven't explained what you are doing here. Draco informed us last night that Severus had returned. And even if you were not staying with him, the Dark Lord has provided you with a room to use. Harry found himself scowling at Theo. Realizing how ridiculous he looked sprawled out on the floor, Harry moved swiftly back on his feet. He tried to straighten out the wrinkles in his clothes with his hands. It really didn't matter. The outer robe he had shred yesterday would hide the rumpled fabric until he could get a fresh change of clothes. But before he could put on the robe, Draco snatched the clothes away and held it out of his reach. Don't tell me that you intend to wear the same clothes for 2 days. Draco said, not even trying to hide his disgust. Crossing his arms, Harry met Draco's gaze head on. Well, it's not like I brought extra clothes with me, and I'm not walking around BPD. Harry was thankful that his hair hid his burning ears. Of course not, Scarhead, what kind of friend would I be if I allowed that? Theo, take Vincent and Gregory to the Great Hall, we all know what happens when they miss a meal, I don't want a repeat of last time. Blaze, get Pansy, I will need help. Draco had the room cleared in seconds, and once the last one had left, he closed the door and faced Harry full on. Now, Harry, tell me what you are doing here. The blonde demanded, ensuring that no one would be able to listen in on them by casting a silencing charm on the door. Sighing, Harry sank down on the edge of the bed, cradling his head between his hands. I think that Severus threw me out last night. I might have brought up some bad memories. I shouldn't have said yes to flying, it must have reminded him of James. And who wants to remember school bullies? He ran his hands through his hair, only to yank harshly at it. He couldn't believe that he might have lost the only home he knew because of some stupid mistake. His hands were captured before he could attempt to yank out hair. Surprised, Harry looked up at Draco, who was watching him with a grave expression. Now you listen here, Scarhead, because I'm only saying this once. When Harry looked away, Draco grabbed his chin and forced him to look back at him. Severus is my godfather, and as such I should be the one he cares most about. But, Draco said, stopping Harry from protesting. When we were small and I demanded that he put you back to where you came from, Severus told me that you had come to stay and nothing would ever be able to change that for as long as he was there. And if there is something I know, it is that Sev always keeps his word. Harry pulled away the best he could in his current position, and this time Draco let him. What Draco had said made sense. Severus had went against several powerful people and taken risks to be able to keep him as an assistant. The only way he had been able to stay at Hogwarts is he was not a student of the school. And Severus had promised that he would not have to leave as long as he wanted to stay. And the man had made an effort of never going back on anything he had promised. Especially in the start, where Harry still had to learn to trust him. That meant that something, or rather someone, had forced Severus' hand. And Harry could only think of one person who would be able to do that. I need to speak with Voldemort. Harry attempted to stand, but a hand on his chest sent him back into a seated position. You are not going anywhere before I am done with you. Now that we've cleared your emotional instability, we need you to stop looking like a wreck. Draco said, only turning his face half away when the door opened, revealing a fully dressed Pansy. I hope that you have a good reason to call for me this early. Do you know how much work it takes to get those curls right? This better be important or I will make you our pack mule the next time we girls have an outing to Hogsmeade. Harry didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy when Draco winced at Pansy's threat. The blonde waved her words away. We need to prepare Harry for the day. I'm the one closest to his size, but as you probably already have noticed, our colors are entirely too different. If this is not done carefully, we will end up with a fashion catastrophe. The witch nodded calmly and stepped inside, watching Harry with a critical eye. I see what you mean, Draco. I will need to take a look at your wardrobe. And perhaps we should combine it with something of Blaze's. In fact, I think that it might be a better idea. As she spoke, Pansy was already moving over to the wardrobe by the bed Harry had seen Blaze sleep in last night. Really, it isn't necessary. If I can just get my robe back, we can all get on with our day. Harry said, but he did not move from his spot on the bed. The glares sent in his direction by both Draco and Pansy were rather convincing to make him stay in place for now. So, he was silent as the two purebloods pulled one article of fabric out after another. Most of them were disregarded without as much as a glance, while a small amount ended in a pile of their own. Harry watched the air as they discussed clothes in a speed too rapid for him to follow, and they continued disregarding clothes until they were each left with a pair. Draco, you can't expect him to wear those. Frost blue and gray doesn't suit him. Honestly, I don't think that anyone but a born Malfoy would be able to wear them. Pansy proclaimed, throwing her hands up in the air to emphasize her point. However, Draco didn't look like he was going to be moved anytime soon. Harry is as good as an honorable Malfoy, so I don't see why he can't wear my family colors. Besides, you are making him wear summer colors, as if that is any better. We are still in the spring. Besides, that red vest makes him look like a Gryffindor, or even worse, a weasel. Draco's lips pulled into a sneer at his own version of one of the more known rebel families. Harry rolled his eyes. While he didn't have any fond feelings for that family, Even he could grow tired of listening to Draco when he went off on that topic. Guys. He tried, but neither Draco nor Pansy as much as glanced in his direction. Shaking his head, Harry stood and walked out. If they wanted to waste their time discussing such a silly thing as clothes, he might as well leave. The sooner he tracked down Voldemort, the sooner he would be able to get some order in this chaos. In the common room, Harry found Blaise waiting for them to come down, longing on a couch. He grimaced when the Italian looked up. Your finance and Draco are absolutely nuts. I just thought you should know it. The sound of Blaise's laughter followed him a long way after he had left the common room, intending to hunt down a Dark Lord. Surprisingly enough, it wasn't Harry who found Voldemort. When he passed a darkened side corridor, a hand shot out from the shadows, closing around his arm and yanking him back to where it had originated from. A choked sound escaped him when Harry found himself pressed up against a wall with a body pressing full length against him from behind. He placed the palms of his hands against the wall and tried to push away, but the body behind him didn't budge. Explain to me, my little seer, why you found it necessary to spend the night in the Slytherin 6th year dorm. While a part of Harry felt relief in the knowledge of who his attacker was, it was nowhere big enough to lessen his growing temper. Don't call me by that blasted nickname. It isn't my fault that your ancestors decided to mix with giants. And I would have slept in my own bed if not because someone apparently found it necessary to force my guardian to throw me out. Belated Harry realized that he might have overstepped a line. But when he was turned around, before once again being pressed up against the wall, now with his back facing the wall and locked eyes with Voldemort, Harry knew that Draco had been right. Severus hadn't asked him to leave on his own accord, and it was with no little relief that Harry came to that conclusion. Even with Draco being the voice of reason for once, Harry had not been fully able to dispel the fear. Why do you have to be so difficult? Voldemort asked, his thumb brushing over Harry's bottom lip, making him shiver. It was only then that Harry realized that Voldemort was no longer holding him, and yet his toes were not even brushing against the floor. He was holed up against the wall by invisible bounds. Harry whined in the back of his throat in protests, hating the fact that he was helpless when Voldemort stepped closer, his chest against Harry's own. So you finally realized. Hogwarts follows the commands of those she cares about. Old lore makes it clear that she is sentient after absorbing stray magic from the students through centuries. But if you had been anyone else, you would already have lost your tongue for your insolence. Voldemort growled, leaning in so his breath was washing over Harry's ear before nipping it none too gently. Harry yanked his head to the side, only half serious in his attempt to headbutt Voldemort. Don't I feel special? But I wouldn't have had to stay with Draco, if you hadn't ordered Severus to throw me out. Harry countered, stilling when Voldemort's mouth moved from his ear down his neck, giving extra attention to each sensitive spot he met on his way. Now Harry regretted that he hadn't bothered to reclaim his outer robe, at least its high collar wouldn't have allowed Voldemort such an easy access. When Voldemort's tongue flickered over a particularly sensitive spot, Harry's breath sped up entirely against his will and he couldn't prevent himself from arching his neck towards the mouth. As a result of Voldemort's ministrations, Harry felt himself hardening in his pants. Voldemort shifted and when his body brushed against Harry's half-hardened cock, all thoughts about protesting fled from his mind. It didn't help when Voldemort pressed a knee between his legs, forcing them apart and brushing against his groin. A hand was entangled in his hair, keeping his head in place as Voldemort broke of the key. Essen lifted his head enough to look him into the eye. If your guardian threw you out, then why did you not return to the room I had generously provided you with? If Harry had been Christian, he would be fully convinced that Voldemort was related to the devil, if not the devil in person. When Harry failed to produce an answer fast enough to satisfy the man, the hand tugged sharply on his hair, a clear warning that something unpleasant would happen if he didn't start speaking. Would you bloody stop that already? Harry longed to use his hands to make Voldemort let go of him, but both were still glued to the wall behind him, entirely unable to move as much as an inch. The red eyes narrowed dangerously, as if sensing what direction Harry's thoughts had taken. Why should I go to you, when you took my home from me? Why would you even do that? Making it sound like he had been aware of it all the time, and not just this morning after Draco had pointed the oblivious signs out for him. You know, This is a little too much like when you cursed Draco. There was no reason for that. Are you trying to drive my family away from me? At this rate, you might actually success. Harry was far from finished with yelling at manipulative and uncooperative Dark Lords when a mouth pressed hard against his own, stealing his breath and words away. When Harry refused to open for the insisting tongue, teeth nipped his lips until he felt blood starting to run. Not wanting to let Voldemort have the upper hand, Harry opened his mouth to return the favor. Voldemort's tongue plunged in, encouraging his own to fight for dominance. A fight he was doomed to lose even before it had started. Harry found himself growling when Voldemort too easily seemed to win that fight, using the hand in his hair to lessen Harry's range of movements drastically. But the anger was replaced with a warmth when Voldemort grounded a knee against his groin. His hands, suddenly free from the wall, were on Voldemort's shoulders, though Harry was not sure when he had moved them there, using them to keep him steady. Now, however, Harry pressed against Voldemort with his whole weight, breaking the key, so he had a chance to breathe. Stop. Key. Dotting me. He demanded, not quite sure what language he was speaking in and sounding far unsure than he liked to admit. Voldemort was watching him through half-lidded eyes. A look in them convinced Harry that it might be in his own best interest to simply run, not that he had the possibility to do so. Tell me, my little seer, is there anyone you have your eyes on? The man asked, leaning in to place a key on his lips. When Harry turned his face away, Voldemort wasn't disencouraged. He let out a yelp when Voldemort instead buried his teeth none too gentle in his neck, tugging at the skin like a dog with a bone. Nope, he said, popping the pea the way he knew that Severus abhorred. But Voldemort didn't seem to be deterred as he moved his face, so he was instead nuzzling Harry's neck. A person's body is better than any potion or spell when it comes to make them tell their deepest secrets. Your pulse sped up, a sure sign that you are lying to me. Such behavior will have to be punished. When Voldemort bit down again on the same spot, Harry did nothing to stop the sounds of pain from escaping him. He felt the sharp teeth work on his skin, before letting go, and a tongue licked up the drawn blood, as a silent apology to what had been done. Harry let his head thump against the wall, groaning. Abruptly Voldemort broke off. The hand in his hair moved his head away from the wall none too gently. If you desire pain, it will be I, and no one else, including yourself, who does it. Remember that, my little seer. Harry simply stared at Voldemort as the words took a few moments to get through the haze that seemed to have entered his mind sometime during the key. The basilisk said that you had already chosen a mate. Shouldn't you be dotting them instead of fooling around with me? He asked, as it was the first and most logical sounding thing that entered his mind. He could not go for another key, when he knew that Voldemort had his eyes set on someone else. No matter how good the key had been, Harry refused to be something Voldemort could distract himself with while the man waited for his mate, or whatever the person was supposed to be called. At first I found your innocence refreshing, but now it is starting to annoy me. You should know that I only go for things that I want. Voldemort stepped away from him, and Harry felt himself being lowered so his feet once again were touching the floor. Red eyes wandered over him, starting at his feet, pausing at his beak before moving on and stopping at his eyes. This time I will let my prey come to me. It will prove to be interesting to see how long it will take you. And until then you are free to move back to Severus. Mark my words, you will not have your peace until you come to search me out. Voldemort was gone before Harry could as much as blink, leaving Harry to wonder how the man had done it. If not for the arching in his lips and his groin, he would have doubted whether this had happened at all or simply been an imagination he had managed to come up with. Knowing that he couldn't go on like this, Harry closed his eyes, imagining Dumbledore dancing in a pink tutu until he no longer felt the desperate need to take care of his problem in the hallway. In fact, he felt quite nauseous. Hearing hurried footsteps coming in his direction spun Harry into action. From the depth of his pocket he found his invisibility cloak and slipped it around his body, effectively shielding himself from view. Draco, Blaise and Pansy passed his hiding place without as much as a glance in his direction, probably in a hurry to reach the Great Hall before all the food was gone. Once the three were out of view and he could hear no one else, Harry left the side corridor. The cloak would keep him out of sight, but Harry didn't fancy being pushed around by students who were busy with reaching their lessons on time. He knew where Severus was most likely to be at this time of the day. Once he had made peace with the potions master, he would try and figure out the reason for Voldemort's weird behavior. If someone had managed to confound Voldemort, something needed to be done about it. But Severus wasn't in the potions laboratory, and to Harry's surprise he found that the man had cancelled today's NEWT's lesson, something he couldn't recall had happened before. In the end, Harry went to their quarters, though it seemed unlikely that Severus would be there. But he had already checked every other place he could think of. Even the hospital wing, in case that Severus had been wounded during his mission and had simply neglected to mention it. But the sterile place had held to trace of the potions master, and Harry had hurriedly left before anyone got the idea that he might need a checkup. Thus, he found himself entering the quarters with a bated breath. While neither he nor Severus was the overly noisy kind, the room was eerily silent. The light that normally streamed through the magical conjured windows were non-existing. But after having lived with Severus for nearly 6 years, Harry knew the rooms as well as the back of his hand. He wrinkled his nose when a foul stench hit his nose, making him gag as his stomach tried to expel whatever food he had left in it. His foot bumped against something, sending it rolling over the floor until it hit something and came to a halt. Cursing under his breath, Harry crouched down and let his fingers slide over the floor. Whatever he had kicked had definitely been made of glass, and Severus wasn't one to let vials lay around where people could accidentally destroy them. This knowledge only helped to kick his worry up a notch. Of all the times not to have magic. Harry grumbled, annoyed, wishing that he was able to use a wand, so he could cast the Lumos charm and see something. A low groan from somewhere in front of him made him freeze before he moved forward. Severus, he whispered, perhaps a tag too loud. But he recognized the sound for sure, and it had sounded pained. That was enough to make him throw all caution into the wind. He found Severus sprawled out on the floor, a position Severus had been in when he returned from a mission and was too stubborn to go to the hospital wing. It wouldn't really surprise Harry if that was the case. Fumbling around, Harry managed to light one of the lamps Severus had purchased once he had learned that he had a squib in his care. The sight that met him was far from pretty. Severus lay sprawled out on the floor, face down, and by the look of it he was wearing the clothes from yesterday, though it was a little hard to tell with Severus' choice of wardrobe. Around them was what looked to be Severus' whole supply of alcohol, from fire whiskey to Muggle schnapps, which was the bottle Harry had managed to kick. One look at Severus told Harry that his guardian wasn't going to wake up anytime soon. It wasn't like he could simply let Severus stay where he was. Laying with half of his face in a puddle of alcohol couldn't be comfortable. But even though Severus was thin, Harry very much doubted that he would be able to successfully move the man. Then again, who said that he had to be the one who did it? Dobby. Not even a moment later a pop sounded, signaling the arrival of the House ELF. What cans Dobby is for Great Master Harry Potter? Dobby asked, tugging at the hem of his too big shirt as he spoke. Harry smiled at the sight of the small House ELF. Morning, Dobby. Can you help me getting Severus to his bed? He asked, figuring that it would be best to be polite to get what he requested. Dobby's eyes grew to a size where Harry was almost worried that they might pop out of their holes if they were kept like that. Dobby is most happiest to helps Great Master Harry Potter to get Master Potion to his beddy. Despite Dobby's loud voice, Severus didn't as much as twist, a sure telling of how much the man had been drinking before he had managed to knock himself out. With a snap of his finger, Dobby had Severus hovering gently in the air, and Harry led the way to Severus' room, entering it first before he allowed Dobby to float Severus onto the bed. Thanks for the help, Dobby. I'll take care of the rest, Harry said as he tried to force the boots off of Severus' feet. Dobby snapped his fingers and suddenly Severus was under the bedcovers, only dressed in a pair of briefs. Dobby is helps, the House ELF proudly proclaimed, popping away before he could be berated. Shaking his head at Dobby's antics, Harry smiled tiredly at Severus before his eyes went to a picture on Severus' nightstand, the green in them darkening. The picture had been taken when Severus had been a student at Hogwarts. Severus sat with his back against a big tree and a potions theory book in his hands, written on a level that was supposed to be far too complicated for a boy in his 5th year. By Severus' side was a girl with her head resting against his shoulder. With her flaming red hair and green eyes, it would be hard to mistake her identity. Before her surname had changed to Potter, Lily Evans had been Severus' best friend. So far, Harry had been unable to find out why their friendship had ended, only that it was still painful for Severus to be reminded. Why the man insisted on keeping a picture of her on his nightstand was a mystery to him. When he first had learned of this, Harry's imagination had run wild. While Harry had been jealous that Severus had known the woman he only had one lousy vision of, he hadn't been able to stop wondering. What would have happened if their friendship hadn't ended? Would they have stayed friends, or would their feelings perhaps have evolved into something more? Perhaps they would have been married, and then Harry would never have been abandoned, seeing that Severus judged him for his skills rather than his lack of magic. Clenching his teeth, Harry turned away, deciding that there was nothing more he could do for now. When Severus woke up, they would talk, but until then there wasn't much he could do, and Harry refused to sit idle and wait. While Severus was sleeping, Harry would follow his example and go to bed. Stupid, moronic man. Thinks he is oh so mystic with his nonsense words. Unacceptable, Harry said, putting the container with the frog legs back on their original shelf with a disgusted look, not even sure why he had picked it up in the first place. Tired of hunting, my ass. Want the prey to come to him, can't he be a little more specific? And this isn't broom slang skin, Harry yelled, turning around to give the shop assistant a piece of his mind about selling things that weren't what they were supposed to be. Instead, black, curly hair filled his mouth, making Harry cough and splutter for breath, making Harry let go of the ingredient in favor of getting hair out of his mouth. As Ickley Harrykins in a bad mood. Shall Auntie Bellatrix hex the one who made you mad? You know that your lovely auntie will do anything for her favorite nephew. As she spoke, Bellatrix twirled a strand of hair between her fingers. Thanks, but no, he said, slightly hesitant. The thought of sending Bellatrix after Voldemort was tempting. But that led his thought back to the original reason to why he was in a foul mood. What does Voldemort hunt? He asked, not sure of what made him ask Bellatrix. But she was one of the people closest to Voldemort and might know something about the man which Harry had overlooked. A maniac grin graced Bellatrix's face, showing of a row of white teeth. I know. She sing-songed as she danced from one foot to another. Luckily there was no one else in the shop. They had been driven out by Rodolphus and Rabaston, and the windows were enchanted to not let bypassers get a view of the shoppers. But they still had a free view of Diagon Alley outside the windows. I've been on plenty hunts with the Lord. The Muggles scream so nicely when we curse them. You will have to tag along someday. It's great entertainment, and then I'll show you how some of the curses look like when they are used in real life. Remembering the fate of the pillows from that one time where Bellatrix had decided to look after him on her own, Harry felt repulsed. That sounds nice, he said, not sure what else he was supposed to say. But he doubted very much that Muggle hunting had been what Voldemort had been speaking about. Deciding that he would not get the answer he was looking for, Harry instead picked up the items Severus had sent him for and went for the counter. Deep in thoughts, Harry paid for the purchases before pocketing and leaving the shop, closely followed by Bellatrix and the Lestrange brothers. It was with no little relief that he had been allowed back into Severus' quarters. Actually, the man had not said a word about their discussion the previous night. It had been like it had never happened. Severus let him back in, and Harry was satisfied as they fell back to their usual pattern in the days that followed, with him assisting Severus with any potion the man wanted done. But it didn't stop his thoughts from circling around Voldemort and the man's parting words, much to Harry's great frustration. It didn't help that he hadn't seen hide nor back of Voldemort since their last encounter. Not that Harry had been looking for him, absolutely not. But after having Voldemort hovering over him 24/7, it was strange not to see him every time he turned his head. Not that he missed Voldemort. As he had already said, it was strange, and Harry wasn't sure that he liked the absence. Harry was yanked out of his thoughts, quite literary in fact. 1 minute he had been following the Lestrange trio, purchases in his arms while trying to look like he held no relation to them. The next moment someone gripped his arm, yanking him sideways, and Harry felt himself being pressed up against a wall, amazingly enough still holding the potion's ingredients as if his life depended on it. Knowing the way Severus would react if he allowed even one of them to be damaged, Harry knew that it might actually be the case. Harry's first instinct was to struggle, especially when he felt a face press against his neck. It wasn't Voldemort, so he wouldn't accept this kind of treatment. Not that he was content to let Voldemort manhandle him, absolutely not. Pup. Hearing the old nickname, Harry froze. As far as he knew, only 2 people had ever given him a canine nickname, and one of them was dead, so that left him with one possibility. Lupin. Harry hated how weak his voice sounded. He was no longer a small child who let himself be scared of every person that had entered his room. He was Harry, Severus Snape's assistant, and if the potion master didn't scare him, then so wouldn't a single werewolf. The hand drew back as if burned, undoubtedly an effect of the rather hateful tone in that Harry had spat out the man's name. Pup. I have missed you so much. I thought I had lost my whole pack. The hands patted up and down his body, in a desperate attempt to ensure that he was real and not just something the wizard's brain had come up with. Harry winced at the rough treatment. They were close to the full moon, and it could be felt in the strength Lupin put behind the touches. Harry wouldn't be surprised if he was blue and black the next time he got the chance to take off his clothes. It's you. It really is. The desperate tinge in Lupin's voice and the yellow color in his eyes alerted Harry that Lupin wasn't in a state of mind that the man would listen to anything Harry had to say. Not that he expected him to. Lupin had never listened to anything he said those times Harry had seen him in the past. He could hardly see why it should change now. That only helped to remind him that Lupin was not someone Harry wanted to spend any time with. The man was one of the rebels, and Harry knew that Dumbledore wanted him back among his sheep. His eyes flickered around, but Harry was unable to spot Bellatrix or any of the others in the crowd. Honestly, what good did guards do when they weren't there when you needed them? And nobody seemed to notice them, making him wonder if Lupin had managed to cast something to stop people from noticing them, or were people simply so closed-minded that they ignored whatever was going on right in front of them. Harry refused to be taken back to Dumbledore, but he was unable to take on a werewolf on his own, especially with both of his arms occupied as they currently were. So, he would have to get someone else to do it. Harry's eyes landed on a group of elderly witches that was exiting a door not far from where they were. They would have to do. Harry turned back to Lupin, and made his eyes big and fearful. Apparently it worked, because Lupin moved closer, a sure sign that his werewolf probably saw him like some kind of a substitute to a pack member. Don't touch me there. Beep. To Harry's great satisfaction, Lupin let go of him right away and took a step away from him, looking shocked. Whether it was because of Harry's choice of words or something else, Harry wasn't sure of, but he would to his dying day remember what happened next with great fondness. How dare you to touch that poor little boy? The words were accompanied with a bag that hit heavy against Lupin's head, sending the werewolf to the side. For one so old, the witch sure as Salazar could hit hard. But Harry didn't feel the need to stay around, no matter how much he wanted to watch the result of this. He had no guarantee that Lupin had been in Diagon Alley on his own, and Harry held no wish to be dragged back to Dumbledore. Harry let his feet carry him fast forward, not caring about where he was going as long as it was away from here and towards safety. He pushed aside a couple, ignoring their curses, though thankfully they didn't find the need to use wands. The leaky cauldron was close to full, this close to lunch, but Harry didn't pause to glance around in the room. Instead, he headed for the door right in front of him. He pushed it open, running through, and didn't pause when he heard someone yell behind him. The words were cut off as the door closed behind him. Harry didn't halt as he turned down the street, making sure not to run into people, and he stayed far away from the street where cars were moving with great speed. Little Seer has been nominated to Best Dark Character Twist Story. The voting ends tomorrow, so go to Our Dancing Days author here on FF if you want to vote. There are plenty of good stories up that have been nominated, so vote for whichever you like. Get going, or I won't update in a long time. Get away from the street, you nutcase. Frightened by the yell and the deafening sound from the horn, Harry jumped back to the safety of the pavement, away from the fast-passing cars. He was nearly pushed right back on the street when an obese man in a gray suit brushed past him, almost knocking him off his feet. But Harry regained his balance before he could fall on the hard asphalt, his purchases still safely in his arms. When Harry looked around, the man was long gone, having disappeared into the sea of muggles. He had run away from the magical area, fearing that Lupin or someone else from the Order had followed after him. And by the time he had stopped running, it hadn't taken long for Harry to realize that he had gotten hopelessly lost. Deciding that it would do him no good to stay where he was, a lady who smelled of cats and old chocolate cake had been looking at him strangely. Harry had started drifting around, half hoping that he would stumble over a sign with the leaky cauldron written on it. Soon Harry found himself distracted by his self-given task. Harry vaguely recalled being dragged to Muggle places when his relatives for some reason hadn't been able to lock him up in the cupboard. Back then he had been too young to really remember anything and too fearful that Aunt Petunia, who had been walking in front of him with long strides, would leave him behind, if he dared to stop and take a look around him. To him it had been an unpleasant experience. Since Dumbledore had removed him from Privet Drive 4, Harry's only connection to the Muggle world had been what he had seen in his visions through the years. That still didn't explain why people held strangely formed devices up to their ears and seemed to be talking to empty air as they hurried forward, each with a destination in mind. It seemed like his visions didn't help him to understand the evolution the Muggles had went through in his years of absence. Realizing that Lupin might be on his trail got Harry on the move. He didn't fancy being captured now where he had gotten away from the man. But perhaps Lupin was too busy with nursing a headache. That old witch had certainly not bothered to cast any feather light charms on her handbag. Oh, the look on Lupin's face when he had suddenly found himself under attack was almost worth the trouble Harry was going through. Now he only had to wait for someone to alert Voldemort, so the man could use the tracking charms in the bracelet to find him. Since he had been with the three Lestranges, it might take a while before that happened. Until then he would simply be on the move and hope for the best. Not that there was much else he would be able to do. Passing a line of people where the one in front was handed something that looked edible through a hole in the wall, Harry's stomach gave a painful twist when he caught scent of the food. It reminded him that he hadn't eaten anything since this morning. While he was lost, it didn't mean that he had to go hungry too. Finding his pouch while carefully holding the purchases for Severus, Harry went to the back of the line. He noticed the lingering looks the Muggles were giving him, but decided to ignore how unnerved they made him. It wasn't all that different from how people had looked at him before they had learned of his psychic abilities. When Harry saw the colorful pictures of the food the shop offered, he felt his bravery leave him rather quickly. None of those dishes were something he had ever seen served at Hogwarts, that was for sure. Vaguely he knew that Dudley had eaten some of these, but Harry had never been allowed to have some, and he had no idea what they might taste like. "What do you want?" the girl in the opening asked when Harry all too soon found himself in the front of the line. She popped her bubblegum, that matched the pink low-cut t-shirt she was wearing. But Harry found his eyes drawn to the hat formed like a chicken head she was wearing on top of her head. Why in Merlin's name would someone wear something like that? Muggles were a true mystery to him, but he somehow doubted that Aunt Petunia would allow the girl over her doorstep. If not because of her choice of dress, then because of the metal rings in her nose and lips. That had to be painful, even with the aid of spells and potions. What kind of accident had she been involved in to have that kind of stuff stuck in her face? "If you ain't ordering nothing, then move aside, I haven't got all day," she drawled, making Harry wince at her use of bad grammar. Severus would have his head if he ever dared to speak like that. His eyes ran over the strange-looking dishes until he found something that looked somewhat familiar. "A hot dog, please," he said with a small frown. Hopefully they didn't use actually dogs in the food. In that case he would rather go hungry. It wasn't like he hadn't had worse before. He placed some coins on the counter, hoping that it would be enough to cover the expenses. But in Diagon Alley, food didn't cost a galleon unless you were buying several courses at once. "Do you think that I'm stupid?" Surprised by the girl's tone of voice, Harry simply blinked, trying to figure out what was wrong. "What do you mean?" he asked, looking down at the money that had been pushed back to him. so far that he could see there was nothing wrong with the money. After all, they came directly from Gringotts, and if there was something Harry knew about goblins, it was that they took money issues very serious. They are real. A kid like you don't around with gold and silver unless it's something you've stolen. If you don't have real money, don't waste my day. Go and find someone else to bother. Harry knew that he had grown quite red by now, and it had nothing to do with the sun above him. Angry, he snatched the coins and let them fall into his pocket where they disappeared, only too aware of the attention he was drawing to him. Fine, keep your dog meat, I will just find somewhere else to eat. Not wanting to hear what else the girl had to say to him, Harry stepped away. But not before sticking his tongue out, feeling a small amount of satisfaction at the surprised look on her face. That was what she got for calling him a kid when he was only a few months short of coming of age. It was only as he moved down the street that he figured out that it might not have been the smartest move if he wanted to convince her of that. As he stalked forward, Harry decided that his situation seemed to grow gradually worse. He was still lost and hungry, and the fact that he had money but apparently couldn't buy something to eat didn't help. Deciding that since he couldn't get any food there, he might as well get on the move. Staying around here would do nothing but torment him with the food he couldn't eat. Harry walked down the street, noticing how people's way of dressing changed the further away from the shops and tall buildings he came. Compared to Hogwarts, the buildings looked like nothing, but with their many windows and rectangular shape they lacked the personality and warmth he connected with Hogwarts and Diagon Alley. How Muggles could stand living in places like this and at the Dursleys, convinced Harry that some Muggles were not right in the head. In fact, he had yet to meet someone that could convince him that they were not all like that. When he reached a small-looking park, Harry felt like his face was about to split from the smile that came at the sight. It was such a relief to see a bigger piece of green than the small gardens and the trees on the streets he had passed. Seeing as his arms had started aching from carrying around their burden quite a while ago, Harry decided that it would be a good place to rest. There seemed to be plenty of people out to enjoy the fine weather, whom he could hide among. Should someone unwanted find him there, he was quite sure he would be able to pull a stunt similar to the one before with the same success rate. Again Harry became aware of how people seemed to be staring at him as he slowly walked on the paths in the park. It couldn't be because they knew about him, which Harry was greatly happy about. Though it might be because of the things he was carrying around. Even Harry knew that some of the potion's ingredients weren't meant to be looked too closely at if one wanted to keep their stomach's contest where it belonged. With so many people already in the park, none of the benches were free, making Harry groan in disbelief. He didn't want to walk more, and it didn't matter if no one was willing to make a spot for him. Spotting a shadowed spot under a cluster of trees, Harry left the path he had been following upon entering the park and headed for the trees. If he could just get out of the sun for a little while, all would be good. It was strangely hot for so early in the year. Perhaps he should have worn a lighter set of robes. To his defense, he had thought that this would be a short outing. Buy the things Severus needed and then get back home. By now he was supposed to be back in the cool dungeons. A hand landed on his shoulder, startling Harry so that he nearly lost hold of the assets. Greatly annoyed with Muggles and the lack of care they showed for what he had brought, Harry turned sharply around, intending to give the person a piece of his mind, only to pause when he saw who had stopped his course towards the shadows. Two men, who could not have been more different even if they had tried so. Both were wearing a black uniform, but that was where the similarity between them ended. While one was small, wide and with hair that covered his whole face, the other man was his exact opposite, tall and with absolutely no facial hair, not even a small trace of eyebrows. Now what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in school with the other kids? The small man questioned while the other simply glared at him down the nearly non-existing nose. It was as if this one had already decided that he was guilty of some crime. Offended, Harry pulled free of the hand that was still resting on his shoulder. While it let go of him easily enough, Harry noticed that both men were posed so they could chase him in case that he decided to run. Exactly how he should do so successfully with his arms loaded with things, Harry wondered how stupid they thought he was. Judging from their uniform, Harry guessed that they belonged to law enforcement, much like the Aurors, but please men, If he remembered the term his aunt had used correctly sounded too weird to be something he would call them, especially since neither looked all that pleased, standing there and apparently waiting for him to say something. I don't go to school. My guardian has taught me everything I need to know, he said, though not without a small wince when he thought back to Severus' reaction when the man had learned of his lack of education as a kid. That had certainly been a frightening sight, but Severus had made up by teaching Harry what he believed was necessary. After all, he could not have a dunderhead as his assistant. And what do your parents say to you running around instead of being in school? The tall man had finally decided to speak, and that was all Harry needed to decide that he did not like him, at all. I wouldn't know, seeing that they are dead and have been so for ages, and I live with my chosen guardian. Harry snapped, already having gotten enough of their presence. Why couldn't they do more important things, like stopping a murderer, or get a kitten down from a tree? They had absolutely no reason to bother him. When the smaller one lifted a hand to stop him from leaving, Harry quickly brought himself out of the way with a step backwards. Easy, lad. How about you follow us down to the station, where we can call your guardian? I'm sure they will gladly answer a few questions about why you aren't in school. Harry knew he was probably in deep trouble, more than he already was for running away. He doubted yelling would work the same way as it had done with Lupin. The nearest elderly lady was down by the lake, too far away to hear him, and she was not carrying around on any heavy handbags by the look of it. But if he went with those men, Harry knew that he might get into even worse trouble than he already was in. He wasn't sure how he was supposed to call Severus. Muggles were not connected to the Flow network, and since Muggle electronic tended to turn wonky at Hogwarts, there was no reason for anyone to bring such things with them. Maybe the half-bloods brought something from the Muggle world with them, but the purebloods certainly did not. Harry's lips twisted at the thought of Draco attempting to smuggle a television with him. He remembered seeing one of those when still living in the Muggle world, and those things were huge. Touch me again and I'll bite, Harry warned, baring his teeth to show he was serious when the two men neared him. Do you know the punishment of threatening an officer on duty, boy? You are coming with us. Mr. Tall, as Harry had decided to call him, since he knew neither of their names, had apparently reached the end of his non-existent patience as he reached for one of Harry's arms. Quickly Harry moved out of the man's reach, minding the things in his hold. Severus would positively murder him if he managed to crack any of the containers or otherwise damage the purchases. Not to say that Severus would not do that anyway when he got his hands on Harry. Harry lifted his chin and glared in a way he knew that Severus would be proud of. Do not touch those things. Do you have any idea of how valuable chimera eggshells are? And they are quite fragile in their current state. If anything happens to them, heads will be rolling. Harry snipped at them, feeling like he was berating two unruly students for not properly handling the ingredients. He felt very tempted to see if he could scare them away by slipping into Parseltongue, but somehow Harry doubted that they would take well to that. Are you on something, kid? Mr. Short asked, sending his partner a look Harry's couldn't quite read. Though more than annoyed by being called kid, Harry glanced down at the ground under his feet. Grass? He asked, wondering if this was a trick question of some kind. But as Harry continued staring at the grass, he realized that it might not be the case. In fact, Mr. Short might be attempting to save his life, but would not say so in fear of sending him into full panic. Harry recalled once reading about grass that could sense whenever one's heartbeat picked up. When that happened, the grass would swallow one whole, leaving nothing behind but hair once it had consumed its unfortunate prey. If he remembered correctly, then the grass originally only grew in a remote part of the Amazon jungle, far away from where humans would normally venture, but it would not truly surprise him if some unsuspecting Muggle had managed to stumble over it, and had brought it to Britain, unaware of the danger that the grass presented. Since the man was warning him, perhaps he was aware of the danger, thus why they were trying to get him away from the grass, but why was they allowing others to run around freely? Could it be that Muggles had found a way to prevent the grass from eating people, and somehow Mr. Short knew that he didn't have access to that method? Nonetheless, Harry wouldn't take any risks. We are in serious danger. No matter what you do, don't let panic grip you, or it will be over for all of us. We will step away from the grass, carefully, and then we can continue this discussion afterwards. Not bothering to look at the two muggles to see if they were following him, Harry started slowly making his way to the closest part of the path. The faster he got away from the grass, the better it would be. He hugged the containers to his chest as if their lives depended on it, and for all Harry knew, it might actually be the case. He had no idea about how sensitive the grass might be. If he happened to drop one of the containers, it might very well be the end of their lives, something Harry had no wish about happening anytime soon. Hold on right there, kid. Apparently Mr. Tall hadn't heard his warning, or perhaps the man simply did not care. Harry almost snapped at him for being so careless before remembering his situation. Keep your mouth shut unless you want nothing but your hair left when the grass is done with you. Do you not know the danger you are in? He hissed back in answer, his eyes darting from where his feet were, and tried to judge the distance to the path. Could he risk jumping the last way to safety? But the sudden movement might put the two pleased men, who, to Harry's somewhat relief, had taken to following him, though they were eyeing him as if they were not quite sure what to make of him. Seeing Mr. Tall's scowl, Harry wondered if it would be worth abandoning the man to the fate of the grass. Instead, he walked the last distance, taking larger than usual steps that brought him quicker to safety than walking normally would have accomplished. As soon as he had his feet on safer ground, Harry turned to leave. While he might not want anyone dead, though Mr. Tall was annoying enough for him to fantasy about it, it did not mean that he planned on going anywhere with those pleased men. Follow with us back to the station. It seems like we need a long overdue talk with your guardian if this is how you think you can threat a police officer. I promise you that it will be a long time before you are allowed to walk around freely again. As Mr. Tall stood hovering over him, Harry regretted saving the git from the flesh-eating grass. If not because of the things in his arms, he would push the man back on the grass for the way he was speaking to him, consequences be damned. Harry. His first reaction to hearing that voice was to close his eyes and wonder exactly what he had done to piss off someone in his previous life for this day to turn so bad. Had he murdered innocent children, nearly caused the end of the world, or perhaps been the one to introduce Dumbledore to his lemo drops? And why could his visions not warn him about such things, so he would know when he was supposed to stay in bed? What are you two doing to my cousin? That wasn't what Harry had thought Dudley would say if they ever got the chance to meet face to face. Harry was even more surprised when an enormous body pushed itself between him and the two policemen, as he now knew how they were correctly called, nearly making him step onto the grass, but unlike when they had been children, Harry didn't think that he was being put in danger on purpose. Dudley could not have heard what he had said about the grass and thus didn't know about the danger it presented to everybody. Do you know this young man? Mr. Short asked before Mr. Tall could speak up. Dudley crossed his arms, the fat juggling as he did so. Of course, that's my cousin, Harry. My aunt told me to look after him while she's visiting a friend. Dudley nodded to himself, as if that made him more believable to listen to. Harry said that his parents are dead, and why does he need to be looked after in the first place? The two of you look to be roughly the same age. Mr. Tall snapped. When Harry attempted to edge away from the trio, hoping that they were too distracted to notice his departure, he found himself grabbed by the shoulder and huddled to Dudley's side where he was forced to stay. Apparently it wasn't only fat that made the slightly older boy so big, who would have thought? Mum always said that Harry isn't right in the head. That when his parents died it messed him up. Harry believes that magic exists, that is why he wears a dress. It isn't a dress but a robe. Most magical people wear those. While Harry was thankful for Dudley's assistance, it didn't mean that he wanted his way of dressing belittled by the same people who found it acceptable to put metal in their faces. Mr. Short had gotten an understanding look on his face during Dudley's explanation. I see, it's an understandable mistake, Mr. He trailed off, unsure since Dudley had yet to state his name. Dudders. Harry exclaimed loudly, remembering one of the nicknames Petunia had used back when he lived with them. Since Dudley made him seem like a retarded child, he might as well try and play the role. Mr. Short nodded to him, a silent way of praising him for saying the name. Well, Dudders. Hearing the pleased man actually believe that it was Dudley's given name, Harry nearly choked on his breath, wondering if he should have tried one of the more embarrassing names to see if they would have been accepted as well. Make sure to keep a better eye on your cousin in the future so he doesn't get into trouble. And don't worry, lad, we will keep an eye on the grass. Have a nice day. Harry stared dumbly after the duo as they walked away, silently speaking with each other. Realizing that he should probably follow their example, Harry stepped away from Dudley, or rather, he tried to. The hand Dudley had used to keep him in place was still there, effectively stopping Harry's strategic retreat. So, Harry, what are you doing in London? Dudley was the first to break the silence between them, looking rather uncomfortable as he waited for an answer. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry took in the sight of Dudley. The last time he had seen Dudley had been the day Dumbledore had come for him. Since then he had only seen the Dursleys in his visions, though Harry could easily have done without it. There was a hard look about his cousin, making Harry wonder what had happened to Dudley since the last vision he'd had of him. Back then Dudley hadn't seemed like he had a single care in the world, but now the weight of the world seemed to weight his shoulders down. I got lost, what is it to you? He said carefully, wondering what Dudley was on about. Already his cousin had proved a great deal different than Harry remembered him to be. Where are you going? I can help you. For a while Harry simply stared at Dudley. But when his cousin simply returned the look, clearing expecting Harry to come up with the information. I was supposed to be in Diagon Alley, but I got lost, and if I want to get back, I need to find the leaky cauldron, which normal people can't see. Harry changed his mind about saying muggles. If Dudley was anything like Vernon, then the smallest word could set off his temper. There was no reason to tell Dudley why he had gotten lost in the first place. While speaking, Harry's eyes darted around, alert to the slightest sight of danger. Since Harry's own mum was long dead, there was only one Aunt Dudley could have been speaking of, and Harry vividly remembered Marge, or rather her dog, Rapper, from the years he'd spent with the Dursleys. Oh, how do you get back? Dudley asked as he started walking, prompting Harry to follow unless he wanted to be knocked back onto the grass. Reluctantly, Harry decided that it might be for the best to stick around Dudley for now. Not only were the two Please men still watching them, but Dudley knew his way around the muggles, and was big enough to scare potential trouble of. My kind has a way of finding me. Sooner rather than later they will track me down, he said, hoping that it would be the right ones that found him first. Surprisingly enough, Dudley nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer. That's good to know. Aunt Marge is visiting a friend with Ripper to make puppies. She said that it would take hours before they are done, so I'm free until she calls me. Dudley said. Together they left, but not before Harry cast a last longing glance at the trees and the shadows they would have provided. On the other hand, he was glad as every step brought him further away from the dangerous grass. Where are we going? Harry asked after they had been walking for a while, though it had not been the first question on his mind. But it was one of the more important ones he wanted to get an answer to. Dudley rubbed the back of his nearly non-existent neck, looking so thoughtful that it had to hurt. The zoo. In fact, that was not a bad suggestion, especially not when one took into consideration who it came from. The zoo would be filled with muggles, making it easier to disappear in case some of Dumbledore's underlings showed up. Even on a weekday as today, there was bound to be people there. Why aren't you in school? Harry asked. He knew that Dudley had been enrolled into a school named something with smell. Seeing as it wasn't the weekend, he should be there instead of wandering freely around in London's streets. After a while in silence, Harry realized that Dudley was no longer walking by his side. Turning abruptly around, Harry located Dudley a few steps, standing on the middle of the pavement with a rather troubled look on his face. 3 steps brought him back to Dudley, stopping directly in front of him. Tentatively, Harry freed a hand and placed it on Dudley's arm. Harry was at a loss of what he was supposed to do further. What happened? He finally asked, figuring that might be the best place to start. When Dudley looked up, his eyes were moist, but no tears were falling, much to Harry's great relief. Dudley might have saved him from the police men, but other than that, Harry didn't have a single good memory of his cousin. If Dudley suddenly decided to break down to tears, Harry was pretty sure that he would leave. Mum and Dad are dead. They were caught inside the house when a fire broke out. Though it felt rather useless, his hand didn't stray from Dudley's arm. Harry wasn't sure how he was supposed to react upon hearing the news. But the strange numbness in his chest couldn't be the normality. It didn't take long of listening to Dudley's broken sentences for Harry to piece together what had happened to the two adult Dursleys. They had been alive during the fire, and evidences proved that they had been tortured beforehand. With the amount of people living at Privet Drive, it was a wonder that no one seemed to have heard a single sound that could alert them that something might be wrong. Vernon had been in the living room while Petunia's corpse had been found in the hallway. Apparently she had attempted to leave when she had been caught under the cupboard door, which had effectively put an end on it all. Harry rubbed Dudley's arm, not sure what else he was supposed to do. Somehow it just felt wrong to offer his condolences. After all, he hadn't even liked the Dursleys. But his mind seemed to be stuck on the fact that the policemen had been unable to find the reason for the fire. It had appeared from nowhere and had not been able to be put out until the house had been burned down to the ground. It seemed rather suspicious to Harry. There were great chances that magic might be involved. And while Harry didn't want to risk sounding self-important, he doubted that the Dursleys had been picked randomly. He itched to go back to Hogwarts and hear what Voldemort had to do with this. Even if the man was not behind those actions, he might know who had done it. And after he found out who was behind their deaths, Harry had absolutely no idea about what he was supposed to do. He felt split between shaking the person's hand for offing them, and hurt them for putting his cousin through the pain of losing his parents. As if Dudley sensed where his thoughts were heading, he spoke up. "So, how about you? Why aren't you in school?" Dudley seemed to have gained control over his emotions once again, not that Harry minded. It was unsettling to see Dudley looking so lost when he spoke of his parents' sudden death. "I haven't been in school since Vernon sent me off," Harry said as they once again were walking. He shifted his arm back so he was holding the purchases more securely. Dudley grunted something that sounded like "lucky you," though Harry wasn't quite sure. He rolled his eyes at Dudley's comment. Severus had taken care of Harry's education, as soon as the potions master had learned of his lack. Otherwise Harry feared that he might have only had the knowledge of a small child at this point in life. "At the first chance I got, I ran away and now I am living at a school for my kind." Though he didn't have magic, Harry would never count himself as a muggle. "I see." That was all Dudley said, and then they walked in silence, which Harry was more than fine with. This seemed so surreal, that Harry felt the need to pinch himself to see if he was dreaming. Dudley had been put on his list of people that he would never hold a polite conversation with should he run into them. Granted, so far it hadn't been much of a conversation, but fists had yet to fly, so Harry allowed himself to think that it was going good. As Harry had expected, the zoo was filled with people. Apparently some animal had given birth and today was the first day where the youngling was allowed out in public view. Since Muggles did not accept magical currency, Dudley was left to pay the entrance fee for both of them. Harry quickly found that he appreciated his cousin's bigger build, if nothing else then because it helped to get through the mass of people. "What is this?" Harry asked, staring pointedly at the thing at his plate with a mixture of horror and fascination. They had found a small cafe in the zoo to stop for a late lunch when the sounds Dudley's stomach had produced had drowned out what little small talk they had managed this far. By this time it was too late for most people to eat, meaning that other than a couple making doe eyes at each other at the other side of the room, there was only the personnel. Dudley looked up from the meal he had already started on, stuffing his face as if he hadn't had a proper meal for days. "Fries and chicken with ketchup." Harry looked down at the food in favor of avoiding the sight of the half-chewed food in Dudley's mouth that would have been enough to make him lose his appetite. No matter how much he stared at it, Harry couldn't fathom why people would choose to eat something that looked like brown and yellow crispy bits that had been dipped in grease. The non-magical animals were interesting to watch. After having grown used to pixies, gnomes and dragons, it was interesting and fascinating to see lions, gorillas and even the baby polar bear which they managed to catch a brief peek of. It was when they came to the reptile house that Harry could no longer contain himself. As soon as they were inside, Harry headed for the nearest tank, intending to find out if the snakes were as smart as Nagini, or if being behind glass walls had put a damper on their intelligence. "Hello," he hissed, keeping his voice low in case that any of the nearby muggles happened to be listening in on him. He had gained enough attention because of the robes he wore and didn't need more strange looks cast in his direction than he had already had. The snake lifted its head, staring at him drowsily before it actually winked, slowly uncoiling so he could admire the view of the pattern that decorated its scales. Do you like it here? The snake didn't bother answering, instead it used the end of its tail to point at a small sign just under the glass. Harry bended down to read the small text written there. Boa constrictor, born in zoo. Do you want to be free? Harry was not surprised when the snake nodded. With a sharp nod back to the snake, Harry turned around, easily locating Dudley in the half-lit room. Reaching his cousin, Harry gestured for Dudley to hold out his hands and proceeded to transfer his purchases into Dudley's hold. Dudley made a surprised grunt at the added weight, making Harry wonder if he should have warned Dudley about the giant bones he had purchases. Even the smallest bone tended to weigh more than the entire human skeleton. What's up? Harry, who was busy digging through his pocket's contents, did not look up at Dudley's question. That snake was born in captivity and has never even seen Brazil. I intend to do something about that. If Dudley had anything to say about that matter, Harry paid no attention to it. He made a soft humming when he found what he had been looking for. Grinning, Harry showed the small vial he had found, though Dudley showed no proof of understanding what he held. If you find somewhere high to stand, I will free the snakes. Surprisingly, Dudley throttled of, intending to follow Harry's advice. Almost skidding, Harry moved back to the boa's tank, the small vial hidden in his hand. While Dudley didn't seem to want to interrupt him, Harry did not want to take the chance to let others do so, if they saw what he was doing. Tilting the vial, Harry watched as small drops ran along the lower line of the glass front before he moved on to the next ones, using his body to shield his actions from unwelcoming eyes. Soon Harry was back at Dudley's side, satisfied that his cousin had found a niche for them to be hidden in, at least that would ensure that they were not overrun when panic set in. Wait and see, Harry said before Dudley could ask any questions. He was berating himself for not remembering the vial when Lupin had cornered him. It worked far more effectively on flesh than it did on glass and stone. The acid's effect was seen after a few minutes of waiting. Orange fumes rose from where the substance touched, making people take a step back, unsure of what was going on. Judging from their low murmurs, they seemed to believe that it was a part of a new show. It was only when holes started to appear in the glass and grow bigger by the second that panic started to spread. Harry joined Dudley in the niche, barely fitting in there because of his cousin's size, when the first snake left its tank and people started pushing their way to the nearest exit, screams filling the air. Soon the snakes seemed to cover every inch of the floor. Harry leaned forward and stared at them unblinking. Their different colors, patterns and sizes made Harry feel like he was staring into a constantly moving kaleidoscope. He didn't want to move in fear of destroying the sight, but unfortunately it seemed to have become necessary. The door had closed after the last human had left, leaving the snakes with no way out. Unlike their tanks, the floor had not been heated, making the snakes more aggravated each passing second. Stay here, and whatever you do, don't attract their attention, Harry whispered, hoping that Dudley was able to hear him over the hissing and rattling tails. The level of noise was also a reason why Harry did not attempt to speak to the snakes. He doubted very much that he would be heard at the current moment. Besides, he had no idea how they would take to meeting a speaker. The basilisk had certainly not cared about that. Since every inch of the floor seemed to be covered by snakes, Harry did not dare to step on the ground, fearing that he would accidentally step on one of the. With the way the snakes seemed to be working each other up, it seemed like a particularly bad idea. Especially, seeing that some of those were rather poisonous. Therefore, Harry was stuck to make his way over to the door a little different from how he would have preferred to do it. Luckily, there had not only been the tanks in the room, but also several exhibition objects. Some of the display cases had been knocked over. The only sign that they were still there was that some of the snakes were above the rest of the kind. Harry leaned forward until he had one hand securely closed around what looked like a small stone head of some strange creature, just above one of the now empty tanks. Sending Dudley what he hoped could be viewed as a reassuring smile, Harry kicked off with his feet, using the movement to swing his body from the niche and sideways. Harry's feet scrambled a bit before they found something solid to stand on. Now he stood awkwardly bent, one hand's fingers digging into the small stone head he was holding onto. Already Harry had found the next part he planned on moving on to. It was a small display case, but high enough that no snake was on it, and it seemed solid enough to be able to take his weight. Slowly he edged forward, trying to fight off the urge to glance down. By now the hissing had grown in intense in volume, making it hard to pick up more than a few words here and there. But it was enough to make him understand that the snakes would soon search for other ways out. A few had already started, but most were too exhausted at the prospect of being out of their tanks to do a serious attempt. Worrying his lower lip between his teeth, he found that the tank ended, leaving him with little over 2 arms' length to the display. Harry crunched down as much as his current position allowed. Perhaps if he was lucky he would get enough power to jump the distance. Or he would end up getting too much force behind, thus sending himself flying past the safe point. Hurry up! Harry tilted his head to the side, the only acknowledgement that he had heard Dudley. His cousin would probably deny it later, but Harry was sure that he heard fear somewhere in the voice. He didn't allow himself to think, or to worry. It would only make him freeze up, something Harry knew that he did not need. It was all about instincts, just like when he had tried to fly the broom for the first time. At least, that was what Harry was telling himself. Pushing off with his feet, Harry held his arms in front of him, hoping for the best. His fingers closed around the far glass edge, feeling how the sharp edges dug into his skin. But while half of his upper chest laid securely on the flat surface, his feet moved over the smooth surface, scrambling for something to stand on. Somewhat triangular pressed against his soul. Harry's first instinct was to kick out, but he forced it down, having a good idea of what was under him. To Harry's surprise, no attack came. Instead, the snake allowed him to use it as a step up. As soon as he was in a safe distance, Harry twisted his head around, trying to see who his helper had been. But the snake had already disappeared back to the mass of reptiles, leaving Harry none the wiser about their identity, though he knew that it couldn't possibly have been one of the smaller ones. In the end, it didn't matter. As he turned his gaze back to the part in front of him, Harry felt his heart drop. The door to the outside was right there, perhaps one body length away. As if it was not bad enough, there was nothing between him and the door that could be used to climb on. Not even a tank to use as he had done with the previous one. Glancing behind him, Harry knew that he couldn't go back. Chances were bigger that he would fall to the floor than being able to grab the stone head. Even if he made it back to Dudley, it would not do much good. Harry had no idea of where other exits might be, and he didn't fancy having to climb around until he stumbled over one. Perhaps he should have thought this thought instead of simply acting on impulse. But seeing as he couldn't go back and he doubted how long he would be able to stay here, some of the snakes were big enough to reach him and Dudley was at an even worse spot than him, Harry decided that there was only one way for him. Cursing his rotten luck under his breath, Harry got his feet under him so he was crunched down on the display. He did not remain in that position for long, deciding to jump before common sense could get the better of him. Jumping again, Harry stretched his body fully out. Vaguely he was aware of the snakes under him, some of them raising their heads as if to see what was moving above them. But they might also just be prepared to bite if he landed on top of any of them. His eyes closed automatically when he collided with the door, one arm flying up to protect his head from the collision. Luckily it was one of those doors that could be pushed both ways, or Harry was sure that this would have been painful. Instead the door moved, allowing Harry to fly past the reptiles, though he had slowed a great deal down. A wince escaped him when Harry crashed with the floor. Though feeling several stones and the door dig into his stomach, Harry didn't dare to get up. The moment the door had opened, the reptiles were on the move and to them it didn't matter that a human lay on the ground. How Harry had avoided landing on any of them, he wasn't quite sure about. A small shiver ran through his body as snakes slunk over his body and claws, belonging to the various other reptiles he had freed, dug through his clothes and into his skin. More than a few strands of his hair were ripped off. At first it was like a tide wave of scaly bodies washed over him, pressing him to the ground with their collected weight. But as minutes passed, Harry noticed that the amount of animals that escaped the reptile house lessened. When what he hoped was the last body passed over him, Harry finally dared to move, convinced that it was over now. Lifting his head, Harry found himself face to face with a triangle-formed head and yellow eyes that stared straight into his green ones. Which way is Brazil, amigo? The snake, which was the one he had spoken to while it was still in its tank, asked. Somehow Harry knew that this was the one that had supported his feet when he had attempted to emulate a monkey back in the reptile house. A normal person would probably have freaked out by being so near a snake that could easily wrap itself twice around a car and still have some body length left over. But after having been around Nagini for so long, Harry found it hard to let himself be affected by such a seemingly unimportant fact. I don't know. But if you come with me, I think that I can find someone who can take you there. At least he could make sure that one of the snakes got away. Wizards apparated in and out of the country every day. It shouldn't be so hard to find someone who would go to Brazil with a boa constrictor. Especially if Harry could make the snake promise that it wouldn't suffocate the one transporting it. The boa constrictor regarded him for a few moments before bopping its head up and down. Then take me with you, speaker. The snake grouched. Getting on his feet, Harry used a moment to brush the worst dirt and dust off of his robes. Black was really not the best color to wear when one ended spending time on the ground. To his relief, there was not a single human in sight, meaning that he still had some time before this place would probably be swamped by people, trying to catch the escapees. Dudley, you can come out now. Harry called, remembering that his cousin would still be in the reptile house. Keeping the door open, Harry heard it when Dudley finally decided to get on the move. A heavy thump sounded and afterwards he heard shoes shuffle over the floor, indicating that Dudley was coming towards him. Not long after that, Dudley joined him out in the sun, looking rather pale but otherwise fine. But when Dudley laid his eyes on the boa constrictor, he grew paler, something Harry had not thought was possible at this point, and took a step back, as if he debated if it would be safer to stay in the reptile house rather than face the big snake in front of them. Don't worry, he will not hurt you. In fact, he is going with me. Harry assured Dudley with a sharp look in the snake's direction, hoping to calm Dudley before he decided to flee. The boa seemed to sense what was going on and looked highly amused with the situation. Harry decided that it was better than having it attacking Dudley. Hearing sirens in the distance, which steadily sounded to come closer, Harry knew that it was time for him to make his departure. Taking his things from Dudley, Harry sent the other what felt like a rather awkward smile. Listen, Dudley, it's been great to see you and all that. Amazingly enough, Harry found that he was actually speaking the truth. But I really need to get going. Do you think that you will be fine on your own? Harry had no wish to stay around until the authorities arrived, but neither was he willing to simply abandon his cousin on his own. Dudley grunted at Harry's question. Then, as if a spell had been used, his whole demeanor changed, his eyes turned big and watery while his lower lip started to wobble. Officer, that boy let the snakes out. I was so scared, one of them nearly bit off my leg. He's a danger to us all. As quick as they had come, the tears were gone again, leaving no proof that they had been there other than Dudley's slightly rose-colored cheeks. Harry stared at Dudley, not sure if he should be impressed or worried about his cousin's acting skills. Instead, he decided not to dwell on it, lest the chance that he would give himself a headache. Thanks, Dudley. I hope that you'll have a good life. A feeling in his gut made Harry certain that this would be the last time they met. If you find yourself involved with my kind's world, ask for me. But otherwise, it might be for the best if you simply pretend that I don't exist. After all, his mother had been a witch. If Dudley ever got children, there was a small chance that one of them might show a magic talent. To Harry's surprise, Dudley pulled him into an one-armed hug, which was the most affection Harry could recall that Dudley had ever shown him. Stepping out of the hold, the smile slipped from Harry's face. By the way, you might want to stop taking drugs, they can't be good for your health. The smile was back on at Dudley's splutterings. Harry managed to free a hand enough to give Dudley a small wave before he started walking, trusting the snake enough to follow. It didn't take long before Harry started questioning how good an idea it had been to let the snake slither freely around. From its constant hissing, Harry learned that this was the first time the boa was outside, and his name was Diablo. It was rather hard to understand why Diablo had been given such a name when even the smallest discovery seemed to turn the snake into new bursts of joy. Though he could have done without the endless questions the snake fired at him, most of them which Harry had no answer to. At the sound of voices moving towards them, Harry hissed at Diablo to quit his antics and pulled them to the side. At this spot, a small alleyway between a small row of buildings, there was no hiding place, and it had been so for a while, so Harry saw no reason to backtrack. Maybe he would be lucky and whoever was coming would not see him and the brown boa with him. As if sensing his growing distress, Diablo used him as a tree and didn't stop until his body was wrapped around Harry's entire one and the triangle-formed head was resting on top of his mop of hair. And exactly how will this help us to be unnoticed? He asked, careful not to jolt the things in his arms. Because of some of the ingredients' own magic, it was impossible to put unbreakable charms on the containers to protect them. That they had stayed whole since he had left the shop seemed like nothing less than a miracle to Harry. Diablo did not answer, something Harry was grateful for as the people he had heard now rounded the only corner separating them, so Harry was able to see who they were. First came a large, vicious-looking man with gray hair. When he caught sight of Harry, the man's mouth pulled into a grin, revealing pointed teeth. Harry's eyes were drawn to his hands, which held long, yellowish-colored nails. Harry tensed up, ready to run, though he was not quite sure how he would accomplish that with Diablo wrapped so tightly around him. It was when 3 other people rounded the corner after the man that Harry's body relaxed on its own. Despite whatever craziness the Muggles subjected themselves to, he was quite sure that none of them had managed to imitate Bellatrix's hairstyle. Behind her, with their wands out and ready for use, followed the Lestrange brothers. My little Harrykins. Well, that killed all hopes about staying hidden. Before Harry had a chance to understand what was going on, Bellatrix had moved in a blur of robes and dress and had 2 arms wrapped around his neck, uncaring about the big reptile that made him look like a strange mummy. Idiotic woman, can't you see he needs to breathe? Harry sent the stranger a thankful look when Bellatrix loosened her grip enough for him to remove his face from her beasts and beep in a mouthful of air, filling his lungs to the capacity. It took a little staring before Harry was certain, but Bellatrix did indeed seem to be pouting at the interrupting. I wouldn't have to check him over, if you hadn't taken so bloody long to track him down, Greyback. Who knows what those nasty little Muggles did to my little nephew? You are a bad bloodhound. Bellatrix scolded, waving her wand menacing at Greyback as she spoke. But Harry hardly paid the witch any attention, busy as he was with staring at the now named Greyback. He knew about Greyback, if only by words. The man was alpha for one of the biggest werewolf packs in Europe, and a close ally of Voldemort. He had heard tales about how Greyback liked to turn young children. Looking at the man now, Harry found it too easy to believe in those rumors about the man's cruelty. For the last time, crazy bint, I'm a werewolf, not a bloodhound. Greyback snapped, his pale blue eyes resting on Harry, as if only seeing him now. Diablo lifted his head from on top of Harry's and hissed at the werewolf. Step closer and you will regret it. I might not be poisonous, but my bite will hurt, dog breath. Diablo's threat made Harry choke on his laughter, having a hard time keeping still when Greyback suddenly leaned down and breathed deeply in. Diablo reacted faster than Harry had thought was possible for a snake of his size. 1 minute he had been positioned above Harry's head, the next moment he struck, only for Greyback to react faster and close a big hand just behind the reptile's head, easily directing the attack away from his person and holding the snake still. Diablo, stop. I know those people. Well, at least he knew the Lestranges, and though this was the first time he met Greyback, he doubted that he would harm him, if nothing else then because of the fit Bellatrix was most likely to throw. Fine. Diablo agreed, withdrawing as soon as Greyback let go of him. Being stared at with those blue eyes, Harry fidgeted, at least until Bellatrix's high-pitched giggles drew his attention back to the witch. Such a nice little snaky, protecting Auntie Bella's nephew from the big, bad bloodhound. I can't wait to introduce him to Nagini, Such nice hatchlings they will make. Exactly how Bellatrix had figured out Diablo's gender, Harry preferred not to think about. Chances were that it would give him a headache with the size of Canada. Breaking into giggles, Bellatrix broke into a dance, clapping her hands as she did so. Harry briefly wondered if he should point out that Nagini and Diablo were two entirely different kinds of snakes, and thus the likeliness of failure was big, but decided against it. If nothing else, it would keep her occupied for some time. So, how did you get robbed into this? Harry asked, using the small distraction to take a step away from Greyback. He might not be scared of the man, but it didn't mean that he wanted the other sniffing to him as if he was a tasty piece of meat. At his question, Greyback withdrew, standing so he was by his side, still towering far more over Harry than the seer wanted to admit he was comfortable with. Despite what the crazy bint says, I'm no bloodhound. They located me in Nocturne Alley, saying that they'd lost someone of great importance and then gave me a sock to track you down with. Now tell me, why does Lupin's smell hang around you? Harry decided not to ponder on how the trio had gotten their hands on one of his socks. Some things were better left unknown. He accosted me in Diagon Alley, though I think that Lupin regretted that. Harry said with a grin as he recalled the sound of the old lady's handbag connecting with Lupin's head. Now he can add accusation of being a beeper to the rebels. Greyback's lips pulled into something that could, with a great amount of goodwill, be called a grin, showing off his too sharp to be human teeth. They fell into a peaceful silence, that was only broken when Rabastan approached them. Neither reacted as the man dipped his head in silent thanks to Greyback before turning to Harry. It's time for us to head back, he said, all the while eyeing the snake as if wondering where Harry had gotten the reptile from, though not really surprised about its presence. Either they had run into some of the other reptiles he had set loose, or they were getting used to how big a trouble magnet he was. The werewolf grunted, stuffing his hands into the pockets of his jeans, before turning around and disappearing with a loud crack. Is the snake coming with us? Rabastan asked as Rodolphus managed to calm Bellatrix enough down that she stopped dancing. Unless we can make a detour to Brazil, he is. There was no way that Harry would leave Diablo behind. Besides, the snake had already made threats about what would happen to him if Harry dared to do so. He had no wish for the snake to track him down and strangle him in his sleep, something Diablo had painted a colorful picture for Harry to see with his inner eye while they had been walking around. Rabastan placed a hand on his shoulder, somehow finding a spot that Diablo had not managed to cover with his enormous body. We have already been delayed enough as it, anymore, and the Dark Lord will send search parties out to look for us. We, forgot to mention that we'd managed to lose you. The man looked rather uncomfortable as he said the last part. And Harry understood only too well. Voldemort could be frightening when he got into the right mood. Hearing about Lupin getting his hands on him when Harry was supposed to be guarded by some of Voldemort's best people, would probably not cause the best kind of reaction from Voldemort. Any reply Harry had was lost in the series of cracks that sounded when they apparated away from the area near the Muggle Zoo. Landing on the apparition spot just outside Hogwarts, the only thing keeping Harry from falling on his bum was the hand Rabastan had on him. The way Diablo had started wriggling certainly did nothing to help Harry to keep his balance. I'm gonna be sick. Harry paled in alarm at Diablo's words as the big snake unwound itself from him to get to the ground, making sounds as if he tried to expel the last meal from his stomach. Does little Snakey have a tummy ouchie? Bellatrix asked, looking honestly worried about Diablo as she leaned down to take a closer look at him. Not wanting Diablo to attack Bellatrix because of a misunderstanding, Harry placed himself between the two of them. While Greyback had warded off one of Diablo's attacks, Bellatrix lacked the werewolf's quick reflexes to be able to repeat the success. Judging by the sun's low position on the sky, Harry concluded that he had spent far more time in the Muggle world than he first had thought. Unless Severus had gotten caught up in brewing a new potion, chances were that the man had noticed his prolonged absence by now. He's just not used to apparating, until now he's been living with Muggles. Harry felt a small burst of triumph at the look on Bellatrix's face. At least there was one who did not condemn him for today's happenings. As soon as Diablo had stopped feeling so sick, Luckily, without actually getting to the point of seeing his meal again, they moved towards Hogwarts. One of the Lestrange brothers cast a warming charm at Diablo, causing the reptile to jump forward until he realized that he was not under attack, and was now able to move faster forward as his body was no longer in the danger of being cooled down. Though glad that Diablo was not suffering, Harry found it hard to stay with the happy thought. He still needed to come up with a believable explanation to why Diablo was there. He doubted that the snake's presence would go unnoticed until Harry found someone willing to take the boa constrictor with them to Brazil. But the time to think was cut unexpectedly short when, once inside the antechamber, the small group of 5 was brought to a stop. There, at the mouth of the corridor leading directly to the dungeon, stood 2 people, and one of them was on the top of the list of people Harry had hoped he wouldn't have to face just yet. Brat. That single word made Harry stop dead in his tracks, though a small smile of relief found its way to his face. There had been moments today where he had truly feared that he would no longer be able to hear Severus' voice again. And though he knew that this spelled a great amount of trouble for him, Harry felt relief fill him up. The potions master of Hogwarts moved with long strides, and Lucius followed behind in a more sedated pace. One look at Severus' face was enough to convince Harry that the man was absolutely furious. But behind the anger in those black eyes, Harry recognized the telltale signs of the worry that Severus had probably felt. And those obsidian eyes did not stop roaming over his body, picking up every single piece of cloth that was out of place, but, thankfully, seeing no injury on his person. I assigned you a simple task to accomplish for me. Simply get the ingredients I had ordered, and yet you are here, returning hours after your departure. Severus was not yelling. In fact, Harry was unable to recall a single time where his guardian had ever raised his voice against him. Severus was always careful about how high his voice went, not needing the added volume to get his point across. There was a long line. Harry tried, though even to him it sounded unconvincing.
And by the eyebrows Severus had raised, Harry would say that neither did the other believe what he had said.
Uncomfortable, Harry's gaze wandered to where Lucius stood, since he already knew that none of the Lestranges would come to his help. Really, Harry had already noticed out of the corner of his eye how Bellatrix had attempted to sneak off, only to be stopped by her husband and brother-in-law.
A pale raised eyebrow convinced Harry that no help would be coming from that front either.
Shifting his weight from one foot to another, Harry's gaze wandered back to Severus, black orbs that were watching him unwavering. Indeed, and, despite it being highly prohibited, they have started selling living animals for those potions that require that the creature is still breathing when the intestines are removed. There are in fact a few potions I have in mind that entails the entrails from a snake. Severus added the last part as an afterthought, looking at Diablo thoughtfully. Harry had a good idea about what potion Severus was talking about.
Without a second thought, he stepped in between the man and the snake, narrowing his eyes at Severus, daring him to do anything, though he felt the corner of his mouth twist.
This was familiar, the banter they usually had when it was just the two of them, though to an outsider the threat might sound a little too real. Diablo is here, because, apparently, it has to be planned before you go to Brazil to dump a snake there. And I kind of promised him that I would help him getting to Brazil. He already knew that Severus would not do anything to Diablo. After all, Severus had taught him the importance of keeping a promise. Later, the lesson about only keeping it if the promise did not put himself or those he cared about in danger, had come. So you went from the apothecary directly to the Muggle world for no reason, despite me making it clear that you were to return right away once having finished the purchases I sent you after. It seemed that his hope of rumors not having reached Severus first was doomed from the beginning. And the Lestranges were not being much of a help, though Harry was doubtful about how much they knew. And it was your doppelganger that was accosted by the beast Lupin and afterwards was seen running through the leaky cauldron and into the Muggle world, despite the fact that you had been sent off with some of our Lord's people. Severus said, a dangerous glint lighting his eyes. Yeah, funny story that one. Harry mumbled, mentally berating himself for not being able to think up a passable excuse. I know, I should have stayed in Diagon Alley, but I thought that there might be other of Lupin's kind around, so I decided it was best to move. It wasn't like I actually planned on straying so far away.
This whole thing was starting to give him a headache. If there is nothing else, then I'm going to bed. It's been a long day.
Come, Diablo. Let me show you where I live. Passing Severus, Harry only waited long enough to ensure that Diablo was following him. He wasn't even surprised when the purchases disappeared from his hold with a seemingly unheard spell. He held no doubt that they would be in their proper places in the potions laboratory, ready for when Severus decided it was time to use them. And his hand still felt comfortably warm from where Severus had briefly touched it when he passed the man, assuring him that Severus was not mad at him for today's antics.
Severus had known of today's happenings, which meant that Voldemort had been alerted as well. The bracelet should have alerted Voldemort that something had went wrong, and yet Harry had seen neither hide nor front of the man.
It hurt. And Harry found that it was not because Voldemort had not come to keep him safe. It was because the man hadn't come. He hadn't seen Voldemort since he had been told that he would have to seek out the man, and Harry missed their talks, and though it was to a lesser degree, Voldemort's constant presence. He missed Voldemort. Realizing this, Harry became aware that he was being followed, and probably had been for a while. It was rather disturbing that he only noticed the stalker now, and Diablo paid the person no heed, busy as he was with searching every notch they passed on their way. Something bright caught the light from one of the torches that lit up the corridor he was in. Harry barely refrained from showing any visible reactions when the man fell in step with him, the silver-headed cane visible out of the corner of his eyes. Whether Lucius had decided to follow on his own, or by suggestion of Severus, did not really matter. Harry had left to have a little time for himself, but it seemed like he would not be granted that wish. Shall I bite him, little speaker? Harry's eye twisted at Diablo's question. Seriously, why did snakes keep calling him small? It was hardly his fault that he would probably never be as tall as was normal for his age group. Personally, he blamed the potion the Order had forced him to take, and the Dursleys' care, or lack of the same, before that. No, he is just here to keep us safe. Harry hissed back, figuring that it was the easiest way to explain it. Thankfully, Diablo didn't ask further questions, because Harry was not quite sure what he should tell the snake Lucius would be protecting them from. He was somewhat impressed that Lucius showed no outward reaction to his use of Parseltongue. Not even his friends failed to come up with a reaction whenever Harry started up a conversation with Nagini. Then again, Lucius was probably used to Voldemort doing the same thing, and had learned not to act in a way that could be misinterpreted as fear. Diablo seemed almost disappointed by his words, but it didn't take long before the snake was too busy checking out his new surroundings to continue pouting. Draco seems to be rather fond of you, Lord Potter. Lucius quietly said. Harry was not sure of what he was most surprised about. That Lucius had decided to break the silence between them, or rather the subject the man had decided to do it with. Harry kept his eyes at Diablo, making sure that the snake did not get too far in front of them. With Hogwarts being ever-changing, and almost sentient, it would be easy for the big snake to get lost, especially when he had just arrived. Harry shuddered to think of how the first meeting between Diablo and Nagini would go if there was not someone there to ensure that things would not go out of hand between them. He would definitely make sure that Bellatrix never was alone with the two of them. Harry pondered where this was supposed to go. The few times he had been near Lucius, they hadn't actually spoken about his and Draco's relationship. "We are friends," he said, still not looking at the man. Harry had still not forgotten that Lucius had been against his friendship with Draco. But Severus was Draco's godfather as well as Harry's guardian. And unless Lucius had wanted to anger his friend and make his heir throw a hissy fit with no end, there had been nothing he had been able to do to keep the two of them apart once they had managed to become friend. It definitely felt good to be able to rub it in the man's face, knowing that there was nothing the blonde lord could do about it now where Harry had proved that he was more than the average squib. Indeed, it did seem like Lucius had a plot when he produced a silver-colored envelope from one of his pockets. Without words, he offered the envelope to Harry, who took it, urged by the man's annoyance when he took too long to actually make a move for it. The envelope was heavy in his hands, and Harry found his eyes drawn to the Malfoy family's coat of arms, and his name that was written in a flourish script under the picture. "What is it?" Harry asked, staring at the envelope in his hands suspiciously. While he doubted that Lucius would hand him cursed paper, he felt that it would not be out of place to show at least a small amount of caution. He had acted a little too much like a Gryffindor today. By the look on Lucius' face, he wasn't about to be told, leaving Harry with two choices. Either he risked offending the man by refusing to read what the letter had to say, or he took the chance and saw what it contained. Lord Harry Potter, head of the Potter family, you are hereby invited to the 17th birthday celebration of the heir of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy. The celebration will be held in the ballroom of Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, June the 5th, 3 o'clock.
Your owl is expected at May the 1st, the latest. My most well-intentioned greetings.
Lord Lucius Malfoy, head of the Malfoy family. The invitation was short and straight to the point. Somehow Harry just couldn't picture that Draco had written it. Harry stared down at the thin parchment, trying to figure out what he was supposed to do. Thanks, he merely ended saying, pocketing the letter as he did so. After all, he had until May, giving him more than enough time to answer. Other than the odd armor, they encountered no one on their way through the dungeon's winding corridors. Considering that it was past curfew, few people would wander out in fear of running into Severus. A few had already ended in detention before the students had realized that Severus had indeed returning to roaming the corridors at night. Harry heaved a sigh when he stepped across the doorstep to their quarters, truly relaxing for the first time since his run-in with Lupin. Please, come inside, Harry offered, though knowing that Lucius had a standing invitation to his home, thanks to him being a close friend of Severus. Very well, Lucius accepted. Going inside through Harry had the feeling that he would have followed anyway because of Severus. The fire was burning high in the living room, making Harry glad that he had already shred his outside robes. Not wanting the man anywhere near his room, and fearing that if he saw his bed right now, he would go straight to sleep, Harry instead headed for the couch, sinking down on the comfortable furniture with a small groan of gratitude, letting the heat wash over his tired body. Lucius sat down on the other end of the sofa, giving Harry enough space so he didn't feel uncomfortable in the man's presence. Do you want something to drink? It was too late to eat something now, but Harry figured that he might as well try and be polite. Less he would hear for it later from Severus. If you would be so kind, was Lucius' response, and Harry snapped his fingers like Draco had taught him to, and sat back and waited. Not even a second later a pop sounded, signaling the arrival of the house elf. What can's Dobby being helps with, Great Master Harry Potter, sir? Dobby bowed deeply so his nose tip brushed against the floor, before standing and letting out a loud squeak, catching sight of the other person in the room. Apparently used to that kind of reactions from his house elves, Lucius did not let Dobby's behavior deter him as he spoke. Fetch me some red wine, and I believe that Lord Potter would do well with some food. Dobby's eyes grew so big that Harry momently feared that they might pop out of the poor fellow's eye sockets if it wasn't stopped, but Dobby was gone before he could think of something to say. Instead he turned his sight on the wizard. I've already eaten. It was destroyed as his stomach decided to growl loudly at that very moment. It really hadn't been so long since he shared that meal with Dudley, though Harry supposed that the few bits he had managed to fit down before passing the food on to his cousin hardly had done anything to settle his hunger. Of course, Lucius drawled, not even bothering to sound like he believed him. Just call the house elf back and tell it that you do not desire the meal that he has already prepared for you. Though strongly tempted to follow the suggestion, Harry hesitated. Knowing what he did about house elves, they didn't take it well to be told that they were not needed. And he didn't want Dobby to punish himself for something that was not his responsibility. Fine, he huffed sullenly. But stop calling me Lord Potter, my name is Harry. He bit out with more force than Harry first had intended to. But it wasn't like he had taken the title, to be reminded of his father every time someone called him that, though it seemed to be what happened. He had merely taken it for the benefits that followed and for whatever respect he felt for his grandfather, a man wise enough to see what kind of an idiot his son would turn out to be. Lucius inclined his head, making the move look unnatural gracious as he did so. Harry was sure he saw a glint of humor in the man's eyes before it was covered by indifference. I believe that it should go both ways then, Harry. Harry caught the brief hesitation there was before Lucius said his name, but he didn't comment on it as Dobby chose that moment to pop into the room and the food he brought with him appeared on the sofa table in between the fireplace and the two males. This is too much, Harry commented, eyeing the table, silently wondering if it would be able to hold the food or break under the suddenly added weight. It looked like Dobby had planned to recreate the dinner served in the Great Hall, forgetting that not all the students would be eating and still somehow managing to make it all fit together on one table. He regretted his words the moment Dobby's eyes turned big and watery. Dobby being a bad elf's. Dobby should being punishes. With a cry of despair, the house elf propelled towards the table, his head lowered so that it would hit the edge first. The moment before it could happen, Lucius interposed, using his wand to create a shimmering blue shield Dobby banged against instead of the table. Enough. Harry will eat the food, you crazy creature. Now, be gone before I decide to give you clothes for your actions. Dobby eeped at the threat, and was gone with the blink of an eye, but Harry was sure that he heard Dobby mutter something about ironing his ears as a punishment. He really hoped that Dobby was just kidding. Unless you start eating, I will call Dobby back and tell him that the meal is not to your satisfaction. Having a good idea of what would happen if Dobby heard it voiced like that, Harry grabbed the nearest bowl and chucked a spoonful of thick food into his mouth. Harry nearly spit it all out again when the scalding liquid came in contact with his tongue. Barely managing to swallow, Harry grabbed the nearest goblet and emptied half of its contents before it didn't feel like his tongue was being burnt to crisps. Happy, he rasped, letting his tongue run around the inside of his mouth to ensure that no damage had been done. Ecstatic, drawled Lucius, making no move to take part in the meal. Harry merely rolled his eyes at the man before he returned to the soup. He absently felt the headache lessen the more he ate. So good, amigo, so good. Diablo hissed, already half asleep in front of the fireplace, having not even twisted when Dobby appeared. I must say that the last sacrifice was very satisfying for my Pax Moon ritual. Greyback commented from the seat he had slid into upon arriving, not bothering to wait for permission to sit when he arrived. Voldemort had already made a note to order the house elves to clean the chair once the Alpha had left. The werewolf seemed to believe he was above being bothered by personal hygiene. I assume that there is a reason for why you're late for our meeting, and I sincerely doubt that it has something to do with the last sacrifice I sent for you to enjoy. For the werewolf's own sake, he hoped that he had a good reason to be late. There was already enough he had to concentrate on with the reports that had been owled to him from Diagon Alley most of the day. Blue eyes focused on him, and Voldemort returned the look, waiting for the werewolf to get to the case. "Ya know, it's unusual for you to give us a magical pup that was a student here, so I had some people digging a little." His grip on the quill tightened, making ink spots drop on the parchment below it, which he had been reading through while waiting for Greyback to arrive. It seems just before he was handed over to me, he had been in jail with a Harry Potter. I must say that those pictures in the Daily Prophet doesn't do him justice. Greyback said with a leer that revealed his sharpened teeth. Voldemort lowered the quill and watched Greyback through heavy-lidded eyes, his magic rising and crackling in the office before Voldemort seized the reins of it, effectively getting the magic under control before it could do any damage to the objects in his office. "And where, exactly, did you see my seer?" he asked, keeping his voice neutral. Greyback would not bring it up for no reason. Fenrir Greyback was one of his allies, feared by many because of the way he had made his way to the top among the werewolves. And while Harry was close to being of age, Greyback was known for making exceptions about those he turned if someone happened to catch his interest. And anyone turned into a werewolf fell under Greyback's jurisdiction, something they had agreed on when they first had formed this alliance between them. 3 knocks sounded on the door before Greyback could say more. Knowing that it had to be important for anyone to come to him without first searching for permission, Voldemort allowed the door to open, letting his potions master step inside. Behind the onyx-eyed man followed the Lestranges. All 3 of them looked rather subdued. Added with the self-satisfaction that radiated from Severus, Voldemort was inclined to believe that they had been victims to Severus' sharp tongue. "Did you lose him again, or did you get the pup back safely?" Greyback asked, making Bellatrix's hand twist as if wanting to reach for her wand. It was for her own good that she did not, though it might have more to do with the hand her husband placed on her arm than anything else. At the current time, Voldemort was strongly tempted to ignore how useful they were to him and simply hand all three of them over to Greyback to do with as he wished. That, however, would be counterproductive. Bellatrix stopped throwing glares at the werewolf when Voldemort spoke up, immediately reminding the former Black of his presence in the room. When I entrust you with something of mine, I had expected that the three of you would have been enough to protect him. And yet I have reports that you did not only lose him, but Lupin, a well-known supporter of Dumbledore, found him before you. At this Severus twisted, though he had already heard this before. It supported Voldemort's theory that the man had not gotten over his fear for that particularly werewolf. Furthermore, Harry strayed into the Muggle world. He had had someone to shadow his seer from afar, with the permission to intervene only if it should prove to be necessary. So at no time Harry had been in real danger, but he had let the youth be, deciding to let Bellatrix, Rabaston and Rodolphus spend their time tracking him down with the fear of what punishment would follow should they not manage to accomplish that. It was supposed to serve as a lesson. To show Harry that he had little understanding for how the world worked and that it was in Harry's own best interest to stay at Hogwarts where he would be near to provide him protection. But he had not taken into the account the risk of Harry running into his Muggle cousin. Depending on what had been discussed in the time the two of them had spent together, this might pose to be troublesome for his future plans. He would deal with it accordingly once he knew if Harry had made the connection with the adult Dursleys' deaths to him. Despite the proof of what kind of treatment his seer had went through at their hands, Voldemort would not be surprised if Harry felt a form of forced loyalty for his blood relatives. For one who had Slytherins around him constantly, Harry too often acted like a Gryffindor at heart. Twirling his wand between his fingers, Voldemort turned his gaze to his now kneeling followers. Severus was still standing with a blank expression on his face, while Greyback had turned around in his chair, looking like an eager child, not wanting to miss a detail of what was going to happen. You have disappointed me, and for that you will be punished. Cutis ungulationibus. A silver-colored beam shot from the end of his wand and the light engulfed the three Lestranges. The sweet sound of their screams soon filled the room. The Cutis ungulationibus curse was a modified version of the Sectum Sempra. Instead of merely letting deep cuts appear, the victim of the curse would literally be skinned alive. The curse would not kill them, they were too valuable for that. But one stripe of skin after another would be pulled off by an invisible hand. It was a curse meant for torture rather than an actual execution. The cruise was only half of their punishment, thought Voldemort as the oldest of the Lestrange brothers tried to claw at his own skin. Around them on the floor were stripes of the skin that had already been ripped off them. Already they were rather lacking in their human appearance. Later they would have to regrow the skin. In the past it would have to be done the normal way. 5 years ago Severus had made a breakthrough with a potion that sped it up. The healing process would take days instead of months, but the pain would still be there. The wonders of magic. Harry felt like cursing when he found himself back in the strangely decorated tent. This time the Phoenix's perch was empty, much to Harry's relief as he had no wish to see what would happen if the bird started to sing again with him being around. He was sitting on the chair Neville had been occupying the last time Harry had been there. So it meant that it had probably already happened, and he was seeing this for another reason than the interrupted prophecy he had overheard last time. Which was good since Harry wasn't sure he would be able to control himself if he had to listen to Dumbledore's reasoning for why it was that Neville had the ability to defeat Voldemort. When Harry decided that he had been sitting around for long enough, he found that he couldn't move. Every part of him that touched the surface of the chair was as if glued to the furniture. It didn't help him to calm his fast-beating heart as Harry too well knew what this meant. Would you mind a lemo? Drop. Green eyes snapped up and the first thing Harry noticed was 2 bright-colored robes and a beard that was in serious need of a good trimming. Harry stared at Dumbledore, his body and mind frozen in fear of having the man this close to him and blue eyes looking at him, actually seeing him. Had he been able to, Harry would have looked behind him in the already dead hope that Dumbledore might be speaking to someone behind him. The silence was apparently taken as his answer as Dumbledore popped the sweet into his own mouth, munching on it with an almost childish glee. Knowing that there was nothing he could do but wait, Harry did just that. Holding his chin high, Harry met Dumbledore's gaze and did his best to keep a cold front as he waited with a patience he did absolutely not feel. All the while Dumbledore's eyes didn't once leave him. "My boy, you shall know that I am immensely happy that you have finally seen reason. Your parents would be proud to know that you have decided to return to us. With the aid of your visions we will be able to turn the tide of this war," Dumbledore said, resting his chin on intervened hands. Harry could only watch in dread as he felt his mouth moving on its own accord, his lips forming words that made him want to scream as he stared in blind horror at Dumbledore. Harry had only blinked and then he found himself lying on his back in the bedroom, staring at the ceiling with his heart up in his throat. It felt real, but so did the vision he had just seen also. He was able to wiggle his toes and move other parts of his body, which was a great relief after having been bound to a chair with Dumbledore in the room. Gradually Harry became aware of the coppery-tasting liquor that filled his mouth. It seemed that sometime during the vision he had stuffed his hand into his mouth and bit down, an effective way to pull him out of it. Not wanting to risk being beeped back into the vision, Harry's teeth clamped harder down on the flesh, making his fingers twist in protest of the pain it brought him. His sight was strangely blurred and Harry blinked several times to clear his vision. He needed to know that this was real, that he was not part in yet another one of his visions. A hand touched his shoulder and Harry instinctively lashed out, feeling his elbow connect with what felt like a person. The person let out an "uff" as the air escaped from his lungs, and the hand was removed, which was what Harry needed. He lurched sideways, the hand slipping from his mouth. Hoping that the other person had managed to move away, Harry leaned over the edge of his bed and expelled his stomach's contents. When nothing more seemed to come up, Harry hung limp half over the edge of the bed, dry heaving and gagging at the aftertaste that was left in his mouth. Heaving one last time, Harry rolled fully back onto the bed, carefully avoiding looking at the mess he had created while wiping his mouth clean with a corner of the duvet. He breathed heavily through his mouth, well aware of the smell of vomit that was already filling the air in his room. He needed to be sure whether or not this was real or just another scenery he was forced to watch. And since he couldn't very well ask someone else, Harry did the best thing that came to his mind at the current moment. He brought his already bleeding hand back to his mouth and bit down until he felt his teeth break through the skin anew, the pain being evidence enough for Harry's panicked mind this time. Arms encircled him, pulling him upwards, and Harry's panic flared up again and he let go of his hand. Despite his struggles to get free, Harry found himself pulled into an embrace where he for a short moment thought he could not breathe because his face was pressed against the person's shoulder with a hand at the back of his head. By pressing backwards, Harry observed that he could move his head away from the man, but the grip on his head and around his waist was far from loose enough to allow him to get away. Forcing himself to stay in place, Harry felt the panic lessen, allowing him to calm his breathing and chaotic thoughts. Now where he no longer had that to distract him, Harry became aware of the pain from his left hand that seemed to be beating in sync with his heart. Closing his eyes, Harry focused on that feeling. In his visions he was never able to involve pain on himself. It meant that this was real, that he was not caught in another vision. It also meant that he was sitting sideways on someone's lap with his face buried in the person's chest, Harry's mind helpfully supplied. And while the person was somewhat slender, they were much too broad to be Severus, whom Harry thought was the only one who was supposed to hold him like this. Though the embrace did feel familiar enough to relax him, and Harry knew that it was not a total stranger who was holding him, much to his relief. Pulling his head free, Harry squinted his eyes in the light that had been lit sometime after he had returned to the real world. Blinking rapidly, Harry felt himself grow furiously flushed when he found red eyes staring down at him. He had been interrogating the new snake when the screams from Harry's room sounded, just as the charms on the bracelet had gone off. Voldemort had expected the worst. No matter how unlikely it had seemed, someone might have managed to get past Hogwarts wards and those he had added to the already existing wards around Severus Chambers. Following closely behind Severus, who had reacted as soon as the first scream started, Voldemort had his wand ready, more because of habit than because he needed it to access his magic. But unlike what Voldemort had expected, they found Harry alone in the room and awake, somewhat. Many times while Harry had been staying in the room connected to his, Voldemort had taken to watching him while he slept. His seer seemed more dead than alive in such moments, and only the slight movements of his chest had been able to convince him otherwise. At those times he had seemed so peaceful and relaxed that Voldemort had felt the urge to destroy it. Once he had been standing over Harry with his wand, the end of the wood had caressed the scar decorating the seer's forehead, though he had refrained from doing anything, not wanting the other to wake up and start questioning him. But there was nothing peaceful about the scene they had walked in on. Harry had been laying on his back, staring unblinkingly at the ceiling above them while his chest moved in a rapid pace. There was fresh blood, most likely from the hand Harry was gnawing on like a savage beast. Severus had moved forward with a caution that immediately informed Voldemort that this was not the first time his potions master encountered this scenery. Even before Severus touched his seer, Voldemort knew that it had been a particular bad idea. It hardly came as a surprise when Harry lashed out, managing to get a good hit in his state of panic. Voldemort waited patiently as Harry first vomited and then dry heaved, looking unsure whether more was coming up. It was when Harry moved back on the bed and stuck his already bloodied hand back in his mouth and bit down that Voldemort decided it was time for him to intervene. Casting a cleaning charm on the bed and the seer, Voldemort sat down on the furniture and encircled Harry with his arms, pulling the still unaware seer into his lap. Holding the youth close, Voldemort waited patiently for Harry to realize that all struggles were futile. He was physically stronger than Harry, and in his current state the youngster was no challenge to keep in place. He held Harry's head to his chest, close enough to ensure that Harry could not attempt to bite his hand again, but still with enough space to allow him to breathe. After the trouble he had gone through to keep his seer alive, he could not very well suffocate him now while he was hindering him in harming himself. While holding Harry, Voldemort observed his potions master vanish from the room, returning shortly after with vials and a jar in his arms, which he placed on the nightstand. The calm way Severus acted told Voldemort more than he liked to know. This was far from the first time that this had occurred. Gradually the shivers running through the body against his lessened and then ended. When Harry pulled away, Voldemort let him, to a degree, still holding him close to ensure that he would not be giving the temptation to do something stupid while he was close. Harry had no wish about sharing this vision. If anything, he just wanted to pretend that it had just been a bad dream, though he knew that it was real. But the deal between him and Voldemort made Harry's lips move without his consent. I was back in the tent. He winced at how sore his throat felt after vomiting, and Harry had a feeling that he hadn't exactly been silent while coming out of the vision, but he didn't intend to ask, so he could not be sure if he really had screamed. Luckily Voldemort did not ask for clarification about what tent he was talking about. Dumbledore was there. He congratulated me on making the right decision about my alliance. He didn't want to say the next part, but as if he was back in the vision, he felt his lips move entirely on their own. I told him that I didn't need his approval, but I was doing it because it was what I had to do. Other than the slight stutter, Harry kept his voice monotone. It was the same voice he had used to speak to Dumbledore right before the vision had ended. I don't understand it, Harry mumbled angrily, most to himself. He had sworn that he would never return to the Order, and yet the vision had proved otherwise. Exactly what could have happened that would have made him break the promise he had made on the night of his escape? Suddenly Harry became quite aware of the situation as sharp fingernails dug through the fabric of his nightclothes and into the flesh of his back. Leave us alone, Severus. Startled at the realization that his guardian was there, Harry half turned on Voldemort's lap, dislocating the digits digging into his back with the move. Severus stood by the side of the bed, and by the way he was hunched slightly forward, Harry knew that it was him he had hit when he had been caught up in fear. Guilty, he met Severus' gaze, trying to convey through his eyes how sorry he was. How well it worked, Harry wasn't sure about. Wordlessly Severus dipped his head in submission to his lord before leaving jar and vials on the nightstand. Harry stared at the now closed door, knowing that Severus would be right on the other side, ready to step in if things went too far. A quick spell washed over him, cleaning him of any traces of sickness and also leaving Harry with a fresh taste in his mouth, as if he had just brushed his teeth. Fingers closed around his chin, yanking Harry's head back so he was looking at Voldemort. Seeing the possessive look in Voldemort's eyes, Harry wondered if he would have been better off following Severus out of the room. You are mine. And no one, especially not Albus Dumbledore, will ever be able to take you away from me. The words were followed with Voldemort swooping down and pressing his mouth against Harry's lips. Harry's first reaction was to push away. Even with the refreshing charm that Voldemort had cast on him, Harry was too aware that this couldn't be hygienic, and this was not supposed to happen, no matter how good it actually felt. Damn it, the basilisk had made it clear that Voldemort. But when teeth bit harshly down on his lower lip, hard enough to Harry felt blood starting to flow, Harry's eyes, which he had not even been aware had been closed, flew open, and Harry growled, not liking the satisfied look in Voldemort's eyes. So he opened his mouth enough to allow Voldemort's tongue to slip inside before clamping his teeth down, smirking at the strange hissing sound that Voldemort made. But Voldemort did not retreat, though the nails dug deeper into his back, a clear warning about letting go, or else. Harry paid the warning no heed, letting go of Voldemort's tongue as he managed to turn around so his full body was facing Voldemort, while straddling him, with one leg on each side of the man's lap. When Voldemort suddenly lay back, Harry followed because of the hand still on his back. He used one hand to steal himself while the other was caught in the small space there was between his and Voldemort's chests. He found himself staring fascinated at Voldemort as their faces were mere inches from each other. Up this close, Harry could see that some flax in Voldemort's eyes had a darker red shade than the rest. Not saying anything, Voldemort raised an eyebrow, which Harry took as a dare to see how far he was willing to take this while he was the one who had the upper hand. In the back of his mind, Harry knew that this was a stupid idea. He could think of so many reasons to why he should not do this, or at least demand that Voldemort left at once, which might be a little difficult seeing as he was still straddling the man, though Harry had no doubt that Voldemort could easily swap their positions, if that was what he wanted. But Harry figured that since he had already acted so much like a Gryffindor today, though it might have been yesterday, as he had no idea of what the clock said, this would only be one more thing added to an already long list. Leaning down, Harry pressed their lips together, well aware that he was probably smearing blood around Voldemort's mouth. He decided that it was what Voldemort got for biting him. The moment he felt Voldemort's teeth against his lips, Harry moved on, having no desire to receive more bites. His lips trailed down Voldemort's jaw and neck until he found that clothes were stopping him from getting any further. Tugging at the collar of Voldemort's robes, he wincing as he was unable to get a good grip on the fabric. Why did fresh blood have to be so slippery? Harry wanted Voldemort's clothes off, but it seemed to be a two-hands job, and his other appendage was currently used to support his weight, and Harry could not move it unless he wanted to lay flat on Voldemort, seeing as the other's hand was still pressing steadily on his back. Clenching his legs harder around Voldemort and brushing his bum against Voldemort's groin, Harry realized that Voldemort was getting aroused. Now holding his weight with his folded legs only, leaning over Voldemort with the hand still planted between his shoulders, Harry set to work again. Harry soon concluded that Voldemort was wearing too many layers for a human. It was almost as if he had done this to taunt Harry. He quickly lost his patience and tugged hard at the shirt between his hands. The buttons gave away with no resistance, and even without looking up at Voldemort for confirmation, Harry knew that the man had used magic to aid him. He was breathtaking to look at. The chest was pale. It seemed that Voldemort was unable to get a tan, or because it was simply because he did not spend enough time outside. Even Harry himself was tanner, and he spent most of his time hanging over a cauldron. You are much too slow, my little seer. Voldemort hissed before rolling around, bringing Harry under him. Let me show you how it is done. Ending the hiss, Voldemort vanished Harry's clothes, doing the same with his remaining clothes. Harry was pretty sure that it could not be healthy to turn this shade of red, but it felt like his blood had diverted to two places, his groin and face, and there was nothing he could do about it with Voldemort keeping him trapped under him like this. Voldemort was dotting him, the tongue pressing in before teasing and tangling with his own. Harry hesitated, a voice in the back of his head telling him how stupid an idea this was, but then Voldemort grounded his groin against his own, and it was as if all reason had left him. He laid his arms around Voldemort's neck, parted his legs. After a little bending, he managed to get them around Voldemort and his thighs. Harry was amazed by the groan he managed to bring off Voldemort's lips at the action, muffled as it was because of the key they shared. The need to breathe quickly grew too big and Harry broke away from the key, panting, catching Voldemort's eyes. The man seemed to take this as his permission to move on. The driving key and nips made Harry's body ache. Soon Harry was twisted around and dragged up onto his knees, still under Voldemort's body. Lips traced up the back on his neck, while Voldemort's hands were roaming over his chest, finding and twisting his nipples, making Harry moan, and in a mix of pleasure and pain as his hands twisted the duvet under him. His sides were being stroked, slightly tickling but also heating the skin and making it feel more sensitive than Harry had thought that it possible could. Harry was painfully aware that at this point his cook was hard with need. Yes, he hissed, arching his back against the chest above him, rubbing his ass against the member pressing against it. He needed this. Needed to feel, and right now Voldemort was helping him to do just that. Harry's yelp turned into a moan. And when Voldemort bit down in the curve between his neck and shoulder, while nails dragged over the skin of his stomach, undoubtedly leaving marks that would annoy him afterwards. Something slicked him on the inside, and Harry nearly jumped away. He would have if Voldemort had not foreseen the move and held him in place. A knee pushed his legs apart, spreading him, and Harry was quite sure that his head would explode from the amount of blood that had floated to it. Right now he was spread out like some wanton whore, for Voldemort to see if the man decided to move away from his current position. All thoughts of embarrassment were chased away when Harry felt what could only be the head of Voldemort's cock rubbing over the rim of Harry's hole. Harry's body seized up. It felt like even his lungs had decided that now was a good time to stop working, making Harry feel dizzy with the lack of air. A shiver ran through him, though Voldemort didn't seem to notice it. Harry knew that there was no way that it could fit in right now, he needed to be loosened up. Wait! He panicked, but Voldemort thrust forward, driving inside and Harry was sure that he felt something give. Crying in pain, Harry struggled against the hands holding him in place, wanting to get away from the thrice-damned pain and pay Voldemort back for the pain the man was inflicting on him. Voldemort made hushing noises into his ear, rubbing tenderly over Harry's stomach while not moving. It will be better in a short while. Relax, stop panicking and let your body adjust. Harry knew that Voldemort was trying to calm him, but clearly the man had no idea what it felt like being torn in half. To his surprise, Harry found that the pain was actually subsiding a little, but it hadn't been long enough when the piece inside him slowly started moving out and in. It hurts. Harry was pretty sure that he had slipped out of Parseltongue before, but now he could focus enough to speak it, hoping that Voldemort would listen to him when he was not speaking the human tongue. Voldemort laid his weight on him so Harry was pressed into the mattress, his behind now the highest point of him, keeping moving while ignoring the noises of protest Harry made in hope of getting Voldemort's attention. Voldemort shifted his position slightly, still moving and making Harry grit his teeth in effort to hold back the sounds of pain when he felt something inside him being hit that sent twinges of pleasure through him, arching his back against Voldemort. He didn't even need to say anything to make Voldemort repeat the move and steal his breath away when the exact same spot was hit, much to Harry's great delight. Harry felt the grip on his body lessen, but it didn't matter because he had no damned intention about getting away now, and Voldemort must have known that judging by the amused chuckling that sounded from behind him. Later he would deny the way he was whining and grinding back against Voldemort, but right now Harry was focused on ensuring that the pleasure kept coming. He loved it. A hand roughly grabbed his hair, twisting his head in an unnatural angle until Voldemort could reach his mouth with his own. Dotting him, Harry felt a warmth build up in the bottom of his stomach and he knew that it would not take long before something happened. In 5 strokes Harry came. His cock had been untouched when Harry released his load over the mattress below him. Voldemort's hissing voice sounded in his ear, as the man expended inside him a moment later, causing Harry to shudder at the filling. Harry's arms had given away under him, and it was now only Voldemort that held him up. As Voldemort departed from him, Harry felt himself being gentle lowered onto the mattress, a strong contrary to how Voldemort had handled him before. He was laid on his side, with his back to Voldemort, the man still being pressed against him, but Harry found that he did not really mind the closeness. Feeling a movement behind him, it took a moment for Harry to register that the man was actually nuzzling his neck. Bastard. Harry fought against the sense of fatigue. He couldn't act like a girl now and simply fall asleep. He would let Voldemort know his displeasure and then he would rest. My parents were married by the time I was conceived. Sounded Voldemort's voice from behind him with a humored tone in it. Harry rolled his eyes at Voldemort's smug tone. It was not what he had meant and Voldemort knew that. Feeling his eyes starting to drop, Harry fought against the feeling of fatigue. He sincerely doubted that he would be able to move should he attempt so. I met my cousin today, he said, frowning at how hoarse his voice sounded. If this is your attempt at talk, Harry, you clearly need to rethink the subjects you bring up. Discussing your Muggle relatives while in bed does not fall into the category of things I am willing to do. An arm placed itself loosely just under his ribs, one finger slowly trailing circles around his belly button. Shivers ran through his body before he managed to steel himself. Did you kill them? He forewent the dance of words he knew that Voldemort enjoyed to use on people. He had seen men being unable to recall what they had wanted to discuss when first Voldemort truly started leading them around. I take care of what I consider mine. They harmed you and I punished them according to their crimes. Now be quiet and sleep. Harry knew that magic had to be involved with the way he found himself succumbing to sleep, losing his ongoing fight with the wish to tear Voldemort a new one. Harry could recall several instances where waking up had definitely not been a pleasant experience on his part. The day after an especially violent beating at Privet Drive, where Aunt Petunia had been delayed to stop her husband from going too far when the man had lost his temper. Coming into the world of consciousness after drinking the potion the Order forced down his throat. He always hated not being able to say whether he was back in the real world or just experiencing another vision. This time Harry awoke feeling rather comfortable. From what his still asleep brain could register, he was in his own bed, comfortable, and the body behind him provided extra heat that helped him to relax. At this Harry halted, running over his previous thoughts until he found the one that disturbed his peace. There was someone else in his bed. Harry's first instinct was to shove the other person out of the bed, but he found himself lying still as memories from last night floated forth. Voldemort had been there last night after his vision about Dumbledore and him. After Severus had been thrown out, Voldemort had then proceeded to have say with him. Harry felt his face heat up for various reasons. He had given up his purity last night, and it had certainly been different from what Harry had heard it would be like. There certainly hadn't been much love involved, if any at all. For Harry, it had been about the need to feel, desperate for assurance that he really was back among the living. He could not claim that he knew why Voldemort had done it. But he felt worse with the knowledge that there were no silencing charms around his room and Severus had probably been able to hear most, if not all, of the sounds they had made. Groaning, Harry buried his face in his pillow. Perhaps he could simply suffocate himself before he had to face Severus again. That would certainly be better than knowing that Severus knew about what had happened. Somehow Harry had the feeling that Voldemort had not placed silencing charms around the room, even if the man had had plenty of time to do so. It would be something that Voldemort would do. Bastard. He croaked, wincing at how sore his throat felt. I believe I informed you of my parents' married status last night. Perhaps you were too occupied with other matters to listen. Harry nearly jumped out of his skin when Voldemort spoke up from behind him. He had believed Voldemort to be fast asleep, and the man had given him no reason to believe otherwise. It brought up the question about how long Voldemort had been awake and what he was still doing in the bed. But jostling around, no matter how little it might have been, proved to be a really bad idea on Harry's part. Pain shot up through his spine as though he was being speared by a sword, making Harry hiss several curse words he had heard Severus use, when an experimental potion had blown up unexpectedly. Such crude words. I am sure that I can find a better use of that mouth of yours. Voldemort moved to the lower part of Harry's body while other parts of him reminded him why it was that he was hurting right now. Harry's fingers closed around the nearest thing within reach, which happened to be the pillow he had previously tried to suffocate himself with, and he yanked it out from under his head. You bastard. Harry didn't care that he was being uncreative with his insults. He dropped the pillow before he could hit Voldemort with it, the twisting around sending new bouts of pain up through his body, making Harry feel like he was being split in two from inside out. Cold hands grabbed his shoulder and guided him until he was lying on his back, ignoring the sounds of discomfort that followed the forced movements. Pull your legs up to your chest and spread them. Hell no. Harry blurted out, glaring until he grew cross-eyed at Voldemort, who was now sitting up, the duvet concealing the lower body from Harry's view. Though after this night, there hardly was anything about the man that Harry hadn't already seen. Voldemort raised an unimpressed eyebrow at him. I need to see if there had been done any damage. The man said, as if stating knowledge that every child should have. Harry merely continued his glare, starting to believe that the blush was permanently engraved into his face. You are not getting anywhere near my, you know what. So don't even think about it. Harry was surprised that Voldemort simply didn't get up and left or used force on him. It didn't seem to have been a problem for the man last night. Your rectum, you mean? Voldemort asked, moving so Harry had to grab for the duvet unless he wanted to be completely BPD in front of the other man. It was rather naive thinking after what they had done, but Harry wanted to keep at least a small part of his dignity. He yelped in pain, but kept a secure grip on the duvet. I can take care of it myself. Harry insisted, though he was unsure about how he was supposed to do that. All he knew was that moving hurt. He wanted to lie in bed and wait until the pain left on its own. Perhaps he would get Dobby to ward the room against intruders once Voldemort had left. It would be a show of flexibility to see you check yourself for damage. Either you let me do it, or we will call for your guardian. By the way you are going on about this, one would think that you have never had sexual intercourse with someone else. Voldemort commented dryly while Harry felt like he had gotten something down the wrong pipe. Somehow the thought of letting Severus have a look was worse than letting Voldemort have his way, which wasn't a preferable option either. Instead, Harry responded to the thing he hoped would buy him enough time to figure out how he could get Voldemort out of his room while still staying in the bed. I haven't been with someone else. Had it been another situation, Harry would probably have been amused by the look Voldemort got on his face. As it was, Harry just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and only come out again when the whole world had forgotten about his existence. His gaze fell to his covered lap where both of his hands rested. Remembering the taste of blood, Harry blinked, staring at the now unmarred skin on his left hand. Such quick healing could only happen with the aid of potions and magic, and as Harry hadn't done it, and he knew that Severus hadn't been there, it left only one possibility for who had done it. Now, Harry was thankful for the sleeping charm Voldemort had cast on him when he had kept himself awake by talking. At least it meant that he had been asleep through the speeded-up healing process. Harry was startled out of his thoughts by a stab of pain when Voldemort threw the duvet aside, placed two hands on his shins, bending his legs until the thighs were touching his stomach. Stop it! Harry protested, blinking away the tears coming from the assault of pain. When Voldemort let go, Harry quickly held on with his own hands. It was only so he didn't have to go through the pain of lowering his legs again, really. Voldemort stopped further protests by putting Harry under a silencing charm. It took Harry a few moments to realize that though his mouth was moving, no sound was passing over his lips. So now the bastard could bother to use the blasted charm. Reckless child. Harry bristled at the insult, though judging by the look Voldemort sent him from between his legs, he wasn't impressed. If you are not used to intrusion, what we did can have caused a great damage to you. By the way Voldemort spoke, he almost sounded like the knowledge of Harry's lack of experience would have made a difference. All pondering about how Voldemort would have done it then was chased away when one of Voldemort's hands went down there and Harry felt something probe against his pucker. The seer attempted to move away, but again the pain, and also the hand Voldemort placed on his stomach, stopped Harry from going too far. This is the last warning, lay still or I will take the choice away from you. Voldemort waited long enough to see Harry nod before disappearing into an angle where Harry could no longer keep an eye on him. The probing returned, but this time Harry managed to keep still, a much better choice than being petrified by magic. This way it did at least give him the illusion of having a choice. The dreaded finger circled the rim of his hole, not going any further. Harry waited with bated breath, not a muscle moving as he waited for Voldemort to get on with it. But nothing happened. You need to relax. You are already red, so this will only hurt further if you keep being so tense. Still unable to use his voice, Harry shook his head. Even if he had wanted, he doubted that he would get the tenseness to leave his body. The memories were too fresh on his mind, and as long as Voldemort's finger was there, Harry was unable to think of something that would distract him. Voldemort's head came into view from behind his legs, locking eyes with him. For a while the man neither said nor did anything, merely looking at Harry in a way that only unnerved him further than he already was. If not because he knew better, he would say that Voldemort looked hungry. The glint in his red eyes definitely didn't spell well for him. Spread your legs. At first Harry didn't react. It was only when Voldemort's hand moved from his stomach to one of his knees that Harry moved. He would rather do it himself and be able to stop than let Voldemort decide. Looking back at Voldemort with gritted teeth, Harry was glad to see the nod that meant that he had to move his legs no further. This position was far more uncomfortable than it had been when he had merely been holding his legs to his chest. Like this, there was nothing of him hidden from view. Logically, Harry knew that at this point it did not really matter. The hand Voldemort had placed on his knee traveled upwards, ghosting over his skin before the fingers closed around his beak, making Harry jump in surprise, though he was not sure if it was to get away or to get closer. Like any other healthy teenager, he had awoken with his fair share of morning woods, taking care of it in the shower so not to leave any traces behind. But it quickly became clear to him that having someone else giving him a hand job felt good in a different way than when he attempted to take care of it himself. Voldemort stroked him to full beep with sure movements. Harry was split between praising him like Merlin's second coming, and swearing the man for not allowing him to come. Nails scraped over the oversensitive skin, making Harry's cock twist and stand fully up. The probing at his rectum returned, but Harry hardly paid it any attention as Voldemort ran a nail over the slit of his cock. Harry clenched his eyes shut, feeling a high burn of heat pooling in his stomach. But Voldemort wasn't letting him come, not giving Harry the relief he so desperately needed. It almost seemed like Voldemort was doing it on purpose, knowing that each time he drove Harry to the brink of completion, and then denied him it, the seer felt like he was one push closer to losing his grip on his sanity. A new pleasure shot through him as Voldemort's fingers, since when had he managed to get two in there, brushed against his prostate. Bastard. Yelling that word quickly seemed to become a part of a weird ritual, but at least it meant that his voice was back. You are getting predictable. Voldemort mock-crooned, the fingers bending and only brushing against the bundle of nerves inside him this time. F.K.U. I believe that it happened the other way around, seeing as I penetrated you. Whatever retort Harry had planned, which would definitely involve something with how big a bastard Voldemort was cut off when Voldemort led him to orgasm by touching his prostate and twisting the hand around his cock at the same time. The pleasure overrode the pain when Harry's hips arched from the mattress, his eyes rolling backwards. When he got his breath back and opened his eyes, Voldemort had moved to sit at the edge of the bed, looking at him with a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Harry blinked drowsily, wondering if he was supposed to say something or what not. He really didn't want to destroy the peace they had at the moment. In fact, it would be perfect if Voldemort would just lie down so he could go back to sleep. Should he tell Voldemort that he equaled a child's teddy bear to Harry? Nah, better not do that. Even Harry doubted that Voldemort would take it well to hear something like that, even if it was meant to be a compliment. He realized that Voldemort was speaking and had probably been so for some time, but Harry only caught the end of the monologue that included something about no tearing. Well, wasn't he lucky? But that didn't help the fact that he was in pain when he moved and he had no plans about leaving his bed today. Earth could go under, trolls could enter the castle, or Dumbledore could come dancing and offer lemo drops to the students. It wouldn't change the fact that Harry wasn't moving. Stay in bed today. It wouldn't do if you suffered unnecessary damage. Harry was not sure if it was his imagination or not, but Voldemort actually sounded concerned. Something must have shown on his face as Voldemort decided to speak again. I take care of what is mine, and from now on you belong to me. Harry managed to sit up, his legs dropping into a more comfortable position instead of being held to his chest, and he whacked Voldemort on top of the head with his pillow. I'm not an object, and don't you think that you can put a claim on me? The previous good mood was gone as Harry scowled darkly at Voldemort. He couldn't believe what was coming out of Voldemort's mouth. Speaking of him like he was an object Voldemort had claimed ownership of. Voldemort seemed completely unconcerned by the pillow he had just been hit with. Of course, it wasn't a weapon that dealt a deadly blow. And now, where the pillow had fallen to the floor, Harry was wondering why he had done it. Slapping Voldemort would have been much more effective, but probably also something that Voldemort would not have overlooked. The pillow had definitely been a better choice. Of course not, an item I would be able to put on a display cabinet, and show it off should I desire to do so. You would most likely break the whole thing and get yourself caught by Dumbledore's people, but it does not change the fact that you are mine, and what I have, I keep for an eternity. Now get some rest, and, if you are a good boy, I will consider using silencing charms the next time to spare your guardian's hearing. Voldemort was up and out of the room, leaving Harry to stare at the spot the man had been sitting only seconds before, beet red from the blood rushing to his face. He had completely forgotten about Severus after the other had left the room last night. And as much as he regretted being able to, he was able to recall some of the sounds he had made, and most of them had been far from quiet. So, Severus most likely had a good idea of what had happened, and, unless the potions master had left the quarters or used magic, there had been nothing to spare him from the noise. Voldemort knew this, and yet he had offered to help Harry with Severus. Exactly how was he supposed to break the news to Severus that he had just had say with the Dark Lord? Dropping back on the mattress and placing an arm over his eyes, Harry realized several things that he should have thought of before now. There was Voldemort's mate to take into consideration. Why had Voldemort had say with him, when he was supposed to have his eyes on someone else? It didn't make any sense unless Voldemort had done it because he had gotten tired of waiting. But why had Voldemort decided to go for him when there were plenty of other people willing to jump into bed with him at a moment's notice? The arm fell from his face, a frown dominating it. Gritting his teeth, he got back up in a sitting position, getting his legs over the edge of the bed. No matter how much he wanted to stay in bed, he needed to go to the library. So, this is where you have been hiding. A heavy bag was dropped at the table he sat at, making one of the stacks of books he had stabled starting to tilt. Harry was half out of his seat, a hand out to stabilize the books and journals before he realized how bad an idea that had been when his muscles protested at the movement. Wingardium Leviosa. The books stopped falling, due to Draco's quick spell casting. Waving his wand, Draco directed the book back into a stack, never taking his eyes off of Harry. Mind telling me why you are on a pain reliever? Harry winced at the question, having hoped that Draco wouldn't notice it. Sometimes his fair-colored friend paid too much attention to his surroundings. Perhaps it was time to see if he could divert Draco's attention from the subject. Shouldn't you still be in class? Don't tell me that the great Draco Malfoy has started skipping lessons. He added a scandalized tone to his voice. With how Draco always went on about Malfoy setting an example for other people, it seemed so out of character for Draco to do something like that. The lessons are over for today. Draco deadpanned, while Harry blinked his bleary eyes, the only sign of his surprise. Was it already so late? It didn't feel like he had been in the library for most of the day. Harry said, trying to think of how long he had been there. He had snuck out not long after Voldemort had left, managing to snatch a pain reliever and getting out of the quarters without running into Severus or someone else he knew. And since it was Wednesday, it was a full day of lessons for Draco, so they were closer to dinner than lunch. Draco walked around the table and bent down so he was on eye level with the now sitting Harry. Your pupils are extended, your reaction time is severely lengthened, and you didn't even notice me arriving, which means that you are less than perfectly aware of your surroundings. Furthermore, you move carefully, as if expecting pain, and yet you do not behave like you are hurt. So, mind explaining to me why you are under the influence of a pain reliever? He really shouldn't have been surprised by Draco's observation skills. Really, his friend had been under Severus' tutelage far longer than Harry had been. Severus would have been dismayed if Draco hadn't been able to pick up the signs of the use of such a common potion. It would truly have been a disgrace. But right now, Harry would have been happy if Draco had been a little less attentive. As Harry apparently took too long to come up with an answer for Draco's liking, the blonde carried on speaking. You didn't return yesterday as you were supposed to, and this morning the Daily Prophet was filled with articles about demands to heighten the security in public areas since it can't be possible that known rebels are able to walk among normal people. The scorn in Draco's words left little doubt about what rebel he was speaking of, and Harry couldn't find it in himself to be surprised that it had been reported in the newspaper. With the Daily Prophet having its headquarters in Diagon Alley, it was rather likely that someone had passed while Harry had been cornered by Lupin. Merlin. He hoped that he wasn't being mentioned in the articles. He considered denying having anything to do with the incident in Diagon Alley. It would bring Draco peace and allow Harry a bit more time. But when Draco found out the truth, and Harry held no doubt that his friend eventually would, Draco would throw a fit, probably in worry of what could have happened. Yeah, I lost sight of the Lestranges, met Lupin, escaped from him and accidentally ended in the Muggle world. He wasn't about to mention his encounter with Dudley. For his cousin's own sake it was best that he spoke about Dudley as little as possible. Is he annoying you, little speaker? Diablo appeared from under the table between the two teenagers, making Draco rear back in shock over the big reptile that had suddenly appeared. Harry felt one eye twist at the title the snake had bestowed him with. No, he is my nest mate, he said, figuring that it was the best way to explain Diablo that Draco was off game without confusing the snake too much. It had been hard enough to explain to Diablo why he was living with Severus when they were not even related. For a snake that had been around humans his whole life, Diablo showed little understanding of how the world worked. It could also be because Harry was used to conversing with Nagini, who had been with a Parselmouth for years. Your mate would be mad if I let someone bite you. Diablo hissed before disappearing back under the table, probably to return napping as he had previously been doing. Groaning, Harry let his head fall to the table, resting his forehead against the book he had been reading. While it annoyed him hearing Voldemort being called his mate, mostly because he knew that Voldemort had his eyes on someone else, at least Diablo had stopped pestering him with questions about whether or not the mating had been a success, a slight improvement in Harry's opinion. The sound of pages being turned made Harry lift his head enough to be able to look at Draco. The blonde had taken one of the tomes Harry had already read through and was skimming through the pages with a skeptical look on his face. I thought you said that the books about the ancient oracles didn't do you much good, Draco said, looking up as if he had felt Harry's gaze on him. Harry let his head fall back onto the book. Why was it that he had come here in the first place? Oh yeah, he had remembered reading a paragraph about what happened when oracles back then had say. With others, as Granger had reminded him a few weeks ago, though it seemed much longer now where he thought back. What did you say? It was only when Draco spoke that Harry realized that he was mumbling to himself. And judging from Draco's tone of voice, it had been loud enough for Draco to hear the words. Perhaps if he simply ignored Draco, the blonde would get bored and go away. But that budding hope was gruesomely crushed when a chair was dragged out and Draco sat down next to him. Luck just wasn't on his side today. Spill the beans, Scarhead. Normally Draco's nickname for him would merely bring a small smile to his lips. Most of all because he knew Draco would use it as a weapon against him if he showed that it annoyed him. But right now Harry didn't feel like he had the patience to deal with Draco and his antics. The open book he had been resting his head on was yanked out from under him, making Harry's head connect with the table, hard. Harry lifted his head once more to glare at Draco, who was too busy to pay him any attention. Huffing, Harry laid his head back down. Perhaps he should try and catch up on some sleep. It wasn't like he had gotten much last night. Now where he thought about it, it actually seemed like a brilliant idea. So, how was it? Draco's words brought Harry's attention back to the here and now. You wouldn't have been able to do it in Diagon Alley, and please tell me that you didn't do the deed among the Muggles, who knows what kind of sicknesses they carry around. When Harry didn't answer, Draco carried on, deciding to answer his own question. I don't think so. You wouldn't let your first time be somewhere disgusting. Harry didn't dare to lift his head, well aware that the blush from this morning was back on full force. Why was it that Draco found his life so bloody interesting? Unfortunately, Draco didn't employ the ability to use legilimency the moment Harry desperately wished that Draco would simply shut his mouth, despite the fact that the other wouldn't get into his mind anyway. And he did something to piss you off. Harry couldn't help the laughter that spilled from his lips, catching the attention of those sitting close enough to hear it. By the confused looks on their faces when he looked up, Harry knew that they hadn't heard the reason of his laugh. Harry shook his head, stopping the laughter, and stared sternly at Draco. Drop it, I won't tell. Even if Draco started guessing possible identities, Harry doubted that Voldemort would come up as a possibility in the blonde's mind. You mean the Dark Lord? Right now Harry was quite sure that some higher power had it out for him. While Draco's causal words seemed to be just that, causal, they were too unlikely to even be used in a joke. Getting up, Harry grabbed Draco's sleeve and dragged the wizard after him out of the library, uncaring of the protests Draco came up with. He showed Draco into the first unused classroom they came across. Judging from the thick layer of dust everywhere, it was a long time since anyone had been in there. And with no portraits or ghosts there to spy on them, there was a bigger chance of this talk staying private. After ensuring that the door was closed, Harry turned around and came face to face with Draco. Explain, Scarhead, why are you acting so paranoid? All I did was talking about you and the Dark Lord. Draco trailed off, a smirk growing. You actually did it with him. Damn, that means that I owe Blaise money. You made a bet. Harry knew that it wasn't what he should be focusing on, but right now it seemed easier to deal with. You are absolutely unbelievable. How could you bet about something like that? Clenching his fist, Harry pondered on the pros and cons of hitting Draco right now. It certainly was tempting to do. Draco nodded. I know, but it didn't seem likely that the two of you would get together this early. Personally, I had placed my money on the summer vacation, where there would be less people around to distract you. Of course, Pansy, being a big romantic, was the first one out. She thought that you would see sense only 2 weeks after the claim on you had been made. Wait, what? The words snapped Harry out of the daze he'd fallen into as Draco had started talking about the bet his friends had made behind his back. What claim? He asked, having a feeling that he would not like what he was about to hear. Seriously, what was it with Voldemort and claiming ownership of him? The next thing he knew would probably be that Voldemort had indeed found a display cabinet to put him in. Smugness almost oozing of him, Draco stepped back and leaned against one of the desks in the front row. Harry followed Draco's line of sight to his arm. Numbly, Harry lifted his arm so his sleeve fell back, revealing the bracelet Voldemort had put on him during their visit at Gringotts. This? He simply asked, feeling split between laughing and dragging Draco to the hospital wing, so they could see what jinx he had been hit with to make him think of so crazy things. Draco, as much as I love you, you need to get your eyesight, and possible also your head, checked. This thing, he shook his arm so the bracelet glinted in the light from the windows. It isn't whatever you seem to think it is. Voldemort found this in my family vault. It's one of those bracelets that people use to keep an eye on their child, though he modified it a little before putting it on, so I understand why you are confused. The small warm feeling that had appeared at Draco's words was put to an abrupt end. He couldn't afford to believe in that kind of thinking. Draco was starting to look noticeably uncomfortable, shifting his weight from one foot to another and then back again while avoiding meeting Harry's gaze. I sometimes forget that you didn't have the same upbringing as I. Then again, it is something only the old families practice, so I suppose that it isn't exactly something everybody knows. Exactly what are you talking about? Harry snapped, quickly growing tired of listening to Draco's musings without getting an answer to his questions. The blonde blinked and looked at him, like he only now remembered Harry's presence in the room. I believe that I know what you think it is, but that bracelet is a bonding jewelry, practically announcing to the whole world that you have accepted the courting offer the giver made. I gave Astoria one once our engagement was made official. Yours doesn't look like the kind normally used, but all the required runes are there, so it is the real deal. Suddenly feeling lightheaded, Harry leaned against the door behind him, not sure whether his legs would be able to carry his weight right now. You're kidding, right? Are you sure that you are not mistaking it for something else? I mean, you did say that it doesn't look like the usual thing, so maybe. Draco had moved forward, placing a hand over his mouth and effectively cutting off Harry's stream of words. The blonde looked serious, which caught Harry's attention even before Draco started speaking again. This isn't a joking matter, Harry. The lack of Draco's usual nickname for him told Harry that much. Anyone worth something will be able to recognize the bracelet for what it is. Sev wouldn't have told you, because he isn't a pureblood, and has probably not been taught it. Or maybe our Lord swore him to silence so he had no way of telling you, I don't know. I didn't think that I had to tell you, since the Dark Lord told you everything you needed to know before you accepted the bonding bracelet, so I do not need to go into details. At Harry's shake of head, Draco swore colorfully, removing his hand from Harry's face and using his wand to transform a table into a two-seater sofa, green of course. I thought it was something else he put around my wrist. Harry informed Draco as they sat down on the couch. This certainly wasn't a turn Harry had expected when he had dragged Draco along. Harry stared down at the jewelry that sat innocently around his wrist. He had long since grown used to its weight, so it would probably feel weird should he get it off. But it didn't change the fact that Voldemort had engaged himself with him, without Harry knowing it. Though, he supposed it explained why Voldemort seemed to believe that he owned him. Draco, is there a way to be unfaithful with this one here? He knew that purebloods were very into staying true to the one you were supposed to be with, so it wouldn't really surprise him if there was a curse to turn you inside out in case one stepped out of line. Is this the day where you don't use your brain, Scarhead? This is a part of the old ways, of course one has to be faithful. Unless you are forced into it, but magic would be able to recognize that so you shouldn't be punished. Thought there was an incident back in 1601, so better not do that. The only one you can have say. Will intercourse with is the one you are bonded with, which is why there usually is a chaperone in the same room when two bonded are together, to avoid certain consequences. It explained why there was always someone else there when Draco went to meet with Astoria. He and Voldemort had spent plenty of time together without anything happening, but Harry suspected that it had been because he had been unaware of the meaning of the bracelet. It basically means that you and the Dark Lord are bonded, either until you decide to break it off, or to take the next step. Until then you are together, a pair, an item. Some would even go as far as saying that the bracelet makes you soulmates, but personally I disagree. There is no way that a bonding jewelry can manipulate one's emotions. There already has to be an attraction of some kind before the jewelry can be put on. I guess that is why so many in arranged marriages don't dare to use them. They would rather go around in their happy little world, than live with the knowledge that their intended doesn't have the slightest interest in them. Harry closed his eyes, trying to gain the resemblance of control over his thoughts. He still hadn't found an answer to the question that had led him to the library in the first place. This reminded him that he had left Diablo in the library on his own. Harry was out of the room and running before he could further ponder on what all this new knowledge could lead to. He had a disaster to prevent. Magic was the cause of many wonders, big as well as small ones, every day. Since coming to Hogwarts, Harry liked to think that he had seen his fair share of it. From people being tortured to insanity with a flick of a wand to whatever was the product whenever a student decided to practice a new spell without the proper guidance and supervision. What has happened here? In the time he had been gone, it seemed like a tornado had went through the library. There were no people in there, and by the signs of it they had left in a hurry. Chairs had been overturned, and someone's homework was spread out over the floor, most of the words unreadable because the ink had been smeared out. However, Harry's attention was focused on the two he knew had to be the reason for this mess. Perhaps it was stupid of him, but he had hoped that he would be able to put off the meeting between Nagini and Diablo, preferring that it never happened, but that plan had to be abandoned seeing as it was already too late for that. The two big reptiles were facing each other, and Harry, who had wondered which one of them was the biggest, found that they were matching in size, with Diablo slightly longer and thicker than the female. If it turned into a fight, he wasn't sure who would win. On one hand, Diablo was a constrictor, but then again, Nagini was poisonous and could kill a full-grown man with her bites. But, no matter how interesting it would be to see which one of them would win if it came to a fight, Harry decided that it was best to butt in before something was destroyed. Stepping inside, Harry cleared his throat loudly, making both snakes pause in their fighting, looking at him. Little speaker. Hatchling. They unwound from each other and moved towards him with a speed that belied their sizes. Harry took a step backwards, contemplating if it was in his own best interest to run from the predator duo heading straight for him. He didn't get any further as the two snakes reached him and started climbing him as if he was a tree. Soon Harry's whole body was wrapped by Nagini and Diablo. Feeling that he might break a rib if he breathed too deeply, he stood still at the spot. "So, you have met," he said, lacking better words to say but still feeling the need to break the silence that had come with him announcing his arrival. Harry had to draw his head back in an uncomfortable angle to keep both reptiles within sight. The way they stared at him from each of his shoulders, where their heads were resting, was slightly disturbing. "Little hatchling, what's that thing doing here? He says he knows you. Is he lying? I will be happy to bite him for you," Nagini hissed, throwing a look at Diablo all the while that told Harry that she was entirely serious in her offer. Looking from one snake to the other, Harry wondered why it was always him who ended in this kind of messes. He wanted to pinch his nose or at least give some other sign of his annoyance, but as long as he was kept in place like this, it wasn't a possibility. "Nagini, this is Diablo. I found him yesterday, and he is my friend." "Diablo, this is Nagini, Voldemort's familiar, and until now she has been the only snake here at Hogwarts. Once in a while a first year would bring a pet snake with them to school, only to have it disappear within days, probably chased off by the territorial female. Personally, Harry believed that Nagini ate them, but it had yet to be proved." The tension in the room wasn't lessening and Harry was serious, starting to regret interrupting. He believed that neither snake would want him harm, but accidents were known to happen, and currently he was between two dangerous snakes that were none too happy with each other. Nagini butted her head against his chin, making Harry look at her. "Voldemort won't be happy. He doesn't like other snakes but me," she insisted, making the tips of his lips twist, though he managed to keep it down. Before Harry could calm her with saying that Voldemort would not mind seeing as Diablo was a temporary guest, Diablo spoke up from his left side. "You mean the little speaker's mate? Humans are strange. Did you know that they mate but make no hatchlings?" If not because Harry was positive that the two reptiles did not like each other, he would say that they had planned this. Furthermore, he found the sound Nagini made at hearing this rather worrying. It almost sounded like a squeal, and Harry was thankful when she ended the noise, fearing what would have happened to his eardrum had she not. He must be so happy to have his mate accept him, Nagini said cheerfully, her body squeezing his to the point where Harry feared that something actually might break. While Harry easily enough understood who Nagini meant, it was the other person she spoke about that caught Harry's attention. "Nagini, who is Voldemort's mate?" he yelped when a tail whacked him in the back of his head before he could dwell too much on what this could possibly mean. "Stupid little hatchling. Of course you are the mate. No one but a speaker is worthy of my speaker. Have you hit your head?" She sounded sincerely worried. "You just did it." Feeling a warmth fill his chest at the news, Harry was unable to keep a chirpy tone out of his voice. He might have been hit again if not because they were interrupted at that moment. "When I heard that my familiar and another snake were terrorizing the library, this was not what I expected to walk in on." At the unexpected voice, Harry's head whipped around so fast that he feared that he might get whiplash. "Though I must admit that I do not mind the sight." Red eyes were slowly wandering over him, taking in the sight Harry made while being flushed and covered by two dangerous snakes. How long had Voldemort been there? Had he just arrived, or had he simply masked his presence so they could not notice him? And how much of their talk had he overheard? The eyes did not leave him as Voldemort abandoned the spot in the doorway, walking casually over to the trio. "I do remember that I told you to stay in bed for today. Do I have to bind you to make you follow my orders?" Voldemort halted once he was in front of Harry, reaching out and letting a finger run over the smaller male's cheek. Harry licked his lips, his mouth suddenly feeling abnormally dry. "Am I your mate?" The words were out before Harry had a chance to second guess how smart it would be to voice the question. And where, exactly, did you hear that? Harry was on guard immediately. There was nothing off about how Voldemort had said this, and yet Harry could not shake off the feeling that they had moved onto dangerous ground. He shrugged the best he could with his body being constricted as it was. The basilisk informed me that you had chosen one. Nagini seems to believe it is me, and I just found out that this thing is not just there to ensure my safety. The whole thing was said offhanded, though his heart seemed to beat slightly faster as he waited for Voldemort's answer. He managed to sneak his left hand out between the snakes' bodies, the sleeve pulled back enough to reveal the bracelet, making sure that Voldemort could see it. I told you that you are mine. This bracelet proves it. Fingers encircled his wrist, turning the limb slowly as he took in the details of the jewelry. Harry couldn't help but look as well, despite knowing every detail by now. It is still around your wrist, meaning that you haven't rejected me despite your new knowledge. But who of your friends told you about its meaning? Again, Harry shrugged. He held no wish about getting Draco into trouble for this. The blonde had helped him. How long would it have taken him to find out the bracelet's meaning if Draco had actually kept his mouth shut? Of course, there had to be other ways to get the bracelet off that didn't include rejecting Voldemort, but Harry lacked the desire to find them. He had learned to like the security the bracelet around his wrist brought him. I don't like being tricked, he informed, but didn't attempt to move his hand from Voldemort's. He nearly snapped when Voldemort placed his other hand on top of his head, actually petting him. The bracelet was only meant to ensure that no one would dare to touch you. It was a way to inform people that you belong to me. But I hadn't expected things to take a turn like this. The hand on his head moved and Harry's eyes fell closed as fingers carted through his hair. You are mine, and I intend to keep it that way. I do not share, and I will keep you by my side. Some kind of command had to have been given as Harry was suddenly free from the two snakes that had kept him in place. Before he could enjoy his newfound freedom, Harry was scooped off his feet and into Voldemort's arms, one under his knees while the other was supporting his shoulders. Surprised, Harry latched onto the nearest thing, which happened to be Voldemort's neck, to keep his balance. What do you think you are doing? Demanded Harry, struggling to be let down, but Voldemort's grip did not slack. Voldemort turned around and strode out of the library with Harry in his arms. Looking over the man's shoulder, Harry saw that the two snakes were following along, not attacking each other as they slid side by side. I ordered bedrest for a reason. Taking a pain reliever does not change that fact. And how do you intend to make it back to your room on your own? Unless you enjoy having people looking at you as you limp. Harry decided against answering, letting go of Voldemort so he could cross his arms over his chest. He briefly touched the bracelet, careful not to look at it in case that he drew Voldemort's attention to it. His happiness over discovering that he was Voldemort's mate didn't get to last for long. Harry wondered whether he should tell Voldemort about his concerns, but decided to wait, at least for a little while. If nothing happened, he would speak up. But perhaps if he waited for a little while, everything would turn out to be okay. Still, Harry could not get rid of the worry that had driven him to the library in the first place. He supposed he would just have to wait and see if he would get a vision again, or if no longer being a pure meant that he had lost his only link to magic. I would appreciate it if you stopped avoiding me and instead stayed here long enough to have a talk. Harry, who had stopped mid-step, placed his food down on the floor and turned around to face the speaker with a slightly strained smile. Good morning, Severus. I didn't think that you would be up yet. Seeing that Severus was still dressed in his black pajamas, it was clear that he hadn't just come back from brewing the whole night. A nicking in the back of his mind told Harry that Severus might have cast a spell that would alert him should Harry try and pull a stunt like this.
Harry took a step back, body tense. Perhaps he would be lucky and Severus would be too tired to notice him moving before he was already out of the door. It was after all rather early. He had chosen this time in hope that Severus would be in a too deep state of sleep to notice what was going on. Indeed. You mistakenly believed that you could sneak out like you did yesterday, but it seems that the two of us are in need of a talk. Wincing, Harry let Severus step around him and followed Severus to the potions laboratory, Severus having transformed his nightclothes into black robes before they even left their quarters.
By the time Harry was pointed towards a work table with the ingredients he needed to prepare for the potion Severus had in mind, he was sweating profoundly.
Whipping his hands dry on his robes, Harry grabbed a knife and started slicing the fire salamander hearts. He knew that Severus would speak what was on his mind when the man was ready for it, and not a moment sooner. So, trying to get the words out of him and asking questions would only prolong the waiting time. "How long have you and the Dark Lord been having an intimate relationship?" Severus' question made Harry tighten his grip on the knife, bowing his head so Severus wouldn't be able to see the unnatural shade of red his face had gained. That cleared away any doubts Harry might have allowed to linger about whether or not Severus had heard anything. That night was when it started. It was the first time. Both his first time with Voldemort and the first time at all.
He cut through the salamander heart with unnecessary strength, sending one half of it flying and disappearing into the shadows by the walls. Blinking in surprise, Harry looked down at the cutting board, where the other half laid innocently. He just knew that the other part would be a pain to find later.
Harry shifted, and couldn't keep a wince off of his face. Though the pain hadn't been quite so dominating this morning, he had still drowned another pain reliever to ensure that no sign of his late-night activities lingered for anyone to see.
Severus and Draco already knew, and Harry didn't want the word to spread further. Though he supposed that it wasn't to be avoided when Draco handed Blaise the whining money from their bet. Sometimes he really didn't understand his friends. Needing to do something, Harry dumped the hearts into a bowl before picking up the next ingredients he needed to prepare, chimera eggshells, which had to be crushed to dust if they should be usable in any kind of potion. A recent development. A brief touch of relief could be heard in Severus' voice, making Harry lift his head, frowning. "You're against it?" he asked, regretting not having taken Severus into account before things had gone this far. It was bound to be awkward for Severus. His ward being bound with his master. It was bound to raise Severus' standing, but it would probably also put Severus in a predicament. After all, Voldemort had already proven that he cared very little when it came to others' opinions on matters.
"I trust you enough to hope that you are grown up enough to not let yourself be pressured into situations that you do not feel safe with. However, should something happen, I fully expect you to come to me and I will help you to the best of my abilities," Severus promised solemnly. Smiling brightly, Harry let go of the knife. "Thanks." The word was muffled, but the way Severus' body twisted, Harry knew that he had been heard.
Picking up the knife, Harry used the flat side of it to continue his work, watching as Severus started lining the things up he would need for the potion.
"Severus, how much do you know about the oracles from the ancient Greece?" Harry asked, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled while they worked.
By now Harry was done preparing the ingredients Severus needed for the potion, instead adding them to the line Severus had already made, so they were easy to grab when Severus needed them. It was something that Harry had done so many times that he didn't even need to think when he did it. Having already lit the fire under the big cauldron he intended to use for this morning's potion, Severus watched the flames closely, waiting for them to gain the right color so he knew it would be warm enough to work with. "I assume that there is a reason for you to ask that specific question, and yet not being specifying what you want to know. Am I wrong to assume that it is related to your latest actions with the Dark Lord?" Deeming that the fire had reached the right temperature, Severus got to work. Shaking his head, Harry realized that Severus couldn't see him while he was so concentrated on his work and instead answered him verbally. "No, you're right. I remembered reading something that happened to the oracles when they had, intercourse with someone." He ended with a small shrug, feeling like his head was about to burst from the amount of blood that was floating fast to it.
"You read the book written by Miranda Clearsight?" Harry tilted his head to the side, unsure if it was meant as a question, or if Severus simply was stating a fact. But he was saved from answering when Severus carried on, giving Harry an answer to his small wondering.
While being a somewhat passable researcher, Ms. Clearsight has the tendency to get her facts mixed together, thus making her an unreliable source. Why we still have books written by her in the library, I am unsure about. Unfortunately, all the books have been spelled water and fireproof, so it's rather hard to get rid of them, since they seem to return to their original spots no matter what you do to them. By the sound of it, Severus was speaking from experience, making Harry wonder, what book had made the man frustrated enough to actually try and damage the volumes? Relief swelled up inside him at Severus' words. If what Severus said was true, then Harry had absolutely no reason to be worried. His visions, the magic he could do, was still there. He would still be able to see the future, a blessed curse as it was. Still, it would be nice if he could have a vision, even about something small, that would nail the truth down, kicking out the small amount of lingering doubt that was still there, even after he had heard what Severus had said. Severus, about my last vision. Harry trailed off, not sure of how he should carry on. No matter how much he really wanted to forget about the whole ordeal, he knew that he couldn't simply ignore what he had seen.
For a time Severus said nothing, leaving Harry to wait as Severus brewed. When a pause came in the process, Severus lifted his eyes from the potion he was slowly stirring counterclockwise, black orbs drilling into green ones.
You have had plenty of visions in the time I have known you. Some showing good things, and others the negative things people's choices could lead to. And choices are a great part of what your visions depends on. If a person turns left instead of right, he might avoid being hit with the Avada Kedavra, but instead he gets smashed to pieces by a mountain troll. Tell me, Harry, do you feel the need to seek out Dumbledore and declare your loyalty to him and his order? With that said, Severus was back at stirring, one hand slowly adding rose petals. At this point the potion had started to boil, and had turned from soft violet to a bright orange shade. Slightly disturbed by the mental image Severus had created with his words, Harry had to admit that Severus had a point in what he had said. Harry had sworn that he would never return to the Order, an oath he intended to keep no matter what happened. If he didn't return of his own will, he wouldn't have said those words, meaning that the vision would not come to happen.
Greatly calmed, Harry's smile slipped off his face at Severus' next words.
Of course, there are means to get you to join them in a way that makes it seems like you are doing it of your own will. You could be holed under the Imperius curse, dosed with a potion, the possibilities are unnumbered. I have already promised to do my best to protect you when I took you in, and others too are willing to die for you, if it meant that you would be safe. There was no doubt that Severus was speaking the truth, though Harry would have preferred it to be different. But the knowledge of how far some people were willing to go just to keep him safe, made Harry's heart feel heavy. I don't want anyone to die for me, he said with a low voice, rubbing his neck uncomfortably. Though not liking it, he was somewhat used to people dying, having seen it happen plenty of times in his visions. It didn't ease up the fact that it might happen to someone he knew and cared about, a thought that made Harry's throat tighten as he felt like he couldn't breathe. Be that as it may, it is a likely situation that might pop up in the future. You are an attractive target for the Order of the Phoenix. Not only are you a seer, but you are also connected to several people of importance in our society. Just imagine what the Dark Lord would do if you should go missing, possible captured and brought to Dumbledore. Harry's mind came up blank. Before he knew that Voldemort would have been pissed by losing his seer, and the damage Harry's visions could make in the wrong hands would probably start a manhunt for him. With the turn their relationship had recently taken, Harry didn't know what would happen, only that it would for sure be painful for those who dared to stand in Voldemort's way. Now where that has been cleared, Severus said, making Harry's eyes snap back to him. We have to talk about your relationship with the Dark Lord. Harry couldn't help but wince. Merlin, did Severus have to make it sound so formal? Considering that they were well past the point of holding hands, it just seemed wrong. What about it? Unsure of what he should do with his hands, Harry stuffed them deep into his pockets. That way he would at least not accidentally knock something over. With where they were, such actions could have fatal consequences. Seeing as I have practically raised you, brat, I know that you are not entirely brainless. You might act without thinking, but you are not stupid. This coming from Severus could be considered a great compliment, and Harry felt like he would be able to fly on the feeling of warmness that filled up his chest at Severus' words. Severus carried on as if not noticing the look on Harry's face, though Harry doubted that Severus could have overlooked it. I expect that you have taken all benefits and consequences into account before you agreed to enter a relationship on this level. In fact, he hadn't. But it had happened so fast that Harry felt like he hadn't had a real choice in the matter. Not that he thought that it would have changed anything. Voldemort was nothing if not persistent and would eventually have gotten his will, and Harry would not claim that he regretted it, but he would have preferred it if all those things had not been dumped on him at once.
Apparently seeing the answer on his face, Severus nodded once.
While you are nearly an adult, and thus should be able to take responsibility for your own decisions, I need to ask you how much knowledge you have about the say.ul intercourse between two men. Seeing as you have given no signs up to now about where your preference lay, I was mostly prepared to explain to you the physical and mental consequences of being with someone of the opposite gender. Now we will add society's view on same-gender relationships, both wizarding and muggle view. Realizing that he was about to receive the talk, which was kind of pointless in Harry's eyes, seeing how far he had already gone, Harry stared longingly at the door leading out. It would have been preferable if he had just stayed in his bed instead of attempting to sneak out. No, no, no. You need to use number 5 if you want to impress Professor Vector. Blaise argued with Draco, leaning over with his quill ready to correct something on the parchment Draco had been working on, only to have his hand slapped away by said blonde, who spotted a scowl on his face. Stuff it, Blaise. Over the edge of the book he was trying to read, Harry watched Draco move his homework out of Blaise's reach as a safety measure. And 3 is good enough to make this work. 5, while being a good number in arithmancy, it'll be too unstable when added to the other numbers. I will rather have an average result than risk doing something that might not work, thus making me look like an idiot. They had been like this ever since they met and headed to the Great Hall for an early breakfast. Harry had contemplated going somewhere else, where he might be able to read in peace, but had ended up deciding against it. Already Harry could tell that his last vision was changing things. Usually he was able to meet Draco and the other at the Great Hall when he planned on eating with them. This morning he had found the 3 boys waiting outside the door to the laboratory to escort him to the Great Hall, something he was sure was Voldemort's doing. He hadn't even been able to go for a bathroom break without having someone following along with him. It wasn't even like Draco had had to use the bathroom, and there had been no reason for his friend to stare at his own image in the mirror for so long. Harry was drawn back to the situation at hand by the sound of 2 thumps and the following groans. Man, what was that for? Blaise asked, rubbing the back of his head as he kept a wary eye at the tone between Theo's hands as the other was standing behind the 2 seated wizards. Your bickering disturbs my reading. Even Harry winced at Theodore's tone of voice, not even being within reach of the normally quiet Slytherin. And both of you are wrong, he added, leaning down to have a look at Draco's calculation. 7 would be much better in this combination, with it being more magical powerful, and it will undo the damage of the mistake your 4th calculation would have made. Peaceful silence surrounded their spot at the table as Draco tried to figure out what mistake it was that he was supposed to have made, while Blaise once again turned his attention to his own homework that needed to be done before the start of the day's first lesson. Theo walked around the table, choosing to sit by Harry's side and across from the 2 others in their group. They shared a sideway glance before each went back to their books as Draco and Blaise started bickering anew, this time about whether or not it was necessary to go in depth about some theory or another for the chance of getting a better grade. After that Harry turned them out, deciding to pay attention to what he was reading instead.
Horcruxes have been classified as belonging in the blackest of the dark arts.
Sources prove that Horcruxes were created back at the time of Hogwarts' founders. Helga Hufflepuff's mother, Lady Hufflepuff, had a bad health and suffered from a sickness that quickly grew worse. Reaching her 57th birthday, it became clear that she would not live for much longer. Lord Hufflepuff, father to Helga Hufflepuff, and uncle to Rowena Ravenclaw, searched for a cure for his wife's sickness. Time went on without Lord Hufflepuff finding a solution as his wife's health continued to decay. But he found something that would prolong Lady Hufflepuff's life until the day where a cure for the sickness would be found. At this point, the few sources from that time disagree about what happened next. Some say that Lady Hufflepuff refused to make use of the temporary solution, too disgusted to do what was needed to create a Horcrux. Other claims that she let herself be talked into it, but after watching her beloved ones die one by one, she destroyed her own Horcrux to meet her family in the afterlife. A few steadfast believe that Lord and Lady Hufflepuff created a Horcrux each, wanting to spend an eternity together. To this day, it is still unknown which of the stories might be true. Though being intended to preserve a beloved's life, Horcruxes do belong in the category of the dark arts because of the deed that is needed to be done so one can create a Horcrux. To do that, when turning the page, Harry was unable to read any further because the rest of the page was covered by something that looked remarkable like blood. Annoyed that he couldn't read the last few pages of the thin book, Harry closed it. Perhaps it hadn't been the best idea to bring this book along with him to the table. But the writer had been one of Voldemort's ancestors and the person had been smart enough to write it in parcel script. To others it would probably look like something a kindergarten child had drawn, but while Harry found the letters a little strange, they were indeed readable. Glancing over at the Hufflepuff students, those few that were there at this time, though whether they were awake or not was debatable. How many of them knew of this? Considering that Hufflepuff was the house for the friendly and helpful, he doubted that they were aware. It was after all not exactly common knowledge, and Harry sincerely doubted the wisdom of spreading the word, not that many would believe him anyway. Something pointy poked him in the side, making Harry jump and bump into Theo, startling the reader so he accidentally knocked over a goblet with pumping juice as he dropped his book, spreading the liquid over the table. Ignoring the slight throbbing in his side, Harry turned towards the one responsible for the mess that had already disappeared, thanks to house elves and their wonderful magic. Good morning. Harry doubted that he was the only one who twisted at Pansy's sing-song voice. It was too early in the morning to act so full of energy. As if to disprove his belief, Pansy started preparing her morning meal, humming softly under her breath while doing so. How can you be so bloody active in the morning? Judging from Draco's outburst from across the table, Harry hadn't been the only who harbored that kind of thoughts.
The homework had been packed away, either they were already done, or they had decided that the risk of more mishaps were too great as more people started coming through the doors to the Great Hall.
Having tucked his own book away, Harry settled for watching the arriving people. Even if there was less than half an hour left before classes would start, people looked far from reading to face a new day. One boy at the Gryffindor table was sleeping with his head popped up against his hand, and his elbow planted in a bowl. When he was poked again, Harry refrained from jumping like he had done before, instead settling for glaring at Pansy, who couldn't even do him the favor of looking like it was even affecting him a little bit. And to his disappointment, the spoon she had used to poke him with hadn't magically melted, thus leaving Harry with the feeling that this would not turn out to be a good day for him. Seeing that she had his attention, Pansy's face was lit up by a smile, only helping Harry to feel even surer that he was correct about his prediction. Honestly, Harry, you need to eat something. Draco said that you didn't eat lunch yesterday, and I didn't see you at either breakfast or dinner. Did you not eat at all? Already as she spoke, Pansy pulled his plate over to her and started loading food on it. Ignoring Pansy, Harry turned his gaze to the bewitched ceiling above their heads. True, he had slept through breakfast yesterday, and lunch had been far away from his mind when it rolled around. Voldemort had made up for that after carrying Harry back to his bed. Not only had he used a spell to prevent Harry from leaving the bed, but Dobby had been summoned, and had been explained that Harry had missed a full day's worth of meals. That had made Dobby start a cooking spree, and when Dobby had returned with the food, Voldemort had left with the warning that it would be in Harry's own best interest to eat every last bit of food that had been made for him.
Dobby had only been too happy with ensuring that Harry followed that order.
The plate was placed in front of him, this time filled with a wide variety of food. Lifting the butter-soaked pancakes, Harry raised an eyebrow at the sight of bacon with sausages, some chopped fruit and fried eggs. Why was it that people seemed to believe that he needed to be fed much more than he felt he was able to eat? Twisting around, Harry seized Pansy's arm before she was able to poke him again with the handle of her spoon. I'm not eating all that. He still felt somewhat full after the whole ordeal from yesterday. Living beings need to eat, and the last time I checked, you still had a pulse. Theo chipped up from his right, making Harry let go of Pansy's wrist and hold his hands up in surrender. What is with people being such mother hens recently? He grumbled, but picked up the silverware and started eating. Dealing with Pansy on her own could be hard enough, but Harry didn't feel like dealing with being attacked from two sides because of something so unimportant as his eating habit. Silence settled over their group, occasionally broken when Gregory and Vincent joined them and started eating like this was their last meal. Though shoveling food into their mouths, they managed to make it look like they were following the manners they had been taught, just in a speed that seemed impossible to mimic. The peace was broken when the owls arrived. The sound of hundreds of fluttering wings drew people's attention upwards. Even Harry wasn't able to avoid taking a quick glance, fascinated by the sight the many different birds made, concealing the ceiling from view as they flew around, trying to locate the people they were supposed to deliver their post to. Harry found his eyes drawn to a falcon, the only one of its kind among the many owls. Frowning, he looked around, trying to figure out who the bird could be looking for. Owls was the norm when it came to deliver something. They were loyal. Muggles thought nothing of it when they happened to catch sight of their fly, though it sometimes happened at rather unusual times of the day and with rather many birds moving through the same area. And, other than the odd owl, they tended to be rather protective of what they were delivering. So, whoever was the owner of the falcon had used a lot of money on buying the bird and ensuring that it had the necessary training to keep it on pair with owls. For the second time that morning, a goblet, and several bowls within reach, were knocked over, this time because of the falcon that had landed in the middle of Harry's plate, sending bits of food flying around. Mesmerized, Harry stared into amber-colored eyes, barely daring to breathe. Up this close, the falcon was certainly a sight to behold. Its feathers were darker than normal for its kind, making it look almost black, and Harry was fairly sure that no falcon grew this big on their own. While he was occupied admiring the bird, the falcon returned the favor, looking as if it was trying to decide whether he would make do as today's meal or not. "What a sweet little birdie you are." Harry broke his staring contest with the falcon in favor of looking at Pansy, wondering if she had lost her mind as she cooed at the bird, reaching out to touch it. Harry didn't need his vision to foresee what happened next. When Pansy's hand was close enough, the falcon attacked, its beak snapping close around the soft flesh between her thumb and forefinger. A loud shriek of pain made Harry cover his ears, fearing that he might lose his hearing sense if he did not do so. The bird let go of Pansy's hand, as if startled by the amount of noise she was making, and quickly placed itself out of the reach of Pansy's wavering arms. "It bit me. I'm bleeding. The bloodstains won't ever go off my clothes," she wailed as Blaise got up and around the table. Making soothing noise, he grabbed one of the few remaining clean napkins and wrapped it around the wound to stop the blood from spreading. Once sure that it would stay, Blaise got her on her feet and started helping her out of the Great Hall, probably to the hospital wing, to get the hand looked at and healed. Now where the duo was gone, Harry's gaze went to the head table. They seemed to have been watching the disturbance, but none of them had moved to help. Though Harry was a little angry on Pansy's behalf, he also understood their lack of action. As a pureblood, Pansy really should have known better than attempting to touch a delivery bird that didn't know her. No matter how cute she claimed it to be. Scarhead, stop being traumatized about a little blood and do something about the bird. Some of us have actually a time limit to finish our breakfast. Looking down, Harry saw that the falcon had moved closer to his place, using its talons to shred the food to pieces. With its wings spread out, it looked around as if to dare people to reach for any of the food nearby. After seeing what happened to Pansy when she had wanted to pet it, Harry doubted that anyone would be stupid enough to try. Exactly how was he supposed to get the letter bound around the falcon's leg without losing a few fingers in the process? Theo proved to be no help when all he did was holding the book in front of his face when Harry turned to him for help. "You might as well just do it. The falcon is well trained and will not allow anyone but the receiver to take the letter, anyone else will be attacked." Eyeing the falcon uncertainly, Harry couldn't help but be interested by what Theo had said. "Do you know the bird?" Though he tried, Harry couldn't recall having seen the falcon before. He would definitely remember seeing something so outstanding as this one before. Out of the corner of his eyes, Harry saw Theo's small head shake, not taking his eyes off the falcon that returned the look with a flat glare, clearly not impressed with having to wait. "My father trains falcons and exotic birds for delivering purposes. And while it is not in my main area of interest, I have followed his line of work close enough to be able to recognize a bird he has bred. This is one of those." So he had been right when he assumed that whoever owned the bird had to be rich, and the falcon didn't like to be spoken about like it was a thing rather than a living being. if the look it threw Theo was anything to go by. Or perhaps it just disliked humans in general, which seemed rather likely. Was it a trait Theo's father made sure that was trained into the birds before he sold them of? Turning back to the falcon, that had started to look positively murderous by now, Harry reached out for the letter attached to its leg. As soon as it was freed from its burden, the falcon gathered several pieces of bacon with its beak before it took off. Expecting the falcon to leave, Harry was surprised when it didn't follow the remaining owls out of the Great Hall. Instead, it flew to the head table, where several professors were watching the bird. It landed on the back of the chair where Voldemort was seated. The man reached out, petting the falcon as if he hadn't just seen it bite a student moments before. Harry bowed his head to hide his smile when the falcon snapped its beak at Voldemort, dropping crumbles of bacon onto the Dark Lord's head. It seemed that not even Voldemort was able to sweeten the temperamental bird. The fact that he kept from laughing out loud can be counted as an accomplishment. Curious to know what Voldemort wanted from him, but apparently couldn't take the tour to the table to tell him in person, Harry unfolded the letter. "Wait for me in your quarter at 4 o'clock, we will be leaving the castle." Harry turned the parchment, hoping that more would appear on the other side. But the parchment held no hint of what it was that Voldemort had in mind. If it wasn't because the falcon had flown over to Voldemort afterwards, he would not even have known who the letter was from. Frowning, Harry speculated what the reason for all this secrecy could be. Looking up and catching Voldemort's eyes proved to be no help, as the man merely lifted his goblet and drank from it in response to Harry's lifted eyebrow. Smirking at him, Voldemort returned to his conversation with Severus, who was looking somewhat stiff to those who knew how to look close enough to see the signs. Since he would be given no clues for what would happen, Harry hoped that time would pass quickly so he could get his answers. Already, Harry knew that this was going to be a long day. "Are you sure that all this is necessary?" His fingers were itching after brushing over his clothes and perhaps also loosen his collar a little, but after having been slapped over the fingers by Draco plenty of times by now, Harry had learned his lesson and kept his hands still by his side. He was really starting to regret asking Draco to help him get ready for this. After the blonde had caught a glimpse of the letter's contents, Draco hadn't stopped pestering him until Harry had caved in. Truth to be told, Harry also felt grateful. He had had no idea of what he was supposed to wear. As it was, it looked like someone had cast a Bombarda Maximum inside his room. Robes and clothes of different kinds were spread all over, leaving no surface free. How his green sleeveless shirt had ended on top of his wardrobe, Harry wasn't quite sure about. From where he was kneeling behind him, making sure that the robe Harry was wearing folded the right places, Draco tisked. "Of course, Scarhead. Since we have no information about what will happen, we need you to be prepared for a little of everything. I'm sure he will take you out eating. With the time the Dark Lord has set, it would be stupid to assume anything else. But, we have no idea about where he will be taking you. Will there be other people, or is it an intimate dinner between just the two of you? And will you be eating indoors? Considering today's weather, he might have chosen somewhere outdoors. Salazar, we don't even know if there will be other activities, prior or past dinner. If anything, I would say that we should get you some new clothes just to be on the safe side, but with so little time at hands, we have to make do with what you already have. I need to do your hair." Rolling his eyes, Harry dutifully sat down, allowing Draco to free his hair from the captivity of the towel that had been wrapped around it and get to work. It seemed like a test of patience to sit still while Draco was working. Harry felt like he should be bouncing around on the walls to work off some of the nervous energy that had gathered inside him throughout the day. He would have done so, if not because he would be killed by Draco for undoing his hard work. No words were exchanged as Draco did his hair, Harry's eyes falling closed in enjoyment at Draco's ministrations. Draco could make a career out of doing other people's hair. People would pay lots of money just to sit through this, and it probably would not matter what the end result was, the customers would be a too big pile of goo to do anything but pay. Harry placed a hand over his mouth to stifle his laughter. He could imagine Draco's reaction too well if he just happened to mention his current thoughts. The fuss Draco would kick up afterwards would definitely be worth the look on his face upon hearing this. "There, all done and ready to go," Draco proclaimed, reaching around Harry to yank off the cloth of the full-body mirror he had conjured before he had even started to look over Harry's clothes. Curious to see the result of Draco's efforts, Harry stood, taking a small step closer to the mirror as he couldn't take his eyes off the figure staring back at him. He was wearing an open black robe with a jade green trim. Beneath them he wore black-fitting trousers and a dark green shirt with long sleeves that kept close to his arms instead of those loose-sleeved ones that people seemed to fancy at the moment. The fabric felt like silk when Harry gave into the urge and let his fingers run over it. Strange, he couldn't recall buying this when he had been out with the Lestranges. And while it was nice, it was definitely not something that he would wear on normal days, fearing that he might ruin the clothes. Though, the dragon leather boots felt rather nice on his feet. Done with admiring the outfit, Harry let his eyes wander upwards, interested in seeing what had been done to his hair. Draco had pulled the hair back and gathered it in a low tail. Turning his head to the side, Harry stared at the small braids Draco had made. They weren't many, but there were enough of them for them to be noticeable in the tail. A clock chimed, signaling that it had just turned 4 p.m. Glancing at Draco with the help of the mirror, Harry opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted before he could form any words. "Get going, you're already late. Don't you know that you don't let Dark Lords wait?" Before Harry understood what was going on, he found himself ushered out of his room and into the living room, where someone else already was. Draco bowed low to Voldemort, who was the only other person in there, and left, but not before throwing Harry a wink over his shoulder. And then they were alone. Standing stiff, Harry eyed Voldemort, noticing that the man had chosen to wear dark green, almost black robes for the evening. While Harry was regarding Voldemort, the favor was returned, but Voldemort's face revealed nothing about his thoughts. "Where is Severus?" Harry asked. Nowhere. He looked seemed to be hiding the potion's master. Severus had been there when Draco had dragged him into his room to prepare for now, and Harry knew that Severus had nothing planned at this time. So where was Severus? "Not exactly the kind of greeting I had expected," Voldemort said, being much closer than he had been just moments before, having moved while Harry had tried to figure out Severus' whereabouts. Rearing back, Harry managed a small smile, hoping that it would hide the bubbling nervousness he had started to feel upon laying eyes on Voldemort. "You look nice. Where are we going?" he asked, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. It had buggered him since breakfast, and now where he was close to finding out, Harry found it even harder to stop wondering what they would do for this evening. "You almost sound like you cannot wait to find out." Voldemort's eyes were running up and down his body. Harry decided that it didn't really matter. He liked that Draco had done a good job. And why should he care about what Voldemort thought? If the man had wanted something special, he should have been more specific about what they would be doing. Straightening his back, Harry scowled at Voldemort. "If you hadn't been so bloody secretive," Harry stopped himself. He didn't want to say anything he would end up regretting. But he satisfied himself with the knowledge that he could get his revenge over Voldemort, if that was what he wanted. He might not be a wizard, but it didn't mean that he was entirely helpless. That was one of the good things with having connections that didn't end with magical humans. Ghosts were able to get in almost everywhere, and a poltergeist was always willing to help, as long as it ensured him a good laugh for his efforts. "I believe that this is something that you will enjoy." Remembering the manners Severus had beaten into his head through the years, Harry widened his smile a little. "I appreciate the effort you went through arranging this." Or perhaps he was supposed to say this once the evening was over. He had never really paid much attention to this kind of things, only enough to get him by in the normal situations. It might be time to refresh the lessons. Hopefully it could wait until tomorrow without him embarrassing himself too much today. "Good. Now come here. If we delay our departure any longer, we will be late." Harry fisted his hands, feeling a brief touch of anger at Voldemort's dismissal of what he had said. But then again, maybe it was he who had done it wrongly, and Voldemort was simply trying to avoid embarrassing him. Harry found his feet moving without his brain having to tell them to do so. As soon as he was close enough, Voldemort laid a hand on his back and pulled him flush against his body. For the first time he noticed the blood-red rose Voldemort had been holding in one hand. Harry found himself grateful for this when he felt a pull in his stomach, signaling that a portkey had been activated despite the fact that it shouldn't have been able inside the wards of Hogwarts. The first thing Harry noticed upon landing was how warm it had suddenly become. The air was different too, thick and wet. Harry felt the urge to stick out his tongue to see if drops of water would form on it, but refrained from doing so. Voldemort's hand was still on his back, albeit noticeable lower than it had been before, but Harry didn't complain as he stood pressed against Voldemort's chest. The closeness felt nice, that much would he admit to himself, and without Voldemort's support he would probably have been sprawled out on the ground right now. On the other hand, he would probably have been better off if Voldemort had warned him or hadn't pulled a stunt that should not be possible. Speaking of portkeys, how was it possible? The wards should have stopped it, made sure that the portkeys couldn't even be activated. Does this mean that the greatness of Hogwarts is just a rumor, and that the only reason that no one has pulled such a stunt before is because everyone believes in a bloody rumor? Perhaps he was overreacting, but Harry could easily see how someone would use such a weakness if they gained knowledge about it. Or, Voldemort swept down and stopped further words from leaving Harry by sealing his lips with his own. When Voldemort withdrew, Harry followed along, not quite ready to break the key. But seeing as Voldemort was taller than him, the man was able to pull his mouth up and out of Harry's reach, much to the seer's annoyance. "You didn't answer my question." He prided himself that he was able to keep his voice even with how breathless he felt. "Stop worrying. I am the only one able to do this." The way this was said made Harry inclined to believe the words. But in the future, he would let someone look things over before he accepted them. Though the only post he had received had been from Voldemort, who didn't have a reason to kidnap him, so Harry guessed that it kind of made the whole thing fruitless. "As for where we are, why don't you take a look around?" Encouraged by Voldemort's words, Harry turned around, his eyes going wide as he took in their new surroundings. Voldemort's hand pressed lightly against his back before traveling upwards, following the pleasant shivers that ran up through his spine before stopping at his right shoulder. Harry's eyes darted around, taking in the wide variety of green, and the flowers and fruits which seemed to jump into sight with their many and bright colors. Leaves and branches moved, and since there was no wind, Harry guessed that it was because of animals that stayed just out of eyesight. Were they used to humans, or were they in such a remote part of the world that animals rarely, if ever, were disturbed by humans? Both options seemed rather likely. Is that a movens comedentus? Without a second thought, Harry stepped away from Voldemort and towards the small white flower with black stripes that grew at the foot of a dying tree. Fishing up a small shovel and a jar, Harry got down on his knees and placed the objects on the soft ground next to him. Digging around in his pockets, Harry made a noise in the back of his throat when he found the dragon hide gloves he had been looking for. While expensive, they were perfect for this kind of work. After putting on the gloves, Harry sat at work, his tongue poking out between his lips in concentration. He would have to take the whole plant, otherwise it would unleash its attack and die after a couple of minutes, rendering it absolutely useless. When he dug the hand shovel into the moist ground, the flower head lifted, slowly rotating as it tried to locate whoever dared to disturb its peace. But the head hadn't opened yet, which Harry counted as his luck. Harry continued digging until he was sure that he had gotten deep enough to he could attempt moving the flower. Shifting so he was crouched instead of kneeling, just in case that he needed a quick getaway, which was the position he should probably have been in from the beginning. Now where he thought about it, Harry moved the jar so he only had to move the plant a short distance. He took a deep breath to collect himself and stop his hands from shaking so much. Biting down on his tongue, Harry made a final dig, and used the shovel to get the flower free of the soil. With the other hand he tilted the container so he could easier, and faster, get the plant into it. As soon as this was done, Harry moved faster. The flower head was now pointing directly at him and the petals were slowly opening, signaling that the plant was getting ready for its attack. Harry put the lid on, making sure that it was securely closed before he dared to let out a breath. A little shaken he stood, barely even daring to believe his own luck. This was exercising. Just wait until Draco heard about this, and Harry couldn't wait to show Severus his finding. He nearly jumped out of his skin when a finger touched his neck in a sliding motion, reminding Harry that he was not alone. Feeling like his heart was about to beat its way out of his chest with the fast pace it was going on, Harry took his time to remove the gloves and put the tools back into his pockets. It was a good thing that he hadn't listened to Draco about not bringing basic harvesting tools along. To think that he could have missed such a treat. Unable to prolong it any longer, Harry had to stand and face Voldemort, the jar containing the plant clutched tightly to his chest. Voldemort said nothing, but the look in his eyes compelled Harry to explain his behavior. It's a Movens Comedantus. They are incredible rare and can only be used in a few, but very strong healing potions. They leech of trees, lives, and as soon as they are done with one, they move on to a new one. And by the look of it, the tree the flower had been dining on, didn't have long before all its life was completely beeped out. The Movens Comedantus would have moved on in a few hours, and there was no way of telling where it might have gone, considering that it could travel a surprising long distance before it needed to find itself a new food source. Furthermore, it spits out acid when facing a threat. Funnily enough, the Movens Comedantus is used in the potion that counters the flower's acid. Without it, the acid would spread through its victim's body until it reaches something vital and kills you. This was most likely the male version of the plant. They tended to act slower than the female one, which was rather easy to aggravate. Ignoring the dangerous look on Voldemort's face, Harry frowned, looking down at the jar between his hands. But it can only be found in one place. What are we doing in the Amazon jungle? He glanced nervously at the ground below their feet, easily remembering his short visit to the Muggle world. But the flower he had just picked wouldn't get anywhere near that kind of grass, so he supposed that they would be safe. It didn't mean that he wouldn't keep an eye out if they were going to be moving away from here. In the future, do refrain from pulling stunts that put your health at an unnecessary risk. Merely nodding, Harry was by Voldemort's side as the older man started walking away from the small clearing they had arrived in. Right now, Harry felt that nothing would be able to shatter his good mood. When they were under the trees and away from the sun's harsh rays, Harry quickly lost any feeling of where they were going. How Voldemort managed to seem to know where to go seemed like a mystery to Harry at first. But soon it became clear that they weren't wandering around aimlessly. If he hadn't known better, he would have said that they were following an animal track, but looking further, Harry saw how the grass parted slightly, allowing them an easier passage without being evident if one didn't look closely enough. Harry had started sweating not long after they had begun walking, and he was swearing Draco into the 7 pits of hell. The outfit the blonde had picked for him might be fashionable, but it was meant for a dinner party and not for wandering around in the middle of a jungle. It hadn't taken him long to shred the robe, having slung it over his shoulder so it wouldn't bother him, and he was steadfast, ignoring the sideway glances that Voldemort seemed to keep giving him, making Harry wonder if it was not a better idea to put the robe back on and hope that the heat didn't end him before they reached their destination. Suddenly his ears were bombarded by an onslaught of sounds that did not belong to a remote part of the world. Harry supposed that they had wandered through a ward without him noticing it. It was the only way he could explain how a Quidditch pitch had appeared not even 7 feet away from them. Taking a closer look at the construction, Harry realized that it looked like nothing he had seen, neither in real life nor in the Quidditch magazines Draco had shared with him. It lacked any of the decorations usually used for that kind of places, meant to cheer up the fans. And furthermore, the tribunes were made of granite instead of wood. Hopefully someone had thought of spelling the tribunes with cushioning charms and other safety measures, otherwise he would pity the one who flew into one of those things by full speed on a firebolt. If nothing else, it probably served as a good motivation for players to not fly too close to those things unless they wanted to spend some time with a healer for an unknown amount of time. His gaze went upwards to the cloud-free sky. Far above their head a Quidditch game was going on, the players being nothing more than small dots and moving with a speed that was nearly too fast to follow with the unaided eye. Making sure to follow Voldemort, Harry didn't take his eyes off the ongoing game. There were too many players in the air for there only to be one team. But if a game was going on, there was bound to be people watching it, and yet there was not a single person on the tribunes. Puzzled by this, Harry walked straight into Voldemort, having been too busy with watching the flyers to notice that the other had come to a stop. Moving his arms like windmills, Harry regained his balance before he could fall. They were now standing at the edge of the Quidditch pitch, and Harry had to crane his neck back in a nearly impossible angle so he didn't miss what was going on above them. By the look of it, the game had been going on for a while. There were two dots that seemed to be further up than the rest of the group, probably the two seekers on the lookout for the snitch. Until it was caught, the game would not end, and Harry had heard about games that had gone on without end for days because the seekers were unable to locate the flying golden ball. By how much energy those players were putting into the game, Harry would say that it was far from having lasted so long yet. Without being able to help it, Harry's eyes moved from the players and around the stadium. Where was the snitch? Somehow it would seem logical that it would keep close to the ground with everybody else being so far up in the air. Spotting something golden wavering around the bottom of one of the team's goal posts, Harry knew he had been right. Now he just wanted to see how long it would take for the seekers to find the snitch and try to keep an eye on the ball in the meantime. That thought had barely been finished before one of the spots dived down, closely followed by a second one, and both grew in size by the millisecond. Soon it became clear to Harry that while both seekers had seen the snitch and were intending to catch it, if they kept up their current speed they would be unable to pull up before they collided with the ground. Clutching the jar tightly between his hands, Harry felt that he did barely dare to breathe as he watched the two race to the ground and the snitch that was still flying lazily around the goal posts. Even if the seekers didn't hit the ground, it was most likely that they would fly into one of the goals. Both possibilities were bound to be painful. A strong wind whirled the low-cut grass and made Harry gasp when one of the seekers successfully pulled up the broom so he was flying horizontal with the ground. The crash that sounded at the same time made Harry regret that he hadn't closed his eyes. The other seeker hadn't managed to pull the same stunt and had crashed with the ground. It had happened far away enough so Harry couldn't see the actual injuries, but Harry knew that it didn't mean that they were not there. The player laid in a heap of limbs, and from the awkward angle the broom handle was sticking up, Harry knew that the broom wouldn't be flying again. A team of Medi-Wizards were already hurrying over to the downed player, and Harry's gaze went to the second seeker, who had pulled off the dive successfully, and had also caught the snitch if the way he was holding his fist up in the air was any indication. A whistle sounded, letting the other players know that the game had ended, and all is one. They headed for the ground, clearly used to following the wordless command. The fact that they were even able to hear it from so far impressed Harry. Not long after that, 13 players, seeker number 1 had already been carried away on a stretcher, were all on the ground, holding their brooms in hands. They shook hands and 6 of them headed for what Harry assumed were the changing rooms while the rest were walking their way. As soon as they were close enough for him to recognize some of the players, Harry felt his jaw drop. Is that the Bulgarian national team? Disbelief laced his voice as Harry found himself unable to take his eyes off the sweaty players. His respect for the players rose a notch when none of them reacted to hearing him speaking Parseltongue. It is, since I have a meeting with the Bulgarian minister, I thought that you would appreciate to get a chance to meet them in person. You can always show your gratitude once we are alone. Harry hoped that the redness coloring his face could be written off as an effect from the heat. But the smug look Voldemort sent him told Harry that at least one person knew the truth. But any biting response he might have made up would have to wait until later. The Quidditch players had now moved within earshot, and while they would not be able to understand the language of snakes, Harry had no interest in arguing in front of witnesses. The gang stopped directly in front of them, and Harry felt himself freeze up under the scrutiny he suddenly found himself under. Trying to stand tall, Harry's eyes were drawn to the seeker who had managed to hospitalize his opponent for the time being, no doubt that the other would be back on their feet in no time, and who had been called one of the world's best seekers at the early age of 17. Victor Krum was a tall, sallow and thin man. Not even the Quidditch uniform he wore could hide that. The dark hair was cut short, nearly to the scalp, and the equally dark eyes were dancing with excitement over the recent game. The curved nose was large. He had a sharp profile and thick black eyebrows, that kind of reminded Harry of caterpillars. Despite how graceful while flying on a broomstick, it was obvious that Krum was round-shouldered and more than a little duck-footed on the ground. Harry supposed that it didn't matter for the fans as long as Krum kept catching the snitch and the team won their games. All 7 faces were blank, and yet Harry couldn't help but feel that they didn't want to babysit him. It wouldn't surprise Harry if Voldemort had used political power to arrange this. And while he was grateful, he wasn't sure he wanted to be left alone with a group where most of them showed as much hostility as they dared with a Dark Lord being there. Harry made a startled yelp when he was whirled around and pulled into a possessive key by Voldemort. Keeping his eyes open, Harry noticed the look Voldemort gave the players behind him. It was a clear warning as not to let anything happen to him.
Voldemort's tongue ran over his lips before the man pulled away. Make sure that you enjoy yourself. Once I am done with the meeting, we will go eating. Harry could only nod.
He stood as rooted to the spot while watching Voldemort leave. It was only when Voldemort went in among the trees and disappeared from view that Harry turned, figuring that he might as well see what would happen now.
Whatever hope Harry might have had for this deflated when he saw that the team had already walked away and was mounting their brooms with not even a glance in his direction. It was quite clear to Harry that they didn't want anything to do with him.
Shaking his head, Harry went for the nearest spectator stand, climbing the stairs and found a seat where he would be in the shadows. It truly didn't matter. It wasn't like he was a fan of the Bulgarian team anyway, and he could entertain himself just fine. And when Voldemort returned, Harry would act like he had enjoyed the outing and hope that his disappointment of being ignored like he was not even there wasn't picked up.
So with that decision, Harry sat the jar on the seat next to him and found a roll together with a quill and some ink. This way he could revise the theory of some of the potions he knew Severus had planned for him to brew in the next week. Soon Harry became absorbed in his work, forgetting that there existed others in the world, and only paused occasionally to ensure that the jar with the plant was still standing where he had placed it. Oi! Are you writing down our training tactics to sell the info to the highest bidder, kiddo? A slender, pale hand plucked the roll out of his hands before he was able to hide his notes.
Leveling the upside-down hanging woman a glare, Harry held out his hand. Give it back. He spoke quietly, though tempted to hit the red-headed woman with something hard. But with the container of the plant being the only thing within reach, Harry opted to wait for a better opportunity. Maybe he should simply lunge for the scroll and hope that the advantage of a surprise attack would be on his side. As if sending the road his thoughts had taken, Miss Ivanhoe made her broom roll around so her feet were pointing towards the ground. This are not notes on the drill that Hell Vasily puts us through. In fact, it looks like potions homework, just more complicated than what I did when I still went to school, so you some kind of a genius kiddo. His eyebrow made a small twist in reaction to the nickname he apparently had been bestowed with. You can't be that much older than me. To his surprise, she threw her head back and laughed. As she had also lowered the arm holding the scroll, it allowed Harry to reclaim his work and stove it into one of his pockets where she wouldn't be able to take it from him again. When she leaned down and ruffled his hair, Harry slapped the hand away. Stop treating me like a child. I'm not some kind of toy you can fool around with as you want to. He finally snapped, picking up his jar and descending down the stairs. Maybe if he sat a little away from the pitch he would be able to work in peace. Upon reaching the ground, Harry found his planning futile. The only woman on the national team, Clara Ivanhoe, was already waiting for him there. Considering that he was on 2 feet and she had the aid of a firebolt, it was clear to him which one of them was able to move the fastest. Meaning that he couldn't get rid of her by running away from her. Is there something you want? He asked, stepping aside and around the hovering woman. If he acted cold, she might get bored and simply leave him alone. She turned the broom around and forward so she was able to stay by his side as he walked. It didn't even seem like the other players would take mercy on him and call the red-haired menace back into the drills they were doing. In fact, it was almost like they hadn't noticed that she was missing. So, which one of us is your idol? My guess would be Victor. He is the one with the most fans, not that I complain. Being the only woman on a national team has its benefits, she said, searching Harry's face for some kind of a reaction.
I'm not really a Quidditch fan, he admitted. Honestly, there were people who went far more up in the sport than he did. And if Harry had to choose, he would pick simply flying over Quidditch at any day. He turned his head away to hide his smirk at the look of disbelief on the chaser's face. Why did you tell your sugar daddy that you wanted to meet us if you aren't a fan? When Harry didn't feel like he would break into laughter, he turned his head back so he could still look at Ivanhoe. Actually, I didn't know where we would be going before I came here. He kicked a knoll of dirt, Though Voldemort probably meant it well, this wasn't what Harry had expected when he had gotten the letter. And he still had to figure out how he was supposed to thank Voldemort. Several options came to his mind, and not all of them would be exactly pleasant for the other man.
You are different from those others who are allowed to come and meet our team. Usually they con their sugar daddies into bringing them here so they can droll over as celebrities. She made no attempt to hide her opinion about those people. This was the second time she had used that term. Though Harry doubted that there was malice in the words, considering it was Voldemort she used it on. Those who started calling him names of a sort the Dark Lord did not approve of either had a death wish or were an escapee from the mental ward at St. Mungo's. It irked him that he didn't know what it meant. What is a sugar daddy? For a moment she stared at him as if only now seeing him for the first time, before doubling over and a sharp laughter spilled over her lips. She nearly fell off her broom as well. Harry took a step away from her, giving her a wary glance. Was she bipolar or something? She stopped laughing, whipping an imaginary tear away with a gloved finger. You just didn't say that. Seeing that Harry's expression didn't change, her smile died a little. You're actually serious? Geez kiddo, just how sheltered did you grow up? Now where, she asked. Harry started thinking. Depending on how one looked at it, he supposed that he had lived a kind of sheltered life. The Dursleys had kept him away from other people, probably hoping that if normal people didn't know he existed they might wake up one morning and find that he had just been a part of their limited imagination. With the order he had been kept away from others bare his watchers once they had learned that he had absolutely no intention about acting like a human. Even at Hogwarts he could claim that he had been wrapped in cotton wool, albeit to a great lesser degree than any of the other places. But in his hope of keeping him safe from the Order, and others who would use his ability, Harry supposed that even Severus had managed to keep him sheltered, though he doubted that it had been done on purpose. He was pushed from the side. There wasn't much force behind it, but it being unexpected made Harry tilt dangerously before he regained his footing. Are you crazy? He continued, not interested in hearing her actually confirm his theory. This. He held up the jar, making sure that she had actually seen it before once again hold it close to his chest. As a movens comeditus, very rare and very dangerous. He would have carried on, if not for the way she had started looking at him. If not because he knew it was impossible, he would say that she had made stars home in her eyes, and it wasn't meant as a compliment. Seriously, kiddo, where were you when I had to take my NE exams? You could have gotten me top score on both herbology and potions. What else can you? He allowed a small blush to grace his cheeks, his previous anger with the woman already forgotten. It was nice to be complimented for something other than his ability to peek into a possible future. Not wanting the uncomfortable atmosphere to return, Harry racked his brain, trying to remember something. Well, I suppose that I know something about care of magic creatures too. Severus had decided that if he was to be his assistant, he might as well take the measures to ensure that he was not a hindrance for the man's work. For the unnumbered time that day, Harry was nearly knocked off his feet.
This time when the already insane declared chaser leapt off her broom and lumped her arms around his neck.
At the same time she planted her feet solid on the ground, making sure that Harry wouldn't actually fall. To his despair, Ivanhoe was one of those who were abnormally tall, probably born like this, and thus the side of his head was pressed against a rather noticeable part of her female anatomy. You're so perfect. I plan on putting you into my pocket, steal a time turner and use your knowledge to actually pass those thrice damned tests. The speed she was speaking with made Harry dizzy from trying to figure out what she was actually saying. He was pretty sure that what she planned wasn't legal or even a possibility. Wasn't there something about having to avoid being seen by your past self if you were allowed to use a time turner? And she had sat in on the exams, wouldn't it be weird for her to not have any memories of them until she actually went back in time to take them?
And he really didn't fancy having to wait years, hidden, until this caught up with this time.
He was slowly getting a migraine by thinking of all the trouble that would pop up by going back in time. By the way, I'm Clara Ivanhoe, chaser and the only woman who's gotten on the Bulgarian national team in the last 50 years. She offered him a gloved hand and despite the awkward angle it came from, Harry managed to shake it, feeling her good mood transfer to him. She might actually not be that bad for a crazy person. Harry Potter. He merely said, "Oh my god, you're Harry Potter, you're that seer." An ungloved hand was showed into his face, making Harry nearly cross-eyed as he tried to lean back, only to find himself held in place. "So, what do you see in my future?" That cleared up any doubts he might have had in his mind. This person was definitely batshit crazy. Beneath his clothes he felt the shrunken Diablo move around, silent for once, but ready to attack should there be a need for it. Sneaking from the dungeon up to the third story was embarrassingly easy, especially so since it had not even been necessary to put on his cloak. So far, the only one he had met was Peeves, who had taken one look at the thing Harry was carrying and had started crackling like a mad, the sound not even muffled when the poltergeist placed transparent hands over his mouth. The only reason that the poltergeist hadn't tagged along was because he had his own plans for tonight. And Harry really didn't need witnesses, not even his pranking companion, to what he had in mind. Determined, Harry continued forward, stubbornly not thinking about the plan in case that he would lose his courage before actually doing it. Just before rounding the corner that led to the corridor where Voldemort resided, Harry hesitated, starting to doubt whether this idea actually was as good as he first had thought it would be. There were so many ways that this could go wrong, be misunderstood or backfire at him. Then again, the look on Voldemort's face if his little surprise was a success was far too tempting for Harry to ignore. With a ship in his steps, Harry went down the corridor, the rope in his hands bouncing in tune with his steps, though he did tiptoe when he went past the portrait of a sleeping Salazar Slytherin. The transfer from sleep to wakefulness happened fast and smoothly. This was supposed to be one of those mornings where he could allow himself to lie in before he would have to get up and conquer the trouble he would be facing today. And now someone had dared to disturb his rest long before he was ready to rise. From the way his arms and legs had been spread out, he would say that the ropes around his wrists and ankles were bound to the bedposts. He didn't waste any energy to free himself with physical means. Whoever had managed to bind him would not make such a newbie's mistake. He was still in his bed, which Voldemort counted as a positive point, seeing as it meant that he was still at Hogwarts. This person was good enough to pass the many layers of wards and magic that protected the residents of Hogwarts. But it seemed that the intruder's abilities were not good enough to get out again with Voldemort as his captive. "It had been a while since someone dared an attempt on my life, though none of them have gotten this far or tried this kind of approach. My compliments for your planning." No answer came, but that was not what had Voldemort worried. The person would start talking soon enough. But his magic was feeling sluggishly, almost like it was asleep. He could still feel it, but his magic was out of his reach. And the silken fabric over his eyes hindered him in seeing anything, making him depend on his senses of hearing, smell and touch. He had been in far worse situations, but that was not the same as saying that he would not be punishing the one responsible for this as soon as he was free.
For now, he would keep calm and not allow any signs that not being able to use his magic left him with a big handicap. "I assume that there is a reason behind your inactivity. You are someone I am familiar with, and rather good as well, otherwise you would not fear that I would be able to identify you from the sound of your voice alone." He twisted his hands, but the rope did not give away, not that he had expected it to.
But people made mistakes, and sooner rather than later this one would follow the same pattern. Interesting. He mused out loud. Despite being trespassing and apparently having a fetish for tying people to their beds, I must say that you take good care of the people you choose as your victims. Those ropes will not be able to cut through skin unless one struggles, and then it will be by their own doing rather than because of your actions.
Hearing soft movements from his left, Voldemort barely held his head still. So far, this intruder had given no hint of what their intentions were. Now where they were moving, he might get the information he wanted soon enough.
The bed dipped slightly as the person joined him on it, either they were small or a young person. Had he been anybody else, he would probably have thought the former most likely, but Voldemort knew that age rarely was a matter of importance when you wanted something done. The person started lowering the duvet that had been pulled up under his chin until now, doing it slowly and letting the tip of their fingers brush over his chest in the process. In the area between his navel and pubic hair, the movement paused and the other's breathing pattern picked up, showing that the other was far from as indifferent as they would have liked to appear. Voldemort allowed a smile to grace his face. This was the loose end he had been looking for, which would allow him to gain the upper hand in this game. You have come this far. Shy hesitate now. Kindly correct me if I am wrong, but do you happen to be a pure? He kept his tone plain, as if this was a part of a conversation he had every day. Inwardly he almost pitied the intruder. They would die without knowing the pleasure of flesh. Their own fault really. But the small taunt was as effective as he had desired. The duvet was yanked off in one floating move, revealing his BPD body for the whole room to see. In the silence that followed, Voldemort waited. He would let the intruder take the next step, wanting to see what they had planned. It was not like they would be able to keep him here. He might not have access to his magic at the current moment, and he was bound and blindfolded, but Voldemort was sure that there was a connection between those factors, but it would only take a word and he would be free again. At the moment he didn't believe that they were inclined to kill him. Either they would have done it while he was asleep or right after he had realized his situation. This heightened the likeliness that they were after something, information or a priceless artifact he had in his possession. Both were likely, but he would wait and see what this person wanted. On the offhand chance that he might be wrong, he knew that he would be faster than his opponent, despite several factors being at his disadvantage. He waited to see what would happen when the other settled down between his spread legs, not touching any part of his body. Voldemort kept his gaze focused at the ceiling through the blindfold he was wearing, barely twisting when the fingers started wandering over his body with ghosting touches. Since I am in a generous mood, I will give you this one warning. If you value your body parts, you will refrain from touching what only my bonded is allowed to lay his eyes on without facing consequences.
The hands paused near his nipples, but did not move away from his skin.
By now he was half erect, which did not worry Voldemort. It was only natural for his body to react to say. Uhl intended touches whether or not the owner of it had any positives thought about it. I'm happy that you are serious about our relationship. If I found that you had cheated with someone, I would dug through Severus' collection of lethal poisons and used it on them. And then I would have gone somewhere where no one, not even you, would be able to locate me. The dark promise was said in a causal tone, letting Voldemort know that every word was seriously meant. Tilting his head, Voldemort looked at where he had calculated the other's face to be. And what has happened to make this necessary, my little seer? He asked, slipping into Parseltongue now where he knew he would be understood no matter which of the two languages he spoke. It explained why he had not been alerted when someone had entered his quarters. After hearing of Harry's visions, he had changed the wards so the youth would be able to seek him out should it prove to be necessary. His bonded was able to come and go as he pleased, though Voldemort's intention behind this was to ensure that Harry would stay for as long as possible. Silence dominated the room, and if not because he could feel Harry's weight dip down the bed between his legs, he would have been inclined to believe that he was alone. I'm not small, came the snapping reply. Yet, there was something below those words that alerted Voldemort that Harry had something planned. Not that the predicament he was in had not already been a huge hint about this. Actually, you said that you wanted to be repaid for taking me to see the Bulgarian team yesterday, so I decided to pay of my debt. Harry shifted in his seated position between his legs and Voldemort waited. He had, what he assumed was quite a good, idea about what his seer had in mind. Would Harry have the courage to go through with it? The youth was inexperienced, and by his calculations it would still be too early for him to take a step like. Voldemort had his answer when a hand grasped his beep, and a tongue carefully liked the tip of his already half-erect beep, almost as if testing if it was safe to do so. His cock twisted in response to the action, which seemed to encourage Harry to go further. A wet heat closed around the tip of his beep like a small child nursing its mother's nipple for milk. Pre-cum started leaking, and Voldemort felt how his resolve to stay stoic started to crumble, stone by stone. His beep swelled under the ministrations of Harry's mouth and tongue. He could almost imagine the glint there was bound to be in Harry's eyes at this point. Voldemort groaned and let his head thump back against the mattress. The mouth opened further and started slowly to take in more of the length. In an unguarded moment, Voldemort was unable to contain himself and bucked his hips, still keeping some ability to move despite the ropes keeping him down. The sudden move caught Harry by surprise, causing him to splutter and cough as he withdrew to be able to breathe. Voldemort stifled a groan as the warmth left his cock that was now wet and sensitive to the lower temperature in the room. In the future he would have a house elf attend to the fireplace so that the fire would not go out during the night. Let me try again. What he lacked in experience Harry made up for with his eagerness. He could easily see the concentrated expression Harry was probably wearing as he once again let his mouth engulf the hardness. It made Voldemort feel the need to use his magic to set the blindfold on fire, so he would be able to see it with his own eyes. He would have it for good for another time. This time Voldemort made sure to keep his body still as Harry's mouth went further down than it had been before on its own, but not quite as far as he wanted it to. His fingers twisted in the desire of taking hold of the hair and then make him go all the way, but the rope holding him down stopped him from doing so. The demand to be released was on his lips. He would never sink as low as begging. Harry hummed around his cock, causing him to lose the meager control he had over his body, and Voldemort came. For the second time Harry withdrew his mouth, coughing and spluttering as he did so, rather similar to when his seer had been taken by surprise not even minutes ago. But there was no sound of spitting and he knew that Harry had gotten most of the load into his mouth. This meant that his bonded had swallowed his semen without a word of protest. The smugness this knowledge brought him dimmed when he felt a wet cloth against his skin as Harry set at cleaning his groin. He was the first to regain his breath, though by the sound of it Harry was not far behind him. Now, release me. As soon as he was freed he intended to ravish the seer and show him how one was supposed to bring pleasure to a man. Nope, was the only answer he got from the younger male. Voldemort debated with himself what sat most wrong with him. The cheerful way Harry gave his answer or the fact that his order was being denied. The cloth was laid aside and Voldemort felt rather than heard Harry leave the bed. Is there a reason to why you are denying me? He attempted to keep his voice calm, and manage the task, if only just. I just gave you a blowjob, and you are already half-hard again. If I let you lose now, I don't think I will like the result. Harry's voice sounded further away from him, indicating that he was serious about leaving him like this. But his mind was already filled with ideas of what he would do with Harry as soon as he got his hands on him. A greater part of them involved pouncing him as soon as he was free. So you intend to leave me here in this state? It was not a question, but Voldemort was interested to see what Harry would do now. Hearing a heaved sigh and soft footsteps coming towards the bed and him, Voldemort knew that he had won. It was almost disappointing how soon it was over, but it only meant that he would not have to wait long before he could enjoy his prize. Instead of getting back onto the bed, Voldemort felt Harry lean over him and place something over his member. By the feel of it, it was the same kind of cloth that had been used to clean his cum away, but this one was at least dry. There, Harry said, heading for the door. That should do it. Now, feel free to call for help, or wait an hour and the magic-absorbing ropes will stop working and you will be able to get free on your own. You can think of this as a punishment for all those times you have manhandled me, and for the last time which really hurt. With that there was the sound of the door opening and then closing, perhaps with more force than was necessary. Voldemort laid back against the pillows behind him and contemplated. So his little seer was out for revenge and in a playful mood. Who was he to not play along with that? He could wait that hour, give Harry a small head start, and then the hunt would begin. A cold breeze swept through the room, making him shiver. Oh, he would enjoy it when he caught his prey. Running from Voldemort seemed like a good idea, an excellent one in fact. Then again, so had drugging the man's wine so he could bind Voldemort without him waking, and the way of showing his thanks also done. It was a reward as well as a punishment, all in one. He hadn't been interested in meeting the Bulgarian Quidditch team. But, if not for this little trip, he would not have been so lucky to stumble over the excellent specimen of the Movens Comedentus plant. Both Severus and Draco had been positively salivating over the plant, though the blonde had been more envious about the fact that Harry had gotten to meet Victor Krum. Personally, Harry would rather have another meeting with Clara Ivanhoe. She was crazy, no doubt about that, but she had that kind of personality that made life interesting. If she didn't get you killed first with her antics or drove others around her mad. Perhaps he should rather let Pansy have a go on Voldemort. The girl had been ecstatic about the whole date, until she heard what had happened. In her mind, a date meant a romantic dinner, with low music, candlelight, and the other party actually being there. It didn't escape Harry's notice that Blaze was standing a little away and scribbling down notes to what Pansy said. The Italian was determined not to get on her bad side when he took her out. What really surprised Harry was the Diablo had not used the opportunity to leave, instead insisting that Harry could not possibly last without having him around. The seer had refrained from pointing out that he had survived 16 years before meeting the snake. If it meant that he did not have to say goodbye to a friend, he would accept it. And by the looks Diablo had been given Nagini, it would seem that Bellatrix would be allowed to test her theory about whether or not snakes of two different kinds could produce offspring. And that little trip to the Amazon jungle and its aftermath were the reasons to why he was running through Hogwarts' many corridors as if he had the Grim on his heels before the sun was even up. It was not much wrong in Harry's mind. An hour had long since came and passed, and, no matter if he had called for help or waited for the time to run out, it meant that Voldemort was free and surely out for revenge after Harry had abandoned him like that. Harry held no desire to be near Voldemort until the Dark Lord had cooled down and started thinking rationally. Harry doubted very much that the enforced time in bed had helped with that. If anything, Voldemort would have used the waiting time to scheme plans which most likely included him in different scenarios. Thus, the reason why Harry was running around like a madman, only having taken a brief break to rinse his mouth to get rid of the taste of Voldemort's semen. He still couldn't believe that he had gathered enough courage to do such a thing. He needed somewhere to hide. He had only just stopped being sore whenever the pain reliever wore off and he moved wrongly, and he really didn't fancy having to take the potion again, and having to deal with the knowing looks Severus would give him during this. The question was, where to hide? He had already crossed out his room, the Slytherin common room, and the dungeon as a whole from the list, as those were too blatant choices. For a brief moment he had entertained the thought of searching protection by the Whomping Willow. The violent tree was ought to be able to keep Voldemort at bay for a while, at least until he had cooled down a little. But he knew that the tree risked ending as a victim of Voldemort's wrath, and being found somewhere public by Voldemort was something Harry wanted to avoid. A nagging feeling in the back of his mind told Harry that it would not lead to anything good. It also meant that the Great Hall and the library were out as well. A shame, really. If the library had been a possible place, at least he would be able to keep himself occupied until it was safe for him to come forth again. Of course, any hiding place would be worth nothing if Voldemort was able to activate the charms on the bracelet, but Harry counted on the man being in no state to remember a small detail like that. Perhaps he should go to the kitchen. He could get something to eat and watch the house elves as they worked or went to clean some unused part of the castle. That was it. Grinning at the brilliant idea that had just hit him, Harry forgot to watch where he was going and speedily walked directly into a wall he swore that had not been there the last time he looked up. With a groan, Harry staggered a step back and tenderly touched his nose, which had taken the blunt of the impact. He didn't need to leave a blood trail behind for Voldemort to follow. Deciding that there was no damage done, at least not any which he could see, Harry shook his head. What was it he had been thinking before the wall had popped out of nowhere? Oh yes, house elves. And there was one he knew that would not rat him out, and at the same time he would hopefully be a help. Dobby. He did not dare to raise his voice much over a whisper, fearing that Voldemort might be able to hear him, if he happened to speak too loud. The crack announcing Dobby's arrival nearly had Harry jumping out of his skin in fright. Putting a hand over his fast-beating heart, Harry managed to put a smile on his face at the sight of the house elf. What can's Dobby be doing for Great Master Harry Potter, sir? Crunching down, Harry put a finger to his lips, signaling that Dobby had to be quiet, a task Harry wasn't quite sure that the house elf would be able to complete. I need somewhere to hide, without having to leave Hogwarts, where no one else can find me. Do you know a place that fits to that? Harry didn't dare to get his hopes up, but he couldn't keep running around all day. Sooner or later Voldemort would locate and capture him, probably sooner once people got out of their beds, but Harry wanted to draw it out for as long as possible. Dobby be knowing just the place. The elf exclaimed, stopping tugging at his ears now where he had finished thinking. Other elves be calling it come and go room, one really needs it to be there to being using it. Their great master Harry Potter be hiding, sir? Harry couldn't recall ever hearing about such a room before. But house elves came far around and were ought to find places that people had forgotten about. How do I find it? Simply going around and feeling a need for a room didn't sound like it would have a great success rate for him. Though, from the name alone, and added with Dobby's description, Harry knew that it was perfect. If the room wasn't always to be found, and he got into it, then the risk of being found by Voldemort would be comforting small. You was going to the 7th floor and walk past the wall opposite the tapestry of the trolls is doing ballet with wizard teaching them 3 times, think of what is being needed and the door is being come. The room almost sounded too good to be true. But it was the best opportunity he had. Really, he had already tried to go to the hospital wing, not even Voldemort would be brave enough to go there without a good reason. But the 3 Lestranges there, and their rather pink, scolded-looking skin, Harry decided against that idea. If Voldemort against belief should decide to look for him there, Harry knew that Bellatrix would happily rat him out, if nothing else then for the sake of the small entertainment it was ought to bring her. Thanks Dobby, you've been a great help. Seeing Dobby's eyes start to water, Harry jumped onto his feet, deciding that it was time for him to get going. He had forgotten that most house elves were expected to do as they were ordered to and rarely, if ever, got any thanks for their services. A wailing house elf was the last thing he needed, but that didn't soothe Harry's guilt over leaving Dobby behind like this. He would find a way to repay Dobby on a later time. Harry sprinted towards the 7th floor. He used every shortcut he could think of, and to an outsider it might seem like he was just running randomly around, but in the end, it did bring Harry much faster to his destination than if he simply had been taking the stairs as most were inclined to do. Coming to a halt, he leaned forward and supported himself by placing his hands on his slightly bent knees. Merlin, he needed to get into a better shape. Then again, it wasn't every day that he needed to run around like this, and he was rather used to work with cauldrons. Though, he supposed that starting at the 3rd floor and then running through what felt like half the castle was no small feat. Spotting the portrait with the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet, Harry knew that he was at the right place. Wandering 3 times back and forth in front of the bare wall across the tapestry, Harry focused his thoughts on the matter at hand. He needed somewhere safe to hide where he would be able to wait until it was safe to come out again. A nondescriptive door appeared, and not a moment too late. Hearing hurried footsteps heading in his direction, Harry knew that he did not have long to act. The person was close, and even though it might not be Voldemort, the person would still be able to tell where he had last been seen. Casting one last glance over his shoulder, Harry saw the person's shadow from around the corner, growing by each step the other took, spinning Harry into action. Quickly the door was opened, and as soon as he was inside, Harry closed the door again, trying to keep the level of noise to a minimum. He pressed his ear against the door and waited with a bated breath. The footsteps had stopped just on the other side of the door, and Harry realized his mistake. He'd forgotten to lock the door. Should he risk being heard, or count on his luck that the person wasn't planning on using the come-and-go room?
Before he was able to reach a decision, the footsteps started anew, slowly bringing their owner away.
Once he could no longer hear anything from the other side of the wood, Harry reached down and turned the key, effectively locking the door. Unless someone thought of using magic, he would be safe for now. Still, he removed the key from its hole and slipped it into one of the pockets in his robe. It made him feel more secure that he was holding the means to leave the room.
Finally, he was ready to see what kind of place this come-and-go room was.
Turning around, a frown dominated his face when Harry started taking in the details. The room had a decent size and there were no windows, so he didn't have to worry about being spotted from the outside by some early flyers. The ceiling and the walls were made of dark wood, while a white and soft-looking rug covered the floor from wall to wall. There was a couch and 2 light brown leather wingchairs to his left, positioned around a small coffee table. And at the wall to his right, what looked like a small mountain of pillows took up a part of the floor.
But it was the furniture in the middle of the room that had Harry's jaw dropping.
It looked eerily much like Voldemort's bed, right down to the dark duvet that was laid over the bed, and Harry sure as hell hadn't had something like this in the forefront of his mind when he had wanted the room to appear. Taking a step back, Harry was well aware of what this meant. The room was taking orders from someone else. And Harry didn't want to stick around long enough to have his suspicion confirmed.
You took longer than I had calculated to make it here. The voice came from somewhere among the many shadows in the room. Previously, the lowered light had made the room look almost cozy. Now, where he knew that Voldemort was in the room with him, Harry would have preferred it to be better lit.
Reaching behind him, Harry couldn't feel the handle. In fact, it felt like the door had been exchanged with a wall. And seeing that Harry hadn't done anything but turning around, he knew that it meant that the only exit was gone. What do you mean, that you've been waiting here? I didn't even know that this place existed. His eyes flicked around like a nervous butterfly, trying to locate Voldemort in the shadows which seemed to grow darker and deeper with each passing second. Until a house elf you called for told you about the room of requirement. The voice came from somewhere along the wall at the right side of the room. It was not close enough to make him listen to the voice in the back of his head that yelled to him that he had to get moving. And the creature belongs to the Malfoy family. This time the voice was coming from the left side, making Harry wipe his head around in hope of catching a look of the man. And the Malfoys serve you, Harry said, realizing that he had been played into Voldemort's hands, despite it being the exact opposite of what he had attempted to do. It was suspicious that Dobby, who did not even work at Hogwarts, would know about the school's many secrets. He should have thought about that instead of being so desperate that he did not think logically. Exactly. And now, where this little game is over, I believe it is time for me to claim my prize. This time the voice came from directly behind him, making Harry jump forward as he felt fingers brush over his back and made to grip his clothes. He refused to call the sound he emitted a shriek, but as he ran towards the couch, Harry didn't have time to think of something else to call it. He needed to get out of here, that much was clear. Unfortunately, the door was gone, and Harry had the feeling that Voldemort didn't intend to let it return before he found it fitting to do so. Digging into his pockets, foregoing the now useless key he had, Harry decided to make this game a little more fair for him. Seeing as Voldemort had once again disappeared into the shadows, why should Harry make it so easy for the other by staying in sight? He couldn't quite keep the grin off his face when his fingers brushed against the slippery cloth that made his cloak, took it out of the pocket and put it on, not giving Voldemort time to come up with a counter move. You are wrong if you believe that being invisible will be able to keep you away from me. I fully intend to have you in as long as I am in control of this room. There is no way for you to leave. Harry moved to the space between the couch and the bed where there was most room for him to move around on, trying to locate Voldemort. His voice was coming from several directions at once, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. I had something special in mind when I entered the room of requirement. Despite knowing that the cloak covered him fully and kept him hidden from view, Harry felt like a too easy target, standing out in the open like this and not knowing where Voldemort was. Yet, he forced himself to move slowly around the bed, careful not to do anything that could reveal where he was, and keep his breathing calm. You see, you left me with a rather big problem when you departed, so I believe that it will only be fair if you assist me in taking care of it. So I intend to take you, several times. On the pillows, on the table, on the couch, over the chairs, and, if you are a good boy, I will end the act with taking you on the bed. Harry's breathing had picked up, and his head was spinning from listening to Voldemort's small speech. He was quite sure that it wasn't even humanly possible to have say so many times in a row. And yet, Voldemort left him with no doubt that the man was serious about his intentions. Swallowing, Harry took another step backwards, so he was now between the bed and the pile of pillows. There was less space to move around here, which made it seem like a less likely place for him to hide, which, in turn, made it perfect. He could stay here and wait until Voldemort was forced to do something that would reveal his position. But while moving, Harry's foot caught the bottom of his cloak, yanking the piece of cloth off him. Dumbly, Harry stared down at the cloak around his feet, not believing that his luck could really be this bad. Feeling very much like a deer caught in headlight, Harry stood as frozen, his own breathing sounding unnaturally loud in his own ears. I can't see why you would be so mad about it. I mean, most people would be happy for getting a wake-up call like that. Binding Voldemort was a bad idea, really, he knew that now. It was just a shame that it was a lesson learned too late. A rough chuckle made him shiver in a mixture of pleasure and excitement. Voldemort, it seemed, was in a playful mood, but Harry wasn't so sure if it could be countered as a good thing. You are welcome to make it a morning ritual. The only way to be able to give proper pleasure with oral say is to practice it. No, what bothers me is that you snuck something in my wine that made me sleep while you snuck into my room and tied me up. Harry couldn't quite keep a grin off his face as he recalled the event. Nagini had been rather eager to help him slip a sleeping draught into Voldemort's wine. He was not sure how the snake had managed to complete the task, but she had been happy to be let loose in the castle when Harry arrived. But the grin died when Voldemort materialized right in front of him, much too close for Harry's liking. He supposed that he should take it as a small relief that Voldemort at least had the courtesy of dressing before showing up. When he made to take some steps backwards, Voldemort's arm shot out and encircled him, pulling him flush against Voldemort's body. This close Harry was too aware of Voldemort's beak digging into his flesh. He got his hands in between them and pushed against Voldemort's shoulders in hope of getting free. If anything, it only seemed to make Voldemort more aroused. Suddenly he was sailing through the air, as if he waited nothing, and his eyes went wide in surprise. He landed in the nest of pillows, landing softly though a little unsettled because of his abrupt flight. Voldemort was over him before Harry could gather himself enough to even think of moving away. With a snap of his fingers both of their clothes were gone, and with that any lingering doubt Harry might have had about whether Voldemort was actually serious about what he had said. Open-mouthed keys were bestowed on his skin, his chest and neck in particular. Voldemort was beeping hard enough for Harry to know that there would be marks once this was over. Placing his hands on Voldemort's shoulders, Harry didn't know if it was to push Voldemort away or pull him closer, but he went for the latter. A mouth was on his, and Harry easily opened his mouth for Voldemort's tongue, letting his own be coaxed into a battle. Meanwhile Voldemort was keeping his hands busy, letting them wander over Harry's body, exploring as they hadn't had the chance to do the last time they were together. A whimper escaped him when one of Voldemort's hands found his beak, the fingers closed around the sensitive skin and then they twisted. Bloody hell! Harry broke off the key, digging his nails into Voldemort's flesh in response to the painful ministration. What was that for? He demanded, turning his head to the side when Voldemort tried to key him again. It didn't deter the man, and Voldemort instead went to lavish his throat with small bites, some of them with enough pressure behind to break skin. Half-lidded red eyes were watching him, seemingly uncaring about his protests. You didn't believe that your little stunt would go unpunished, did you? Harry truly didn't like the cruel grin on Voldemort's face, it didn't spell well for him. Something tightened around the root of his beak, making Harry sit half up before a hand planted in the middle of his chest pushed him back against the pillows. You will be allowed to come, if you beg enough for it. Had he had fur, his hackles would have risen at Voldemort's words. As it was, there wasn't much he was able to do, trapped as he was under Voldemort's body. Bring it on, bastard. The challenge was followed by baring his teeth. If Voldemort had learned nothing of being bound, then Harry would just try and teach him another lesson. And the next time he would have a hiding place prepared beforehand, so he would not end in this kind of situation. He was sure that the Whomping Willow would be elated at the prospect of having a new playmate it could trash. His thoughts were forced back on track when his legs were nudged apart, and a sleek finger was circling his hole. Harry was given no warning when it was suddenly pushed past the ring of muscles. He closed his eyes, knowing that it did nothing to help reduce the pain that assaulted him. The intrusion hurt, but far from the burning pain Harry had been in when he had been taken the first time. He supposed it was because of the difference in size between Voldemort's finger and the man's member. Relax, came the hissed command, making Harry crack an eye open, not sure when exactly he had closed them. Easier said than done, Harry hissed back, clenching his fists in one of the pillows. He knew that it would probably lessen the hurt, but his muscles seemed to be locked, refusing to listen to any commands his brain tried to give them. His body remembered the pain that had been overshadowed by pleasure in the end, but still it was not something he desired to feel again. Before Harry could contemplate what was going on, Voldemort pulled the finger out and rolled off of him, instead lying next to him on the pile of pillows. Surprised, and not sure of what he should make of this, Harry waited to see what would happen now. He let Voldemort take his hand, sitting up at the same time as the appendage was lifted to Voldemort's lips and the fingers taken into his mouth. He couldn't help the shiver that ran down his back as they were coated in saliva, one by one. When his fingers were let free, Harry didn't bother to hide his grimace at the gross sight. He couldn't see the use of Voldemort beeping on his fingers, though he had to admit that it had been a sensual sight. Perhaps it was some kind of kink that Voldemort harbored. Prepare yourself. Puzzled when nothing happened, Harry drew his eyes from his soaked fingers and raised an eyebrow at Voldemort. What exactly was going on in his mind? He probably should have used actual words, but Harry felt it was the best sound to show his confusion. Seeing as you are against letting me prepare you, I find that we reach the best result by having you do the preparation yourself. Voldemort waved his hand lazily, indicating that Harry could get started at any time. Beating down the blush that wanted to take over his normal face color, Harry thought over what Voldemort had just said. The idea had merits. This way he would have control over how fast and how far it would go, instead of Voldemort holding the reins. The problem was that Voldemort made no indication of looking away. There was a reason to why he had blindfolded Voldemort before deciding to go through with the blowjob. It was hard enough to know that he was doing something like that for the first time. He didn't need someone else watching while he did so.
Though, the blindfold had only stopped Voldemort from seeing the actual act, not that it had made much difference since he had also been the receiver, and it had probably only made Voldemort more determined than he otherwise would have been.
Meeting Voldemort's gaze head-on, Harry got up in a crouched position. It took a moment to stop wobbling on the unstable ground the pillows made under his bare feet. Gnawing on his lower lip, Harry reached backwards, figuring that it would be easier to reach that way around. He forced himself to relax as he pushed a finger inside, but couldn't quite withhold a gasp. Adding another finger, Harry engaged Voldemort, who had sat up and was watching him with heated eyes, into a key, to distract himself as he started stretching his fingers. Breaking the key. When the pain had lessened enough for it to no longer burn, Harry couldn't help but experiment a little. He crocked the two fingers inside him and stars practically exploded in front of his eyes as he brushed against his prostate.
If it wasn't because Voldemort had used magic on him, Harry was certain that he would have come right then and there.
With a leveled glare at Voldemort, Harry removed his fingers, feeling strange at the sudden emptiness. This is enough. Truly, he wasn't sure whether he was right or not. But the longer he dragged this out, the longer it would take before he would be allowed to come. While it felt good to torment Voldemort, some of the fun was lost if it included him as well.
Lay down. A hand on his chest pushed Harry backwards, so he was on his back.
Again Voldemort was over him, placing an extra pillow under his hips before pushing his legs apart. Harry stared into the other's eyes, fascinated by what he saw in there. Lust, warmth, and a third thing which Harry wasn't sure how he was supposed to identify it. His legs wrapped themselves around Voldemort's waist, as if having a mind entirely on their own. But judging by the lack of protests from Voldemort, Harry would say that he was doing something right. He reached out to touch Voldemort, only to find his fingers entangled with Voldemort's as his arms were lead back to his sides, where he would be unable to do more damage to Voldemort than he'd already done by digging nails through the skin on his shoulders. Though knowing what was to come, Harry couldn't help the hisses of pain that escaped his clenched lips as Voldemort drove in with one move. The wordless sounds were drowned when Harry managed to sit up and press his lips against Voldemort's in a key, which drew blood from both of them as they both refused to bow down to the other. Unlike last time, Voldemort moved slowly, angling each thrust different. The hands let go of his. One went for his hair, tangling itself in the black locks, and kept Harry's head still as Voldemort deepened the key, which Harry only too willingly allowed.
The other hand went for his nipples, shifting between the two buds which he caressed and twisted.
Now where his hands were free, they went to Voldemort's back, trailing over Voldemort's skin and leaving marks on their own on the man's back. A thrust hitting his prostate made Harry arch his back and he gasped, though the sound was swallowed by Voldemort. Harry turned his head away, gulping down mouthfuls of air. Again. He didn't know if he was demanding, pleading, or whatever the hell someone would call it. As long as he got to feel this kind of pleasure again, it really didn't matter. But it hurt not being allowed to come. Harry felt like he was too close to be pushed over the edge, and yet magic kept interfering each time. He was sure that now was the time where he would be allowed to finally come. Voldemort started bantering his prostate with each thrust, keeping up the tempo as Harry pushed back into his thrusts. Soon Harry was turned into a blubbering mess under his lover, whimpering and moaning without making any coherent sounds. He was so close that he felt that he was about to burst. His balls were drawing up and tightening. It didn't help that one of Voldemort's hands had found his cock, and his ministrations were turning the heat in his stomach into an inferno. And yet, the magic stopped Harry from coming, keeping him just on the edge. It was like balancing on the edge of a knife. On one side there was sweet relief, on the other hand, a fall straight to insanity. And Harry was sure that that was the way he would soon go if he was not allowed to come. Just let me come already. He got out through gritted teeth, not sure whether it was tears or drops of sweat that were running down his face at this point. Reduced to begging already. What a shame, I had expected you to last longer. Came from above him, the taunting in Voldemort's voice painfully clear. It took him a moment to gather himself to think, not to say speak, coherently, as Voldemort chose that moment to pick up pace, indicating that he too felt close to coming. I'm not begging, rather arg. Whether or not Voldemort believed his words, Harry didn't know, but the magic was lifted and he lasted 3 more thrusts before he wailed when his orgasm exploded out of him. Voldemort followed closely after him, a reaction to the tightening of the muscles around his cock and hot seed spilled inside him. Voldemort collapsed on top of him, making Harry sink into the pillows to the point where he started believing that he might be crushed. With Voldemort still inside him, Harry tried to wiggle free, but the soft ground and Voldemort's weight made that next to impossible. Plus, at this point Harry wasn't sure that he would be able to get far even if he managed to get free. Both were breathing heavily, each trying to regain their breath as the first. As Voldemort's face was pressed against Harry's joint between left shoulder and neck, each warm huff of breath washed over Harry's too sensitive skin. Shifting in hope of finding a more comfortable position, Harry winced as he felt Voldemort's cock twist inside him. You're crushing me, move. Keeping his eyes on the ceiling, Harry bit back a wince as Voldemort lifted himself up and started pulling out of him. Apparently his attempt to stretch himself hadn't been good enough, and he was starting to feel the consequences of this, if the small bursts of soreness that appeared every time his lower body as much as twisted was anything to go by. Are you ready for round 2? Widening his eyes, Harry hoped that Voldemort was kidding. But one glance at the face of the now sitting man told Harry that he was indeed serious. Ignoring the protests his body was screaming at him, Harry pushed himself up into a seated position, his arms shaking under him, coming face to face with Voldemort. Bring it on, bastard. No matter how much he might end up regretting this decision later on, Harry didn't intend to let Voldemort get one over him. By the look on Voldemort's face, that had been the answer he had wanted to hear. You look like death warmed over, mio amico. Just as he felt like his legs would give out under him, a hand grabbed his arms and he was lead over to one of the green couches. Harry let himself be lowered down on the furniture, scowling as the movements jarred his sore body. Merlin, he would get Voldemort back for this. Not only was he sore, but some of those marks from their activities in the room of requirement were left where his robes could not cover them. At least he knew that the scratches he had left would be felt until they were healed. It was just a shame that they were on his back where no one else would be able to see them. On the other hand, he wouldn't be happy if someone saw those scratches for something else than medical reasons. A nudge in his ribs with a pointed elbow reminded Harry that he was not alone. You look like hell, Scarhead, who have you been in a fight with? Harry ducked his head, using his unbound hair to hide the blush that had decided to cover his face. When exactly his braid had become loosened, he wasn't sure about, perhaps somewhere between their second and third round. Fingers snapping less than an inch from his face nearly had Harry jumping straight up from the couch. Geez, Harry, what's gotten into you? You are as jumpy as a weasel in a glass shop. Draco commented from his seat next to Harry, not entirely succeeding in concealing the worried glances he kept giving Harry. Sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Did you say something? Hopefully, they didn't intend to learn about what had caused him to look like this. He should have changed his clothes before coming here. Perhaps a bath would have been a good idea too. Harry felt as if Voldemort's scent hung all over him. By the looks his two friends sent him, Harry knew that he wasn't getting out of it this easy. Slumping back in the couch, Harry did not bother to complain when Draco summoned a brush and started to make Harry's hair look less like an overgrown bird's nest. However, he couldn't quite contain the flinches when Draco brushed over a particular sore spot, something which did not escape the two Slytherins' attention. So, if you did not get into a fight, something else happened. Perhaps it is linked to why the Dark Lord has been missing for most of the day. Since it was true, he shouldn't have to say anything, but with both Blaise and Draco staring expectantly at him, he knew that they were waiting for an answer. They are connected. And Voldemort will probably show up when he awakes. It was his own fault, really. Voldemort had taken a pepper up while waiting for him to arrive to keep up his stamina, which Harry had only found out when he had been offered a small vial with the same kind of potion, being at the brink of falling asleep after having been brought to completion for the third time in a row. Voldemort had still been asleep when Harry had awoken and left, not before leaving a pain reliever for Voldemort. No doubt that the man would need it after having taken the pepper up without his body having a need for it. It was simply done so Voldemort wouldn't feel like torturing the first unfortunate soul he happened to stumble upon. By the way Blaise was wiggling his eyebrows at him, Harry knew that the Italian was well aware of what had happened. First love, he exclaimed, placing a hand over his heart while blinking rapidly, as if he had gotten something in the eye. I remember my first time. She was such a sweet girl, not shy and a wildcat when we're alone. Trust me, it's always the bookish ones which are ow, what did you do that for? Blaise was rubbing his head, twisting around so he could send his attacker a withering glare. Theo seemed completely unaffected by the imaginary daggers Blaise was throwing at him with the eyes alone, holding the book he had hit the Italian with between his hands, looking like he was tempted to repeat the action. Not all of us are interested in hearing about your excursions. But I do believe that Pansy will not be happy to learn that you didn't have the courtesy to wait for her. Under his tan Blaise suddenly seemed rather pale at Theodore's not so underhanded threat. You wouldn't. Despite his own words, Blaise looked unsure about whether Theo actually would rat him out to his fiancée. Meanwhile Theo kept his face blank of any emotion that might have given a hint about what was going on inside his head. I might just get temporary amnesia, if you manage to get an E in the latest arithmancy assignment, which will only happen if you remember to put 7 in where I told Draco. By the way Blaise seemed to slump in on himself and groaned, it was clear that he hadn't done that. I'm so doomed. But, I will get my revenge by removing you from my will, Theodore not. Blaise pointed a finger at the unimpressed looking Theo. First I'll have the goblins make me one where you stand to inherit everything I own and have. Then I will burn it so you will get nothing. Harry blinked, not sure why Blaise would go through the trouble of making a will if he planned on destroying it anyway. You do know that it is impossible to burn a goblin-made will. Considering that Gringotts are rumored to have dragons to guard the bank, it was decided a necessary measurement the goblins had to make if they wanted to continue storing wizard documents. The Not Heir lectured with an air around him that made it clear that it was something he expected that everyone should be aware of. Damn it. Harry rolled his eyes, trying to fight off the urge to laugh at Blaise's defeated tone. Life was good. Harrykins. The yell came from behind, alerting Harry that he was no longer alone, not that the door being slammed open had not already told him that much. Quickly he stepped out of the line of fire, and watched as Bellatrix barreled right into the stack of cauldrons he had just finished cleaning. Fascinated, he watched as they started tilting backwards, regained their normal stance before starting falling towards the two of them. He knew that this would hurt as cauldrons started falling, but with only a small amount of the pile not falling and with the speed the cauldrons were moving towards the ground with, he knew he would not be able to move out of the way in time. Accio Harry Potter. The gruff words sent Harry flying through the air and away from the falling projectiles. As the cauldrons hit the ground, Harry closed his eyes and quickly covered his ears with his hands. He didn't need to witness this. He collided with someone's chest, and despite the impact, the person did not move other than using their hands to stabilize him. Harry gritted his teeth hearing the cauldrons hitting the ground, as his hands weren't as good to keep the sound out as Harry had hoped they would be. After the resounding had died out, Harry dared to open his eyes and let his hands fall. As he had expected, this morning's work was wasted. The cauldrons he had used hours on cleaning were spread over the floor, mixed with those he had yet to work on, and a great deal of them were now spotting bumps. In the middle of a puddle of dirty soap water stood Bellatrix, looking a little blank but otherwise okay. "The icky vile water is ruining my shoes." She lifted up her dress, making Harry avert his gaze. He held no interest in the female gender, but he wanted to avoid any misunderstandings by being caught looking a little too long at the older witch. Shaking his head at the mentally unstable witch, Harry stepped free of Rabaston, who was the one who had summoned him. If he wanted to be finished today, he would have to start over right away. It was a shame, really. He had been over halfway done, and now he would have to do it all over again, and find a way to fix the bumps. Severus would be murderous if he saw the damage that had been done. Kneeling down, Harry started gathering the smaller cauldrons, trying to ignore the three Lestranges who had caused this whole mess. Well, only Bellatrix was actually guilty, but both of the two males were supposed to be able to keep her under the resemblance of control. Someone dropped down next to him, quickly followed by two others. Harry turned his head enough to see that all three Lestranges had decided to follow his example. As if sensing the weight of his gaze, Rabaston raised an eyebrow, not even looking at him. "You can hardly expect us to simply look on when it was basically our fault that this happened in the first place. Besides, who knows what other trouble Bellatrix might create if she is left unoccupied for too long." Harry had to agree with the man, though he found it hard to keep a serious expression when he saw the purple rabbit ears Rabaston suddenly spotted. The sound of Bellatrix's crackling soon alerted the man that something was going on, and when he lifted a hand and touched his new appendages, even Harry found it hard to keep his laughter down at the sight of the wizard's face. They finished much sooner than he would have been able to, if he had been on his own. His mood got even better when the worst of the damage proved to be repairable with a flick of a wand. Severus would not be able to see the difference, especially now where the cauldrons were standing with those the students were allowed to use. They had been waning in quality, so it wouldn't have taken long before Severus would have them discarded anyway. This way they would at least be useful until a student blew their cauldron up or melted it with their so-called attempt in making a potion. It was a win-win situation in Harry's opinion. He would have been skipping if not because he had 3 ducklings trailing after him. Despite having grown used to their presences those past months, there was something about this whole thing which left him at an edge. Normally Bellatrix would be here and there, acting like a niffler on sugar and scaring the wits out of the people they met. Now she was walking close by his side, a position she had claimed after Harry apparently had disappeared for them around a corner one too many times. It was not hard for Harry to figure out why the trio was acting so stiff and ready to fire curses at the sign of something abnormal. Voldemort had probably ordered the trio to keep a better eye on him, and whatever had been used for motivation, it surely worked. He should probably get all fussy and grateful that Voldemort went through such trouble to ensure his safety, but all Harry was able to feel was annoyance. Other than when he had snuck through the castle's corridors last week, there hadn't been a moment where he was alone. Whether it was Voldemort, Severus, his friends, or even the 2 reptiles, there was always someone nearby to keep an eye on him. Nagini had joined Diablo in guarding his room at night time, ensuring that Harry wouldn't leave it before someone else was there to protect him. The female snake judged it to be safer for her own health to stay away from Voldemort until he forgot what role his own familiar had played in drugging him. The lack of privacy was slowly driving him mad, and if something did not happen soon, Harry would be forced to resort to drastic measures. Seeing a person walking in the distance with their nose buried in a book, Harry took off, ignoring the yells from behind him about stopping. As he quickly approached the silent Slytherin, Theo looked over his shoulder, knowing better than to disregard any commotion, especially when it was moving his way. Harry skidded to a stop when he reached Theo, making sure to keep some distance if Theo should decide to use his book on him in the same manner as he did to Blaze. Greetings, Harry. How are you today? Theo's tone was casual, with an underlying warm tone to it. If anything, it made the smile on Harry's face grow a little. All good, so where are you going? Harry fully ignored his 3 guard dogs who had caught up with them, focusing fully on Theo, who tucked the book he'd been reading into his bag and resumed his course. Harry lengthened his steps to match Theo's. The usually quiet Slytherin walked rather fast now where a text was no longer claiming most of his attention. I am heading for the Ollery, but you are all welcome to accompany me. Harry felt his smile grow a notch at Theo's permission. The stench that wrapped around them as they stepped inside the Ollery made Harry feel the imperative urge to heave. He knew that there were potions which smelled much worse than this, but they had a purpose, and that reason alone made it easier for Harry to deal with them rather than this smell. Owls of all kinds, most which he'd seen in the Great Hall at least once, were in the Ollery. Some were resting, probably collecting energy after a long flight. A few paid the newcomers any mind, only to turn their attention elsewhere shortly after. The rest disregarded them without as much as a single glance in their direction. Theo walked into the middle of the round room, raising an arm so it was on level with his eyes. Harry watched with interest from his spot near the door in case that he would need a quick exit. The Ollery was not a place which he had been more than once or twice in the past. And with its dark atmosphere and rotting corpses of pests on the floor, it wasn't all the homey. He didn't get to wait for long. From one of the perches just under the roof, a big, white bundle of feathers hurled itself off. The animal dived towards the floor, folding out wings of an impressive size, and changed course before it could crush into the floor.
Harry couldn't take his eyes off the white snowy owl as it landed on Theo's arm, which only sank a bit at the added weight. The owl hooted, tenderly fixing Theo's hair into the way it was supposed to be in the owl's mind.
So pretty. Sharp amber-colored eyes, almost too intelligent to belong to an animal, pinned him down as soon as the words had left his mouth. At this moment Harry felt like a prey that had been spotted and knew it was only waiting for the inevitable death. The glare lessened a degree or two when Theo scratched the owl under its beak. Hedwig, this is Harry, who is my friend. Harry, Hedwig is one of the owls my father has bred. She is intelligent and is able to track anyone down. This was said with no little amount of pride, but that was not the first thing on Harry's mind when he opened his mouth to speak. But I thought that the females had brown feathers. How come she is colored like one of the males of her kind? Harry ducked the wing that had been heading for his head, but the way Hedwig was clicking her beak at him, this was not over yet. But an owl that was able to track anyone down anywhere, now that was news which he could see the use of. Theo petted the black spotted feathers, calming the owl enough so she would not launch into an attack on the seer. Hedwig is a special case. My father wanted to see if he could make females with the same impressing colors as the males have. While he's succeeded in doing so, all the females have been infertile, so he cannot get to the next part of the experiment, to see if their female offspring would also have other colors. Harry nodded, not quite sure how he was supposed to respond to this. He failed to see why the looks would be so important. If he had an owl, he would rather prefer an intelligent companion than someone who looked pretty. She's so cool. As if she understood his words, Hedwig puffed up her chest and sent him a look that convinced him that he might be one step closer to be forgiven for mistaking her gender. It didn't mean that she would not remember the fault, and Harry would rather keep his distance until that happened. It tastes like goblin piss. As he said that, Harry felt the changes settle in. His limbs started stretching to the point where he was sure he heard his bones cracking in protest. Knowing that they couldn't afford being found right now, he clenched his teeth, waiting as it felt like his body was being twisted and turned in all directions at once. Teeth clamped down on his lower lip, slightly smaller than his own normally was. Beeping in a deep breath, Harry looked around slowly, trying to get over the fact that everything looked so strange. He couldn't help but blink when he saw himself not far from where he was standing. The other Harry was leant up against a wall in the niche they had decided to hide in. It was strange to see himself like this. Whenever he was included in a vision, he always saw things from his future self's point of view. Like this, he had to admit that he was vertically challenged. The other's eyes ran over him, taking in the sight of Harry's changed body, as Harry had done not even a minute ago. Strange. Yours tasted like honey. Draco, or should he call him Harry, now where the former blonde was wearing his skin, sounded almost disappointed by the fact. Harry shrugged, wincing when Draco slapped him on the shoulder. It's unbecoming of a Malfoy to do something so menace as shrugging in the public, and don't even think about rolling your eyes at someone. If even one person notices any strange behavior, the whole plan will go down the drain. Breathing in sharply, Harry pushed his shoulders slightly back and lifted his chin just enough so he could better look at Draco down his nose. A Malfoy is perfect no matter what they do. It felt strange to hear Draco's usual drawl pass over his lips. On the other hand, right now Harry supposed that he was Draco, seeing as the Polyjuice potion made him look exactly like his friend. It also helped that they each had brought some spare clothes for the other to wear before they had drowned the potions. Really, being caught in his own clothes while changing into a Draco replica was not something Harry wished for. The difference in their body builds might not be that big, but it was enough for it to be more than simply noticeable. Draco nodded. Better, but it might be for the best if we both speak as little as possible, less the risk of someone deciding that we do not sound entirely like ourselves. At this Harry could only nod, seeing the sense in what Draco had said. Remember, the potion will only last an hour maximum, so we need to make this quick. Harry was already on his way out of the niche as he spoke, knowing that Draco would be following him. Since they would be heading to the same place, it made little sense if they didn't go together. But thanks. Nothing more was being said, and there was no need for it. Harry knew that Draco understood what he meant. It was after all his blonde now turned brunette friend who had come up with this plan. He felt a little bad for stealing the finished potions from Severus' storage, and he knew that it would not go unnoticed for long, but this was something he needed. Not having a lone moment for himself was slowly driving him mad. But Draco had come up with a solution which could and would work for him. Using a Polyjuice potion would give him a small break from his guards. And with Draco parading around as him, it would not start a major search party because Harry could not possibly be at two places without the aid of a time turner which he knew no one in their right mind would hand him. Or if Draco was willing to play him for a short while. It took some effort, but by the time they reached the gates, and the students ready for leaving the school, Harry felt that he had this new body under control, and it seemed to be the same in Draco's case. True, Draco was walking more stiffly than Harry normally would bother with, but he counted on that no one would notice the difference. Or perhaps they would just write it off as another one of his encounters with Voldemort. Remember, don't use your wand. It's punishable for squibs to take a wizard's wand, and I don't think that they will look through fingers with it if someone sees it. Harry warned before they parted, though it was not necessary. It was unlikely that Draco would make such a mistake, but Harry would rather not take any chances with it. Draco, where have you been? Harry was unprepared when an arm was draped around his shoulders, pulling him out of balance. Astoria was hanging on his arm, and for a moment Harry wanted to shake his arm. But he feared that he might lose it instead of making the witch let go of him. And really, he didn't think that Draco would forgive him for upsetting his finance. The blonde actually seemed to care about the other pureblood, though Harry was still dubious about her. She certainly hadn't warmed up around him, and Harry only tolerated her for his friend's sake. Astoria, how nice to see you. I didn't think you would come to Hogsmeade. It didn't seem like she noticed his stutter, or perhaps it was so because she was so busy blinking slowly at him with her long eyelashes that she didn't seem to notice it. The girl giggled, changing her grip on his arm as they started walking together with other students towards the small magical town which didn't lie far from Hogwarts. Silly Drakipu, have you forgotten that you promised to take me to Madame Pudfoot's at the next Hogsmeade visit? Are the preparations for NEWT's exams really so hard that you didn't remember? Suddenly Draco's offer about letting them switch bodies seemed far from as godsend as Harry first had thought it would be. Did the blonde think that doing this would get him out of the torture that he had set him up to? But looking at Draco, who was being stoic as he walked with the Lestrange trio guarding him, Harry knew that he wouldn't pay the blonde back for this. Instead he allowed a gentle smile onto his face, by the look Astoria sent him that had been the right decision to make. Of course not. How could I ever forget something that is related to you? You are on the forefront of my mind at any given time. I was just thinking if perhaps we should go around a little before we go there, just enjoying each other's presence before we have to seek inside. Astoria just smiled and rested her head on his shoulder, her hands closing around his wrist. Luckily, it was not the one he had the bracelet around. If Astoria noticed the jewelry, Harry would have one hell of a time trying to explain this to the witch. Draco, you are so romantic. I'm happy that it's you I'm with. Harry just smiled, not trusting himself to be able to open his mouth right now and not hurl at the sickly sweet tone of voice she was using when speaking to him. Walking with Astoria was not as bad as Harry first had expected it to be. Sure, the girl was chatting into his ear as if there was no tomorrow, but Harry found that as long as he made sure to make a sound once in a while, she seemed to believe that he was listening with apt attention. The first shop they went into was Zonko's. Harry knew that this was not a shop that Draco would probably want to be visiting, but it looked interesting, and with so many students mingling around it would be easy to lose Astoria for a short while. Where Draco had gone Harry wasn't sure about, but it seemed like Blaise had disappeared with him. Or maybe the Italian intended to find a gift for Pansy, who had to stay back at the castle because she had an essay for Monday which she needed to get done. Zonko's was packed with students from third year and upwards. Harry found himself pushing his way around the shop, taking in the sight of the many items on the shelves. He didn't intend to buy anything, but it did not mean that he could not watch. It didn't take long before he spotted Theo. Harry made his way over to the Slytherin, having to push through a small group of Hufflepuffs to get to the corner where his friend was hiding in. None of them said a word as Harry slumped against the wall, letting his shoulder brush against Theo's to alert the other of his presence. So, you did go through with the plan. Harry's jaw dropped at Theo's casual-sounding words. The other wasn't even looking at him, simply keeping his eyes on some spot at the other end of the shop. How did you figure it out? Harry was sure that they had been so secretive. He hadn't spoken a word about it to anyone, and there really had been no reason for Draco to do so. It's quite simple. When Theo made no sign of continuing, Harry gave him a small push with his shoulder. By the look on Theo's face, it was the reaction he had been waiting for. Draco talks in his sleep. With a groan, Harry let his head thump back against the wall. After all the trouble they had went through to keep this a secret, they had been found out because of something as simple as Draco sleep talking. Are you going to rat me out? He didn't think that Theo would do that, but he was a rule follower, so Harry couldn't quite say for sure. Any answer Theo might have had was drowned out by an explosion that made Harry lose his footing and send him flying through the air until he slammed into a shelf. He fell to the floor and covered his head with his arms when pieces of sweets and toys rained down on him. Muscles tense in case that he would need to get up quickly, Harry cracked an eye open. He needed to know what was going on before he would be able to decide what he would do. Dust and smoke were filling the air, making it impossible to see much. And for a moment Harry was absolutely sure that he had gone deaf. There was no sound, not even his own panicked breathing reached his ears. But there had to be sounds. It wouldn't be so quiet unless everyone had died or disappeared, which Harry was sure had not happened. And then the sounds returned, along with a ringing noise that nearly made Harry wish that he really had gone deaf. Screams were sounding from outside the street. Whatever had caused the explosion was continuing to cause havoc outside. Inside he could hear groans of pain and crying. Harry used his sleeve to wipe dirt out of his eyes so he was able to see. Coughing, Harry blinked several times, his sight getting more focused though there was a ringing in his ears that didn't seem to be going away. Coughing, Harry tried to push himself up, only to have his legs giving away under him and he thumbed back onto the floor as the whole world seemed to tilt dangerously for him. Okay, maybe he had sustained some damage from his small flight. It certainly explained the feeling of warm liquid that was running down his face. Theo. No answer came, at least none of which he could hear. It didn't stop Harry. In fact, it made his heart start beating harder as he got up on his hands and knees and started searching the floor. Theo had been standing right next to him. He couldn't have gotten that far. And Harry probably couldn't hear him because of the ringing in his ears. That was all. There was nothing to worry about. He would find Theo, then Astoria, find the rest of his friends whom he knew would be somewhere, and then get the hell out of here. Everyone was going to be okay. So little time was needed for the whole world to make such a turnabout face. 1 minute he had been chatting peacefully with Theo, and the next thing he knew was chaos and he was searching desperately for his bookish friend. The dust had settled down somewhat, which Harry was thankful for. It was one less thing to hinder his breathing. But meanwhile the smoke had grown thick, black and heavy, making it impossible to breathe somewhat normally unless he kept his head close to the ground, which suited Harry just fine. Right now, he wasn't sure if he would be able to stand unless he had something to support him. But even when he nearly had his chin scraping over the floorboards, it was impossible to see more than an arm length forward. And the chiming in his ears was no help at all. The sounds around him seemed to come back at full strength, only to disappear again. There was no pattern and the whole thing just disorientated him more than he already was. With two of his senses mostly out of game, Harry was making a slow progress in moving around. It didn't help that the shelves seemed to have been unable to stand through the blast, having fallen to the floor. Seriously, was magic not supposed to ensure that those things stayed in place, and thus not force Harry to crawl around or over them? Each time he had to move upwards, Harry held his breath, not wanting to breathe in more smoke than he already had gotten into his lungs. Harry knew that he was supposed to get the hell out of there and back to Hogwarts. Whatever had caused the explosion had probably not left this shop alone. And because of his lack of magic, he would be a burden if he hung around. Besides, all this smoke had to originate from somewhere, and it might be a part of his panicked mind, but the room seemed to grow gradually warmer. It was happening slowly, but the change was big enough to be noticeable. No matter how safe he would not forgive himself for simply leaving Theodore behind. Having been standing right next to him when the explosion happened, Theo had to be somewhere nearby. Astoria, he also had to find her. It was primarily his fault that she had been involved in this mess. If not because she had insisted on being with her fiancé, whatever he was supposed to call it. She would have gone straight to Madame Puddifoot's tea shop if Harry hadn't tried to put it off until he and Draco would be able to swap places. And he didn't think that Draco would forgive him if he happened to forget the blonde's fiancé to save Theo and himself. No matter how much he didn't like the witch, it didn't mean that he intended to leave her behind if he had other opportunities. Speaking of blonde annoyances, Harry hoped that Draco was safe. Seeing as Draco was parading around as him, the Lestranges had probably already whisked him away to safety, something Draco would not be happy about. He was a Malfoy and would not allow himself to be hidden away like a fair maiden while his friends were in danger. Once the trio knew that he was still here, assistance would come quickly. He would just have to keep them alive until then. A feat Harry was not sure about how he should manage. If this was an attack, rather than a magical accident as he was hoping for, this was bad. It was near to impossible to judge what was going on out on the street with the ringing in his ears, drowning out most of the sounds around him. It felt like a troll had been allowed to go into rampage inside his skull. It did not help that blood was still running down the side of his face. Head wounds tended to bleed much, so for now, Harry decided to put it on the list of things that were less important to worry about. Unfortunately, the wound was not the only reason for his headache. But Harry had no intentions about letting a vision come now, not when he had no idea of what was going on, only that it was too dangerous to stay here right now. Unable to see far, Harry depended heavily on his hands to ensure that he was not crawling headfirst into danger. With his kind of luck, it wouldn't surprise him if he found the source of the heat without noticing it before he was right in the middle of it. Placing his hand down a little further than he was able to see clearly, Harry grimaced when his palm was planted in a puddle of something sticky. His mind tried to come up with a likely explanation to what the substance was that would not cause his stomach to lose its contents. Pulling his hand back, Harry, despite the voice of reason in his head yelling at him not to, decided to see just what it was that stuck to his skin. Blood. Harry would have thought that hysteria would take over at this point, make him panic at the realization of what it was that clung to him like a second layer of skin. Instead, he felt a strange touch of relief, no matter how unrealistic it seemed in this kind of situation. He wasn't alone. A small part of him had worried that he was the only one left in the shop, either that everyone else was dead, or perhaps had managed to leave. While the latter was preferable, it didn't mean that he liked the thought of being abandoned in the middle of this chaos. With how packed Zonkos had been, it was a wonder that he had not found someone until now. Knowing that the blood had to come from somewhere nearby, Harry followed it, crawling on all fours, while trying not to take notice of the liquid soaking through his pants. The person was wounded, from the amount of the blood he would say gravely, and obviously needed help. Harry might not be an expert in the medical field, but he intended to do the best of his abilities. When Harry was finally close enough to see the wounded person more clearly, he knew that he had found Theo. How Theo had been flung this far, Harry couldn't fathom. The Slytherin had been standing right next to him, such a small detail shouldn't make a big difference. But there was no doubt that Theo's spot had been just as painful as his own had been. But unlike him, Theo had not been so lucky to get away with minor harm. The lower half of Theo's body was pinned down by the heavy rack, which had fallen and landed on top of the Slytherin as he laid on his stomach, arms reaching out as if he was about to pull himself out of danger's reach while his head was turned to the side. But the shelf wasn't the reason to why Theo's eyes were staring unseeingly. At some point Harry couldn't bother to figure out what it was. Somehow, perhaps pushed by the shelf, Theo had landed on a figure of Merlin, the medium-sized bronze statue having penetrated the wizard's neck, and only the top of it peeking through the wound that went straight through Theo's neck, soaked in blood and the reason to the added mess on the floor. He couldn't breathe. His throat was constricting, and this time it was not because he had stuck his head too far up in the smoke while forgetting to hold his breath. A dry sob racked through his body, and quickly Harry placed a hand over his mouth. He didn't want to catch the attention of the one who was behind this, though he doubted that he would be heard. Theo was dead, and Harry felt nothing. He would never get to hear him rattle off some obscure fact like it was something everyone was ought to know. And who would hit Draco and Blaise with those heavy books that only Theo carried around, before they got too deep into their arguments? Theo was death, and Harry felt like it was something that had happened in another world, to someone else. That was the only explanation to why he couldn't gather himself enough to be able to feel something remotely strong. His eyes were glued to the small statue, the part that was peeking up through the wound anyway. What was such a thing even doing in Zonkos? Harry wanted nothing more than to yank it out of Theo's body and turn it into dust with his bare hands. If not for that thing, Theo would still have been wounded, but also alive. He pressed 2 fingers against the side of Theo's neck, searching for a pulse despite the signs stating that he would find none. Forcing back another dry sob, Harry closed Theo's eyes, ignoring how his dirty hand was shaking the whole time. With no way of moving the rack, he wouldn't be able to take the body with him out of here. And even with someone to help him, Harry doubted that they would get far by dragging a corpse along. He skillfully avoided thinking about how many more might have met a fate similar to Theo's, lying crushed under something heavy, or penetrated by sharp objects. How many were still alive, and how many had he crawled past and over, unaware because of his wavering senses? Nope, he was definitely not thinking about that. Draco. Half expecting to spot his blonde friend, Harry's head snapped up with a speed that made him cringe in pain. Fast movements with his head were a bad idea. Not only did it make the headache flare up with renewed strength, but for a moment the whole world, or at least the part of it visible to him, tilted dangerously. Trying to keep his head still as he realized that the polyjuice was still working, Harry knew it meant that Astoria thought that he was her fiancé. At least he wouldn't have to escort her to Madame Puddifoot's, which was probably the last thing on her mind right now. Like him, the witch had gotten down on all fours, abandoning all dignity in favor of survival. This close he could see the tear tracks in the dirt on her face, and what part of her skin was still visible was unnatural pale. Harry wanted to cry too, to do something that would make that heavy stone in his chest disappear. There would be time to mourn later, once they had gotten out of here and somewhere safe. Until then he would wait. A part of thick smoke had gained a orange tinge, and it was much bigger than flames from a fireplace should be able to be, though Harry was sure that the shop didn't have a fireplace. It ended his hope that the smoke was just the product of a pranking device that had been set off by the tumult. Watching her gaze land on Theo's still form and how horror filled her expression when Astoria realized just what and who it was she was looking at, Harry quickly moved so he was in between them, mutely scolding himself for not doing this sooner. She wasn't a Death Eater and was raised with the exceptions of marrying well and produce many pureblood children. This was most likely the first time she saw death in a way that did not include what was on her dinner plate or as a part of her potions class. They were so close that Harry was able to see most details about her. Like himself, Astoria hadn't gotten unscratched from the explosion. A fist-sized bruise was already blooming on the left side of her jaw, and she was bleeding sluggishly from a gash across the bridge of her nose. Her robes were torn in various places, and half of her hair hung limp while the rest was sticking in various directions. Both made a pitiful picture, but they were alive. Depending on how long they stayed here, that might change. Out. Here. This wasn't good. Despite seeing her lips forming the words, he only heard enough to just catch the meaning of what was said. His headache, which had somewhat dulled upon finding Theo's body, returned with a vengeance. Though having been the one to say it, Astoria seemed frozen in place, flinching when Harry touched her with a finger. Even now, where he was blocking the sight of Theo, she looked about to get sick. Pushing aside his own urge to retch at the knowledge of who was behind him, Harry tried to convince himself that it was no different from when he saw dead people in his visions. But unlike when he saw a possible future, there was no way for him to change this outcome. Theo was dead, a fact he could do nothing to change. Digging nails into his palms until they broke through skin, Harry forced his breathing to become less erect. Now was not the time to panic. Pearls of sweat were running down his face and back, an effect of the raising heat, and Astoria was no better off, wearing more layers of clothes than Harry had bothered to. It might just be a part of his panicked imagination, but the orange tinge seemed to have increased in extent. They needed to leave, but without knowing where the exit was, they could end crawling around until they died from smoke inhaling or the building collapsing on them. Harry wasn't sure how much the building could withstand. In the end, they might not have to worry about smoke intoxication. In the hope of being able to breathe better, Harry lay down on his stomach, gesturing for Astoria to do the same. Harry let his eyes drift from the witch and over the smoke around them. He had been in the back of the shop when it went wrong. But being thrown around like a ragdoll and afterwards searching for Theo and Astoria had made him lose any sense of where everything was supposed to be. Astoria had been somewhere in the middle. Since the explosion had happened in the front of the shop, it meant that she had been thrown towards the back, which was furthest away from the door. Slowly turning his head, Harry looked in the opposite direction of where Astoria had come from. Assuming that he was right, and the girl had somehow managed to crawl a straight line, it meant that that was where the exit would be. Harry grimaced. The smoke was thick and orange. He disliked the thought of going there, but it was most likely the way they would have to go if they wanted to get out of here. What? Spell? Water. Hopefully his sentence made more sense to Astoria than it did to himself. The lack of proper hearing worried him. How was he supposed to notice it if whatever wards around the shop weren't able to support the building in cases like this? Having already tried it in a vision, Harry knew from experience that having a building falling on top of you was not a pleasant experience. Concentrating on the witch, or rather her moving lips, Harry tried to guess what she was saying. But he was hearing nothing but the horrid ringing. Your wand? I don't. 1. Hopefully her answer had been positive, or they were well and truly screwed. Only when he saw the dark wooded stick in her hand did Harry feel a small burst of relief. But Astoria wasn't casting the spell, either she did not know how to do it or. Watching her closely, Harry wanted to curse. By the way her eyes were darting over the part of the floor visible to them, Harry guessed that she was looking for Draco's wand. With how important the magical sticks were to wizards and witches, Harry supposed that he understood her actions. But compared to their lives, a wand was less important. Besides, he knew that Draco had his wand with him. It would not have done anything good in Harry's hands anyway. Just cast it on us. A full, albeit short sentence. That had to be considered an improvement. And if not because he was busy wavering his hands around to get her to understand how important this was, he would have felt relief that the ringing seemed to be submerging slowly into the background, while his hearing was at a comeback. Just as the temptation to slap her to snap her out of her stupor overcame him, Harry found himself going cross-eyed at the wand pointing at his face. Aguamenti. Ice-cold water hit him straight in the face, making Harry open his mouth in surprise and breathe in some of the water. Even as he was busy coughing the liquid up from his lungs, Harry felt how every inch of his body was throughout soaked. The water felt heavenly running over his skin, but already the heat made it begin to evaporate. As soon as she was done with him, Astoria pointed the wand at herself and repeated the process. With both of them wet to the bone, the duo got up on all fours and started crawling. Harry was glad that he did not have to explain his half-baked plan to Astoria. She trusted him to know what he was doing. Or rather, she trusted the one she thought was her finance to make the right decision. No doubt that if she knew his true identity, she would be questioning and arguing against every move he thought up. Or maybe not. Perhaps she was Slytherin enough to set grudges aside and do what might be her biggest chance of survival. Harry wouldn't bet his money on that. The orange grew more fiery the closer they got, and the air crisp and dry. Harry had Astoria recast the charm on them a second time, and she did it on her own prompting once more before they both knew that they were too close to bother doing it again. Sweat trekked down his face, stinging his already sore eyes as they drew closer. Even he could hear the crackling of the high flames. At that moment Harry wanted nothing more than to retreat and search for another way out of this place. The heat was getting worse and closer. But he had no guarantee that there would be another exit they could use, and the longer they hesitated, the less their chances became. If he was wrong about this, they would burn to death. Astoria might have some handy spell up in her sleeve that could get her safely through, as unlikely as it sounded. It was not exactly the kind of thing the students were taught in Hogwarts, and he doubted that it would be useful turning a table into a pig. It was not time for bacon. And since he was wearing Draco's robes instead of his usual ones, he did not carry around a potion that would have been useful for this kind of situation. Once they were back at Hogwarts, Harry intended to give Draco a good talk about the pros of paranoia. Grabbing Astoria's hand, they stood up together. For this part they needed to move fast, and that was impossible to do as long as they were down on all fours. Though knowing that she was not able to see it, Harry sent her an encouraging smile. At the same time he clenched her hand, signaling to her that they had to get moving. Astoria pulled her collar up, using it as a mask against the smoke, and Harry mimicked the action, his eyes already stinging from the onslaught of smoke. It was hot. Scratch that. Hot didn't describe what Harry felt at the current moment. It felt like every single nerve in his body had been set on fire by the surrounding flames. Even with the water Astoria had doused them in, Harry could feel the flames lick his skin. The small hairs on his arms were scorched. Feeling his skin starting to blister because of the intense heat, Harry knew that this had been a bad idea. Yet, when he felt Astoria's hand clench his own, Harry kept his legs moving, forcing himself to continue moving in the direction he hopped would get them out of the burning heat. He couldn't breathe and everything frigging hurt. He was sure that he was screaming, but the sound did not reach his own ears. Was Astoria also screaming? Harry couldn't hear her if that was the case, but no doubt that she was in the same amount of pain as him. So she probably was screaming, but she was going through this because she believed that Harry, or rather Draco, would be able to get her to safety. And suddenly, he was able to beep in several breaths of blessed air. He was falling, dragging Astoria down with him, or was it the other way around? But they were out. That much Harry was sure of. Then why didn't the burning stop? He could still see flames, though far from as many and big as there had been before. He hit the ground hard, knocking the air out of his lungs.
For a moment he simply laid there, unable to breath, think or do anything at all. He felt like he was on fire, and yet he could not muster to do something about it. Why couldn't he get his body to move when it was clear what it was supposed to do? A scream was ripped from him when something hit every inch of his body, drenching him throughout. Had someone been waiting outside the shop to catch any survivors and make sure that the job was finished? It felt like he was being doused with liquefied fire. But then a droplet found its way into his mouth. It was water. Someone was actually pouring blessed cold water over his pained body. Had he been able to, Harry would have gotten onto his knees and thanked the person as Merlin's second coming. As it was, Harry could only lay on the ground as it turned muddy under him, taking deep breaths of blessedly smoke-free air. He wanted to cry out as he started coughing, the movement jostling his already pained body.
Easy there. You took quite the damage in there. Give yourself a moment to get yourself together. Your friend is going to be fine, too. Someone crouched down next to him, and the force of the water washing over him lessened, warning Harry that this would probably not last for much longer. As soon as you can, get the two of you out of here. I know that you will not feel up to move soon, but it will be for your own sake. Out here you make a too easy target, Harry.
The voice stopped after that, and Harry distantly heard them get up and start walking away. Yet when he lifted his head from where it had been resting on the ground, ignoring the flare of pain the move brought to his neck, the speaker was gone from sight.
Not that it was a hard task to accomplish with the current situation. The main street of Hogsmeade had fighting people no matter where he turned his gaze to. Spells were flying through the air, though there was a noticeable lack of green lights, meaning that there was no Death Eaters nearby, as those were the only ones legally allowed to use the killing curse. It did not mean that the curses used had any less of an ill intent behind them. That much was clear to Harry as he watched how one body fell backwards, its head missing. All hopes he had had that the explosion might have been because of an accident was gone from his mind. Someone had deliberately set Zonkos on fire as a part of the attack on Hogsmeade, doing it while a great deal of Hogwarts students were there. The only ones he could think of who would be willing to do so, and had the reason to do it, would be the Order of the Phoenix. Disregarding his body's objections, Harry pushed himself up, his arms shaking in their effort to support him.
He was not angry. No, angry didn't seem fit to describe what he was feeling. It was as if some of the flames had been stuck inside him, overriding the lingering nothingness from Theo's death, along with the pain and fear.
Staggering to his feet, Harry found that he could go no longer. Glancing down to his left, Harry frowned at their still connected hands. Astoria was a limp weight, and by the way her eyes were closed and her mouth half open, Harry would say that she would not be getting up on her own anytime soon. It would be simple to give in to the temptation, lay down and join the witch in the world of unconsciousness. Resolutely he shook his head, wincing at the jarring, and tried to think. He couldn't do that, and he couldn't just leave Astoria here, that wasn't an option. So far, they had been unnoticed, but for how long would that last? But neither could he take her with him. Merlin, when he was not even sure about what kept him standing, how was he supposed to carry her along? As if by its own, Harry's only free hand snatched out and grabbed hold of the robes of a passing person, effectively bringing them to a stop. For the second time that day Harry found himself staring at the end of a glowing wand. Judging by the look on the Hufflepuff's face, the boy was just as surprised by his own action as Harry was. The scowl on Harry's face made the student lower his wand faster than any word possible could have made him do. Where are the Death Eaters? His throat constricted, making Harry swallow so not to break into a coughing fit. It was a valid question. Given how close they were to Hogwarts, the place should be swimming with them by now. Unless the Order of Phoenix had arranged it so no message about what was going on would reach the castle. If that was the case, then they were well and truly screwed. You need to get to Hogwarts. Alert the first person you find of what is going on here. The panicked look the boy gave him at this made Harry doubt that the Hufflepuff would do much good, but it wasn't like there was anyone else Harry could stove this task onto. Take Astoria and go to Honeydukes. In the storage room you will find a passage under the floor that will take you directly to Hogwarts. But Merlin show you mercy if you do not take her along and protect her, because I'll not. Satisfied by the terrified nod he got, Harry handed over Astoria's hand to the Hufflepuff. He supposed that he should not be surprised that the boy didn't dare to protest. After a dash through the flames none of them was a pretty sight. Oh, of course, Malfoy. Spluttering the Hufflepuff kneeled down. Harry helped to his best ability until Astoria was somewhat secure on the boy's back, her chin resting on his broad shoulder. Remember, Honeyduke's storage room, and be careful who sees you. The last thing they needed was for the Order members to find a way inside Hogwarts. He still wasn't sure where the knowledge of the passage came from. Surely he would remember it, if he had had a vision about it, and Harry sure as hell hadn't walked that way before. And yet he knew that it would be there. All there was left was to hope that the Hufflepuff would be able to find it and that no one would be in their way. Watching their back, Harry realized that he could have followed along. It would probably have been the smartest thing to do considering that he wouldn't be able to do much good here. And yet when he finally started moving, it was in the opposite direction of where he had sent them off to. He needed to find out if the rest of his friends were okay. After that, he would think of something. It hit Harry that something didn't quite add up. The Hufflepuff had called him Malfoy, and since he and Draco were as different as day and night when it came to their looks, he could safely say that it had not been a mistake. And yet the stranger who had doused them with water had called him by his birth name, something Harry was sure should not have happened while the Polyjuice potion was still working. Not sure what to make of this, Harry pushed the thoughts aside for later consideration. Right now he'd other and more important matters to focus on. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.